Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the South Pole, specifically the geographic South Pole. Flat earthers have said for many years that the geographic South Pole does not exist. And that is simply because a geographic South Pole would be impossible on a flat Earth. Hear them for yourself, starting with a clip from Eric Dubé's video called "The South Pole Does Not Exist."
In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl.
Because we don't have a South Pole. We don't have a South Pole.
You know, Dave, I was just going to elaborate on Antarctica, the fact that we believe there's only a North Pole, that there is no South Pole.
Wow. Anybody
Yeah.
over at the South Pole?
No one's at the South Pole because there is no South Pole.
On a flat Earth, there is only a North Pole. You cannot have a South Pole on a flat Earth. Therefore, the South Pole, which does exist, not only confirms the globe, but also falsifies flat Earth. The globe has both a North Pole and a South Pole. This will be a common theme in this series, where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. The North and South poles are created by the Earth's axis of rotation. A sphere in and of itself would not have poles, and the North and South poles not only confirm the globe, but also confirm the Earth's rotation. The geographic North Pole and the geographic South Pole mark where the Earth's axis of rotation meet the surface of the Earth. These two poles would not exist unless the Earth was rotating. John Santandrea is a friend of mine who I met because of TFE, and John works at the South Pole.
No, you say the South Pole isn't real.
We don't.
Even though there's people who go there and work there, and
people work at the South Pole.
yeah,
Yeah, prove it. Okay, so
you can get a job there. Did you know that civilians can get jobs?
So the way it
you
works,
should apply for one.
Not only does he work at the South Pole each year, but he was at the South Pole at the same time TFE was at Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica. Before we get to the importance of that, I must deal with the elephant in the room. Flat earthers deny that the geographic South Pole exists, and they say that this physical pole, where my friend John took this picture for me, is just at some random arbitrary spot in Antarctica. Listen to flat earthers make this claim, even going as far as saying the South Pole is merely a ceremonial pole stuck in the ice and nothing more.
and when you go there, you get a little tour of the edge. You get a little. They bring you to a little pole, and they go, "Hey, this is the South Pole." It's not. It's just a pole stuck in the ground.
Because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth.
Because I think that that's the big thing, is that the South Pole itself it disproves flat Earth.
Right.
So,
What? The South Pole itself disproves flat Earth.
Wow. Unbelievable.
You do know the South Pole is just an arbitrary position. Yeah, he does know that the ceremonial South Pole is not the actual South Pole.
Let's put this baseless claim from flat earthers to bed once and for all. When flat earthers claim that the ceremonial South Pole is just stuck in the ice in some random spot in Antarctica, nothing could be further from the truth. What they failed to mention is that right on the other side of this ceremonial pole is a research station, the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station. The South Pole Station is a whopping 80,000 square feet. Built in 1992, the building materials weighed 24 million pounds. It's easy for flat earthers to flippantly claim that the ceremonial South Pole is just stuck in some random spot in the ice in Antarctica. They don't mention the South Pole Station as getting 24 million pounds of material and building an 80,000 square foot building in the harshest climate on Earth is no easy task. So the real question is, where is the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station? Of course, we know where it is on the very bottom of the globe at 90 degrees south, where all lines of longitude converge together. But where is the South Pole Station on a flat Earth map? No flat earther can answer this simple question. They have no idea where it is because a flat Earth cannot have a geographic South Pole. Is the South Pole Station south of Australia on the flat Earth map? South of Africa? Maybe south of South America? Somewhere else? They can't answer this question because we live on a globe. They cannot answer this question because a flat Earth does not exist. The correct answer as to where the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station is located is actually carefully veiled in the name of the South Pole Station itself, Amundsen-Scott. The story of Roald Amundsen and Robert Scott is one of the greatest stories in the history of world exploration. This picture was taken in January of 1912 at the same location as the current South Pole Station. But what makes this picture so fascinating is the story behind it. And this story not only confirms the globe, it completely ends flat Earth. Robert Falcon Scott and his men were British explorers and are seen here next to a tent displaying a Norwegian flag. What could this possibly mean? In 1911, Scott set out to be the first man to ever reach the South Pole. 2 years earlier, Ernest Shackleton made it past 88 degrees south, less than 100 miles from the South Pole, but had to stop in order to fight for survival. Unbeknownst to Scott, another explorer, a Norwegian named Roald Amundsen, had decided to forego his planned trip to the North Pole and instead race Scott to the South Pole. One of the greatest races in human history had now begun. Amundsen loaded up his crew and nearly 100 sled dogs onto his ship, the Fram. And strategically, he decided to enter Antarctica at the Bay of Whales, which was a completely different starting point than Scott's team, who planned to enter at Ross Island. Amundsen's team started at 164 degrees west, and Scott's team started at 167 degrees east. They were nowhere near each other and never came in contact with one another. Nearly a year later, after hunkering down through the Antarctic winter, Amundsen's team became the first men in the history of the world to reach the South Pole in December of 1911. But this creates an interesting question. How did they know they were at the South Pole? And where exactly were they? Compasses do not work well in Antarctica and would be completely worthless on a flat Earth, as the cardinal direction south is all directions away from north. So south on a flat Earth is in every direction and would send two people heading south further and further away from each other indefinitely. So what made this spot, this exact location on the Antarctic ice, so special, convincing Amundsen and eventually the rest of the world that he indeed was the first to reach the globe's geographic South Pole? The answer is the sun. Yes, the 24-hour Antarctic sun. The same 24-hour sun that is impossible on a flat Earth. Amundsen and his team found the geographic South Pole using a sextant and measuring the altitude of the sun each hour. From Amundsen's book titled The South Pole. On December 16th, we pitched our camp in brilliant sunshine with the best conditions for taking observations. 4 of us took observations every hour of the day, 24 in all. Remember the sun's wave pattern in our video of the 24-hour sun? That wave pattern is created by the globe. And when the sun reaches its highest elevation of the day, that is solar noon. And when it reaches its lowest elevation of the day, that is solar midnight. But most importantly, that is south. Yes, south on a globe can be found through celestial navigation, even with a 24-hour sun. So Amundsen's team followed the direction of the sun when it was at the lowest point in the sky each day. And then on December 17th, 1911, let's read what happened. Observations were now taken every hour through the whole 24. It was very strange to turn in at 6 p.m. and then on turning out again at midnight to find the sun apparently still at the same altitude, and then once more at 6 a.m. to see it still no higher. They had reached the South Pole, where on the globe there is a very unique 24-hour sun, where the sun's elevation angle does not change throughout the day. A flat Earth, yes, including Joe Hanvey's model, cannot account for the change in the sun's elevation angle in Antarctica changing throughout the day, while at the same time not changing at all at the South Pole. Amundsen's team pitched a small tent at the South Pole, topped with a Norwegian flag and a small pennant with the word Fram painted on it, the name of their ship which brought them to Antarctica. Inside this tent, they left a letter for the King of Norway, not knowing if they would make it out of Antarctica alive. They wanted their legacy and pride of Norwegian explorers as the first to the South Pole preserved, just in case. And lastly, they left a letter for Robert Scott on the chance that he would also eventually make it to the South Pole. And then they departed immediately so as to give them the best chance at making it out of Antarctica and back home alive. 1 day shy of 5 weeks later, on January 17th of 1912, Scott and his team, using the same celestial navigation techniques, also made it to the South Pole. And their methods were so precise that they made it to this very spot where Amundsen set up this small tent. They started thousands of miles away from each other at different times, and despite never coming in contact with each other, made it to the exact same spot on a continent 1.5 times the size of the United States. This is remarkable and simply impossible on a flat Earth, but makes perfect sense on a globe. And not only that, no flat earther can show on a flat Earth map where this location is. They cannot show where Amundsen and his team put up this tent and where Scott and his team found it 34 days later. And that is because there cannot be a geographic South Pole on a flat Earth. And despite the fact that two men over 100 years ago were able to navigate and traverse Antarctica and find the same geographic South Pole location, flat earthers still throw out the false claim that no one has ever been to the South Pole.
And it goes all the way out to 90, which would bring you to the South Pole, but nobody's really ever gotten there, provably gotten there, okay? We don't know where this is. Now, Dave, if you were hiking through Antarctica and you're hiking following GPS, NASA said, go this way, and you actually went 500 miles or 1,000 miles, and they said, you're at the South Pole now, you have to believe NASA, right?
Now, here is what I think is the most fascinating thing about the South Pole. Amundsen and Scott set out to be the first men to ever step foot at the South Pole because of their belief that we live on a globe. They were so confident we live on a globe, they risked their lives to find a location that only exists on the globe. They gave up over a year of their lives, left their families and loved ones, hunkered down through an Antarctic winter, and at one point even had to kill and eat some of their own sled dogs in order to survive. And that is what they were willing to do because they believed we live on a globe and they knew the South Pole was real. Contrast that with flat earthers today, who are trying to convince everyone that the earth is flat. Would flat earthers go to such extremes out of their strong conviction that we actually live on a flat earth?
So when people say, Dave, why did you turn down a free trip to Antarctica? Because I'm not going there to freeze my ass off. I don't have the time to get away. I have plenty that I need to do here every single day.
I'm definitely not going to go freeze my knackers off with a whole bunch of people that I definitely don't trust.
I can't think of a worse way to spend time than going to a cold, remote area with Pedo Pete and the crew.
Now, I'm not in any way comparing myself to the great polar explorers of history, but the final experiment was a historic, modern-day Antarctic expedition. And once again, it was those who believed we live on a globe that were excited to go, spent our own money, and knew without a doubt that we would confirm the globe and see a 24-hour sun. While I did not have to risk death traversing Antarctica with sled dogs, hoping to find enough seals to kill and eat, and leaving my wife and children for over a year, I still made a sacrifice of my own funds to show the world we definitely live on a globe. And that is what the TFE expedition has in common with the Amundsen-Scott expeditions. We were all willing to make personal sacrifices based solely on our extreme confidence that we live on a globe. While the flat earth community complained about the cost and the cold, and many flat earthers turned down free trips to Antarctica, the globe side raised money, tapped into their retirement savings, and planned to do as much experimentation as possible on a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the bottom of the world, where a vast majority will never have the opportunity to see with their own eyes. As they say, actions speak louder than words. I will be covering this in more depth on another video in the Final Experiments series on Southern Hemisphere flights. But there are flights from New Zealand, South America, and Africa to the South Pole. And their flight paths and durations all match the globe and would be impossible on a flat Earth. This is why I ask flat earthers to show me on a flat Earth map where the ceremonial South Pole is. I was watching one of your old videos where you were talking about flights to the South Pole.
Yeah.
And you said that they fly to the South Pole, but then they change direction.
Yes.
Where are they flying to before they change direction?
To the South Pole.
You're gonna say the South Pole, of course.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a marker
Where
they put
fly
in.
Huh?
Where
Don't worry,
they
I'm
fly
going
to.
down there soon.
Again with your stupid semantics.
No. Where is it?
You just said they're flying to the South Pole.
Yeah,
so
where
they're
is-
flying to the South Pole.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a ceremonial place.
And where is it?
At the ceremonial South Pole place where they put the pole up.
And where is it that they put the pole up?
In Antarctica.
But where in Antarctica? You guys make Antarctica so big. Where is it? I want to find it on
At
a map.
the ceremonial South Pole.
And where is that?
You guys could have traveled to it from Union Glacier. You do know that.
Sure. I just want to know where it is on the flat Earth.
The flat Earth?
Oh, for goodness.
Yeah, in Antarctica.
In the same place. Go away, dude.
And this is precisely why they have no answer. There is only one singular place in the Southern Hemisphere where the 24-hour sun's elevation angle does not change throughout the day. And there is only one place on Earth where the South Celestial Pole is directly above you. And there is only one place on Earth where planes fly to bring people and supplies to the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station. Such a privileged place cannot exist in the South on a flat Earth because a flat Earth spreads the South out to a bigger and bigger area. But as we have now seen, the South Pole is truly one of a kind and is now visited by thousands of people every year. And if you will never have the opportunity to visit the South Pole, At the end of this video, enjoy videos of the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour moon, and the South Celestial Pole, all taken from the only place possible on this planet, the geographic South Pole. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and results that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Hey everyone, we are live again from Antarctica, which is super exciting. It is midnight again here at Union Glacier. By the way, go ahead and turn the computer here, and that is a midnight sun. Once again, so the sun has never set the entire time that we've been here. All right, I'm going to do my best to see here. It's incredibly bright, hard to explain, but it's like all day is magic hour, essentially. It's feels like it's the middle of the day. In fact, I put sunscreen on so that I would not get burned at midnight while I was doing this live stream. So just imagine being in a place where you can get severe sunburn at midnight. I'm going to do my best to see the comments. Someone just asked if we are using Starlink, and the answer is yes, we are using Starlink. It has actually been phenomenal for us, which is exciting. So a lot of things to talk about tonight, a lot of updates. I will also be thanking some people, recognizing some people. I'm going to be giving out some awards, some TFE awards. And then I'm also going to announce the winners of the 3 TFE challenges. So hopefully everyone has been looking forward to that. Before I start, I do want to say that the last 24 hours was probably the most difficult 24 hours I can remember in my life. This was just incredibly taxing. It's hard to explain, but you've got the reality of very little sleep with what we're trying to pull off here. You've got the exhaustion from the sun
being up for 24 hours. You have the extreme cold that you're battling and making sure you're staying warm. You have the just the mental stress of trying to think of everything and make everything work, and remember to change batteries and check on things and make sure no one touches or bumps the tripod. So anyway, yeah, it was very difficult. Tonight we were talking just a few minutes ago, and Jaron couldn't believe that we got here yesterday, that it's only been 24 hours. It was the longest 24 hours of our lives. Just crazy what this took to accomplish. And so that's a reminder for everyone to think about the things that you ask for and the things that you state should be easy to do, which are not. Flat earthers have asked for many years for just give us a video of the 24-hour sun. And when you do, they say, well, it's not all 24 hours. Or they say it's a time lapse and not a video. It's like, you guys have no idea how difficult it was to film the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica, but we pulled it off. I personally filmed the sun from 2 different angles with my 360 camera. It might sound weird to people. How can you have angles with a 360-degree camera? But it's really 2 cameras that are like this and come together on the sides. And so that side angle we had facing different directions. And I filmed the sun for 25 and a half hours straight without interruption. And I did that at 5.7K resolution, 30 frames per second. I don't even know if that's ever been done before, to be honest with you. Usually long form videos like that are time lapses as opposed to videos. And a time lapse will take a picture every few seconds, whereas video is 30 pictures per second. So yeah, very exciting times. We obviously dealt with the crazy green screen conspiracy today. Never thought I would be accused of that one, but we dismantled that rather easily by doing back-to-back, meaning 2 people with our backs to each other, live streams. People are already putting those on YouTube side by side to show that we couldn't have been using a green screen to pull that off. I wore a blue jacket in case somebody would say there was a blue screen, and I brought out my green water bottle and a green and red can of some Chilean Pringle type chips to show that we're definitely not using a green screen. And then I flew my drone backward and then came right back. So there is no screen. The mountain back there, which is just absolutely stunning, is Mount Rossman here in Antarctica, right by Union Glacier. That's about 4,000 to 5,000 foot peak there. And I do want to mention that I was able to drone a little bit around Antarctica today. I actually got my drone higher than I've ever flown it before, 5,000 feet. So I was actually higher than that mountain and was able to do a beautiful cinematic panorama of this area, which I will hope to release soon, one day, maybe in the next few weeks on the TFE channel. But anyway, there is a new conspiracy, surprise, surprise, which is that we are lying about the time and this being midnight. And that's not true. So again, people need to focus on asking questions. If you want to learn, that's the best way to learn. The best way to learn is to not make accusations and do Google searches and believe the first thing that you read. It's to ask questions and to be inquisitive. And that's how you learn, because then you're going to get answers and you can process those answers. So let's deal with this one now. Googling what time is it in Antarctica is not a valid question. There are 8 time zones in Antarctica, which actually makes perfectly logical sense. It's funny to me that flat earthers would think there's only one time zone when they have made Antarctica so much bigger than it really is as an island continent on the globe. There's 8 time zones. And the reason why is because the different areas and bases and stations around Antarctica are usually in touch and in communication with somewhere else in another continent. And that's where supplies come in, and that's where the people come in through. So, for example, I think McMurdo is on New Zealand time. Maybe it's Scott base. I don't know. They're both right next to each other. But Union Glacier is on Chile time. And the reason why is because ALE runs Union Glacier, and ALE is run out of Punta Arenas, Chile. That's where their flights come out of. That's where their staff is. They have a headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, as they're an American company, but they have staff here in Chile. So they use that time zone for logistical and just efficient reasons. So anyway, if you look up what time it is in Chile right now, it is just past midnight. So that would be GMT -3. So last night we covered midnight as the time, which we're doing again right now. So again, there's another beautiful midnight sun. It's the second midnight sun we have broadcast live from Antarctica. And we also did a live stream yesterday at solar midnight, which is different than the midnight of time. Solar midnight is when the sun reaches its lowest point. So anyway, we're covering all our bases here. I did want to mention Steve from England. I woke up this morning with a very negative email from him. He was very upset with me for not calling him at midnight yesterday when we did the live stream. I did mention him. The reason I wasn't able to call him, which everybody should know, is because our original plan with Candace Owens was to live stream the 24-hour sun on a camera known as an X4 made by Insta360. It was going to be a 360-degree camera. Now that camera is capable of live streaming directly to YouTube, and Mark brought it out. Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director, he practiced it back home, and it was all ready to go. And when we got out here, it did not work. So we did a little bit of research, and the reason it did not work is because you need cell service and Wi-Fi simultaneously in order to live stream with that device. We did not know that. Obviously, back in the United States, you got cell service everywhere. So he was just live streaming and it worked, and we thought it would work. And so there is no cell service in Antarctica. There are no towers in Antarctica, no cables, nothing like that. So we're able to do this through satellite internet only. So yeah, that threw a huge wrench into things, and we really wanted to do the live stream. So we pivoted, and I let them use my cell phone to do the live stream. So we took my cell phone and we kind of jerry-rigged it onto the top of a camera tripod and did the live stream that way. Now, we did it through Rumble because Candace had some big things she was getting out on her YouTube channel and didn't want to tie up her YouTube channel for 24 hours. So we used her Rumble channel to do that. And then we ran into a couple of issues. The first one was that my cell phone, Murphy's Law, asked to do a software update. And so that cut the live feed. We caught that and got it back up and running again. And then Starlink actually did an update as well. It was funny because this Starlink did an update in the middle of MCToon's live stream, which was around 3 to 3:30 in the morning here at Union Glacier. And so I'm guessing that Starlink does updates like that at the most, ungodly hour of the night, thinking that that's when people will not be utilizing the internet and sleeping. But we're doing something pretty special and pretty historic here. So that actually cut MCToon's live stream as well, very abruptly. So anyway, that caused an outage for a long time. And after that, we were not able to get the live stream back up and running on Rumble. Rumble, from a UI/technology standpoint is very inferior to YouTube. And so I don't think they were able to handle it being cut out a couple of times. So anyway, that's what happened there. What we're doing is still pretty incredible with just the technology here. And I'm just really excited that I can bring everybody with us to see the beautiful landscape and to see the midnight sun and to just get some live updates. Again, people are trying to state that this is all a studio, and that's a green screen behind me, which of course is ridiculous. I can spin around here. Somebody said today that I spin really slowly or something like that, but I can spin very, very quickly. And I can also show you the snow down here is actual snow, and you can pick it up and throw it at somebody if you want, or eat it, or whatever else you want to do. So anyway, yes, so we're trying to keep up with all the reactions / coping, whatever it may be, from what we're doing out here, but it's not stopping us. We are all very tired, but we all feel very privileged to have this opportunity and excited that we were able to pull it off. So with that, I would like to mention some names for a few different reasons. The first one is I'd like to give a shout out to Frankie. Frankie is the daughter of Cassidy, who was the runner-up in the golden ticket offer. And I felt bad. I had to choose one person out of so many people who gave entries, and I narrowed it down to the top 10, and I had to pick one out of the top 10, and Cassidy ended up coming in second place. And so I told her that I would give her daughter Frankie a shout out from Antarctica Live. So hopefully you're watching, Frankie, and you enjoy hearing your name from Antarctica. I want to thank some people individually who have been very, very helpful to me throughout this entire process. I could not have done this without so many people coming together and just volunteering their time, being available to me to do tasks, answer questions. So the first one I would like to mention is Globey McGlobeface. You can check him out on TikTok, but he's been very, very helpful with me throughout the process of creating and bringing the final experiment to where we're at today. He actually did some crowdfunding to try to get here, which didn't quite work out. But yeah, I just want to thank you, Globey, for everything that you did to help me out there. Next is Peter Markley. So Peter Markley is someone that I was introduced to this year, and he's been very helpful to me in many different ways with social media and answering questions. And so I'm sure many of you have already heard his name in this space of debating the shape of the earth. And if you haven't, you probably will soon. Next up is a YouTuber by the name of Wolfie6020. Many of you probably know who he is. He is a pilot and very knowledgeable. And so he's been very helpful to me throughout the past year or so, as I've been trying to bring all of this together to just be there to offer suggestions, answer questions, and just always be there for me. So thank you, Wolfie6020, for that. Up next is Where's Wally? So another YouTuber you can check out. He is very thoughtful and is always thinking. I think he's comes up with ideas in all hours of the night, and when he does, he sends them to me, and they're always so great. He actually created something. I believe he built it from scratch. The name he gave it is the Jeranism, and he's going to be releasing that on his channel soon. And I'm telling you right now, you have to watch his video when he releases it. You have to see exactly what it is he built. When I saw it, it was so intricate and detailed. I just couldn't believe it. I was just in awe, and I didn't even know if it would work. A lot of moving parts and a lot going on there, but it definitely worked out. And so you'll want to see that. Up next is Ruhif. You can look him up on YouTube, Roohif. Ruhif has been very helpful. He's a numbers guy. He's very, very knowledgeable. And whenever I had complicated questions about math or numbers or flight plans and flight paths, he was always there for me to help me get the data that I needed and to understand what I was trying to accomplish. So Ruhif, thank you so much for everything that you did to help me out there. And then also Danny Faulkner. Danny is an astronomer. He taught astronomy and physics, has a PhD in astronomy, and was very, very helpful. The world we live in is incredible, but it's also incredibly complex. And sometimes it's a bit hard to wrap your mind around what's going on and understanding it. And so when I had questions about the cosmos, I would reach out to him, and he would always give me great answers and help me understand it in a way that I could understand it, at least with not having a PhD in astronomy. So Danny, thank you very much. All right, I am going to give out some TFE awards right now. It's nothing physical. It's just going to be just some recognition for a couple of people that really, really, really went overboard in helping out with the final experiment. So the first one, I'm calling the TFE Promoter Award. So this would have never happened had we not had people talking about it, had we not had people making videos about it and sharing it with their friends and their families and their audiences and their social media groups. And so the TFE Promoter Award goes to the Creaky Blinder. If you don't know who he is, please look him up on YouTube. Go ahead and give him a subscribe. He is knocking on the door of 100,000 subscribers. And I think with our influence, he could hit that before the end of the year, which would be amazing. So Creaky has really supported the final experiment, and he has done I just checked, he's done 51 videos on his channel promoting TFE. So thank you so much, Creaky. Really appreciate it. He comes to us all the way from Wales, which is pretty exciting. That's a place I've never visited and would love to visit one day. But can't thank you enough. Your bringing attention to the final experiment was such a huge help for us. And it was clear that you believed in us and were excited about what we were doing, because you just kept talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. So thank you so much, Creaky. Next award, I am calling the Beast Mode Award. And this one goes to Dave McKeegan, who I just noticed is standing here right next to me. So Dave McKeegan obviously came all the way out here to Antarctica with us. And I want to let everybody know he has not gone to sleep since we got to Antarctica. He brought multiple cameras, multiple tripods, and an equatorial mount, and so many other things. And he just was not willing to let that fail. And so he's like, I'm not going to go to bed. I need to make sure all of this is working and continues to work so that we get all of the data that we need. So I don't even know the exact number, but I think it's been about 40 hours since he has slept. So Dave, you have my permission to get a good night's sleep tonight.
I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing the 24-hour sun, and now I'm thoroughly looking forward to not looking at it again.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's been really great having Dave here, because there were times where, as I mentioned at the beginning, this has been the hardest 24 hours of my life. And there were times where I was just completely physically exhausted, where I was completely mentally exhausted, and I would just lay down on the floor and fall asleep. And when you do that, things can happen that are not good, that you don't want, such as batteries dying in your cameras or things going wrong. And so without even me asking him, he kept an eye on all of my stuff and made sure everything was going well. So thank you to Dave. All right, that brings us to the TFE challenges. So these are very, very important. These are going to end up being part of the final experiment. So what became clear to me throughout time, so this wasn't clear to me at the beginning, but what's become clear to me throughout the last year is that the final experiment was actually so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun. The final experiment is really more the final experiments, plural. There are so many other things that I didn't realize until I became more educated, such as things that we could do being at the southern tip of South America, other things that we could do in Antarctica. And so anyway, as will be clear in the coming weeks, there is a lot of data that we're going to be releasing. There were a lot of predictions made by the globe, and we'll see if those predictions came true. And there were actually a lot of predictions made by Flat Earth as well, and we're going to take a look at those predictions. So the TFE challenges were inviting people from both sides of the debate, Flat Earth and Globe, to make predictions prior to our trip. So all of these challenges were open to the general public. Anybody could have made a submission to me, but it just had to be prior to us departing for Chile for the first time. So the first challenge that we did, and this is where I'm going to need to see my screen here, hopefully. First challenge that we did was flight times. This is an important one. So I do believe, as I've hinted at in previous videos, that if we look at flight paths, we will see something that quickly tells us that we live on a globe. Flight paths have to be efficient. They have to be efficient. They have to be efficient for multiple reasons. One, so that the company can stay in business, the airline can stay in business, because they want to make that flight happen in the cheapest way possible, without sacrificing safety. So they're not going to want to just spend tons of money on extra fuel for no reason. They won't be able to stay competitive in that regard, and they'll quickly go out of business. Flights also have to be as short as possible, again, as safely as possible. You're not going to fly an airline whose flights take twice as long or 50% as long as some other airline. That's one of the beauties of capitalism, is letting the market dictate pricing. And so it's a very competitive market, and they're all fighting for your business. And so flight paths are very, very telling. Again, I've mentioned this in the past, but my grandfather worked for Delta Airlines for his entire career. So I kind of grew up around planes, and my dad had a love of planes, and so he would always talk about them. He could just look at one up in the sky and tell me exactly what it was. I still don't have that skill, but the ability to travel by air today is just an incredible blessing that we have, and it's just completely changed the world. We can visit family that's very far away. We can visit and see so many different places in the world in a relatively short amount of time, with a relatively low amount of cost. And so the reason the flight paths for the final experiment were so important was because we were all 9 of us took a direct flight to Santiago, Chile. And all 9 of us went through one of 4 airports: LAX, Atlanta, London Heathrow, and Sydney. And so what I did is TFE challenge number 1 asked for submissions on the distance for those flights. And the cool thing is that I had people make sure that they gave their math. Giving the math is super important, because there's a big difference between the globe and a flat Earth when it comes to flight paths. And there's especially a big difference when it comes to the southern hemisphere. I received a lot of submissions on the globe. Let's see, I received I received submissions from 5 different continents. So countries spanning 5 different continents, which is pretty incredible. And I received all globe submissions except for one. I only received one submission on the flat Earth side. There were some people who are globers that submitted answers and numbers for what it should be on a flat Earth, which I thought was interesting. They did the math for the flat Earth side, but only one official flat earther made a submission. So again, there's a huge difference between the globe and the flat Earth when it comes to flight paths, especially when it gets to the southern hemisphere. So I'll tell you what the main difference was related to the final experiment. On the globe model, the flight from London to Santiago is actually longer in distance than the flight is from Sydney to Santiago. And so on a flat Earth, it's not even close. On a flat Earth, the flight from Sydney to Santiago would be 2 to 3 times as long as the flight from London to Santiago. So it's a very, very big difference. Let's see here. I am trying to read my screen. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce the winners for TFE challenge number 1, which again, I wanted there to be a winner from each side. The winner on the globe side was Andres Puelma. Andres, I wouldn't say that this was an unfair advantage, but he actually lives in Santiago, Chile, which is cool. So he was having to calculate the distances from those airports to his own hometown. All of the globe answers that came in were all very close to each other, which makes sense because the formula for calculating distances on a globe includes the radius of the globe. And so that's why I was asking for the math, was so that I could look and make sure that people were actually doing the math themselves and not just looking it up online. The one flat earther who made a submission, which means he wins, right? If there's a winner from the globe side and there's a winner from the flat earth side, if there's only one flat earth entry, that's the winner. So the winner is a Stephen Alonso. Now, what's fascinating about this is that his numbers also were very, very close to the globe, which doesn't make sense. As I just mentioned, on a flat earth, that flight from Sydney to Santiago should be 2 to 3 times longer than London to Santiago. But this flat earther, Stephen Alonso, said that the London to Santiago flight was longer. So this didn't make any sense. But this is why I planned ahead and said you must include your math. So I went ahead and checked his math, and what do you know? He used the radius, the average radius of the globe in his formula. But this was supposed to be a flat earth entry, Stephen. So in asking and looking into why he was using the globe's radius to calculate his numbers, I found out that he says that the height of the firmament is the exact same number of the globe radius, which I believe is 6,371 kilometers. Very interesting, Stephen. So I think you know what I'm going to have to ask you, which is, how did you measure the height of the dome? As far as I know, the dome has yet to be seen, which means it can't be measured and can't be tested. And why? And how is it that it just so happens to be the exact average radius of the globe? This smells a little fishy to me. So anyway, the second question I've got for Stephen is, can you please explain how the height of this dome would affect the flight path of an airplane? That doesn't make any sense to me. So these planes are not going that high. And so I don't quite understand what that has anything to do with it. If I had to be honest with you, I would say that you knew ahead of time that the globe numbers would be accurate. And so you wanted to essentially hijack the globe math formula and use it for yourself. And so, in a sense, you kind of proved the globe by stealing the radius of the globe and stealing the globe model for your submission. So anyway, thank you for those two winners, Andres Puelma and Stephen Alonso. Thank you for taking the time to take part in TFE challenge number 1. And thanks for everyone else who did as well. Again, blown away, entries from 5 different continents. So that brings us to TFE challenge number 2. This one had to do with the sunrise and the sunset in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is where we stayed for a few days prior to flying here to Antarctica. Again, this was a very significant one because the sunrise direction is different on the globe versus the flat Earth model. The main difference is that on the globe, the sunrise should come from the southeast and it should set in the southwest. But if you look at a Gleason's map or an AE map, the sunrise down that far south, which would be beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, should be from the northeast and set in the northwest. By the way, I was watching a lot of videos from flat earthers once we got to Punta Arenas, and they were asking questions like which direction was the sun rising and which direction was the sun setting. They know the importance of this, and good on them. They probably thought if they could get a northeast sunrise and a northwest sunset, that would be evidence for flat Earth, and it would be an argument against the globe, which I agree. So before I tell you what actually happened while we were there, I received a ton of entries on this one as well, countries spanning 4 continents for this one, and I received all globe entries and only 1 flat Earth entry until the last minute. I got a second flat Earth entry. So everybody on the globe side gave sunrise times and sunset times, and then also sunrise directions and sunset directions. The winner for this one was PD194. So PD194, thank you so much for entering. He is coming from the UK, and he did a great job with showing me how he came up with this. By the way, I told people they could cheat if they wanted to and look this up online, because again, on the globe, it's the southeast and southwest, but on a flat Earth, it's northeast and northwest. So it's completely different. So if you want to look it up online, that's completely fine. PD194 actually posted a video about this prior to my challenge, which I didn't realize. He made me aware of that when he sent his email. All right, now on to the 2 flat Earth entries. The first one is from a guy who you may recognize his name, none other than Stephen Alonso. Before I get to him, I will say the second guy was a David Henry. Now, David Henry told me that he used Stellarium to get his answer, which again is completely fine. You can use Stellarium. But I responded to him and let him know that Stellarium is a globe app. And so I was curious why he was making a submission that completely and perfectly matched the globe if he was a flat earther. He responded by asking me what we saw in while we were in Punta Arenas, and I wouldn't tell him. I just said, are you willing to admit that you're submitting a globe answer as a flat earther? And he was unwilling to do so. That brings us to Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso told me that he expects the sun to rise in the southeast and set in the southwest, and he gave pretty accurate times. Once again, his answers aligned with the globe. We have a common theme here, ladies and gentlemen. You may recall on the channel, if you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you go watch it. But we released a video in the last few weeks, which was challenging flat earthers to give any globe prediction at all, future prediction, that they think will not come true. The globe has thousands of predictions. This is a prediction. When the globe says on such and such a future date, at such and such a time, the sun will rise in this direction, and the sun will set at this time, and the sun will set in this direction, that is a prediction. So the globe makes lots of predictions. One of the globe predictions right now is that there will be a total solar eclipse over Orlando, Florida in 2045. And so that's a pretty specific prediction. And so I'm curious, which globe predictions do flat earthers think will not come true? If all the globe predictions come true, that would obviously be evidence of the globe. So interesting pattern we have here. Stephen Alonso, I do know from seeing his stuff that he ascribes to the AE map, which of course has been falsified now with the final experiment. And so he gave a globe answer, even though that doesn't work on the AE map. And I don't know why. All I can do is speculate. And I speculate that he did that because he knew that the globe model would come true. Now, I will say this, the sun did rise in the southeast and it did set in the southwest, just like the globe predicts. I will also tell you that we had a very difficult time filming that. That was something that I really wanted to film, and it was very difficult. We were so far south in Chile that we were experiencing 17 hours of daylight. 17 hours of daylight. So the sun would rise around 5 a.m. or so, and it would set after 10 p.m. And so why did that make it difficult? Well, we're on a mission here with the final experiment, and so we were doing a lot of things. We were also hanging out, and we were excited about going to Antarctica. And so when the sun's out, you're out. And so we would stay up very late, which made it very difficult to get up in the morning. And it just was a rinse and repeat cycle. One morning I woke up at 4:45 and it was already light out. And I was like, oh, wow, maybe I could catch the sunrise. And so I ran outside and I was able to catch the sunrise for only once. There was a ton of clouds while we were there, but one time I was able to catch the sunrise. I will be releasing a video of that on my channel. And I was also able to catch a sunset as well, which we'll be releasing a video. But those videos will prove that they happen in the southeast and the southwest, just as the globe predicts. But anyway, the winner for the flat earth side is none other than Stephen Alonso. All right, that brings us to TFE challenge number 3. Now, this one is very, very important. And again, it is a significant difference between the globe and the flat earth model. So let me try to make this easy to understand for everyone, because these issues can be complicated. On the globe, lines of longitude at the equator are the furthest apart. As they go away from the equator, either north or south, they get closer and closer together until they eventually meet up at the poles, North Pole and South Pole. On the flat earth model, that's not the case. On the flat earth model, the North Pole is in the center, and then everything is south from the North Pole. And so lines of longitude diverge, they get further and further apart indefinitely on the flat earth model. Whereas south of the equator, they converge on the globe model and they get closer and closer together. We were so far south at the southern tip of Chile that we were able to test this. We could measure between lines of longitude and see, are they getting closer together than they are towards the equator further north, or are they getting further apart, which is what you would have on a flat earth. And so what the TFE challenge number 3 was, which was the most difficult, was we asked people to calculate for us the distance between lines of longitude, the distance between these meridians at 53 degrees south, which is where Punta Arenas, Chile is. And so we received tons of entries again that cover 4 continents, and they were all globe entries except for one flat earther, and I'm guessing you know who that is. Yes, Stephen Alonso. So all the globe entries had very similar answers, and the winner of TFE challenge number 3 is Hall Store. Hall Store. Thank you for participating. And Hall comes to us from Norway. And what is Norway? Well, Norway is the home of the midnight sun. Norway is the home of a 24-hour sun, but that would be in the north. They wouldn't, he's not having a midnight sun right now or a 24-hour sun. Why? Because we are having that right now in the south. This is the southern summer. So, Stephen Alonso, interestingly enough, what a surprise, his answer almost perfectly lined up with the globe. This doesn't make any sense. Why would he say this? And so this was getting a little bit crazy. And so I decided to email him and ask him a question. And so I did. I asked him a question and I said, Stephen, can you please help me understand your math here? Based on what I'm seeing, which by the way was globe math, I said, based on what I'm seeing, you would say that the distance between lines of longitude is the same at 53 degrees south as it is at 53 degrees north. Do I have that correct? And he said yes. So he confirmed that in his math, the distance between meridians at 53 degrees south, which is the southern tip of South America, is identical to the distance between meridians at 53 degrees north. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know what that means. He is describing the globe. So, Stephen Alonso, you are the winner again. You get the trifecta. You won all 3 TFE challenges. But what's super interesting is that you used the globe for all 3. And I think that means you knew what we were going to find down here as part of the final experiment. Yes, super, super interesting. We are going to be releasing all of this data once we get back. We have a ton of data. I believe we have well over 100 terabytes of information already. Obviously, a lot of that is high definition video and pictures, but we brought hard drives on top of hard drives on top of hard drives just to make sure we could collect all of the data that we were going to be obtaining as part of the final experiment. But anyway, spoiler alert, the distance between the lines of longitude at 53 degrees south matched the globe. They did not match flat Earth. So anyway, thank you everybody for participating in those 3 challenges. I did think it was a little interesting that well over 95% of these submissions came from the globe side, and we only had 2 people, 2 flat earthers make submissions. Stephen Alonso made 3, and the other guy made 1 using the globe app Stellarium. But anyway, all of these things are important. They're important because we are in search of the truth about the world that we live in. That was the goal of the final experiment from day 1, was to settle this debate. That is still my goal, and I do believe we have succeeded. You may not agree, but all I would ask for is a little bit of patience and let us get back to our families, let us get back to the warmth, and let us get back into our own homes and spend some time with our families over Christmas and the New Year's, and then we can start to release all of this information. But it is a plethora of information. We have measurements, we have videos, we have so many cool things that I've never seen before. And so again, it became clear to me over time that the final experiment was going to become so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun, even though I think the 24-hour sun is definitely definitive as well. So that is all that I have. I am a little delirious. I am really looking forward to getting a good night's sleep tonight. But I am really happy that we did this and that we pushed through very hard for our first 24 hours in Antarctica. We have an uninterrupted video of the sun over 24 hours, which is super, super exciting. What's on deck for us tomorrow? we have a couple more things, I would call them experiments, that we have set up that take time to run. They actually take more than 24 hours or so to run. So we've got those running, and those are just going to be running through until tomorrow at midnight. But we're also going to be doing something fun tomorrow, which I think everyone that joined us, all 9 of us, are really looking forward to, which is we will be taking a scenic flight over Antarctica. It's mainly going to be over the Ellsworth mountain range, but we're going to be getting in some smaller planes, much smaller than the 757 we came over here in, and they're going to fly us over the Ellsworth mountain range and let us enjoy the beauty of Antarctica by air. So we'll be sure to get a lot of great video to share with everyone so that you can enjoy it as much as you can with us through that as well. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I'll give you one more look at the midnight sun here in Antarctica, and I'll do one more spin around here so that you can take one last look at everything that we did and where we stayed. It was amazing. So we're actually leaving this campsite. All of this area behind me was just full of devices and tripods and cameras and equatorial mounts and sun trackers and you name it. But it's all been packed up, and our last 2 remaining experiments are set up over there. It's a little bit hard to see, but we'll get you good high quality video of that when we return. And we're also going to be leaving tonight. This will no longer be our special TFE camp. That orange vehicle back there is called a Tucker, and we're going to pack up right now, and they're going to take us back to Union Glacier base camp, which is where our tents will be for the next few nights or so. So I'll try to keep everybody updated. And again, just want to thank everybody for all the support, all the love for this last year. We made it, we did it, and it's gonna be fun sharing all the details with everybody. So, all right, have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Long live Flat Earth. Flat Earthers are crushing the globe. The little experiment didn't prove any globe. They weren't in Antarctica. Excellent work. This may be confirmation of the dome. Thanks, Dave. Another very well done vidro. I guess it's final. They proved Flat Earth. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica video is another fake video. No, it's a real video of a fake sun. Now, if you don't know what all that's about, maybe you've been living under a rock for the past few weeks, or maybe you've got a life and you don't waste it watching nonsense on YouTube. But this nonsense is worth watching because it's hilarious. Meet Jeranism, one of the biggest flat earthers on YouTube. He was recently flown down to Antarctica by a wealthy entrepreneur for something called the Final Experiment, in which he'd be able to see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica for himself, an observation which would, if he's intellectually honest, destroy his entire worldview. I made an entire video on it, linked in the description, and it's brilliant. But for now, here he is making that admission.
Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. You should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
But there's a lot of money to be made in telling people that the earth is flat. And one person who makes an awful lot of money from this ideology is this man here, David Weiss.
Don't believe anything I say.
Now, the comments I showed you at the beginning of this video came from a recent video on David Weiss's YouTube channel, DITRH, or Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, because he thinks he's found a way to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that will allow him to continue to sell his Flat Earth app and make lots and lots of money out of gullible people. And here is that video on his channel. You can find it and watch it for yourself. TFE, the first expedition squashed. Now, I'm not going to show his entire video here, but what I have done is I've taken it and I've condensed it to show you exactly how you debunk the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Given that there are very, very few, if any, words in David's video, I think this is an excellent representation of what his video shows. But hey, go and watch his video anyway, and compare the two. Step number 1, start off with a little bit of word salad about optical lights getting compressed. Now, we've got to remember that doesn't mean anything, but it does look good. What we need now is some random photographs of rainbows. Why? Well, that's not important. What did you expect? Some sort of explanation? Now show a video of somebody shining a torch through an upside down glass bowl. But be careful, if you're going to repeat this yourself, make sure that bowl is empty before you turn it upside down. Now we've collected all the evidence we need to compare it to the 24-hour sun time-lapse in Antarctica. Show the two videos side by side as if it actually fucking means something. And then finish off with another dumb question that you also haven't got an answer to. Job done. Now, believe me, if you do go and watch his video, that is exactly what his original video does. And I'm not surprised that he doesn't try and put any explanation in it, because he's basing his video off somebody else's idea, somebody else's model, one that Dave Weiss clearly doesn't understand. Here's the guy he's basing it off.
Flat Earth's not dead, people. You can't kill the truth. What matters is, can we model it? Yes, we can model it. So, if we can model it, then no one can say it's impossible.
Now, this guy here is called Joseph Hanvey. He has a small YouTube channel himself, which isn't monetized as far as I can tell. And I want to make it very clear before I go on, because this probably won't be pleasant listening for Joseph, that there is a clear distinction between David Weiss and Joseph Hanvey. David Weiss is one of the most scientifically illiterate people on the internet. He makes an awful lot of money from other scientifically illiterate people by selling the flat earth to them and selling his flat earth app. It is in his best interest for people to believe in this conspiracy theory, and if he has to misrepresent science to make that happen, well, it doesn't seem to have stopped him so far. On the other hand, Joseph Hanvey seems to be just an extraordinarily nice guy who just happens to have very misguided beliefs. But still, those beliefs are now being shared by David Weiss to his 107,000 subscribers. People who are now being further pushed down the rabbit hole by the model that Joseph Hanvey has created. And therefore, it is in everyone's best interests to show this model for what it really is.
Well, I'm often asked to show day and night in the realm at the same time in the model. But this is for everyone who asked for day and night. You're clearly seeing day and night. Again, on this side, I'm on the day side. So when I come in and look up at the night sky, you don't really see much but blackness and darkness over there. But when I come over to the side where the night is, and the sun's not washing it out, you see the stars. So it does work. It's pretty cool. Hope everybody enjoys this, because I sure do.
Now, I think Joseph is implying that the 24-hour sun at the Antarctic is possible here because we have a glass bowl, and when the light is shined on it, the glass lights up at the bottom around the rim, which is the South Pole, which I suppose means if you are stood at the South Pole, you will be trapped under some sort of glass. I don't really know. That's only one minor problem with it. Another problem we've got is that whether it's day or night in his model, we can see the sun clear in the sky. But let's not worry about the small details, because he is improving his model, including showing us how the moon can be introduced.
Now I've added in the moon. So we have a projected focal point of light representing the sun, a projected focal point of light representing the moon, day and night, the stars in the night sky, the blue in the day sky. I mean, it's a model.
Now, Joseph, you are clearly a very talented guy to be able to build something that looks as nice as that. You are clearly a very nice, pleasant guy from what I can see when I look at your YouTube channel. And I don't want you to take anything I'm about to say personally, but given the fact that your model is now being used by Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole to help push people down a conspiracy hole that ultimately could help unravel their lives, I need to be honest about your model. And I don't like to say this, but Joseph, your model, as far as it goes to represent the workings of the solar system, or, you know, day and night, etc., your model is fucking shit. Like, it's really, really shit. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. I know you're not going to take that well, but it's no different than me doing this. Okay, so here is my model. This is whatever is underneath the flat Earth, but now we do need the Earth. Here it is. This is my house here. That's my friend Paul. I've not seen him for a long time. He's a great guy. This is PhD Tony. He lives in Australia. So, you know, that would obviously account for that. Now we need a dome. For that, I'm going to use this ball here. We turn that upside down. We can see it fits almost perfectly. I really like that. Now, already we can see little bits of light shining here. They could be stars or nebula. That's coming from my kitchen cabinet. But I can turn those off if you want to. That's not a problem. In fact, I will do. Hang on. Yeah, you see already. And now we need the sun. So I have another phone in my hand. And I'm going to put the torch on. Get the torch app. Right, there we go. Look at that. Now, when it comes to the sun, I can move the... Look at that. I can move this in whatever way I want. And we can see that the bit that's underneath the lit part is the daytime. At the minute, that's everywhere on the planet. But I can do all sorts. I can move it anywhere I want. See, we've got some day and night there. Absolutely fantastic. But to be honest, you might wonder about dusk and dawn. I've actually got a better way for day and night. You know, that would be day. But if I really want night, I mean, that's undebunkable, isn't it? Clearly, that's going to be darker under there now. I might lift that up. And, you know, it's great. Now, what a lot of people ask me about this model is they say, sure, you know, obviously it's the best thing, you know, we've ever seen. But how does it, for example... explain the opposite movement of star trails in the northern and southern hemisphere, and they'll wonder, for example, how it can explain eclipses, as well as a variety of other things. Now, my answer to that is that it's good to wonder, you know, let's not dwell on the details. Wonder is an amazing thing. So there we go. Clearly, this is a physical model. The globe doesn't have a physical model. That puts us ahead of them. So proud. Now, some of you will be saying, Catz, you are so mean. He's obviously spent a lot of time working on that model. He's obviously put a lot of effort into it. And how dare you say something so cruel? And I agree, it was not a nice thing to say. I didn't enjoy saying it. It was horrible. And if he lived near me and was just making these models and held those beliefs, that wouldn't be a problem. I'd go around his house, I'd have a beer with him, and I would tell him what an amazing job he's done with the model, how artistic he is, and how we should go and sell them. You know, I think it looks beautiful. But the fact is, when it's being put on such a big platform, it then becomes a form of activism that undermines science and science education, and it starts to drag people into a rabbit hole. And ultimately, flat Earth is one of the worst rabbit holes you can go down, because from that point, you have to believe in all of the conspiracies for your flat Earth delusion to work. And it will take over your life. It will make you obsessive, and you know, it could very well ruin your life. So they are not the words perhaps people want to hear, but they are the words some people need to hear. Now, some people have dealt with the final experiment in different ways. Joseph has made a model. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole has promoted that model. But this lady here is taking the legal route. Take one Flat Earth Queen at McKeegan02. She donated some money in the hope that the 24-hour sun would be debunked, but she was upset because apparently the 24-hour live stream she was hoping to watch got shut down. But as Jacob reminds her, even the flat earthers who went down to Antarctica have admitted openly that this 24-hour sun has occurred. I mean, is she really calling them liars? Well, she is. She's calling at least one of them a fraud and a liar, and she's really angry about it. So angry about it that she's actually going to go to the FBI, and I think we can all agree they are going to take this extremely seriously. But she won't stop there. She's also reported it to the Federal Trade Commission and the Internet Crime Complaint Center. Now, I will be following that case. I'm sure the FBI, like I said, will be taking it very, very, very seriously. Hopefully it can be filed alongside some of the other cases that also need to be taken seriously. We're now finally hearing about the drones flying over New Jersey and how that needs to be investigated. I live over here in Blackburn in the UK. It's currently wintertime, and we don't have drones in the sky. We've got this really weird cold white stuff that seems to be falling down, and it's on the ground. It's on the ground, and then you know, you'll go to sleep and it'll rain, you wake up the next day, it's sunny, and the stuff's just gone. It's like it's got up and it's just sprinted somewhere else. I don't know what these things are that are landing and running away. Maybe Flat Earth Queen could help. I'm going to go off and investigate that. What I do want to say is, you know, some of you might know me for making lots of videos on Flat Earth on previous channels in the past. I'm not going back to making lots and lots of Flat Earth videos, but I do think watching the fallout of this final experiment will be very interesting. So I'm going to hang around maybe for a week or two on that, and then get back to some more serious content. But again, if you're watching Joseph Hanvey, I am sorry for showing your model up like that. Hope you understand my reasons for it. You're a talented guy. Put your talents to, you know, perhaps a use that's a little bit more adult, I think, would be what I've got to say. Anyway, take care, everybody. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, every few decades, the understanding of the human race takes a giant leap forward. In 1969, man landed on the moon. In 1990, the World Wide Web was invented. And in 2020, our understanding took another huge, great leap forward when flat earthers asked this question.
Could clouds be made of salt?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, while I can't answer that question myself, I am very, very grateful that there are flat earth pioneers out there bringing up these important topics for us. But as you might imagine, not everybody is cut out to be a flat earther. And here's why.
Now, at one time, I thought for sure that there was no 24-hour sun in the south.
This is Jeranism. He was, and we'll get to the word was in a minute, one of the biggest flat earthers on YouTube. He was convinced there was no 24-hour sun visible in Antarctica. And he had to be convinced of that because if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the Earth would have to look something like this. Now, obviously, that would be absolutely ridiculous. And that model is a far cry from this one, which obviously has absolutely no noticeable and obvious flaws whatsoever. But unfortunately for Jeranism, he went to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun for himself. His entire worldview fell apart, and here he is, beginning to realize that.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south.
Now, you might notice a little bit of funky piano music going on over that, and a lot of people do criticize me for playing the piano music when he is admitting he is wrong. I didn't intentionally do it this time. It's just that the only clip I've got of him speaking is the one with the piano music on. So there we go. I don't find that bit particularly funny. I do, however, find this quite funny.
I'm pregnant.
Well, it is 2025 after all. Now, I would like to say at this point, if you are not subscribed to my channel, it's probably because you don't like me or you don't like my videos. And my response to that is, you know, I don't care. Just subscribe anyway. Anyway, back to Jeranism. Jeranism is no longer a flat earther, but he's got a problem. A problem in that his subscriber base has been trained over the years by him and other flat earthers to simply handwave dismiss any scientific observations that go against their belief, and also to call people who provide personal testimony, such as astronauts or people who've actually witnessed a 24-hour sun, just to call them liars. Here he was trying to cope with the fact that when we look at buildings and cities over large bodies of water, we can't see the bottom of those buildings because they're hidden by the curve of the Earth. Now, at the time, Jaren's way of handwave dismissing this important observation was to show people pictures and videos of people moving objects while being filmed through a glass convex lens, and then somehow insinuating that the atmosphere must therefore be a glass convex lens. It was a very, very cheap, low-level handwave dismissal.
As you see here, he drew a boat. This table that it's about to move across is very, very flat and level. Watch.
That's a trip.
Well, what's happening there? The boat's going behind the curve. Oh, I see it. This curve, this table is a sphere. I get it.
And at the time, Jaren's subscribers were over the moon because it meant that they didn't have to think for themselves. They could just assume that Jeren was a master of the topic, delivering great presentations. And I've often been critical of flat earthers for training their subscriber base and dragging them down into rabbit holes by producing content like that. So imagine my surprise and delight when in a recent live stream, I heard Jeren say this.
And I understand that I'm mainly responsible for a lot of this. I know that people that watch me believed it because I did, or believed it because I said that I believed it. I get it. So I'm here to tell you that if you believe in this flat earth because of me, you shouldn't.
And he didn't stop there. He made his thoughts on flat earth and the flat earth community very, very clear. I've snipped together a lot of the highlights from that stream, and you're going to hear them now. And I've overlaid on top the comments that the flat earthers in the community were leaving Jeren while he was making these comments. It's a pretty interesting listen.
If you are a flat earther or in the flat earth or following flat earthers, I'm just telling you, I've been in this for 10 years. It's going nowhere. Again, if you want to remain here for 10 years and get nowhere, you're in the right spot. Just be a flat earther. You will get nowhere. You will accomplish nothing. You'll lose more friends. You'll lose more family. The stupidity of flat earthers is astounding. Nobody believes anything. You don't have to believe anything when you're in flat earth. You don't have to believe anything because you don't have a model. We don't have a map. You just kind of just go through it, and if something comes up that doesn't match our worldview, we just kind of say it was fake and move on to the next thing and say, water lies flat. I cannot associate myself with these people or consider them smart ever again. I don't want to be called a flat earther. I don't want to be associated with people who can't see reality in front of them. Every single person that I used to think was a good researcher, from Level Earth Observer to Plain Truth to Don't Sphere the Truth to Eric Dubay to you name it, they all turned out to be trash.
Now, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to say there. I think it's something along the lines of he's probably not a fan of Flat Earth anymore. And predictably, with him having said that, his subscriber base didn't take it very well, with, again, predictable results.
I have been threatened by former friends. I've been threatened by flat earthers. I've been gaslit. There's just video after video coming out about me. It's kind of hilarious. It really is very, very, very strange.
Now, I'm sure you'll agree that when you've got something as mighty as the entire combined intellect of the Flat Earth community out to get you, you probably shouldn't be very worried at all, should you? And Jeran isn't. He's not letting it hold him back, and he's continuing with his transformation.
Because I'm going to go through and slowly as fast as I can, kind of eliminate a lot of my old videos that I no longer feel are pertinent or are correct or no longer in line with my current thoughts.
And that's not just an empty promise. When we look at his Social Blade stats, we can see thousands of views have been removed from his channel just over the past week alone. But what about Jeran's subscribers? Where are they going to go now Jeran is leaving Flat Earth? Who are they going to hang their hopes on? Who are they going to look at so they don't have to think for themselves? Well, there's always this man, Joe Hanvey. He's featured on the channel before. He's created a flat earth model that's almost impossible to debunk. And when I say it's impossible to debunk, that's not because it's sophisticated and clever. It's because nobody has a clue what the hell he's trying to show with it.
North, west, south, east. Now you see how right here the sun looks lowest below the it looks low below the superfluid and it looks high above the superfluid. This is actually when it would be at its highest point, when you're looking up from the ground. So this would be when it's in the north for the people in Antarctica.
What?
It didn't affect my brain.
Well, it did mine, and it also did to some of Joe's viewers who are actually watching this absolute nonsense and taking it seriously. They are pinning their hopes on him now as being the saviour of Flat Earth. And it turns out that Joe's models are far more sophisticated than we ever thought. Not only can he use his models to show that we would expect a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but he can also use his models to show how Noah's flood itself would have been possible on a flat Earth. Now, I am no Joe Hanvey, but I was inspired to see if I could create a model myself that would also predict how Noah's flood might have worked. I don't know, maybe compare them and tell me which you think is best. So here we have my flat earth model. We can see this is me, my house again, up here, Gallifrey. This is my friend PhD Tony, he lives in Australia. We said that before. I hope he doesn't mind me giving his address out. So during the daytime, this is what it looks like. Night time, okay? And then when it comes to the flood, dead easy. Now, as stunningly difficult as it is to believe, not everybody is a firm advocate of Joe Hanvey's flat earth models. One critic is Will Duffy, the organiser of the trip to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. Now, Joe Hanvey and Will Duffy don't seem to get on, and here's a clip of them having a little bit of a debate, which ended quite tragically. Here, Joe Hanvey decides he's going to try and rage quit the debate, after giving Will both barrels, verbally, of course. And when I say try and rage quit the debate, I think what I mean, though, will become obvious when you see this.
I don't care what you think anymore, Will. I don't care what all the Globe Zealots think. Go ahead. Debunk the model, say you debunked it all you want. I'm going to keep doing me as Jesus tells me to do me, but you're going to be exposed. I don't know when it's going to happen, but you're going to be exposed by the Father because you are falsely representing him and you're falsely representing his word. So we're done here. I'm out. Goodbye.
Thanks, Joe. Are you able to leave, or do I have to do something? But by the way, okay.
The man sure knows how to make an exit. Now, if you're not a fan of Joe Hanvey's flat earth model, but you are a flat earther looking for an alternative to Jeranism, may I recommend this guy called Flat Earth Banjo.
This is not just a model that is painted like the globe model is. We can add real water and demonstrate as a fact how things work on the flat earth.
Now that is a fantastic model for sure, and as pointed out by one of his subscribers here, it literally holds water. But it does far, far more than that. It's also a predictive model. It can show you exactly how things like, I don't know, waves and tsunamis are formed.
This being real water, I can, make a lot of vibrations here and waves and tsunamis.
Now, if you think that's ridiculous and you're going to simply hand-wave dismiss the idea of the giant invisible biblical stirring rod, then you should be ashamed of yourself. Try and be more like this person here. Yes, even this model has its supporters claiming that it's providing somehow a working model demonstrating verifiable reality. But of course, models can always be improved, and this user here has suggested a fantastic idea. Maybe simply using a vibration of 7.83 Hertz will create the variable you need. Whatever that means, I don't know. My translators couldn't figure it out. But fear not if you are one of Jeran's historic subscribers. You don't have to go and search for a different model to follow. You can simply just look in the Holy Book.
The sun moved in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
Satan.
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something else.
Now it's Satan who disguised himself as a ball of light and circled me in Antarctica because these guys are desperate.
You see, the best thing about being a biblical flat earther as opposed to a scientific flat earther, of which none exist, is that you can simply claim it doesn't matter what observations you see, and it doesn't matter whether they comport or not with scientific reality, because simply you can just say, it doesn't matter, God can do what he wants.
Why is everybody up in arms? See, one reason I've sat back and just watched all the hoopla about all this, because I'm like, I don't care if you see 15 suns in the sky and they do whirlabouts. God's word is true.
Okay, so that is the problem right there. Okay, what Dean Odell just said is the problem for a majority of flat earthers. He just said that it doesn't matter how many suns you see, it doesn't matter what you see in the sky, it doesn't matter what you see. So now, to Dean Odell, it doesn't matter if you measure curve. It doesn't matter if you take him up to space and show him the earth. God's word is true.
Now, if you are one of Jeran's subscribers and you are feeling a little bit down, that's understandable. So please let me help you out by pointing you towards the Flat Earth support line. You can phone it on 6969 6969 69. And here is what you will find. I have linked the Flat Earth support line channel in the description. It is well worth checking out, otherwise known as the Conspiracist. Absolutely brilliant. Please give him a subscribe. But here we are.
Good afternoon, Flat Earth Tech Support. How can I help? What's that? Your Flat Earth hero has decided he's not a Flat Earther anymore. That is a traumatic time, I must admit. What I would say, you can use a few options here. Right? Shill is a good one. You can just accuse him of being a liar, a shill, and you don't really need to expand on that because you know, is pretty ambiguous, and you know, that's got a lot of syllables in ambiguous. So cloned is another good one, and that leaves it's quite flexible as well. And what I mean by that is, so just to future-proof yourself, like if he then one day goes back to flat Earth or decides he's an advocate of like one of the other genius things, you can be like, that was the original version, or that's another clone, and then people will start to just believe it willy-nilly without you having to sort of reinforce it, because they kind of want to anyway. A good one, and it's pretty foolproof, is that you've always had your suspicions. That way you can maintain some sort of dignity and be like, oh yeah, I was just sort of playing him anyway, it was a fraud, and then that way it sort of covers any past indiscretions as well. I hope that helps. Feel free to call back whenever you're confused about reality in the future. Thank you, have a nice day. It's just so nice knowing I can help people.
So again, that channel is linked in the description. Please check it out. It is well worth it. As for Jeran, I wish him well in his journey out of Flat Earth. He is going to receive continued flack and criticism from his previous subscriber base and other Flat Earthers for quite some time to come. But he's also got a lot of personal growth to go through himself. When you look at his website, there are some very, very, very distasteful and questionable things on there, which I'm not really going to cover in this video, but you know, who knows, maybe 6 months down the line I'll revisit if Jeran's mindset is still in the same place on those topics. But for now, just, you know, wish him all the best to get out of this as quickly as he possibly can, and also to bring as many other flat earthers out the rabbit hole with him. Having said that, I'm off. Goodbye.
Have you ever met a flat earther before? The question came to me years ago from a colleague of mine who'd recently returned from a speaking engagement where he encountered a fellow who had printed out a large stack of evidence he claimed proved the earth that God created was flat. Asking for more details about the encounter, my colleague assured me that the flat earth believer was also a fellow young earth creationist. And this was extremely surprising to me, as up to that point, over 10 years ago now, I'd only heard Bible skeptics use the accusation of flat earth belief as an anti-science slur towards creationists. I never thought there was any sort of identifiable group of Christians that held to such views. Equating belief in a flat earth as similar to belief in biblical creation has been a favorite tactic for atheists as a cudgel to discredit and demean opposition to the story of evolution for quite a while now. And a typical example and smearing of these beliefs came from staunch atheist Daniel Dennett. Insist on teaching your children falsehoods, that the earth is flat, that man is not a product of evolution by natural selection. Then you must expect, at the very least, that those of us who have freedom of speech will feel free to describe your teachings as the spreading of falsehoods, and will attempt to demonstrate this to your children at the earliest opportunity. Now, a standard comeback to skeptics that I used around this encounter was pointing out, according to a 2011 Live Science article, that the head of the Flat Earth Society was an evolutionist and believed in global, well, I guess discal warming. The Flat Earth Society is an active organization currently led by a Virginian man named Daniel Shenton. Although Shenton believes in evolution and global warming, he and his hundreds if not thousands of followers worldwide also believe that the Earth is a disk that you can fall off of. So while my colleague and I chatted briefly about it at the time, we both quickly dismissed it as a weird anomaly, only to have the same type of experience occur to me just 2 weeks later. Now, since then, I've witnessed flat earth beliefs grow in leaps and bounds, and I've been billeted by folks with such beliefs while on speaking tours. I've chatted with people in my home church who held to it and engaged in online discussions with flat earthers as well. Now, I personally don't believe that either scripture or science supports such belief, but I've dialogued with many who do. And let's just say it's been an interesting experience over the past few years. I've had several slurs sent my way from the flat earth crowd. And the favorite of my wife and I is when one of my detractors called me spinning ball boy. And as you can imagine, that really stings to this day. I've also been accused of being non-biblical, a science denier, anti-God, Satan's tool, spiritually deceived, and even a heretic. Now, I should mention at this point that just like any generalized group, such as young Earth creationists, for example, flat Earth believers are not monolithic in their views. And I assume that many are very gracious and charitable in their exchanges, although personally, I've mostly experienced a rather negative dialogue. But I don't wish that anyone with flat Earth beliefs listening to this think I've kind of painted them with the same brush. I freely admit that I've met other biblical creationists that were rather mean-spirited in their approach, and I've seen some express belief in evidence for creation that I don't find credible. So let's face it, there are bad actors in every camp that we could mention. However, perhaps because the term flat earther has become such an unkind moniker, so synonymous with claiming someone is perhaps backward or naive or downright unintelligent, it seems that many people who've come to accept that worldview, and pun intended, are rather forthright, shall we say, when attempting to present their case. Now, I, however, believe that healthy, respectful dialogue should always be maintained, especially amongst Christians. We're to be known for our love for one another, as we're all part of God's family. So even though I disagree with flat Earth believers, I hope the following points against their views can be considered respectfully by them, as we should be able to agree to disagree. And I also want to emphasize that much of what I'll discuss here comes from my own personal experience. So my points may not relate to others who've had different conversations with flat Earth proponents. And to be honest, I don't think this video will be of much help to those fully committed to flat Earth beliefs, as I've found, for the most part, that once they've embraced the concept fully, they're rather entrenched in their thinking, and most are unwilling to look at opposing arguments. But again, I'm sure that not all fall under that umbrella. So I've intended this video for those more on the fence and who want to consider the topic carefully before perhaps descending the rabbit hole of countless hours of YouTube videos and popping out the other side fully on fire for the idea of a flat Earth. And in this brief chat, I won't be digging into the theological and scientific disagreements so much. Rather, I'll be dealing with 3 specific arguments I've heard repeatedly from flat Earth proponents that I hope to show aren't valid. Now, the first argument in flat Earth favor is that those beliefs were originally taught by the church and have been corrupted away since. Argument number 2 is the belief that there's a vast conspiracy to hide that the Earth is flat from people. And argument number 3 involves the thought that convincing people the Earth is round keeps them from believing in God. And again, if you're watching this and believe in a flat Earth, but don't use or believe in these arguments, I'm not trying to tar every flat earther with the same brush and set up some kind of straw man here. I'm just drawing from my personal experience to address the points that I've heard from many, not all, so I'm not accusing all flat Earth proponents of holding these views. So let's begin with number 1, the claim that the church originally taught the Earth was flat and that the practice has been corrupted in modern times. Now, despite what's commonly taught today by many secularists and some flat Earth proponents, the overwhelmingly vast majority of the Christian church has never held to the idea of a flat Earth. The common fable that the church taught the Earth was flat throughout the Middle Ages was invented by 2 atheistic skeptics, Andrew White and John Draper, in the late 19th century. Even famous atheistic evolutionist Stephen Jay Gould, obviously a hostile witness to Christian beliefs in general and specifically creationist, confirmed what historian Jeffrey Russell's definitive study on the flat Earth titled Inventing the Flat Earth revealed. There never was a period of flat Earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how the public at large may have conceptualized our planet both then and now. Greek knowledge of sphericity never faded, and all major medieval scholars accepted the Earth's roundness as an established fact of cosmology. All major medieval scholars, of course, included scholars within Christendom, where thousands of Christian scientists and theologians and artists of all socio-economic levels unambiguously affirmed that the Earth was spherical in nature. Many today have bought into a very simplistic faux history surrounding the topic of humankind's understanding of the Earth's shape, with most in the West being taught that everyone thought the Earth was flat until the time of Christopher Columbus, when everyone realized it wasn't. It was a sphere. But this is patently false. Neither the Bible nor the church taught that the earth is flat, but this alternate history is prevalent in the flat earth community. Interestingly, White and Draper invented the medieval Christians believed the earth was flat myth to promote the story of evolution. The promotional blurb on the Amazon listing of the book Inventing the Flat Earth outlines as much after establishing. Neither Christopher Columbus nor his contemporaries thought the earth was flat. It then explains how the idea was perpetuated. The error was first propagated in the 1820s and 1830s. He, Russell, shows how later-day historians followed these original mistakes and how this snowball effect grew to outrageous proportions in the late 19th century, when Christians opposed to Darwinism were labeled as similar to medieval Christians who, allegedly, thought the earth was flat. And the explanation of why these beliefs still linger is also noteworthy. This curious illusion persists today, firmly established with the help of the media, textbooks, teachers, even noted historians. Russell demonstrates that out of the hundreds of theologians that argued the earth was round, the leading Christian proponents of flat earth theory were only two rather obscure figures named Lactantius and Cosmas Indicoplesis. Meanwhile, medieval church scholars and scientists such as Roger Bacon, John Burdon, the Venerable Bede, Nicholas Oresme, John of Sacrobosco, Thomas Aquinas, and many, many more not only believed in an orb-shaped earth, but studied, wrote, and taught about it as well. For example, the Venerable Bede, he was an English monk who lived from AD 673 to about 735, and was a leading astronomer of his day. He was the theologian and historian who popularized the common BC AD dating system. And he was unequivocal in his belief that the earth was round like a ball and not like a circular shield when he wrote the following. We call the earth a globe, for truly it's an orb placed in the center of the universe. In its width, it is like a circle, and not circular like a shield, but rather like a ball, and it extends from its center with perfect roundness on all sides. Thomas Aquinas' greatest work, the Summa Theologica, included the following. The physicist proves the earth to be round by one means, the astronomer by another, for the latter proves this by means of mathematics, by the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, by the movement of heavy bodies towards the center, and so forth. Now, I could go on and on quoting old dead guys for hours, but an easy exercise anyone can do today is just open up your browser and type in Salvator Mundi, which means Savior of the World in Latin. Now, typically, the first image you'll see is a picture of Christ attributed, but debated, to Leonardo da Vinci, dated somewhere between AD 1499 to 1510. However, if you tighten your search and click images, you'll see many paintings that were done over hundreds of years depicting Christ holding a spherical earth, all symbolizing him as the savior of the world. But the earliest painting found of Salvatore Mundi works was done by a great Italian artist named Simone Martini, circa AD 1341. However, it's quite reasonable to believe that he gained his inspiration for such imagery from much earlier artistic and other more mundane works. For example, as early as the 5th century, medieval European kings carried what was called the globus cruciger, which in Latin means cross-bearing orb. These scepters featured an orb near the top of the staff, with a cross protruding from it, symbolizing Christ's lordship over the earth. And this symbol was quite common over the next several centuries, being used on coins and in all sorts of Christian iconography. So one can easily see how the motif, Christ's lordship over the earth, became popular very early on in the church, and was represented in various ways over the years. So, while a flat earth believer might attempt to argue that perhaps the Christian church was somehow corrupted away from belief in a flat earth very, very early on, it's simply not reasonable or just plain honest to say sweeping statements like the majority of Christians believed the earth was flat in the past, or that the modern church has been corrupted away from its former belief in a flat earth, based on the common revisionist history arguments mentioned earlier. In summary, Christian flat earth advocates who promote the belief that the church was somehow corrupted away from flat earth and that it was once commonplace in Christendom should understand that they're participating in propping up fake news advanced by atheists. Now, the second claim I've heard almost every time I've engaged with a flat earth believer is the proposal of a vast conspiracy being perpetrated upon Earth's citizenry to convince them that the earth is round rather than its supposed true shape, which is flat. And almost to a T, whenever I voice doubt and when they know that I'm involved in creation apologetics, they immediately equate the story of evolution to conspiracy level as well, stating something like, well, you believe that people are deceived about evolution, don't you? And this reveals a real misunderstanding of what we're talking about regarding deception, false beliefs, and conspiracy theories. You see, I used to be an evolutionist. However, when I say I used to believe in evolution, I really believed in evolution. I wasn't going to bed at night twirling my mustache thinking, hey, I know evolution's a fraud, but I'm going to keep trying to deceive people into thinking it's real. You see, I believe the reason most people believe in evolution is the same as me, that they've been overwhelmingly taught that it's fact and science and have accepted it as such. That's the reason many Christians have accepted evolution, for example. It's not a conspiracy in the sense that they profess belief in something they truly know is false, i.e. they're lying about it. When creation apologetic ministries like Answers in Genesis expose fraudulent examples used to promote evolution, like the famous Haeckel embryo drawings, we aren't saying they were made by someone who didn't truly believe in evolution but forged them to promote evolution despite that. Rather, we're saying that some people believe in evolution to such a degree that they're willing to lie and fabricate evidence to promote it because of the strength of their belief. Atheistic professors and scientists that promote evolution have bought into the concept of naturalism. Nature is all there is. So they operate according to methodological naturalism and conclude evolution is a fact and therefore God doesn't exist. But they truly believe in evolution. They aren't lying about it. No. When flat earthers say that there's a conspiracy to convince people that the earth is round, they mean that people are actively lying. And we're not just talking about a few people here. We are, in fact, talking about millions and millions of people worldwide and throughout history who, despite them believing the contrary, are fully committed to convincing the rest of the world's population that the earth is round rather than flat. And remember, that group would have included thousands and thousands of professing Christians who were willing to lie, despite knowing God condemns it. It would also have included Christians who are and were biblical creationists, willing to lie specifically about how God created. It's truly overwhelming when you ponder the vast scope of this supposed operation and the sheer breadth of time and money and planning and coordination for this conspiracy to be real. Consider how many airline pilots, stewardesses, air traffic controllers, satellite manufacturers, astronauts, GPS software designers, smartphone makers, scientists, engineers, and a myriad of other occupations that must all be involved. And not just them. What about their spouses? Do they keep it from them or do they let them in on the secret as well? What about their mom and dad, their kids, and their best friends? I mean, how do you get into the club in the first place? What's the criteria? Do they recruit you when you're young? I mean, who are they, by the way? I mean, I'm not trying to sound overly facetious here, but I really want to know. Thinking about questions like this reminds me of a time I was discussing the Earth shape with a flat earther, and their idea was that the continents were centered in a spherical disc-shaped Earth and that the ice sheets surrounded the outer perimeter of that circle. And caveat here again, I understand that not all flat earthers hold to the same model, so in this instance I'm just talking about what they believed in particular. Anyway, when I asked them the hypothetical question as to what would happen if I just got in a boat and sailed to the edge of the earth to prove the earth was flat, they said, well, that's where the guys with machine guns come out. Now, I was a little confused about what they were saying, so I asked further, and they implied that they believed there were people assigned around the entire perimeter of the outer ice wall that would murder anyone that discovered the secret and could take the information back to the rest of the world. Guys with machine guns? How many guys? I mean, who feeds these guys and how do they get paid? Who are their families and how do they get to work in the morning? Yet they held their ground. Such is the level of conspiracy belief flat earthers sometimes come to from pressing the natural outworking of their beliefs. For example, Flat earthers deny that there are any satellites or true astronauts that have gone into outer space. We haven't traveled to the moon, and there's no International Space Station, and all the photos and videos of Earth and space are fakes. I've had flat earthers declare that NASA projects images into the sky to trick people, and that it's a sham organization that's lied about everything it's supposedly ever done. Truly, suppose the flat earthers that hold to this level of conspiracy are in fact correct. It must be the most expensive, ambitious, multi-generational, and sophisticatedly coordinated operation that could ever be imagined. Remember, this kind of ultra-coordinated deception, supposedly perpetrated by millions upon billions of other people, was also all apparently done before the invention of the internet, and for many flat earthers before the telephone, the automobile, or the airplane were even imagined. The resources and problems involved in planning, communicating, and carrying it out globally without such real-time communication or transcontinental travel would have been truly staggering. Which then begs the ultimate question. Why? After discussing the topic of flat Earth with believers for many years now, I realize that most aren't going to be swayed by scientific arguments, and many have waved away my objections surrounding the impossibility of such a vast conspiracy being carried out throughout the ages as me just being naive. So I usually just cut to the chase now and simply ask, why? Why would some nebulous group spend all of this time and money in order to hoodwink the world's population about the shape of the Earth? And the overwhelming response I've received is the demonstrably false claim to turn people away from God and belief in the Bible. Now, the reason I say demonstrably false is the fact that the person asking the question, myself, is a former atheistic evolutionist turned Christian creationist, and someone who never had the topic of the Earth's shape come up as a question regarding faith in Jesus or trust in Scripture during my entire conversion process or afterwards. Now, my friend Dr. Danny Faulkner, a PhD astronomer on staff with Answers in Genesis in the US, has interacted with the Flat Earth movement much more than I have, and has had similar experiences regarding this claim. In his blog article discussing the second Flat Earth conference he attended, he mentions a conference speaker, Garcia, on one of the scheduled Q&A panels opening with a statement saying, "Flat Earth has everything to do with salvation." But it simply doesn't. For example, in a discussion recently with our small group Bible study my wife and I hold in our home, I brought the topic of flat Earth up with our folks. Not a single person, the majority being mature Christian believers who've read their Bibles cover to cover numerous times and continue to do so, had even considered the shape of the Earth to be other than round, and were surprised to hear that there was a large contingent of Christians that have adopted flat Earth ideas. Considering my pastor and elders in my current church, and the former churches that I've attended, my colleagues at Answers in Genesis, other ministry leaders that I know here in Canada, such as our good friends at Bible Discovery TV or the Cross Current Ministry, and the vast majority of solid Bible-believing Christians that I know, have never even considered the idea of a flat Earth, let alone it being a barrier to faith. How can flat earthers claim that this hidden knowledge is a barrier to salvation issue with a straight face? Also, the fact that all of the flat earth believing Christians I've dialogued with made a profession of faith and called themselves Christians before them accepting flat earth beliefs also demonstrates its weakness. Although, in a world with 8+ billion people, somewhere out there likely has a testimony that discovering the earth is flat caused them to accept Jesus. And yet, I've honestly never heard another answer from a Christian flat earth believer regarding how the motivation behind a conspiracy to promote a globe-shaped earth would be enacted. And yet it can be so easily shown as false that it seems incredibly contrived. The best they might say is that they believe it might turn people away from God, but they're not remotely close to having a large group of people testify to that claim. I can't even imagine what a non-Christian flat earther might propose as a reason for this supposed incredible scheme. But I speak from personal experience, and I've never spoken to one about it. However, the final conundrum seems to be this. How does a Christian who's a flat earther explain the following? If this coordinated effort to deceive the world into thinking the world is round is to convince people away from God and the authority of the Bible, then how is it that it includes thousands of professing believers in God and Jesus Christ specifically as Lord and Savior, perpetrating the hoax? How are these not completely at odds with one another for that large segment of participants? Why would Christians, who by definition want others to accept Christ, participate in an enterprise designed to make people distrust God and His Word? The only answer that I could give is that they weren't truly believers at all. Christians watching this, seriously consider what you'd be saying. Do you really want to go there? Considering the warning Jesus gave in Scripture regarding anger and calling your brother a fool, how much worse is declaring thousands who claimed Christ as their Savior to be heretics and false Christians? But I say to you that everyone who is angry with his brother will be liable to judgment. Whoever insults his brother will be liable to the council, and whoever says "you fool" will be liable to the hell of fire. Matthew 5:22. Now, before I finish off, if you're pretty new to this topic and want to dive more deeply into it beyond what I've mentioned here, I'd recommend visiting the Answers in Genesis website for resources from my friend and fellow Answers in Genesis speaker, Dr. Danny Faulkner, that I mentioned earlier. But my final thoughts to fellow believers in Christ are cautionary. Please carefully consider whether this idea of a flat earth really makes sense before you buy into it. Get answers from credible sources before throwing support behind an idea that was primarily begun by atheistic groups bent on mocking Christians and discrediting the Bible's authority. In my opinion, unlike the biblical creationist movement, where we've received countless testimonies documenting how people came to trust Genesis 1 to 11 as real history invigorated their faith, this flat earth movement has certainly not contributed to the cause of Christ.
There is currently a very large exodus happening from the flat earth community. And there is something very significant about it that people must be aware of. Now, before I get to that, I've now lost count of how many people have contacted me, thanking me for creating the final experiment and helping them see the truth of not only the globe we live on, but more importantly, the reality of the community they were a part of. Here are just a few of the messages I've received. The impact of what you did with TFE will be talked about for many, many generations. It truly was historic on so many levels. I'm so thankful that I could see the truth with it all. Thanks again, Will. And then this one. Hi, Will. Just catching up on all your videos and just wanted to reach out and say thank you for making the TFE possible. It has changed my life. Your efforts have a ripple effect that is touching more lives than you know. My family and I are extremely grateful for you. God bless you and yours. All the best. And then one more. Hello, Will. Just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the final experiment, and I can see how necessary it was to show the truth about our world. My husband and I were into FE for over 2 years, and we are so happy to be out of this cult. There were so many things that have been brought to our awareness that we didn't realize before, but it's so clear now. Jaron Campanella has a new series on his channel Jeranism called WWF, which stands for We Were Flat. He interviews those who are no longer flat Earth. So check those out and you can hear their stories and how they originally got into flat Earth and everything that contributed to them finally seeing the truth and getting out. Now, all of this is very encouraging, and it's what I hoped would happen when I originally created TFE. But something very disturbing is happening, and everyone needs to be aware of it. I honestly should have seen this coming because it happened to me when I revealed myself as the creator of TFE. But I didn't think it would happen to those who were actual flat earthers and in the community, some of them for almost a decade. And this behavior should send shivers down your spine and be a wake-up call to anyone who is still caught up in the lie of flat Earth. When I went public as the man behind TFE, immediately, flat earthers started calling me a fake pastor. They tried to find dirt on me and created complete fabrications about me in order to discredit me and TFE any way they could. Now, what's absolutely insane about that is that TFE was an equal opportunity for both sides, flat and globe, to prove their side. I created what I think is the greatest opportunity in the history of flat Earth for them to prove that the claims they had been making for years were true. And instead of the flat Earth community getting excited about this, they instead attacked me, called me a shill, called me fake this and fake that, and worst of all, fabricated stories about me without a shred of truth in them. Now, if you don't see what all that means, if it's not immediately clear to you why the flat Earth community chose to react to TFE in that way, keep listening because you need to hear this. And you need to understand what this means. Nothing may be more important for you to hear today. When flat earthers who said for years that a 24-hour sun was impossible on a flat Earth, and that there was no South Celestial Pole, and there was no geographic South Pole, and that the sun would set in a northerly direction if you were south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and so many other claims that were all proven completely wrong by TFE. When these flat earthers, starting with Jaron, admitted they were wrong, admitted that the AE map was wrong, acknowledged that the Earth cannot be flat, and that we indeed live on a globe, what happened to them? In any normal situation, people would just reach out to them and ask them if they could talk to them to learn more about why they've changed their mind. That's what a normal person would do. So is that what happened? Not exactly. What actually happened is nothing short of disturbing. Flat earthers, including those who were longtime friends of those now admitting they were wrong about flat Earth, they started making up false stories about these people who simply admitted they were wrong about flat Earth. You are hearing this correctly. They didn't reach out to their longtime friends. No calls, no texts, no attempts at hearing their perspective. Instead, they fabricated false stories about them and started spreading them around the community. How could someone treat another human being like this? There is nothing normal about this behavior at all. This feels very cult-like to me. And let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about so you can see just how terrible this is. Jaron was told by multiple people since returning from Antarctica that he has been compromised and took a deal and sold out, and to watch him carefully because he is probably going to get a new house, one with a pool. Now, here's what makes me really angry. Prior to TFE, many of you know that it was exposed that Flat Earth Dave's app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, had little to no security on it, and practically anyone could access user data on it, including your password and home address. Now, when this happened, prior to TFE, Jaron told Dave Weiss that since his personal info was leaked, he would probably have to now move, but Jaron tried to stay positive about it and said maybe he could find an affordable place to live that had a pool. Are you starting to see how nefarious this is? So things that these former flat earthers previously said are now being used as evidence that they are compromised, when in reality, it's just things they were already going to do and had expressed to some people close to them. You see, this has never been and will never be about truth. TFE is proof of that. If flat Earth was about truth, the entire flat Earth community would have jumped for joy at the chance for flat Earthers to go on fully paid trips to Antarctica to prove their claim that there is no 24-hour sun. That in and of itself proves the flat Earth community as a whole is not in search of truth. But this right here, this goes to a much deeper level, and it's despicable. This is about taking information you know about someone, including the truth behind this information, and then creating a false narrative, a complete lie, so that when it does happen, your lie that they are compromised and paid off will be believed. This is about as low as it gets. And here's the crazy thing. This isn't just one person doing this. I can't keep up with all the fabricated stories coming out of the flat Earth community. Flat Earth Banjo posted this, putting words in my mouth and calling it Amazon The Volume Studios, implying we were in a studio, not in Antarctica. He calls Jaran a shill and falsely claims Jaran said the sun sets when everyone knows he actually said since. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Flat Earth Banjo created an AI video with my image and my voice, which says that Jaran was paid to lie and that Austin Whitsitt was in on it and agreed to stay flat Earth to make the whole thing believable. How is this acceptable behavior to any flat earther? I can't find any flat earthers decrying all of this horrible behavior and standing up for what is right. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Flat Earth is not about what's right or what's true. Patricia Steer, she is one of the longtime flat earthers who has now left flat Earth, and she recently bought a new car. Now, she's entitled to do that, as we all are, but the flat Earth community is now using that against her, claiming that it's evidence she was paid off. Again, this is cult-like behavior, and if you can't see that, you're probably in the cult. This is no way to treat another human being. This is master manipulation, although that sounds too nice. This is cold and calculated evil. That's what this is. So what is Jaran supposed to do now? If he moves, which he wants to do, then all the gullible people will automatically believe the lie that he's been compromised and paid off. So he's essentially stuck. He's under house arrest now because of the actions of flat earthers. And what do other flat earthers do? Can they no longer buy a new car because a false narrative will be created and propagated about them that they sold their soul for money? I'm stunned that this is going on, and I honestly cannot wait to get out of all of this. I'm already planning a farewell live stream, and that will be the end for me. And another completely fabricated story was recently created about 3 specific people who have recently left Flat Earth: ROBBIE Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul on the Plane. And this one is so bad, it has led to legal action against the flat earthers spreading this lie about them, which they have no evidence for because it's nothing more than a made-up story. Marty Leeds, a flat earther who refers to me as a mother effer, and I don't even know the guy, he made a video that was quickly shared all around the flat earth community and even mirrored on flat earth channels like Taboo Conspiracy. Now, Ben, if you really are a lawyer as you claim to be, I'm in shock that a lawyer, a real lawyer, would promote a video making egregious claims without any evidence And I know you haven't seen any evidence because all of this was completely fabricated. And Marty Leeds' video insinuated that these 3 former flat earthers, Robbie, Patricia, and Paul, committed SEC violations and that they escaped punishment, including jail time, in exchange for flipping back to the globe.
They had a podcast. They had a YouTube channel. They were told, guess what? You guys were violating SEC violations. And we'll get into that, okay? And this is so, all you have to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is follow the money. This is an age-old tactic, right? It's like, how do you get to the bottom of this stuff? Well, just follow where the money goes. Money goes to one specific place. Next thing you know, all of them come out. Flat Earth is a cult. An SEC violation, Security and Exchange Committee, something like that, right? Has the threat of one violation up to 25 years in prison or jail or whatever. Doesn't even matter. And so then I guess the question is, if they're fully admitting that they were engaged in SEC violations and that somebody got to them, why weren't they charged?
Notice how he puts a picture of Patricia's new car as he says these things. To set the record straight, and again, I have to make this video because the flat earth community is not about truth. Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul LaPlane were never under investigation by the SEC. They didn't take a deal to avoid jail time, and they weren't paid off by anyone. These false narratives are created in order to keep the false narrative of flat earth alive. That is why these false narratives are created. It is simply to keep the false narrative of flat earth alive. When you don't have actual evidence for a flat earth, and when you don't have answers for the observations and experiments that came from TFE, what else can you do? Apparently, this is what else you can do. And it sickens me, honestly. Go ahead and believe whatever you want to believe in. Not a big deal. But to stoop this low and do this to people who have done nothing wrong is horrendous. Thankfully, these 3 decided to stand up for themselves and issued a cease and desist to Marty Leeds, Flat Earth Dave, and Mark Sargent. Marty Leeds has since removed his video and issued a public apology. Although he buried his apology by immediately uploading about 20 new videos on top of it, but I will put a link to his apology in the description below. If Marty Leeds even had a shred of evidence that these 3 had committed SEC violations or were under investigation by the SEC or took a deal from the government in exchange for flipping back to the globe, he wouldn't remove his video or issue an apology. But it was all completely made up. And you can get in trouble for doing that kind of stuff. Now, Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss have not followed Marty's lead as best I can tell. Mark seems to be doubling down and asking for a legal battle.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
I would love to see that one in all honesty, but I know that only the real winners will be the lawyers involved. And Flat Earth Dave continues to spread the lies.
But then 3 other earthers that were kind of just in retirement pretty much, were just like not talking flat earth. They all came out on the same day. They flipped with the exact same script, the exact same talking points. Weird, right? But all 3 of them were involved in pushing a crypto coin several years ago. And they had their own show that stopped abruptly when the SEC came after them. And so they were never charged, right? Because a lot of people, including myself, lost significant amounts of money. And each one of those violations comes with 25 years in prison, consecutive, right? Perhaps, I can't think of a better explanation, that they were told that they need to flip, have these talking points. They came out with the same talking points on the same day, throwing out everything. So again, if something's real, there would be evidence. There's no evidence of the globe. I offer 3 Bitcoins still to this day for 1 globe proof, and there's none. The globe is, well, he's not going to pay anyway. The final experiment is proof. It's not proof.
Speaking of Flat Earth Dave, he likes to say during his interviews that he will gladly pay 3 Bitcoins for just 1 globe proof, and then says no one can even give just 1 globe proof to get 3 Bitcoins. Well, guess what? That's just another lie. And how many flat earthers fell for it? How many flat earthers believed that if there was even 1 globe proof, then they would simply give it to Flat Earth Dave and collect 3 Bitcoins? Too many to count. Well, I'm going to let you in on a little something going on behind the scenes. Flat Earth Dave was given a globe proof about a month ago. And this was an official submission for his public 3 Bitcoin challenge. And Flat Earth Dave won't pay up. Why is that, Dave? You know it's a globe proof. You know it's impossible on a flat Earth. In fact, Flat Earth Dave won't even acknowledge this submission. Why is that, Dave? Oh yeah, because your challenge is not real. It's just another lie. Maybe this will also turn into a legal battle. Are you ready for that, Dave? I am. Right now, this very second, Akshay Nanavati is freely and independently exploring Antarctica. Yes, the very thing flat earthers say you cannot do is being done right now. For years, flat earthers claimed that Antarctica was closed. For years, flat earthers claimed you are not allowed to go to Antarctica.
When you come to what we should have, if the heliocentric model is true, then 6 months later, you now have sunlight. The Earth is on the opposite side of the sun, and you would get the same effect if you're in the 66th parallel, below the 66th parallel south in the Antarctic Circle. Okay. Now you have some problems. First off, we're not even allowed to go there because of the longest standing treaty in mankind, the Antarctic Treaty. We're not allowed below the 60th. I think it's the 60th, might be the 66th parallel south, but you're not allowed to go there.
For years, flat earthers claimed you could not go past the 60th south latitude.
But anyway, if you didn't know, we don't have a working flat Earth model because 1, we're not allowed to go to the North Pole, and 2, we're not allowed to go past the 60th south latitude right here.
For years, flat earthers claimed that you could not even step foot in Antarctica.
Excluding overpriced chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight.
And for years, flat earthers claimed that if you tried to go to Antarctica, you would be turned around by Navy warships.
This ship is designed to cut through the ice and come and find you. Now, the only way that this Royal Navy ship is going to come looking for you in the ice is if you make it past 60th parallel. And at the 60th parallel, you will be turned around by just your average Navy warship. Whether it's China, America, Russia, whatever country you are close to, when you get to that 60th parallel, that country's Navy is going to send a cruiser or a warship out to turn you around. They are the first line of defense. The final line of defense is this Royal Navy ship right here.
Now, before Nathan Oakley fans contact me and tell me that Nathan Oakley would never say such things because he doesn't make positive claims, even Nathan Oakley has said this as well. He said, See the edge of the real world, but don't try to go, as you will get turned back at gunpoint. Antarctica is all around us. It's keeping in all the perfectly flat water. Now, when I unveiled the final experiment at the beginning of this year, the narrative from flat earthers began to change. They started to distance themselves from these types of claims they've been making all these years, and they started saying, okay, yes, you can go to Antarctica, but you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. Well, this is also false. You can freely and privately explore Antarctica. Akshay Nanavati is doing just that right now. Check it out.
My name is Akshay Nanavati. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, an adventurer, and the author and founder of Fear of Honor. I am currently in the Arctic, training my mind, body, and spirit to make the first ever human-powered crossing of Antarctica without dogs or wind power. I will be spending 110 days completely alone in the most hostile, unforgiving, and savage environment on the planet, dragging a 400-pound sled for over 12 hours a day for 1,700 miles to make this crossing of the continent.
It does not get more free or more independent than traversing Antarctica alone, which is what Akshay is doing as we speak. Now, before we check in on his progress, here is a little of the backstory, and this actually ties his trip in with TFE.
To make a crossing of Antarctica costs $750,000. This is not a number I just randomly came up with. This was a number given to me by Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, ALE, because we are flying to some of the most remote regions of the world. Just that flight from Union Glacier, the base camp in Antarctica, to the Bay of Whales, my start point, is a $250,000 flight. The flight to Antarctica alone is over $60,000. We are paying for a support team, a logistical crew, a safety team to support me while I'm on the ice and to provide that safety. So this is just what it takes to accomplish something so grand and so impossible.
As you heard, he is also using ALE to get to Antarctica. In my opinion, they are the best company in the world when it comes to Antarctic travel and private exploration of Antarctica. And no, they are not paying me to say that. On the contrary, I've written some very big checks to them, but was happy to, as we need a solid, reputable company to get us deep into Antarctica, which is where we need to be to properly conduct the final experiment. Now, Akshay ran into some weather delays at the start of his trip on November 1st of this month.
Hello, my friends. I'm here at Punta Arenas with my wife. It has currently been about 2 extra days of waiting to get to Antarctica, to get to Union Glacier. It's too windy right now for the plane to land, but we're crossing our fingers. It's looking like there's a good shot for tomorrow. So hopefully I'll be out there and getting ready to start this journey very soon.
As you heard, he began his journey in Punta Arenas, the same place we will begin our journey in just a few weeks. After the weather delay, on November 9th, ALE flew him from Union Glacier to Berkner Island to begin his trek across Antarctica from the coastline. It's really cool as he is wearing a live tracker, so you can follow his progress step by step live at his website, fearvana.com. Now, I wish him the best. Taking on a solo crossing of Antarctica is no cakewalk. Now, flat earthers, I do have a request. Would you please stop saying that people cannot freely and privately explore Antarctica? We all make mistakes, so this is not that big of a deal. Just admit you were wrong and let's move on. Now, I've been trying to anticipate what flat earthers might say in response to this video, and the only thing I can come up with is they might say that you can't freely and independently explore Antarctica without permission. And if that's what you want to argue, that's a pretty poor argument that has not been well thought out. Most places in the world cannot be freely and independently explored without permission. Even the government authorities need to obtain a search warrant from a court before they are able to freely and independently search private property. Think about it. I can't freely and independently explore your house without your permission, anyone's house for that matter. And since most land in the world is owned by someone, they have the right to grant permission for you to be on their land or not. You can't even climb Mount Everest without permission from the Nepalese government. The list goes on and on. So if your only argument is going to be that you want to explore Antarctica without permission, then you want to do something that can't be done in most of the rest of the world. But here's the real question. If you really think the earth is flat, if you really believe the globe is a massive conspiracy, if you really think there is a firmament, a dome in Antarctica or maybe other lands beyond Antarctica, wouldn't you just simply ask permission in order to prove this? What am I missing here? If all you had to do was ask permission, and you know permission is frequently granted, then why wouldn't you just do that? Now, I know it's easier to say Antarctica is closed and Antarctica is off limits and no one is allowed past the 60th south parallel and you'll be turned away at gunpoint if you try. But none of that is true. Anyone can go to Antarctica. Anyone can go below the 60th south latitude. And anyone can go to Antarctica alone if you really want to. So when are you going to just do it? But here's the last question I have. Akshay is crossing Antarctica. That seems impossible on a flat earth. He started at Berkner Island, which is south and east of the tip of South America. And if he's successful in his journey to the South Pole and then to the other side of Antarctica, he will end up at the Bay of Whales, which is almost directly south of New Zealand, just slightly east. So if I grab my Gleason's map here, he will start here, and then he's going to head south, which on a flat earth is away from the North Pole, and he's going to continue heading south until he gets to here. How exactly does that work on a flat earth? Let me know in the comments below. And here is Akshay with some final words.
Thank you so much for your contribution, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side of Antarctica.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined, as always, once again by Andrew, the super sleuth of the show, sleuthing in the background in your super secret headquarters in Harriman, Utah, right next to the soon-to-be-built Costco, right next to the Winco. So I don't know if I should give any more hints about your super secret headquarters, but it's good to have you. Good to be with you, Andrew.
Thank you. Well, that Costco is open now. I went there opening day. It was great, and I'm having a good day because I'm drinking out of my Mike Winger mug that he sent me, which is a blessing. He graciously sent it to me.
You have a Mike Winger mug? That's interesting.
I do.
Because it just so happens I have a Mike Winger mug too. So I want to give cheers to my water, which is in this Mike Winger mug, which is definitely well needed because it's now summer here in Arizona. Trying to stay super hydrated. You have a Mike Winger mug too. That's
I have
awesome.
one too. You know, I find that my coffee tastes a little bit more biblical.
Okay.
Like this.
Oh,
That's
nice.
awesome. That's awesome. Like, how did you get these coffee cups made, by the way?
It was actually just there's a potter who is a fan of the ministry, and he reached out and was like, "Hey, I'd love to make some stuff. I'll put your logo on it." And they're kind of pricey because they're handmade and everything. But I think it's about all the money goes to him pretty much. But about $5 per mug we donate to a ministry that does ministries to refugees. so Iranian refugees at the moment.
Okay.
And yeah. So I don't make anything off of it. I always feel weird about merchandise stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely interesting there. But it's nice. I like it though. It's a cool aesthetic. It's funny to think too because I forgot that you had told me you were going to send me something, and so when I got, you ever get a package you don't know what it is, and it took me, even when I opened the box up and looked at it, it took me. Like, I feel like there's like a 30-second time delay before I put two and two together.
What is this? What am I looking at? Yeah.
Exactly. So anyways, I'm glad to have you on, man. So we are going to be talking about a subject that people have asked us to talk about for a long time. You've talked about before. We're going to be talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. And that stuff, there's definitely a lot to unpack with that. And just so you know, we're not going to be able to cover every single proof text here. So we're actually going to have additional blog content. We're going to have a couple articles by the time this article gets dropped, this podcast gets dropped. We're going to be covering different things like the firmament and a couple other major texts that people have questions specifically about. For the sake of time, there's only so much stuff we're going to be able to cover in this podcast. But you've been on our podcast before. For anyone who's not familiar with you, just tell them just a little about yourself, your YouTube channel, and what you're all about.
Well, I mean, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. And so that has to do with basically asking questions and then pulling up scriptures in context, studying carefully through the Word of God to kind of give not only here's the answer, but rather here's how we get that answer with scripture. And so I'm trying to get people into the process of being able to test everything with how we're reading the Bible. So I'm just really convinced that the Bible is like a lot better than almost everybody thinks.
Yes.
And by putting it on display, the nutrients and the benefits and the life transformation that comes from it is just happening in people's lives through the ministry. So people are starved from scripture or they're confused about it. And I don't think I'm like the perfect teacher who's going to fix everything for everyone, but rather I'm one of those who's out there saying, let's really pay careful attention to verses in context and watch it change our lives.
Oh yeah. Awesome. And hence the name of your YouTube channel, Bible Thinker.
Yeah.
Right. And you covered definitely a broad variety of topics, and it's good to have you back on. So yeah, I'm just, so you dropped a video about 2 years ago dealing with this exact subject. We're going to be kind of re-exploring that in this episode. I'm just curious, Mike, what initially prompted you to put that video together? Is there kind of a story behind it? Did you have close friends and acquaintances? Because I know for myself, I've got friends who, I know who are acquaintances of mine who I care for, who are intelligent, smart people who are into this, and they believe that, the Bible teaches a flat earth model, I've had back and forth conversations, and there's always, where did it stem from for you to do this video?
Well, I mean, like a lot of people, I had seen where flat earth content took over YouTube for a while. And you knew you could get a viral video if you made a flat earth video at the time. And I never made one because I don't care. I actually don't make content for the sake of going viral. And so I just I ignored it. But when I encountered a few people I knew personally who were really getting roped in to the flat earth stuff, primarily not because of science related discussions, but because they became convinced, at least they were starting to be convinced, that the Bible actually teaches a flat earth, that this is something that we should all be believing if we're going to trust scripture as the word of God. And when I saw that happening and I looked around and I realized every response to flat earth, content online is either mocking or it approaches the science, but nothing approached the Bible.
Right.
Like nothing I could find anyways really approached the Bible. And even, I don't know if you guys probably aware of this, but a lot of the audience might not know. Even scholars, like Christian scholars, will affirm that the Bible does teach a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at the verses in context, you're like, this is one of those areas where many scholars are utterly failing in the basics of reading scripture. And this is not because I have a scientific commitment to a spherical earth or something like that. I just thought, what if someone just examined all the proof texts for a flat earth in context, not to be inflammatory, not to mock or ridicule anybody, just examine them in context, then the people who trust the Bible, and that's been the important gateway for them into this movement, they'll be able to rethink it, in my opinion, because as I look at the texts, I go, guys, it's not even questionable. It's like really obvious that this is not what scripture's teaching us.
Yeah. Right. And in this too, and I get, there's friends of mine, that are going to listen into this, and there's nothing I want to say in this podcast that I wouldn't say to them face to face. So, Andrew, you can jump in here as well too, but I'm not here to make fun of anyone or condescend to one. And in fact, I actually want to go as far as to actually compliment people who are passionate about that subject, because I want to at least give them credence to the fact that they care about the Bible. They care about the fact that that they believe that God's word is authoritative in that. But I think in that, which is a correct belief, I think there is on levels we'll explore it. Some of that passion is very misguided, and we'll definitely unravel into that. So we definitely want to be able to really look at this and really do what your YouTube channel entails us too, let's be Bible thinkers about this. Andrew, is there any thoughts you want to kind of you want to lay down as well too as we kind of jump into this?
Yeah, and I'm totally in agreement in terms of being sensitive to the people that may hold to this flat Earth model. My question would be essentially for Pastor Mike too to elaborate on, because we know that we want to think biblically. Well, if they're trying to use the Bible and they're trying to use the Bible in order to prove the flat Earth model, I think they'd be like, well, how am I not thinking biblically? I'm using the Bible, So what does it mean to read the Bible and then to read the Bible and think biblically about the Bible, Pastor Mike?
So it just comes down to really basic reading skills at this. And forgive me, I don't mean anyone with a modicum of intelligence can do, because brilliant people get this stuff wrong all the time. But you just read a verse and you read it in context, right? So Jesus says, for instance, hate your father and mother. If you don't hate your father and mother, you can't be my disciple. And there are some who do actually, some sort of cultish type groups will take those verses and they'll use them to tell members of the group, you have to leave your family and join our group. You can't talk to them anymore. And that's out of context. And how do we fix that? We read all that Jesus said about the topic. We read where scripture says, honor your father and mother. We read the context to see that Jesus is talking in that case, in this example, he's talking about, you love your parents, you serve them, you honor them as a Christian, but if they're asking you to choose between Jesus and them, you pick Jesus. Mm-hmm. It's about choosing one over the other in this case. It's not about actually just hating people. I hate them because I follow Jesus. But this is what I mean. This little example is what I'm seeing in many cases with some of the proof texts to demonstrate a flat earth. Terms like ends of the earth, right? Or the pillars of heaven. There's terms that are commonly understood by a flat earth community to indicate like a physical edge on the end of the earth. And the question we should ask is, when we read those in context, is that how the author meant it? Is that what God was saying? Is that how the original readers understood it? And so we just read it in context, just basic reading comprehension stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And so again, just you emphasize this too, Mike, is that, and you can definitely elaborate as well too, is that this specific episode, this isn't about getting into any sort of specific conspiracies or the geocentrism or ancient Near Eastern thought, any of those particular topics. We are just looking at specifically when you look at certain proof texts that come up, and I actually only recently experienced in the last couple of years where I would see people who are Facebook friends and they were just very passionate. So the Bible emphatically teaches that the earth is flat, and like you have to adhere by that. And anyone who doesn't really, and this isn't the case with everyone, there's a general what's implied a lot of times, what comes up is that anyone who does not adhere to the specific model or who questions it on some level is under satanic deception. And I think what we want to do is that anytime someone makes a biblical claim, we have the right, and it says in Acts 17, verse 11, the Bereans, who were more noble-minded than those in Thessalonica when they received Paul's message, they searched the scriptures daily to see if those things were so. In the same way, in Thessalonians says in 5:13, it says, test all things, hold fast to that which is good. So what we're looking to do is we're going to look at what has been brought up in the flat earth community, people who are passionate about this subject. We're going to look at specific verses. And in this, our main point in this is that we need to interpret the Bible correctly. And in fact, what you emphasize too, is that people can be passionate about that subject, is that the earth is flat, but the reality is, and you emphasize this in your videos, that they're not getting it from the Bible, at least correct biblical interpretation. So people, if you're watching this, you may be opposed to that. That's what we want to graciously demonstrate, and that's really the point of having you on and really having this conversation.
Right. I just want to make it super clear so people get this. Yeah, I'm not saying what the Earth is. I'm asking, do these texts tell us X about the Earth? Do they tell us that the Earth is flat? When it comes to the question of, like, for instance, does the Bible support a spherical Earth? I'm not making a case for that today. I'm asking if these proof texts about a flat Earth are being read in context, if that's what they really mean. That's it. That's the whole case. I'm not trying to talk about science. I'm not dealing with those things. I'm not deriding that stuff. I'm not commenting on it at all. It's just, we're talking about one issue at a time. And that really helps, because some of these conversations get very heated, and then you end up bouncing between NASA and public schools, and then the topic of evolution, right? And then you go into, like, the shape of the Earth, and then the Bible, and then ancient Near Eastern texts, and you have a skull, and you start moving through all these things, and it's like, how do we get our bearings?
Right.
And just ask the question: is the Bible supporting this view or not? That's all.
Right. And that's a simplistic approach. Again, we're not trying to be advocate for a particular Earth model. We're just looking at these particular proof texts. We're not trying to be shills for NASA. We're not part of some elaborate Jesuit conspiracy across, going off the last couple centuries. We're simply trying to look at, does the Bible actually match up with the claims that are being made, for sure? So on that note, let's go ahead and just jump into it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So one of the things you brought up in your video is that there are texts that talk about the ends of the Earth. This gets brought up, and that was one of the first things that you brought up. So tell me about, when you were putting this video together, how did you see people using those specific verses? Give us some examples of how are people who are adhering to a flat Earth model, how are they using those particular verses?
So it's often used, what I've seen is it's often used to indicate, hey, we see the phrase ends of the Earth in Scripture, and therefore the Earth is like it has edges, right? It's not spherical. It's not rounded with no ends. The land goes out for a while, then there's ocean, and then there's like usually they say there's an ice wall. and this is where confusion came in for me when I first started hearing flat Earth stuff, because I didn't really understand what they were doing with our picture. So imagine if you have the idea of a globe, and you, like, put your finger right inside the middle of the South Pole, and you stretched that out, and you opened it up, and now you've got that Arctic ice all around this sort of circular shape, and that is like an Arctic ice wall, and beyond that there's just nothing, right? And so that's the ends of the Earth. Then there's text after text after text in the New Testament, and Old Testament primarily, that says ends of the Earth, and they go, well, that's what that means. It's talking about the ends of the Earth. So when we look at, say, Job 28:24, that says he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. So then they go, well, there you go. Now, most often when I found flat Earth, promotional materials like content and videos and stuff like that, they wouldn't actually walk through this carefully or slowly, I should say. They would just quickly list verses and then move on to the next topic. But I wanted to do it more slowly and methodically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andrew, do you have any initial questions about that subject when it comes to the end of the Earth, or what are your thoughts on that initially when you were kind of looking through this?
Oh yeah, just a question. Like, so with Job 28:24, in terms of what the context is in Job, what exactly is being communicated here? Then, instead of saying that, hey, I'm going to read this, and obviously it's teaching a flat Earth model, it's saying ends of the Earth, and we see that there's ends of the Earth in this picture of a flat Earth model. What is being communicated here in Job then?
So what we have with the term ends of the Earth is we have a phrase that appears several times in Scripture. And one way to understand not just a word, but an actual phrase, a repeated phrase in Scripture, is to look at its use in multiple places and say, hey, if I want to be consistent, I'd like to see and this is important to stress, not just a word, but a phrase. I'd like to see, how is this phrase being used? What meaning does it have? When the original readers, saw it, did they think of that sort of edge of the ice wall kind of thing? That terminates all of what we would call Earth in the broadest sense. And so there's other scriptures that talk about this. So Psalm 67:7, we'll bring another verse in to talk about it. So it says here, God shall bless us, let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, when I just started this research, I just, searched ends of the earth and started reading all the verses that had to do with the topic. Because again, there's no magic here. It's just reading stuff in context. This, on a view that affirms a flat earth, you'd have to say that there are people on that ice wall edge of the earth, and they're going to turn to him and fear God. Now that starts to sound a little strange because on their view, there aren't people there, to my knowledge. But there's more. So Isaiah 45:22, it says, "Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other." And here there's people that can be saved that live on the ends of the earth. I'm starting to get the impression that this text is just talking about people from far away places. Right? This is just, you turn to God, all the ends of the earth, that it's just a far away place. I think one of the best scriptures, though, that shows how this phrase is being used is Deuteronomy 28. So in Deuteronomy 28, verse 49, we read, "The Lord will bring a nation against you." God's speaking to Israel about, curses that will happen to them if they rebel against him. It's, "The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth." So on that model where you have this ice wall, you'd have to have people that live there that are actually attacking Israel. It starts to feel like, wait, is that really the context? Because what ended up happening is Babylon and Assyria attacked northern and southern kingdoms of Israel and carried them away. And that's the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. So Babylon and Assyria become the ends of the earth. And there's more support for this in scripture. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64 says this, "And the Lord will scatter you among the peoples from one end of the earth to the other." Now, from a flat earth perspective that I've heard, one end of the earth to the other is one ice wall all the way across to the other. So I'm going to pass Australia, and I'm going to pass, what we would consider the North Pole over here. We're going to pass the Americas, and then boom, we got the other ice wall. So Israel was scattered that far in the ancient times. Like, that didn't happen. What did happen was they were brought to Babylon. They were brought to Egypt. They were brought to other places that are not that far, actually. So the biblical phrase seems to be referring to Babylon. Mm-hmm. There's other scripture that and not only Babylon. I'll say it seems like it's being used in the sense of far away places. Ends of the earth is just places that are far away, because I think that most of the time the Bible's being written from the perspective of a human being who's just looking out going, yeah, that's super far. It's like Babylon's like super duper far. They're not thinking about cosmology. They're just thinking about their normal daily experiences. So there's other scripture on this.
That's good, man. So pretty much what we're saying too is, like, in Job 28:24, if we're going to take the ends of the earth literal and look and bring into the text something that's actually foreign to the text, we actually need to apply that to the other scriptures that use the same phrase, ends of the earth. And if we do that, we see that you can't actually understand that scripture in context, especially with Deuteronomy 28:64, like you just mentioned. What about like Mark 13:27? Isn't that another good use of scriptures so that we can understand correctly what the ends of the earth what it means? Could you go into that?
Yeah. So Mark 13:27 says, "Now he will send out the angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven." This is a very hopeful passage for the future, I believe. I don't know if your guys' perspective on that is.
Right.
So this just means, I think, that all people all over the earth all over the earth are going to be people that belong to God. This is interesting because here's Jesus speaking in the first century in the middle of Israel. Sort of a subtle prophecy that Christianity will spread everywhere. Will spread all over the place. It'll go much further than just the land of Israel, which is kind of like a pretty neat thing. But the biblical phrase "end of the earth" can't be used as a proof text here for those who support a flat earth, because it's just not a literal phrase about cosmology. It just means people all over are his. When Nehemiah was at the ends of the earth, we know he was in about 1,035 miles from Jerusalem in Susa, right?
Right.
And so he's taught, and we know this. Let me read to you. We skipped this verse, but I'll share it real quick. Nehemiah 1:8. Nehemiah says, "Remember the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return and keep my commandments and do them, though your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven." That's an interesting phrase, uttermost parts of heaven. You would think uttermost parts of heaven, if on a flat earth model, is that ice wall, is right there near the ice wall. and he says, from there I will gather them and bring them to the place I have chosen to make my name dwell there. Nehemiah is speaking about the fulfillment of the Deuteronomy 28 curse into the earth. And he's about 1,000 miles from Jerusalem. They knew there was land far beyond Babylon.
Right.
They didn't think it was a literal edge. They just thought it meant really far from where you are.
Yeah, and I think the fact too, Mike, is that, we mentioned like Mark 13, so you and I will probably differ in certain particular areas in eschatology. I'm sure you've covered that too on Bible Thinker as well too. But I think one of the things we can agree on is that there is an importance, biblical languages are important, and there are many a times where there is specific geographical language used, but not necessarily meaning geography. For example, in Acts 17:6, this would be one example people need to think about. You mentioned the ends of the earth. Here's something to think about. And this is talking about, the New Testament church. And it says, but when they did not find them, talking about, the apostles who were doing evangelism in Acts 17, says they dragged Jason and some other believers before the officials, shouting, "These men who have caused trouble all over the world have now come here." Okay. So the question is, for this particular passage, are they saying that these people have gone to every single geographical location over the entirety of the world? Is that what they're truly arguing? No, these people that they're saying, it's kind of like, when something is taking a long time and a kid says, this is taking forever. That doesn't mean like forever and eternity. It's like it's taking a long time. And so this is an example where it's just talking about a specific geographical location. There's other areas too, where in Psalms, where it says, as far as the east is from the west, so as he removed our transgressions from us. Is that adhering? Is that giving and I've had friends of mine who I've, just having a drink with and talking about this. I'm like, that's not giving a geographical measurement as far as how you measure the earth. You can't make that argument. So that's where you need to look at the consistency of what does the Bible actually mean when it's giving these geographical locations. And it's very easy many a times if you're passionate about this subject, and I'm capable of it too, to take something and then read it into the text. That's the issue that we're having here. And so when something is done, when there's a verse geographically, you need to just take away any aspect of what you believe the earth is and ask yourself, what is the actual context of that? Like I said, given that in Acts and also giving that in Psalms. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
I agree. We want to put yourself into the mind of the original readers of the text.
Right.
How many of them are thinking, all over the world means that's a cosmological description of, it's like they're just not thinking of it. And I don't know that they were answering the question, any more than we would answer those questions if we weren't raised with those answers being inputted into us at a fairly young age. Like you would just look out and you think, yeah, from the ends of the earth, okay, it's way over there. Another one, like say, is Psalm 19:6 that says that the sun rises from one end of the heavens and its circuit is to the end of them. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing hidden from its heat. Okay, now if I take this from a flat earth perspective, I don't actually think on any flat earth model I've seen that the sun actually reaches the end of any of the heavens, because they consider the end of the heavens where it's connecting with the earth on this sort of dome, ice wall connection point. And this is saying that it reaches the end of the heavens. And you could say, well, this supports the globe thing. And I'm like, well, or you're just an earlier, pre-scientific person looking around going, the sun comes up and then it goes down and it comes up. And all you're doing is describing how it looks. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think we're actually getting in the text.
Gotcha. Definitely. Andrew, do you have any other thoughts on that before we kind of jump on to the next subject?
No, it's like poetic language, right? It's like trying to take things that are poetic and making them literal. I mean, you have the situation when you're talking to some LDS people in terms of God having a body of flesh and bone. They'll go to texts where saying the hands of God this or the feet of God there. But I mean, if you're consistent in that type of biblical interpretation, you can go to Psalm 91:4, right? And it says, he will cover you with his pinions and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. Mm-hmm. How are you going to interpret that text? Does God have feathers? Does he have wings? No, people are speaking poetically. We need to read the Bible in context for what it's saying, specifically and especially in Job, one of the most beautifully poetic descriptions of God's sovereignty that we have in all text of Scripture. Like we've got to think biblically about those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Amen to that, man. I think that what we don't want to do is say things are poetry that aren't, but it would be an equal mistake to say things are not poetry when they are. So we have to let it be what it is and take it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of Job, this is something that you brought up in your original video too. Maybe you can expand on it too, Mike, is that one of the things that a proof text that comes up is, does the book of Job describe specifically the nature of the earth? So maybe you could do is give some examples of how this is used, as specifically Job chapter 38, verse 14. I'll go ahead and read it. It says, "It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Word turned into..." Yeah, so that's the context. So maybe if you could just elaborate on that. But also, I think, again, it's very easy in this conversation to jump to a conclusion and talk about a specific verse. Also, if you want to maybe expand to it, maybe explain to people too, like, what is the whole context of the book of Job? Okay, I think when you actually understand the purpose of a book, then you'll get a better understanding of how to understand when something gets mentioned as far as, the earth, as far as when anything is mentioned as far as any sort of cosmology goes.
Yeah. Well, let me share some thoughts and then get your guys' responses to those things.
Sure.
But so one of the real proponents who really has pushed forward flat Earth views has been a guy named Dean Odell. And Dean Odell, I'll quote him now. Here's what he says. He says, when God was talking about the earth, and he's talking about Job 38:14, about turned as clay to the seal, and how he formed it, the word picture he gives in Hebrew is that it was changed as clay to the signet ring, pushed down flat. And when that happens, it causes an upturned edge. It causes a border around it. Now you look at any seal, there's going to be a border around it. That pressed down piece of wax or clay or whatever it is. Now, that's a quote from him from one of his popular videos that promotes these views. So Dean Odell's claims are interesting, and he kind of puts this stuff out. A lot of these Dean Odell, Rob Skiba, they've put these things out like they're on a journey, and they're like, and then I found this thing, and it was amazing, and I couldn't believe it. And so they present it like that, but often they're presenting things as if they're discovering these new things. It's a little misleading, to be honest with you guys. So he says that the word "turned" is in Strong's, and it means to change, not to spin. Okay, so apparently some people are using this, that the earth is turned as clay, to say that the earth is a spinning globe. I think just like I say, others, flat earth views can be pushed. That could be pushing a globe view here. I don't think this is the context at all. But the word itself, you could translate it turned or change. I don't care. The Hebrew word for seal, however, means signet ring. And here's a big part of that sort of flat earth perspective. The Hebrew word means signet ring, he says. And he says, think of a ring used to stamp wax, right? It's a ring. But when you actually look up Strong's, even Strong's, which is a pretty bare dictionary, there's little data there. But when you look up Strong's, it says that typically when this word is used, unless a hand is mentioned, it refers to a disc, a cylinder, not a ring. And all of a sudden, all of Dean Odell's word picture, where he has like clay, he has a wax, and you stamp it with a ring, and it has a ridge, and that's the ice wall. That all falls apart because now it's a disc that rolls over clay, and it's like it comes out like a rectangular flat with bumps, whatever they wanted to put onto the seal. And so that's actually what's strong. But it also, here's the bigger issue though. The context was not checked. It was just a verse out of context. Job 38:14. Just don't look behind the curtain to see the wizard back there doing his thing. And so the context here, Job 38:14, it says, yes, it's changed like clay under the seal. But if you read from verse 12 to verse 14, you see the poetic stuff that's going on here. And Job, the entire book, you asked for some context, the whole book of Job is poetry. The entire book, it's like Psalms is poetry. It is poetry, the whole thing. And not to say it's not teaching true things, real things, but yeah, it's poetry. A lot of it has to do with God's sovereignty and his right to do what he pleases, and the rightness of us to trust him no matter what is happening in our lives. And I think that this is something we can agree on. And I'm going to sound like a Calvinist, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room that people always like message about. Like, hasn't he had back and forth with James White? I'm like, yeah, we know that. So,
yeah.
But this, man,
So, okay, but let me just read the text. Okay, Job 38, 12 through 14 says, have you commanded the morning? This is God asking Job questions, these rhetorical questions to kind of say like, Job, you're really small, I'm really big. This is kind of the thing. He says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place? Notice that the morning and the dawn, we're talking about the sunrise, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Then it says that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. Nobody's going to take that literal. I'm not going to grab the skirt. The earth doesn't have giant skirts and the wicked are in them and they're going to be shaken out by the morning. What's he talking about? Then in verse 14, it says, it is changed like clay under the seal and its features stand out like a garment. So here we arbitrarily take verse 14 to be like this literal description of the cosmology of earth. But verse 13, we ignore because it's skirts and shaking the wicked out of skirts. Like that doesn't make sense. So here's what I get in this passage in Job. It's a description of the sun coming up. And just like when you have clay, it's just this flat piece of clay and you roll the cylinder over it. Now it's all got all these contours and bumps. When the sun comes up, the light shines onto the earth, and this causes the wicked to stop what they're doing or to be caught. Now, this fits the context of Job really well because Job 24, verses 13 through 17 describes the wicked as doing their stuff at nighttime so they won't be caught. So let me read it to you guys. Job 24, 13 through 17, it says, there are those who rebel against the light, who are not acquainted with its ways, and do not sit in its paths. The murderer rises before it is light, that he may kill the poor and needy. And in the night, he is like a thief. The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, no eye will see me. And he veils his face. In the dark, they dig through houses. By day, they shut themselves up. They do not know the light, for deep darkness is morning to all of them. And it's as though morning, like it's the light to them. They come out in the dark, and they are friends with the terrors of deep darkness. And so God's like, I'm the one that commands the morning that shakes the wicked out who are hiding in the dark. This is talking about, it happens every day. This thing that's being described in Job 38 is not the creation of the universe or of the world. It is actually the sun rising, and it shakes the wicked out.
Yeah,
because it brings light into the things that they're doing. Mm-hmm. So it's just the contours of light being cast onto mountains and valleys and trees and stuff like that.
Yeah. In fact, Andrew, do you have something you're going to say, or?
I mean, even in Job 38, in the context, this is God replying to Job. Where were you when I was doing all of these things? Like, did you see this? Did you walk the chasms of the great deep? The picture, again, it's just the sovereignty of God. If we're going to take texts like this and interpret them literal, we're going to have to go to like Hebrews chapter 1 as well, when we have the Father bringing the Son into the world, talking about the deity of Jesus, saying in verse, 11, it says, talking about, verse 10, it says, and you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment, like a robe, you will roll them up. If we're going to take these things literally in Job, and we're reading the same type of language in Hebrews, is the earth now like laying on fabric? And then Jesus is going to literally roll it up like fabric. We have to be consistent in our interpretation of biblical text. And if we can't be consistent in that interpretation, hermeneutically, your interpretation's probably wrong. Right. The scripture is going to be right. So I think that's extremely important, something to say. And in terms of this too, Pastor Mike and Jerry, you guys can speak to this. Yep. Some of my worries when I was watching some of the videos by it's Dean Odell, right?
Odell, I believe.
Yeah. Well, before he starts giving these types of revelations, he says like the Holy Spirit showed me, right? The Holy Spirit led me to these things. Yeah. And this is a big deal to me, because if someone's coming to know who Christ is through the flat earth model, well, what about the gospel? What about the gospel? Because all of a sudden, if somebody then is unconvinced of this flat earth model through biblical text later, maybe they were never saved to begin with, right? Maybe the whole Bible is then rejected. I think that's a big worry, right? Because we shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to say the Holy Spirit is showing me this when you could be utterly wrong. And that's a worry for me, is, just haphazardly using the Lord's name in vain.
Right. Well, let's say hypothetically, if I could add to that Dean Odell had said the Holy Spirit showed me this clay passage, which I think he may do that if I remember in the video, but I'm not sure. But let's say that he did. The Holy Spirit showed me this passage. Then he proceeds to misinterpret the Hebrew terms and to completely misinterpret the passage obviously it's not talking about a creation thing. It's talking about something that happens every morning, and it's picturesque and poetic. Then this shows me Dean Odell does not know the voice of the Holy Spirit. He's saying God's leading him when he's not. So now we've elevated him from having a mistaken interpretation of a passage that is always a sad and unfortunate thing to actually doing it in the name of inspiration. So now he's in a new category, if that's the case.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and in fact, and here's the thing too, is that, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Andrew, as well. And obviously, I was joking earlier about you mentioned the whole Calvinist thing too. Obviously, we're Reformed, you're not. There's still areas, but still, there's areas in which we disagree when it comes to that, but we're still unified around the essentials. And so, we can definitely still have those conversations and disagree with each other, but still be unified as, as brothers in the Lord, and to be able to focus and to have an edifying conversation like this. And even, like the video series you recently did with your women in ministry. And so I haven't had a chance to actually go through it in depth. I've just seen some of your posts, and as part of me initially, I think our views might be different than that. And again, that's a conversation where you can be back and forth, but again, it's a secondary issue, and it's one of those things where this should not be something you purposely and you have to completely divide over. I think my concern when you kind of look into this whole discussion, and even why it's kind of on our platform, is because I think a lot of times, and this isn't indicative of everyone, this whole conversation about what the model of the earth is, it starts to become very white hat and black hat. Like, we have the complete truth that it's this specific model, and anyone who holds to a heliocentric model or anything else on some level, they're under spiritual deception. And to actually test what we're doing, we're taking a look at these verses, which biblically we have the warrant to do. It's almost like you're questioning the very revelation of God. And that's kind of the concern that I have. And so honestly, what we want to just encourage anyone listening in is that you want to just look at these verses and say, can you make a case for your belief of the model? Can you typically make a case for that? And when it comes to Job 38, what you see is things that are real and tangible that God is talking about, but there's also like a lot of poetic language. So, the point of Job 38 is to talk about God's sovereignty and him being able to, and God's wisdom versus Job. It's not there to give you a specific cosmological model. It's there to talk about the superiority and the supremacy of God and who he is and how he created the world. And that's really the purpose of creation as well too, is to declare the glory of God and to proclaim the work of his hands. And I think a lot of times if you start getting into these intricacies, you start losing track of what biblical cosmology, the purpose of it is to begin with.
Just good thoughts. I think that my summary would be the stakes are so high for some people who think this issue gets elevated and elevated and elevated, where it was like I'm not actually that worried theologically in a person's life if they think the earth is flat. I don't really care that much.
Right.
I'm worried when it becomes a pillar of Christian faith, because it's not, biblically speaking, it's just not. And so where did this pillar come from, and how's it going to affect other things? Like you're saying, the whole looking at people as being under spiritual deception, that they're like under the God of this world has blinded their eyes. They're like, well, that's usually terminology we use for someone who rejects the gospel, not someone who has a different cosmological perspective than you. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike, I appreciate you bringing those points, and this has been a great conversation so far. And I almost forgot at the beginning, we have a couple of sponsors too of Cultish that makes our podcast a possibility. So just real quickly, this podcast is brought to you by Forged Beard Company. If you go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, you can get some goodies for your beard, whether it's beard oils, beard washes, all the goodness and intricacies you need for your beard. Go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, and you will get all the goodies, and then a good portion of that will go towards this ministry. Also, a program like Cultish cannot continue without your support. So if you want to support Cultish, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time or monthly. And also make sure you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all-access member if you want to support the studio, which makes Cultish a possibility. You can definitely get some great content, so definitely check that out. Also, make sure you go to shopcultish.com. We've got a merch store, so if you want to get some Cultish goodies, you can definitely check that out as well. All right, so back to the podcast, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today, Mike. So one of the things, just real quickly, you brought this up in the video, and again, this is just a matter of just understanding holistically biblical interpretations. So one of the things you mentioned is that Earth, usually in the Bible, typically does not mean specifically planet. So I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make when they really come into this conversation. Could you elaborate on what you meant in that video?
I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed it happening as I was reading a lot of the proof texts that were being used and then the way they were being discussed. And I even saw some saying, look, the Hebrew for earth here is eretz, and eretz, it sounds like you're mixing on a eretz. Yeah. You're doing some DJ work there, but the word there, they say it means planet. And this is definitely not the case. And so you could just look up the word in numerous places in the Bible. It mostly does not mean that. And I say planet, whether you define that as like a globe or a flat, earth view, is whichever term you want to use there. But yeah, Genesis 1:10, God, he calls the dry land eretz, or earth, and then the waters, he calls them seas. But usually when I see flat earth, material online, they use the term earth only to refer to the entirety of everything: land, sea, ice wall, all of it together. Then in Genesis 11:1, we have the word used again. It says the whole earth had one language and the same words. Now that refers to all people of the earth. This isn't actually talking about it, and obviously the people don't live in the ocean. He's just talking about people and using the term eretz to talk about humans. We're not talking, like when the Bible says world, it often speaking of the people, not any physical structures. In Genesis 13:6, we have it used in another way. It says the land, the eretz, which you could translate earth, and some would say means all of existence, could not support both of them. It's talking about Abraham and Lot. So it's like, man, how big was their groups that the entire earth could not support them? Obviously, the term eretz doesn't just mean earth. Like, you just can't translate it that way. In fact, most of the time when you see the term earth in scripture, it's not trying to talk about, and you look at it carefully, it's not trying to talk about, whether it's the globe or the flat earth model, all of that stuff. It's just usually talking about something else, something much smaller.
Okay. Yeah, I find that to be really important, because when we're thinking even of the ends of the earth phrases, like in Genesis 11:1, we can see referring to all of the people on earth. So it's a good thing to think biblically. So what about the footstool passages, Mike? What do we do with those, and where do we start?
Yeah, so I mean, I had never thought of this as being a physical description of the entirety of the earth, but that's how I've heard it used as I was looking into some of the flat earth perspectives. And so Isaiah 66:1 says, "Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool." And here's where I've even seen pictures, models of this. And they go, look, when you look at a footstool, right, it's rounded, it's flat on top, it has legs like pillars. It's describing the cosmology of the earth here. And then I'm like going, like, I mean, as a guy, I mean, most of the audience already knows that this is like, wait a minute, what? So let me push back for those who don't, already see some issues with this. Footstools, they're round and they're on pillars and they're flat on top. Is that what we're getting from the text of scripture? There's several pushbacks we can have. One of them would be that heaven is his throne. Does that mean that we're getting the physical shape of heaven? But they would describe heaven as having a dome shape. So how is heaven his throne? Earth is his footstool. Does that mean he puts his feet on earth? And in heaven, he is mostly taken up just by him sitting? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying, I rule in heaven and earth is beneath me? I'm Lord of heaven and earth is beneath me. It's a poetic discussion of God's power and sovereignty. Isaiah, here's if we use the same interpretive method to call this like cosmological descriptions of literal things, it's the issue you brought up earlier, Andrew, right? Where God, you can make a case that God has physical body parts, and they're very strangely sized. So Isaiah 40 verse 12 says that it talks about measuring the heavens, and that God measured the heavens by the span of his hand. So how big is his hand now? His hand would have to be from one ice wall to the other, right? The end, that measure the heavens. But then the earth is his footstool, so his feet are a lot smaller than that. because I mean, I can't put my feet on a footstool that's only the size of my hand very easily.
Right.
And then heaven's his throne. So his throne is about as big as his hand span. So he's got this giant hand. He's got little feet, corresponding to the size of his hand. And he's on a throne that's about the size of his footstool as well. It's a little strange. 1 Kings 8:27 says this, but will God indeed dwell on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I've built? Solomon here built the temple, and he's like, hey, you couldn't fit here. Heaven couldn't contain you. But wait, if we read Isaiah 66:1 as a literal description of the earth as a footstool and heaven as his throne, then heaven does contain you. I mean, who sits on a chair that doesn't contain them unless they are massively obese? It just doesn't, it's not how it works. So what we're getting here is that when the Bible speaks poetically here, yeah, heaven's your throne, earth's your footstool. But when it speaks about God's actual transcendence, right, that's where he says, hey, yeah, your presence will be here, but you couldn't be limited by anything in creation. You're above and beyond it all. And so that's the transcendence of God. So these footstool verses, I think, fail because they don't, number one, they don't deal with the everything evenly. Heaven's not a throne now, but earth is a footstool, literally. And they don't deal consistently with scripture, which says things like God doesn't fit on heaven or his hand span is the size of the earth. It's kind of weird.
Gotcha. And just so you know, too, I mean, we're covering a lot of topics here, and there's no way that we could encompass every single topic and every single, that could be a 10-part podcast, honestly. And again, we're just focusing specifically on different proof texts. So one of them that we unfortunately didn't have the time to truly cover in this podcast, although we would have wanted to, was a couple different areas, including the aspects of the firmament. So when this podcast drops, we'll have some additional content on the cultishow.com. If you go to our blog, by the time right now when you're listening to this podcast, we'll actually have some articles up there on the firmament you can definitely take a look at, and you can feel free to give comments on our social media about whether you agree or disagree on that. Also, specifically the passage, it's a story of when Moses is holding up the staff and Joshua is fighting, and there's a battle going on, and basically the sun stands still. That is typically used to prove the flat Earth model. So we're going to take a look at that as well too, along with a couple other things we're not going to be able to cover just for the sake of time. So just if you want to definitely check that out, go to thecultishow.com and you can check out our blog and check that there. So the next category, I think this is really big. In fact, I just pulled up, just one of the examples of what people believe the flat Earth model to be. And they truly do believe that, there's the Earth, there's the underworld, and there's these pillars that, hold up this model of the flat Earth. And so what ends up being used for that are passages about the pillars of the earth. So this is just an example. And again, we're even if people who believe in a heliocentric model, I think they're capable of trying to, sometimes maybe if they want to argue with someone who adheres to a flat earth model, I mean, it's easy to swing the other way to try and find something in the Bible that talks about something spinning or something, something that adheres to the heliocentric model, not thinking of context first. So that's just something to be wary of. But one of the verses that you mentioned in your video, and also that I've seen as well too, is mentioning of the pillars of the earth. So 1 Samuel 2:8 says, he raises up the poor from the dust, he lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world. And there's a couple other examples. So maybe if you can just elaborate on that. How did you see these from your perspective and all the research that you were doing? How do you see these contexts of the pillars of the earth being used when it comes to people adhering to a flat earth model? And is that a correct interpretation? And also, how would we interpret that correctly, biblically?
Well, the first thing I want to do is notice the context. And I noticed that because you might say, here's one verse. How did these two ideas relate to each other? They're obviously related because the second sentence starts with the word for, right? For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Like, well, how does that relate to this? He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. This is implying that someone's being raised up into some sort of governmental power. And then the response is, for the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Now, we've already seen how earth is sometimes used to talk about people. And I think in this context, it's an analogy for what's happening here, that the poor are inheriting a seat of honor. They're being lifted up. And the pillars here are the people in positions of leadership. David is the example in this case, just as the apostles are called pillars in the church, that they're pillars.
Mhm.
So I think it's just talking about leadership in this case. I really do, in this particular verse. That seems to be the only way to connect it to the idea that the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. He's the one who puts people in seats of honor. He can raise up princes. This is a theme a lot in the Old Testament, God, and in the New, actually. And God is the one who's sovereign over who's leading the nations.
Mm. Okay, great. And then, so another one that comes up as well too, and this is again enough proof text to just giving in context. Just Job 26:10 says, "He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke." So the question is, I can see the appeal. If you have this, it seems to be too, and I've seen some of the videos too, where there's this excitement because I'm now understanding something in the Bible that I've never seen before. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I just see that. And now this is describing, this particular model, and it goes against everything I've ever been taught. And all of a sudden there's this new unveiling. And I think a lot of times through that excitement, there tends to be a little bit of like emotional beer goggles of sorts, where you're not necessarily looking at the entirety of the context. So for anyone who would, if someone would look at you being a flat earther and they bring this up, like we mentioned Job earlier, like how would you respond to this? Or maybe explain how do you think they're interpreting it? Like what's the mindset of someone like this who adheres to a flat earth model when they read Job 26:10? Like maybe take us into that world. How would you think that they're looking at this passage?
Well, they're immediately thinking that it's fairly literal and it's describing the entirety of all that you could call earth in the broadest sense, right? So land, water, ice wall, edges, it's describing everything. So it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. They're talking about the boundary between light and darkness. That is seen as the edge, on the outer edge of the entire flat earth. The pillars of heaven are seen as literal pillars, that there are actual pillars. Now they might be mountains, but they're mountains that actually get contact with like a solid dome that is over our heads, right on the very edges of things. So there are these pillars of heaven. I think that context really matters though. In Job, I think that Job is incredibly poetic. I know that sounds like a dodge to people because I see some people do that. Well, the Bible's being poetic there. And I'm like, come on, man. Like sometimes it's not, it's just telling you stuff. But in this case, Job is extremely poetic. It just really is throughout the entire book. We'll give more examples, as we go on and talk of other places in Job where even the most strict flat earth perspective would say, yeah, that's poetic. That couldn't be literal. So we'll show, and those are right alongside the same passages they used to say it's literal. So the literalism, I think, is being a bit forced. I think that probably what the original readers would have thought was God's inscribed a circle on the face of the waters, the boundary between light and darkness. They're just talking about the horizon around them. In fact, the boundary here on a flat earth perspective wouldn't even be water. It would be ice, not water. So that's a challenge to that view. But every use of pillars, it seems to just usually have these poetic contexts. I looked up, especially pillars of the earth, that phrase. I looked up every use in the Bible. And it seems like it has this poetic context over and over again. It's possible that pillars of heaven in Job are just talking about mountains themselves. But those aren't functioning as literal pillars in a structure. And I'd be like, yeah, it's poetic. Like they're not functioning as literal pillars in this poetic passage. They're just these tall mountains that are astounded at God's rebuke. Other scriptures talk about the mountains shaking at God's rebuke. So I think that could be just a reference to mountains in general.
Yeah. No, that's good. In fact, we'll definitely elaborate on that more. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of wrap things up here. This is a good first part, kind of really kind of just looking at some basic verses. And so again, if you're a fan of the flat earth model, I guess you would say, if we love you, we care for you, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, and we definitely would love to hear your thoughts specifically on the verses that we're bringing up. That's what I think we would really like for you to do, is take a look at it. Don't take our word for it. Let's test all things. It's a two-way street. Let's look at the scriptures, see what they say, and let's think. To kind of paraphrase from your channel, Mike, let's think biblically, for sure. Andrew, do you have any last thoughts as we kind of wrap up the first part of this podcast?
Yeah, just real quick, I think what Pastor Mike was bringing up is we can't just knock something off always by saying, oh, it's poetry. But what we got to understand is that it's poetry that's trying to communicate something specifically, right? We can't say, oh, we need to take this poetry literally to bring in something that's foreign to the body text of Scripture. No, we got to say, yes, it's poetry, but the poetry is trying to explain something. And in the context of Job, it's not the cosmology of the earth. It's just not. It's just a reply to one of his friends speaking in terms of the sovereignty of God, that this is the majesty of God. These are the things that he has done. It's just simply not biblical, like a cosmology, essentially. So I think that's very important.
Definitely. All right. Well, Mike, thanks for hanging out with us. And if you guys enjoyed this first episode, definitely let us know what you thought. I'm sure we'll be getting just a few comments on this episode when we post on our social media. So all that being said, Mike, thanks for hanging out with us. And we will talk to you all next week on Cultish, where we talk about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Talk to you guys next week.
Hey everyone, so some of you may be aware of my recent foray into the Flat Earth community, most notably with this lengthy response to the Globe Busters. For about 2 months now, the comments section of that video has been a consistent hotbed of activity, with hundreds of Flat Earthers stopping by to share their opinions. For people who claim that globe-tards just repeat what they were told in school, you guys sure do all say the exact same things. And I don't just mean the same arguments, I mean the same things word for word, like they were copied and pasted from some manifesto. This is because you all watch the same ridiculous YouTube videos made by the same handful of con men, and you all quote them verbatim without applying a shred of critical thinking. So now that I am intimately familiar with your greatest hits, I just had to make one more video so that I could share the 10 things that all flat earthers say. If you're a regular person and you haven't seen my other 2 Flat Earth videos, you may want to check those out first for a little bit of context. But if you're a flat earther yourself, don't bother. I'll be speaking directly to you throughout this video. Let's begin. Number 1. One extremely problematic side effect of taking the globe and flattening it out into a plane is that gravity makes no sense, and there is no reason for things to fall to the ground. All objects accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's an indisputable fact, and it is also an indisputable fact that any acceleration requires a force to produce it. This is how cars drive, planes fly, people walk, cats jump. It's how literally all motion works. Even charlatans like the Globe Busters accept at least this much, which is why they go off on their rants about magnetic magic, as you may have seen in my previous video. But quite comically, most flat earthers don't even do this. Most of you address this problem by simply listing 2 words: density and buoyancy. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but these are not forces. Forces are vectors. They have a magnitude, which means a numerical amount, and a direction, which means they have to point somewhere. Density is simply mass per unit volume, or how much matter sits in a particular space. It doesn't point anywhere. And buoyancy is simply a measurement of an object's tendency to float. So allow me to repeat, these are not forces. This is trivial to prove. You say that objects fall down because they are more dense than the air below them. Why down? Why not up? Or sideways? When you let go of a ball, there is air all around it. How does it know to fall down? Also, objects fall down when they are in a vacuum, which means there is no air below them. What's happening there? Face the facts. Things accelerate down towards the ground because of a downward force. That force is gravity, which pulls everything towards the center of the earth, which is its center of mass. Denser things displace less dense things because gravity exists. More mass means a greater gravitational attraction. This is clearly why things that are less dense than water float on water. Again, because gravity exists. Rocks are pulled down harder than water, which is pulled down harder than air. Some of your more popular retorts to this include wondering how oceans stay on the earth while birds and insects can fly. It's because birds and insects have wings. They flap them and generate an upward force. If that force exceeds the gravitational force, they go up. Oceans can't do this because oceans don't have wings. Individual water molecules can evaporate and go up into the sky because they are so tiny. But when they get up to where it is colder and accumulate into clouds, they eventually condense back into liquid water. And guess what happens? They fall back down as rain. Hopefully you are familiar with rain. As for planes and other macroscopic objects, again, they go up only when a force is applied. When you throw a ball up into the sky, the force imparted on the ball by your arm is greater than the gravitational force. But as soon as it leaves your hand, no more force is being applied, and only the gravitational force is acting upon the ball. So that velocity gets smaller and smaller, hits zero, at which point it starts to fall, and it falls faster and faster until it hits the ground. Gravity. Gravity exists, period. Saying it is just a theory does nothing but display that you have no idea what a theory is. Stop repeating what you hear on Flat Earth videos and catch up to the 17th century. Number 2, Flat Earthers all say, I shouldn't see this thing, but I do, so the Earth is flat. Then to justify this claim, you all say the same thing, typically with no context whatsoever. 8 inches per mile squared. None of you have any idea what this means. You can't derive it. You can't calculate anything with it. You can't make a prediction with it. You can't tell me anything about this value at all. When I point this out to you, you get very angry, and instead of answering simple questions, you just link me to a bunch of videos made by con men. Well, I'm sorry, friends. Those people are doing incorrect math, or lying, or both, and they are counting on the fact that you won't do any math at all to check up on them. 8 inches per mile squared is not a valid way to measure Earth's curvature. If you understood math, you would immediately see that this squared on miles is totally out of place. That's because this is a parabolic approximation. This is for doing calculations with a parabola. It's possible that you remember this shape from middle school algebra, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't. As you can see, the Earth is not shaped like this. So where does it come from, and why do people use it? It comes from the Flat Earth Bible, Zetetic astronomy, and Flat Earth priests use it because they know it's not accurate. It gives them incorrect values that they can use to claim that they shouldn't be able to see something when in fact they totally should. There are dozens of videos on YouTube demonstrating this, several of which reference the actual formula that actually describes Earth's curvature, which as you can see requires trigonometry. Stop blindly repeating what you hear on Flat Earth videos and learn some basic math so that you can do these calculations for yourself. Number 3, all flat earthers say the same 2 things about water. The first is, water doesn't curve, and the second is, water finds its own level. The second phrase is completely meaningless, so the fact that you all say that exact thing verbatim is just one of the many demonstrations that you all blindly repeat what you hear without giving it a moment's thought. As for the first phrase, stating that water doesn't curve is at least a coherent thought. However, it is dead wrong. Put a drop of water on a piece of wax paper or a leaf. What does it look like? A freaking sphere. Isn't that something? In your haste to mindlessly parrot what you heard from Flat Earth priests about water, you forgot to look at water. Water curves, my friends. Look at this curved meniscus. Look at these waves. Water curves all the time. Water is not magic. It is subject to influence by external forces just like all other matter. With a spherical water droplet, that's the electromagnetic force. Water molecules make hydrogen bonds with one another, which in this context we refer to as cohesive forces. That's why water has a very high surface tension, and that's why a water droplet remains spherical, so that it can maximize the number of hydrogen bonds that are formed and keep the system at the lowest energy possible. So clearly and indisputably, water curves. In this example, it is due to the electromagnetic force. It is therefore quite easy to understand that it can curve under the influence of any force, including gravity. The oceans conform to the curvature of the Earth just like the land does, and for the same reason. This is why saying that water finds its own level is absolutely meaningless. You think that level means flat, as though on the globe model, water should just magically project into space at some arbitrary angle. In fact, level just means as close to the center of the Earth as possible. What's most hilarious is that even in the tool called the level, which only works because gravity exists, there is a curved bubble right in there. If the bubble is curved, what is the liquid, which is mostly water, doing around that bubble? It curves. It is absolutely astonishing how the things you repeat from Flat Earth videos are incompatible with even the most trivial everyday observations. You should acknowledge that. Number 4. You are all quite perplexed about how Earth's atmosphere can exist next to the vacuum of space. This one is rather amusing because what's happening is that since you have no science education, your only context for the word vacuum is a vacuum cleaner. And again, because you have no science education, none of you understand how a vacuum cleaner works, which is a problem because you seem to think that outer space is a vacuum cleaner. Let's take a moment and clear this up. A vacuum is any region where there is no stuff. Here, there is stuff, like air. In space, there is no stuff, or at least very, very close to no stuff. Space is essentially empty. That's a vacuum. It is not a thing that sucks. Vacuums don't suck. Everyone say it with me together. Vacuums don't suck. Earth's atmosphere displays a gradient because gravity exists. There's a lot of atmosphere right near the ground, and then as you rise, because fewer and fewer molecules will have enough kinetic energy to go so high, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner until there's none left. Then you're in space. It's that simple. Number 5. One of your favorite little gotcha challenges is to request that we demonstrate how water can stick to a ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. The implication is that water and everything else should fly off of it, like a child getting thrown from a merry-go-round. Well, it's very cute that you get overwhelmed by numbers with 4 digits in them, but in actuality, the Earth spins once per day. One time in 24 hours. Get on a merry-go-round and have someone push you one time around over 24 hours. Not a very thrilling ride, is it? The issue is that the Earth is really, really big. So if instead of using rotational velocity to describe a rotating body, like a normal person, you try to use linear tangential velocity, you're gonna get a pretty big number. But to be honest, it's still not really that big. Planes go more than half that speed, and sitting on a plane at cruising altitude with no turbulence is just like sitting on a chair on the ground. Flat Earth priests cite these big velocities associated with the Earth and the solar system purely for shock value, and you're falling for it. Stop doing that. Furthermore, this little water doesn't stick to a ball challenge is the strawiest straw man that was ever made of straw. The Earth is huge. It generates an enormous gravitational field. That's why everything sticks to it. A ball is very tiny. It does not generate an enormous gravitational field, so things don't stick to it. Also, unless you're doing this in space, the ball must be very close to the Earth, which, as we just said, generates an enormous gravitational field. So when water drips off the ball onto the ground, your desired demonstration of gravity fails because gravity exists. Stop asking for ridiculous and impossible demonstrations like having to build an Earth-sized object to show you how water sticks to something as big as the Earth. Number 6. Lots of you say that moonlight is cold. This is astonishing for a number of reasons. The first is that it is not related to any claim you could possibly be making in order to argue for a flat Earth. But the second and much more important detail is that it is the perfect demonstration of the fact that you have no clue how science works. Some flat Earth priest measured the temperature under the moonlight and then again under something providing shade. Wow, moonlight makes it colder. But does it? Shouldn't you add some element of control to your experiment? What's a control, you ask? Fair question. You see, your measurement isn't evidence of anything. You now have to repeat the experiment when there is no moonlight to make sure that the moonlight was indeed the cause of the discrepancy in temperature. This is something you should have learned in middle school, but don't worry, I'll finish the experiment for you. Take the measurements again on a night with a new moon so that there is no moonlight. Look at that. You'll get the same result. So the moonlight absolutely wasn't the reason for the discrepancy in temperature. What was the reason? Well, that thing that is providing the shade from the moonlight is also trapping in heat that is emanating from the Earth while it faces away from the sun. So, case closed. I'll link to at least one empirical demonstration of this fact in the description below. See how important it is to know how to do a science experiment? Maybe you should actually learn science rather than just repeating what you hear on flat Earth videos. Number 7. Many of you say some unintelligible nonsense about water flowing uphill, or that on the globe model some rivers flow uphill. This one is so stupid that I genuinely can't believe any human could fall for it. You'll look at a globe and say that a river flows this way and that this is somehow uphill, because you seem to think that up on the screen is some kind of universal up in space. Well, how about if I turn this a little bit? What do you know? Now it's down. Listen up. There is no up and down in space. This is not up. This is not down. To believe so would be as dumb as thinking that on Earth, whichever way you happen to be facing is north. No one on Earth is upside down or on their side. Up on Earth is away from the surface of the Earth, no matter where you are on the Earth. Rivers flow from higher elevation to lower elevation, which is a measure of how far away you are from the surface of the Earth. This has nothing to do with flowing in any particular direction along the surface. This is also why people who make videos acting confused about why elevation doesn't change between various sea level locations around the world are among the dumbest people alive. This is sea level. This is sea level. This is above sea level. This is above sea level. That's what elevation means. Learn the definitions of words before you try to use them in a sentence. Number 8. Many flat earthers remain dumbfounded by the idea that the Earth is slightly closer to the sun in winter than in summer. As I've said before, winter up north is summer down south and vice versa, so your confusion is one of northern hemisphere narcissism, but it is also one of complete ignorance. Here's the Earth. Here's the light coming from the sun. Look at this portion. It hits the Earth straight on. Look at this portion. Because of the curvature of the Earth, the light hits the surface at an angle and is therefore distributed around a greater area. Same amount of heat distributed around a larger area, lower average temperature. This is absolutely trivial to understand. It's why magnifying glasses can focus light to a point and set things on fire. It's how heat works. Flat Earth priests know this. They just pretend to be confused about things that they know their viewers won't check up on. Number 9. Many flat earthers refer to the body of scientific knowledge as scientism. This is meant to be derogatory, implying that science is a religion. I'm very sorry, but saying this just demonstrates that you know nothing about science and probably didn't pass a single science class in high school. Science students are not told what to believe. They are shown how to perform experiments. Even in high school physics, students use blocks and ramps and balls and pendulums and carts and rulers and timers to derive Newton's laws and many other such pillars of science. They personally do the science that has already been done by others in order to derive the knowledge that we already know and prove its validity to themselves. This continues through college and then on into graduate school, where students do their own research and figure out things that no one else has done yet. So using the word scientism only serves to disqualify you from adult conversation regarding science. In actuality, it is quite clear why you adopt this viewpoint, because you just accept whatever you hear if it's what you want to believe. This is why your beliefs are baseless. Since you are incapable of doing anything other than repeating what you are told, you assume that others are doing the same thing. But they are not. Those that are educated in the sciences understand how things work and use this information to build technology, such as computers and the internet, both of which you use to claim that the science that produced them isn't real, in a display of irony so thick that you could cut it with a knife. And to wrap things up, number 10, the pièce de résistance, the claim that we have all been indoctrinated, that we have been brainwashed, by schools, by the government, by NASA, by Freemasons, by Hollywood. Take your pick. Well, as I have demonstrated in this clip, you all say the same exact ridiculous things word for word, like you're reciting the oath of the Flat Earth Fraternity. So it's a rather silly accusation to be throwing around. The fact that you all say the same things is not surprising in the slightest. What do you do when you want to brainwash someone? You tell them they have already been brainwashed. That's what flat earth priests do. They tell you that you've been brainwashed so that you are nice and receptive to the brainwashing. They tell you that everything you know is a lie so that they can lie to you. It's human psychology 101. Why do they do this? Money, status. It's a way for con men to capitalize on the gullible few who exhibit a combination of ignorance and suggestibility. It's a cult. You're part of a cult. Not like the kill yourselves with Kool-Aid kind, but it's not that far off. So get angry, call me a shill, call me whatever you want. I guarantee that many of you will bring up these 10 things I just talked about while commenting on this very video, demonstrating that you didn't even watch any of it. Most of the rest of you will avoid addressing anything I said and just vomit a bunch of other different flat earth talking points. But maybe a portion of you will have the courage to accept that you've fallen for a hoax. It's not that big a deal. Many of us have fallen for hoaxes or been manipulated at one time or another, myself included. Just admit that to yourself and walk away. And when you're ready to learn science in earnest, my tutorials will be waiting for you. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the South to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible, because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to weight variation based on latitude. We had a very important participant with us in Antarctica on the globe side. His name is Critical Think.
Well, g'day flatties and reality defenders. This is Critical Think from Down Under. Thank you.
Critical Think, or CT for short, was an instrumental part of TFE. First, as we covered in a previous video, he took the non-stop flight between Sydney, Australia and Santiago, Chile, both on his way to Antarctica and on his way home from Antarctica for TFE. This flight makes perfect sense on a globe and would be impossible on a flat Earth. Flat Earthers said for years that this very flight was fake and would not work on a flat Earth and would prove the globe. And surprise, they no longer stick with what they said once it was demonstrated that this flight is indeed real and travels nonstop without crossing the equator, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire time. But Critical Think didn't join TFE in Antarctica just so he could take a nonstop flight that he already knew was real. CT had much bigger plans in mind. He wanted to show the world that we live on a rotating globe. More specifically, an oblate spheroid. For over 6 years now, CT has been traveling the world, taking very precise measurements that confirm 3 things concerning the globe: rotation, curvature, and gravity. Now you will start to see why having CT and his experiment with us in Antarctica were so crucial. Before we get into the details of his experiment, we need to do what we do best here at TFE, and that is bring receipts. Going back to the beginning of TFE, we have always provided receipts of what those on the flat Earth side have claimed, and this was done so as to not strawman the flat Earth model. Once again, let's listen to a flat earther, this time Phuket word, talk about the globe's prediction of a weight variation based on latitude.
The 20 questions guy goes on about the difference in the weight of things at the equator compared to other places in the Earth. Have you actually gone and measured it? Have you ever done it? We understand that in the model, based on the spin and centrifugals, centripetal whatever forces, that's the result that you can calculate based on your model. But has anyone actually gone and measured this so-called difference? Has anyone actually measured that a kilogram weighed in somewhere up north is any different to a kilogram weighed on the equator? Has anyone actually gone and done that? No, they have not. A kilogram is a kilogram wherever you are on the Earth.
Well, Phuket word, it's your lucky day. Because Critical Think has done exactly what you claim no one has done. And not only that, he has accurately predicted these variations in weight before doing the actual tests. And this is part of what is known as the scientific method. Only the globe side participates in the scientific method. And here's a quick refresher on what the scientific method is and how it works.
In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess. to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience, compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science.
Predictions are the name of the game when it comes to science. Flat earthers go out of their way to avoid making predictions and to avoid doing experiments to test predictions, and we all know why. Historically, every time they actually made a prediction, it was wrong. You can't go to Antarctica.
We're not allowed to go to Antarctica, okay? We're not allowed to go to Antarctica.
There is no 24-hour sun in the south.
We do not have a 24-hour sun in the south.
The South Pole doesn't exist.
No one's at the South Pole because there is no South Pole.
No one has ever crossed Antarctica.
Nobody has actually really gone all the way across Antarctica.
Non-stop flights in the southern hemisphere don't exist.
It has yet to be proven that these flights even exist, since no unedited video footage exists online, and every time flat earthers have attempted to book the non-stop flight, it fails to go through, gets cancelled and refunded days before departure, or changes to a non-direct flight.
You can't circumnavigate north to south.
All you'd have to do to prove the Earth's a ball and shut this stupid flat earther up is fly over Antarctica and pop back up on the other side. That's impossible on a flat earth. It's called north to south circumnavigation. Never been done in the history of mankind, and it's illegal to even try to do it.
The list goes on and on. Instead of realizing the pattern here, they have decided to stop making predictions altogether, and as far as I can tell, have no interest in any future experimentation that follows the scientific method. The globe model is so robust that there are countless predictions that can be made based on the globe, and they will all happen just as predicted. One such prediction is not well known, but is an incredibly powerful one. And I will let CT give an overview of his experiment.
Now, why is this experiment so fabulous? I mean, I love this experiment. And I've explained this before, but here we go again. The results are sort of unexpected. I mean, who would think that as you go towards the equator, you're going to weigh just a little bit less? And this little bit less is in fact measurable. And it's a non-optical observation, no refraction required. You know, there's a lot of flatties, they come and ask me, oh, do you have a non-optical evidence of curvature? Oh, yes, we do. It's this experiment. Non-optical. No geometric horizon required. Isn't that good news? And there is no flat Earth explanation for this naturally observed phenomenon. It's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. And anyone can do the experiment. Even flat earthers could do it if they really tried, and I know one that has. Now, if there was no R, it would not work. So when flatties say you're going to need an R for that, well, if you didn't have R, this wouldn't work at all. So yes, we have an R for that. And if there was no rotation, it would not work as well. So not only do we have an R, we have rotation. Everything you need to disprove the flat and stationary Earth.
Now, the predictions made for these weight differences based on what latitude you are at on the globe are based on the World Geodetic System, which precisely defines the shape of the Earth, which gives a basis for a coordinate system which can be used to locate points on the Earth's surface, which can then be used for mapping and navigation, among other important things. The latest World Geodetic System version was established in 1984 and goes by the acronym WGS-84. So if you ever see this license plate on the road, you will now understand that this is not just another random license plate, but rather a custom personalized plate. And if you see this plate, go ahead and pull up next to the vehicle, and you may or may not see Ruhif behind the wheel. WGS 84 states that the Earth is an ellipsoid or spheroid and not a perfect sphere. This is important because certain predictions based on the globe model would actually differ if we lived on a sphere versus an ellipsoid. Now, before CT shows us what he does for this experiment, there is some basic knowledge you must have to understand his experiment, starting with the difference between weight and mass. Many people talk about mass when they mean weight, and vice versa. It's beyond the scope of this video to teach the difference, but basically mass is the amount of matter an object has, and that does not change based on location on the globe. But weight, on the other hand, is the force exerted on an object by gravity. When the experiment shows that the weight changes by latitude, the mass remains the same. The change seen on the scale is a change in the gravitational force, which has predictable and measurable differences based on the location on a rotating spheroid. Seeing as flat earthers reject not only the globe, but also gravity, a change in weight based on latitude would be confirmation of the globe and leave the flat earth position with absolutely no explanation for this anomaly. Hear CT talk about the math behind the predictions, which are based not just on a globe, but a rotating spheroid.
These two forces, we can predict what anything should weigh anywhere on the Earth to within a small percentage. I mean, there's going to be variations. It's not going to be perfect. So you'll see that the gravitational force gets smaller as the R gets bigger. So at the equator, where the Earth is a little bit fatter, the gravitational force will be a little bit less because of that. And also the centrifugal force gets greater as you get further away from the center of the Earth. So there's two things there to make something lighter at the equator. It also means that as you go up a mountain, for example, this will change because your R is different now and your weight will get lighter as well. Another thing to note is that Fy will get smaller as you move away from the equator. So the latitude increases, cos theta gets smaller, the radius of rotation gets a lot smaller, and so this centrifugal component will become less and less. At the same time, the gravitational component will become a little bit larger because the R will decrease slightly because of the oblate shape of the Earth. So the net effect is as you move away from the equator, the weight will increase. So here I've worked an example. So if I were to take 1,000 grams of weight and weigh it on an accurate scale at the equator and then go to 30 degrees latitude without recalibrating the scale, then it should weigh 1,001.31 grams. Now that is a very small change. So you can see if you want to measure this, you're going to need an accurate and stable scale.
Now this is highly technical, but no one said math and science were easy. If we want to do real science, we must move past elementary arguments such as it looks flat to me and I don't feel any rotation. Again, anyone can see for themselves the variation in weight with just an inexpensive scale. Listen as CT goes over the steps he completes at each new location where he performs this experiment.
Now, I've taken measurements at temperature, magnetic field, pressure, and GPS position and elevation. I did try to get accelerometer readings, but I found they're too unreliable, so I didn't include those. Now, here's the method. I level the scales. They have adjustable feet and a bubble indicator of level. Weigh 500 grams on each scale, including the portable one. Swap the weights on scales 1 and 2, and then weigh 2 500-gram weights on the one scale on scale 1 and scale 2, because scale 3 only went to 500. Take my environment readings, and I've recorded all readings in here.
CT's experiment has been conducted 140 times all over the world, spanning 6 continents. And the best part? Anyone can do this. All you need is a $20 scale, which means the flat earther's typical response of calling this fake or calling critical think a liar won't work, as anyone can see this for themselves with just a very inexpensive scale. But as I mentioned, I have not seen any flat earthers who are interested in experimentation and following the scientific method. Now, predictions are at the heart of real science, and watch CT make predictions for the final experiment for both Punta Arenas, Chile, and Union Glacier, Antarctica, 2 places he'd never been.
Now, I've conglomerated all my measurements, combined them along with other people's measurements, and you see it's nicely clustered around the rotating spheroid model, which is a very, very powerful evidence. And as I've shown before with statistical analysis, the chances are that this is all just a mistake and by accident is a 0 point something with more than 20 zeros after it, and 1. There's the chances of that being an accident. So this is pretty powerful and great evidence that yes, we live on a globe, and yes, it's rotating. And when we go to Punta Arenas, we're expecting a number in this area, and at Union Glacier, we're expecting a number in this area.
That video was released November 23rd, 2024, a little over 2 weeks before our trip. And those predictions were made based on WGS 84, which states that we live on a rotating spheroid. And here is the most important part. Those predictions differ not only from what is expected on a flat Earth, which is no variation whatsoever. Those predictions also differ from a rotating sphere that is not a spheroid. Yes, this experiment accurately predicts a variation in weight based on specifically a rotating spheroid, while simultaneously predicting that weight variations which would be expected on a rotating sphere will not be observed. This is how science is done. Now let's watch what happened when CT conducted his experiment at Union Glacier while we were all in Antarctica for TFE.
I've got something very important to do with the weight measurement at Union Glacier. I've got to repeat it in a more stable environment, and here we are. I'm going to turn this around. Here we are in the dining hall, and I've got this set up on the serving bench, which is probably the most level place in the whole Union Glacier. So I've got 0.1 degrees there, and 0.1. This is the best place to do the measurement. So we're going to go ahead with the best scale I got, which the prediction is 1003.80. So down there outside it was 1003, we waited around about 76. So in here, a little bit more stable environment. It's a little bit more. 1,000, but it's still 1003 is settled down to 0.82, which is 0.02 of a gram from what was predicted.
We are talking about accuracy here down to hundredths of a gram. That is incredible precision and a stunning prediction. And of course, is only possible because we live on a globe. The flat Earth prediction is that the weight would remain the same regardless of location because they reject the globe, rotation, and gravity. Now, flat earthers have desperately tried to explain why things weigh differently based on latitude, and these attempts all fall short. Here is CT talking about some of them.
So what have been the flat earth cult objections? Well, we've had straight up denial, which is something that you heard in that video clip. And I know David Weiss has also denied that this actually can be measured. There's arguments about, it's the air density, the air temperature, the air pressure, or magnetic field. Well, those effects are very minimal, and I'll demonstrate through the statistical analysis that's all of those things. I have before demonstrated that there's no correlation between the weight and those things. And so they're just random effects that are not going to randomly put your weight into the exact reading that matches the globe model. No. Random variations in density, air temperature, air pressure, and magnetic field are not going to do that. They're going to produce random results, not a correlated result. And Rachie has said, there could be variations in gravity. Okay, so you're admitting gravity exists now. And there's people have said, yes, that's very good, but I think you need to repeat the experiment. Well, I've done it a lot of times already. It's been repeated and repeated ad nauseum. And some people have said, you don't have a dependent or independent variable. That's obviously false as well. And another flat earther, my jeweler says, blah, 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 blah. So your jeweler's a physics expert now. That's a bit like asking your hairdresser what's wrong with your car. And you go to the mechanic and you say, my hairdresser says this is wrong with the car. And the mechanic's going to look at you very strange and go, what, really? So I've even been told that, because there's no mainstream media mention of this, then he hasn't heard of it in the mainstream media, then it's not real. And how can some random dude on the internet, that's me, have any credibility when, no other scientist is whatever or TV channel or whatever has mentioned it? Like I said, well, maybe it is that I'm breaking new ground here and I am now perhaps the subject matter expert on this experiment. And again, I have to ask, well, what happened to do your own research? Is that gone by the by now? Oh dear, oh dear. And I will debate anybody on this topic. Bring it on. A neutral platform for debate, that is. Not one of those platforms where the mute button is overused.
Now, he mentioned Rachie as that video is almost 3 years old. Rachie is no longer a flat earther. When a flat earther says once you go flat, you never globe back, that is simply false. And as you heard, CT said he will debate anyone on his experiment. But no flat earther seems to want to. I wonder why. This graph shows the cumulative measurements plotted out from all of the locations where his experiment has been conducted. As you can see, they clearly follow what is expected on a rotating spheroid based on WGS 84, which is the green line. The magenta line is what would be expected on a rotating sphere, meaning not a spheroid. The brown line is what would be expected on a stationary spheroid, and the blue line is what would be expected on a flat Earth. This is very powerful evidence of the globe, curvature, and gravity. And there is simply no explanation for this whatsoever on a flat Earth. 2 weeks before we all departed for the final experiment, Flat Earther Phuket Word posted this on X. He said, "Flat Earth is obviously reality, but globe believers love to claim that weight predictably changes with latitude. But even professional scale makers cannot prove this globe assumption." Well, Critical Think not only predicted a precise weight variation in Chile and Antarctica, his predictions were also correct. To learn more about CT's experiment, head on over to his channel on YouTube and subscribe. Make sure to check out his playlist called Evidence for Earth Rotation, where he conducts his experiment all over the world. I originally created the final experiment specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these and our other videos in the Final Experiments series. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free."
Goes on about the difference in the weight of things at the equator compared to other places in the Earth. Have you actually gone and measured it? Have you ever done it? We understand that in the model, based on the spin and centrifugals, centripetal, whatever forces, that's the result that you can calculate based on your model.
Yes, we did.
But has anyone actually gone and measured this so-called difference? Has anyone actually measured that a kilogram weighed in somewhere up north is any different to a kilogram weighed on the equator?
Yep, we've
Has
done
anyone
that.
actually gone and done that?
Yep.
No, they have not.
Oh, no.
A kilogram is a kilogram wherever you are on the Earth.
But we've done it.
regular programming.
Hey everyone, it's been quite some time since I've talked about flat earthers, even if they never stop talking about me. But although the self-proclaimed champions of flat earth change over time, most of their brainwashed flock still seem to bring up one particular guy as their messiah, and that's Eric Dubay. If you're not familiar with this buffoon, he's a pointless grifter and yoga teacher who took a garbage 19th century book by Sam Robotham called Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, and shamelessly repackaged it for today's gullible masses with some crappy pamphlets and YouTube videos collectively entitled 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. Despite having been debunked countless times, flat earthers somehow still reference this tool, so I thought it would be fun to go through all 200 of his so-called proofs and show how profoundly stupid they really are. Wouldn't that be fun? Now, in order to do this, showing clips from his videos would take way too long. Instead, I've downloaded his ridiculous ebook so I can simply show the text for each proof, quickly summarize, and then debunk it. That will keep the runtime down to something mildly reasonable, and then we also don't have to listen to his annoying voice. Although, if you're curious, this is what he sounds like.
And welcome back to Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes.
And this guy has followers. What a world. Anyway, let's get started. 1. The horizon is always flat. Any footage shows it to be flat, except for all the footage that shows it isn't flat, which of course is CGI, because he says so. In reality, all sufficiently high altitude footage shows the curvature of the horizon, whether it's the 24/7 live feed from the ISS, amateur weather balloon footage, or anything else, much of which entirely predates the existence of CGI. Once you get really high, you see it. Always. So this is a lie. Gee, do you think a lot of these will just be lies? Let's find out. 2. The horizon always rises to eye level. No matter how high you go, the horizon is always in the same place in your field of vision. Another lie. Enjoy these pictures that show the horizon below eye level, proving that this is a dumb lie. 3. Crazy water stuff. This is where flat earthers get their dumb catchphrase, water always finds its level. First, he has no clue what level means. It doesn't mean flat. It means perpendicular to the vector representing acceleration due to gravity, which points to the center of the Earth. Gravity is pulling everything to the center of the Earth, so level means perpendicular to that force, which essentially means any tangent line with respect to any point on Earth's surface. Oceans are level, even though they exhibit curvature, and this is how all the water molecules sit as close to the center of the Earth as geometrically possible. And second, his fantasy flat oceans can't even exist on his imaginary pizza land anyway. Tides are a thing. In his world, tides are just little hills of water moving around by magic. No flat water, even for Eric. Whoops. 4. Rivers only flow downhill. Yeah, including the Mississippi, which starts in Minnesota at an elevation of 1,475 feet and flows downhill the entire time all the way to the Gulf of Mexico at sea level. He just pulls this 11 miles thing out of his ass and doesn't even specify what he's talking about. 5. More with rivers, or really just more gibberish. If the Nile were to flow 1,000 miles with an elevation change of 1 foot, then it would do that no matter what the shape of the Earth. This is not an argument. No rivers flow uphill. He's just lying. He could cite specific locations and elevations, but he doesn't do that because he made it up. 6. More water gibberish. Again, he doesn't know what level means. It doesn't mean flat. Water molecules are not magic. They get pulled to the center of the Earth by gravity just like everything else. Oceans exhibit curvature and are level. 7. Trains. He is pretending that train tracks can't handle even a millimeter of curvature. In reality, train tracks go over hills and mountains and run through valleys and conform to local geographical features that exhibit thousands of times more curvature than the curvature of the Earth. So he's a moron who's never actually seen train tracks. Also, bridges are specifically built taking into account Earth's curvature. Long suspension bridges have towers that are not precisely parallel, and they are built knowing that they can't be precisely parallel because of Earth's curvature. Ask people who build bridges. 8. The Suez Canal. Again, he's pretending that large bodies of water are flat because he doesn't understand what elevation means. Boats go from one body of water to another, and all the water is level throughout. There's nothing parallel to anything, and there's nothing to talk about here. 9. Some engineer guy said a thing. It's a long quote that starts with zero context as to what he's referring to, pivots to train tracks and canals, which we just talked about, and specifies that train tracks don't have to account for Earth's curvature, which is utterly insignificant on the local scale, dramatically outweighed by local topographical features. Also, I can't find any evidence whatsoever of an engineer by this name ever having existed. 10. More trains. Random numbers with no math shown and continuing to pretend that train tracks can't handle anything other than flawlessly flat terrain. 11. Another fake engineer quote. You can tell because he's as dumb as a flat earther. Trains can only run on totally flat surfaces. Except, of course, for the not at all flat surfaces, like the inclines they traverse literally all the time. But very carefully, of course, as though the train has to tiptoe on those parts. And 8 inches over 1 mile is ridiculous. Impossible. Who could imagine such a thing? Insanity. 12. Wow, he's really sticking with the train thing and pretending these are somehow all separate proofs. Yeah, people who lay out train tracks don't think about the curvature of the Earth because it's negligible and completely dwarfed by local topographical features. I'm already repeating myself for a 3rd time, and we are only on number 12. Unreal. 13. We see too far. A deliberately vague description of a light on the summit of something, but we don't know what, somewhere in Spain, which was seen from what I can only assume he means is the island of Ibiza, specifically a place called Campri, which doesn't exist. He pretends the elevation is the same even though he mentioned the summit of something but didn't say what. He lies about the distance, he lies about the amount of curvature, and of course this is anecdotal and probably made up anyway, since I find no mention of this experiment anywhere on the internet, including Arago's Wikipedia page, which is lengthy. 14. Another see too far, which of course is a fabricated event that offers zero specific information, lies about the width of the channel, and the amount of curvature there should be. Are you noticing a pattern yet? 15. Airplanes. Yes, that's right. Planes should magically be able to fly to outer space just by going in a straight line. That's exactly how physics works. You totally don't need to expend energy to counteract gravity. Throw a ball straight up into the air. That should go all the way up into space too. This is one of the absolute dumbest things flat earthers say because it's just them having no clue how planes work. When a plane is flying, gravity is pulling it down, but there is lift pushing the plane up due to air hitting the underside of the body and wings, which are specifically designed to maximize lift and keep it in the air. When these forces are equal, you have level flight, meaning constant altitude, and altitude conforms to the curvature of the Earth. As the plane flies level, it follows the curvature of the Earth. A toddler could understand this. It can't magically ascend in elevation against gravity without exerting additional thrust. Also, has he ever seen a plane land? Does a plane land with its nose dipped down to get down to the runway? No, the nose points up as the plane slows down. The guy really is dumber than rocks. 16. Ares failure. He has no clue what this means. Somebody was trying to substantiate the existence of the ether, which doesn't exist, so he failed to detect it. He wasn't trying to prove the heliocentric theory. That was done several centuries prior. This is gibberish. 17. Olber's paradox. No, this isn't what he said at all. The paradox addresses the assertion that the universe is infinite, eternal, and static. If that were the case, and there were infinite stars in every direction, the sky would be completely lit. Modern cosmology proposes none of those things. Billions of stars may sound like a lot, but it's not the same as infinite stars. He can't be bothered to Google the term and learn what it means, and he's too stupid to even read the quote properly, since Poe clearly uses the word endless, which means infinite. 18. Michelson-Morley, another thing that can easily be Googled to learn what it is and which he will never do. They also were trying to substantiate the existence of the ether, which it turns out does not exist. Yes, they determined that the speed of light never changes, a finding which prompted the development of special relativity. None of this has anything to do with the shape of the Earth or arrangement of the solar system, at all. 19. Tycho Brahe. It's true, he was not convinced of heliocentrism, and his reason was logical. He knew that stars should exhibit parallax. And they do. You need telescopes to see it, which didn't exist when Brahe was alive. It was first confirmed in 1838, and now you can confirm the parallax of nearby stars even with higher-end personal telescopes, which is why this idiot has to time travel to when telescopes didn't exist in order to pretend you can't. 20. Fun with physics. If you fire a cannonball straight up, it should fall down in a different place because the Earth is spinning. No. There's this thing called conservation of momentum. The cannonball retains the momentum of the Earth. This is also why a skateboarder lands right back on the skateboard when they jump in the air for a trick. They travel forward with the skateboard, even though from their reference frame they are jumping straight up and falling straight down. Same with the cannonball. 21. Same stupidity, but switch cannons for helicopters and balloons. These objects don't magically lose the momentum of Earth's rotation simply by hovering, for the same reason that jumping inside a plane doesn't cause you to fly to the back of the cabin at 500 miles per hour. And no, it's not because the cabin is enclosed. Observe people playing tennis on the wings of an airplane. Physics. Learn about it. 22. More of the same stupid. The guy was falling and landed in the wrong place. Well, again, the balloon he was on was rotating with the Earth, and he maintained that lateral velocity as he fell. Ever see planes dropping bombs? Do they fall directly downward and land on the point precisely below where the plane was when it opened the hatch? No, the bombs maintain the velocity of the plane, so they travel forward with the plane as they fall. That's why they have to perform calculations and know exactly when to release them in order to hit the target. And also, the Earth doesn't rotate at 1,000 miles an hour. Rotational motion is different from linear motion. It rotates once per day. He uses a tangential linear velocity to make it sound unreasonable. In reality, it's rotating half as fast as the hour hand on a clock. 23. Gravity is magic. Yes, the Earth holds on to the atmosphere by gravity, just like all other matter. Yes, the atmosphere rotates along with the Earth. No, there is no perfect synchronization. The rest is gibberish. There is gravity in space. Things in orbit are still under the influence of Earth's gravity. Gravitized doesn't mean anything, and he doesn't know what a vacuum is. No, basic scientific facts are not refuted by the existence of any of the random objects he is listing. He's just dumb and doesn't understand basic physics. 24. More fun with cannonballs. Yes, we can consider the Earth an inertial reference frame, so it doesn't matter which way the cannon is facing. It's not that hard to understand. 25. More plane stuff. Pretending that planes can't travel east because the Earth is rotating below them is like pretending you can't jump forwards on the bed of a truck because the second your feet leave the truck, it will fly away from under you at 70 miles an hour, since humans can't jump forward at 70 miles an hour. The plane has the velocity that the Earth has. When it takes off from the Earth, the activity of the plane will produce a motion relative to Earth's surface. Reference frames. Learn about them. 26. Pointless quote. I don't know who this person is, but Googling her name brings up nothing but links to flat Earth videos and pamphlets, so it seems pretty fake. Also, pointing to someone else who is stupid doesn't make you any less stupid. Copernicus wasn't arguing that the Earth is a rotating sphere because that had been common knowledge for well over 1,000 years at that point. So 26 is basically 25 again, but out of someone else's fake dumb mouth. 27. Holy hell, more plane stuff. No to all of this for the same reasons. 28. Clouds are weird. Clouds can't do what they do. Why? Because you say so? That's not convincing. Argument from incredulity rejected. 29. Crazy fast spin. He cites this 1,000 miles an hour figure countless times because it's all he has. When you're going 500 miles an hour in a plane, do you feel it? No, because you don't feel motion at constant velocity. You only feel acceleration and deceleration. It's not that hard to understand. As the Earth rotates, everything moves together at a constant rate. There's nothing to feel. When a breeze occurs, air is moving relative to your stationary body, so you feel it. Got it? 30. Some explorer guy. He felt wind down at sea level and clouds much higher moved in a different direction. I wonder if different air currents can exist at different altitudes. 4,000 feet of elevation above the trade winds, you say? What's funniest about this is that it has absolutely nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. The guy is saying there is wind pushing the ships in one direction at sea level and wind pushing clouds in a different direction at higher elevation. Even if the Earth was flat, he would still be totally dumbfounded by this fact. Where does the rotation come into play here exactly? Nowhere. 31. More big numbers. No, Earth rotating does not cause wind. The atmosphere also moves with Earth's rotation. Somebody should spend less time flying kites and more time learning basic physics. 32. Gravity is crazy. How the heck do big fat oceans stick to the Earth while tiny, puny, weak little bugs and birds can fly? This is one of the best examples of how dumb this guy is. The gravitational force increases with mass. Heavier things have a harder time counteracting gravity. Weight only exists because of gravity, and it depends on mass. Oceans are enormous and heavy. Bugs and birds are tiny. It's easier to accelerate them against gravity as it requires so much less force. But much more importantly, they have these things called wings. They use them to generate lift, an applied force to counter gravity. As I have famously offered in a previous debunk, oceans don't have wings, nor do they have any form of sentience to decide for themselves which way to go. And guess what? Water goes up into the sky from the ocean all the time anyway. It's called evaporation, you moron. It's part of the water cycle. Check it out sometime. 33. Fish can't swim. I really don't even know what to say with this one. It's that mind-bogglingly stupid. Gravity keeps both water and fish from floating out into space, and fish also swim through water using fins. The end. 34. More fun with travel. Ships don't take Earth's curvature into account ever. But is that really true? No, and it's easy to prove. What are nautical miles? A nautical mile is 1 minute of latitude, or 1/60th of a degree of latitude, which is more practical for long-distance travel because the curvature of the Earth becomes a factor in accurate measurement. Nautical miles were literally invented to take into account Earth's curvature. Whoops, all of this is lies. Anyone who does these kinds of calculations knows the Earth is a sphere, and any flat map of the Earth is distorted because that's what happens when you try to project a curved surface onto a flat one. 35. Latitudes. If the Earth was a sphere, latitude lines would represent smaller and smaller circumferences as they approached the poles. And they do, since the Earth is a sphere. That they don't get larger and larger is proof that the Earth isn't flat. He basically offers up one of the best ways to debunk the flat Earth and just says nuh-uh to his own assertion. His justification is many captains something vague and meaningless. Wow, that's convincing. In reality, there's a sailing race around Antarctica. I repeat, every year a bunch of people sail their boats around Antarctica. That alone proves this Pizza Land map isn't real. 36. Circumnavigating Antarctica. Hey, that's what we were just talking about. Once again, that anyone can do this at all proves this map is bullshit. So he brings it up, spews some random vague numbers, and moves on. Hysterical. 37. More Antarctica. Somebody was exploring, and it was a little fishy. No attempt to validate the numbers, no attempt to contextualize them on a flat Earth, nothing of substance whatsoever. Maybe they were incorrectly presuming that the magnetic pole was located at the geographic South Pole. That's a pretty obvious speculation, but no, it must mean the Earth is flat. 38. More confused ships. Anytime navigators are confused, it's because the Earth is flat, because reasons. 39. A random thing in Australia. These two towns are 1,550 miles apart. Well, no, they're 1,273 kilometers apart, which is around 790 miles, and they're on different latitude lines. So he's lying, which means there's no point in even checking his math, which is probably also wrong. Pathetic. 40. The same thing, but somewhere else. 10,500 miles, huh? That's funny. I get 9,140 kilometers, or about 5,700 miles. Where are you getting these numbers? From the 1500s? Use the internet, moron. 41. Holy hell, the same dumb lie in another place. He says 25,000 miles. It's 10,268 kilometers, or 6,380 miles. Who the hell does this idiot think he's fooling? Does he try to pick up women with this stuff? 42. More Antarctica stuff. The circumference of Antarctica is 12,000 miles. Actually, it's less than 10,000. But what's this? Cook measured 50 to 60,000? Nope. That was the length of his voyage all the way around the world, zigzagging around to many different ports. It has nothing to do with Antarctica. A bald-faced lie. 43. Flights over Antarctica. That's the shortest path for so many flights, he says. Except it isn't. He just draws random lines on this image that don't necessarily represent real flights. Great circles, the paths that planes actually take, don't look like this. Some of them come very close to Antarctica, or even fly over the edge of it. Looking at an actual globe, the paths make perfect sense. Also, yes, going directly over the middle of Antarctica is not a good idea. There are storms and blizzards and whatnot, and nowhere to make an emergency landing. Go ahead and charter a private jet and check it out for yourself, genius. 44. More lies about flights. Sydney to Santiago. Why do they always stop in the northern hemisphere? They don't. They fly direct over the Pacific Ocean several times per week, both ways, usually stopping in nearby Auckland, New Zealand. Here's the route they take, and you can stare out the window the whole time and see the Pacific Ocean below you with your own eyes. Flat Earthers continue to pretend that this flight doesn't exist, and yet none of them have the courage to go see for themselves, since this flight single-handedly proves their map is wrong and dumb. 45. More lies about flights. Johannesburg to Perth. Why do they do the crazy blah blah blah? They don't. Yeah, you can get a direct flight between these two cities. Fail. 46. Another flight. Cape Town to Buenos Aires, which he can't spell properly. Direct flights exist. Fail. 47. Another flight. Johannesburg to Sao Paulo, which again he can't spell. Direct flights exist. Another fail. 48. Another flight. Santiago to Johannesburg. I couldn't find direct flights, but all the ones I found connect in Sao Paulo, not Senegal. It's just not a popular enough route to offer the direct flight. Also, it's important to point out that in every single one of these fake flight proofs, he pretends that stops are for refueling. They aren't. They're just totally separate flights. Not every two cities in the world have flights between them. When you travel internationally, you often take one flight, land at an airport, get off the plane, go to another gate, get on another plane, and take another totally unrelated flight. That's how international travel works. This moron is pretending that for all of these routes, the plane lands, all the people stay on the plane, they refuel, and then take off again for the intended destination they all share. This is what happens when you never leave your mother's basement. Save up your yoga money and see the world, Eric. 49. Weather. You heard it from Eric. Hot in Africa, but cold near the poles just doesn't make sense. This dumbass thinks a magical substance called heat is traveling from the sun through outer space to the Earth. All flat earthers think that the sun is a bonfire the Earth is warming its hands with. In reality, electromagnetic radiation from the sun travels through the vacuum of space, which then strikes the Earth and its atmospheric particles, causing excitations that raise their kinetic energies, which we call heating. The light irradiates latitudes near the equator directly, so the heating effect is greater. The light irradiates polar regions at an oblique angle, traversing more atmosphere and distributing the light around a much larger area, so the heating effect is dramatically lesser. So it's colder. Also, all the ice in the polar regions reflects a lot of the light back to space, which contributes to colder temperatures. Everyone learns how the climate and seasons work in elementary school. He must have been sick that day. This one makes me laugh because he isn't just lying or making up numbers. He genuinely is too stupid to understand how climate works. 50. Polar regions should be similar. They are. They should have comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, and they do. Objectively. He just baselessly says that they differ in many ways, which they don't, and as proof he shows pictures of polar bears and penguins. Wow, they have different animals. The exact same animals should magically have evolved on the opposite ends of the Earth because reasons. Brilliant. 51. The poles are too different. Well, Eric, the South Pole is found on Antarctica, a continent. That's a fancy word for a big chunk of land. The North Pole is in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, so one pole is land surrounded by ocean, the other pole is ocean surrounded by land. That's pretty different, don't you think? Different enough to cause changes in the way wind moves, not to mention the higher elevation on Antarctica, again because it's a continent with a gigantic ice sheet and mountains and whatnot. Do you get it now? 52. Animals. Iceland has some animals, and this other random island in the southern hemisphere doesn't. So Earth is flat, case closed. This is so mind-numbingly stupid it's not even worth dwelling on. Different places have differing numbers and types of animals. The hemispheres aren't mirror images of each other. 53. Sun stuff. He baselessly asserts that day length during the northern summer is longer than those in the south. Doesn't mention specific locations, doesn't give specific numbers, just because I say so. And of course, he's objectively wrong. Go to the southern tip of South America and see how long and short the days get. He also just says it makes sense on a flat Earth with zero attempt at explaining how, since it definitely doesn't, just like everything else. 54. Dawn and dusk. They happen at different rates. No, they don't. The sun's apparent motion through the sky is constant because the rate of Earth's rotation is constant. He's pulling this directly out of his ass and using words like wobbling for no reason. Also, sunrise and sunset make no sense whatsoever on a flat Earth in general, so pretending that his magic sun circles make sense is also directly from his asshole. 55. Pizza Land magic. No, his ridiculous concentric circles explain precisely nothing and are totally incompatible with literally all observations. If the sun were to be taking this enormous path around the winter solstice, it would have to be illuminating nearly the entire outer section of the pizza all at the same time, while not illuminating the center, which experiences 24-hour darkness at that time. And of course, he ignores the 24-hour sun at the South Pole, which is totally inexplicable here, and just pretends it isn't real. 56. 24-hour sun can only happen precisely at the poles. No, just look at a globe. The portion that is constantly illuminated experiences 24 hours of daylight. The end. 57. Antarctica. That dirty, lying establishment says there is 24-hour daylight at the South Pole, but there's no uncut video of it. Except for all of the uncut video of it. Why is there so much more footage of the midnight sun in the Arctic? Because people live there, moron. Nobody permanently lives at the South Pole, although I've been encouraging flat earthers to apply for jobs there for years, which they totally could get. Also, didn't he just say that there is no 24-hour sun anywhere except precisely directly on top of the geographic poles? Now he's admitting that in the north there's so much footage of it. All of those people were standing right on the pole, huh? 58. More Antarctica. The sun disappears for a few months? That's crazy. No, it isn't. 24-hour night happens for the exact same reason as 24-hour day, just when Earth is at the opposite point in its orbit around the sun. Just look at a globe and see that as Earth rotates, this part is never facing the sun. The end. Also, no, it makes zero sense whatsoever on his pizza land. Just because the sun is running the tighter circle, it doesn't mean light magically wouldn't reach the edge of the disk. Basically, nighttime in general makes no sense on a flat Earth at all. 59. More made-up quotes. No, day and night should not be 12 hours each because of the tilt in Earth's rotational axis. Pick any latitude and observe what fraction of it is illuminated at any given time. Then observe how that changes as Earth orbits the sun. This is so unbelievably easy to understand, it's ridiculous. 60. The horizon. It's so flat, you guys. Just take some wooden planks and eyeball it. That's reliable. Except it isn't. Our eyes are not sophisticated measuring devices, and when we use those instead, we can measure the curvature of the horizon even at sea level, which becomes more and more pronounced with altitude. Earth is really big. If you were a bacterium on a basketball, it'd look flat to you. Zoom in on a circle until it looks like a straight line. You get the picture. 61. More horizon stuff. If Earth were a ball, we should see lots of curvature on the horizon, even at sea level. Why? Because you say so? Everything would be like the Leaning Tower of Pisa? It's Pisa, jackass. My family's from there, so I get to be mad about that one. This moron thinks a planet with a 25,000-mile circumference should be the same as one of those tiny planets from Le Petit Prince, or that walking around should be like playing Mario Galaxy or something. Earth is really, really big, idiot. 62, Bedford level thingy. One time that grifter Sam Robotham I told you about lied and said the water was flat. He didn't account for the height of the flag, he didn't account for refraction, and the experiment was repeated a bunch of times since then and the curvature was confirmed. 63, more lies from Sam, another flag thing that didn't happen. 64, Sam again. For a while here, Dubé just straight up copy-pastes section of the book he's plagiarizing, just to make it perfectly clear that he doesn't even want to pretend to have his own original thoughts. Here Sam is vomiting some garbage about sticks and a string and pretending the horizon is flat, which it isn't, as we already showed, and the idiot pretends a ship sailing 40 miles should be going up and down a big hill of water because he's an idiot who doesn't understand scale, just like Dubé. 65, Sam again. He's describing the process of watching a ship sail away and disappear from the bottom up, a very clear demonstration of the curvature of the Earth that has been acknowledged for millennia, and pretending it somehow proves the Earth is flat because of some numbers he made up. Again, watching ships disappear bottom up is one of the clearest demonstrations of Earth's curvature that a person can experience. This is the pathetic way flat earthers attempt to engage with it. 66, Sam again. He used some shitty instruments to prove everything is super duper flat. This is obviously a blatant lie because there is literally nowhere on Earth that's perfectly and immaculately flat, even disregarding Earth's curvature. So no, he did not do this. Also, the idea that the shape of the Earth was a hot topic of debate any time in the past several thousand years is the most laughably idiotic claim imaginable. 67, we see too far. He lies about the distance between these places, lies about the required vantage point for the view, and makes up the other numbers. 68, we see too far. These two places have a driving route that is already less than 40 miles, so the straight line distance is way less than that. The picture he shows is obviously from a pretty high elevation, and yet we still can't see the bottoms of the buildings. 69, we see too far. The driving distance is 46 miles, so the straight line distance is way less than 60. The picture is taken from the top of a mountain, and the bottoms of the buildings are obscured due to Earth's curvature. But wow, he spelled Pythagorean correctly. Impressive. Couldn't figure out how to draw a triangle, though. Shapes are hard. 70, we see too far. Philly and New York again, which are in opposite directions from this location, so I have no idea what this picture is supposed to be, and there is not even an attempt to show fake math to justify this number. 71, we see too far. Chicago skyline from the other side of the lake. Since this is right over water, refraction plays a big role here, which he even mentions, but then just hand waves away, just like the fact that we can only see the top portions of the buildings, which proves that the curvature is there. If there was no curvature, we could see all of the buildings. The numbers are made up, and he's so dumb that he pretends the buildings should be leaning away from us in a way that is noticeable. 60 miles out of 25,000 means this distance represents 0.24% of the circumference of the Earth. Take that percentage of 360 degrees, and you get 0.864 degrees. The buildings should have a vertical alignment that is less than 1 degree off the vertical of the observer, an amount that would be very hard to detect even if you were standing right next to something. 72, we see too far. He's lying about the distance and the math. There's a ton of these in a row, so I'm going to save a little time here. 73, we see too far. He's lying about the distance and the math. 74, we see too far. He's lying about the elevation and the math. 75, we see too far. He's lying about the elevation and the math. 76, we see too far. He's lying about the elevation and the math. 77, we see too far for the 4th time in a row from the exact same location. He was really desperate to inflate the numbers, I guess. He's lying about the elevation and the math. 78, we see too far. He's lying about the math, pretending the mountain should be leaning, and baselessly claiming we can see the entire mountain. 79, we see too far. He's lying about the elevation and the math, and again pretending we can see the base of the mountain, even though in the picture he provides, you clearly can't. 80, we see too far. He either totally made this up or the guy he is referencing was lying. Nobody saw a ship 200 miles away. That's impossible, which is why flat earthers don't just show a ship 200 miles away, or anything at sea level 200 miles away, anywhere, ever. 81, we see too far. He's lying about the distance in the math. 82 through 89, we see too far. Lighthouse's lightning round. He's lying about all the distances and all the math. Also, the way the beam of light widens with distance makes the light visible beyond the point where the lighthouse itself is visible. 90, we see too far. You can see the Statue of Liberty from 60 miles away. From what elevation? Not listed. How much of it can you see? Not specified, but here's a picture from right next to the statue for no reason at all. Also, this statue was once used as a lighthouse, so the thing we just said about light from lighthouses. 91, we see too far. Another lighthouse, because he didn't do enough of those before. He's lying about the distance and the math. 92, we see too far. He's lying about the distance and the math and the elevation, since observations from ships take place from a crow's nest, specifically in order to see farther because of Earth's curvature. 93, we see too far. He's lying about the elevation and the math. 94, we see too flat. Ooh, a little variety. This 22-mile-long flat thing should be curved. Well, it isn't a perfectly straight line. There is no such thing as a perfectly straight line in nature. This is just one of Rowbotham's shitty drawings that have no correlation with reality and don't prove anything. 95, we see too flat again. No, it's not perfectly horizontal. 96, we see too far, Encore edition. Some flat earth jerk lied about seeing a light. And that wraps up the we see too far portion of the pamphlet, which constitutes 30 of the 200 entries. Astounding. 97, NASA stuff. Tilted back doesn't mean anything. Earth's rotational axis is tilted 23.5 degrees off of the vertical with respect to the ecliptic, or the plane of the solar system. It's not wobbling unless he is talking about Milankovitch cycles, which take many thousands of years. And it's not spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it spins once per day. Then he continues with the big scary numbers game, some of which are accurate while others are made up. Then he pretends all of this motion originated in the Big Bang because he's a moron who knows zero things about cosmology. And then he wraps up his tantrum with "nuh-uh because me no feel it." I wonder if he's been on a plane before. And yes, it is very easy to measure all of these things. If you took an astronomy class, you'd learn precisely how we figured all of this out. I won't hold my breath. 98. Star is far away. But how far away? Scientists not know. This isn't a range, it's two different figures, the smaller of which is the revised distance based on better information. That's how science works. We learned more about Cepheid variable stars that revise the number, because we are looking at the brightness of the star to determine the distance, in addition to other factors like parallax. No, Polaris is not perfectly aligned with the North Pole, it's just very close. It even makes a star trail, and again, it exhibits parallax, which we can measure, and it drifts over time, specifically due to the precession of the rotational axis that he is trying to refer to, but failing, since he doesn't even bother to learn the basic vocabulary of astronomy. Polaris became the North Star around 500 CE. Around 3000 BCE, it was Thuban, which is why certain ancient architecture aligned with it in deliberate ways. Later, it will be another star. 99. More Polaris. Since it is aligned with the North Pole, we shouldn't be able to see it anywhere in the southern hemisphere. If you're on the equator and you take one step south, it should vanish. Again, the star isn't flawlessly aligned with the pole. Atmospheric effects exist, and it's not visible at 20 degrees south latitude. He's just lying. At the equator, it's right on the horizon. But much more importantly, if the Earth were flat, you'd be able to see it from anywhere. In fact, everyone would see all the same stars from absolutely anywhere. You can't because it's a sphere. By pointing out that stars become obscured by the Earth at certain latitudes, the idiot debunks himself and doesn't even know it. 100. More stars. The Southern Cross should be visible from any southern longitude. Well, it is. He's just lying. And furthermore, people in different continents can all see it at the same time by looking directly south, even though on his pizza land that would mean all looking in completely different directions. More self-debunking. 101. More star stuff. The southern pole star vanishes and can't be seen with telescopes. No, it's faintly visible even to the naked eye, just not well enough to be used for navigation. You can see it with any telescope. Then the moron says that the direction of apparent motion for the stars depends on the direction you're facing, not the hemisphere you're in. Okay, genius, in the south, star trails go clockwise. Tell me which direction you can face that'll make them go counterclockwise. Here's another way to express how unbelievably dumb that is. Put a clock on your ceiling. Which way can you face to make the hands run counterclockwise? Oh, that's impossible and you're a moron with zero capacity for spatial reasoning? Yeah. 102, declination and perspective. Yeah, look how these telegraph poles right in front of you converge with the horizon. A star that is directly straight up above your head should also do that, because reasons. This isn't a vanishing point. These objects don't get smaller, and they go below the horizon. Stars disappearing below the horizon and new ones appearing as you change latitude is proof of Earth's curvature. We've known this for centuries. That's what a sextant was invented for in the 18th century, to measure the angle between a star and the horizon in order to determine your latitude. 103, shouldn't see the star. Anyone with a line of sight to the star can see the star. It's not that hard to understand. And again, if the Earth were flat, all stars would be visible everywhere. 104, another shouldn't see the star. Two of these constellations are from the zodiac, which are the constellations that sit in the ecliptic. As the Earth rotates, most people have a line of sight to them and can see them. 105, more zodiac constellations. What is this idiot not getting? And yes, hemispheres are not spheres. Hemi means half a sphere. Nor are they concentric circles on his imaginary pizza land. It's just a circle and a washer. Learn what words mean before you use them in a sentence. 106, South Pole not real. There is no barber shop pole. This is what happens when all of your scientific knowledge comes from children's cartoons. And the South Pole isn't arbitrary. The poles are the points on Earth's surface that are aligned with its rotational axis. This moron's proof is him not knowing how compasses work. First of all, the magnetic poles are different from the geographic poles. He has no clue how magnetic fields work or why Earth has one, a fact that makes no sense on a flat Earth. But anyway, compass needles align themselves with magnetic field lines. Those originate at the North Magnetic Pole, which is actually near the South Geographic Pole, and flow to the South Magnetic Pole in the north. At the magnetic poles, there are no field lines to align with, and a compass is useless. Also, what does a compass do at the North Pole? Funny how he doesn't mention that, huh? And no, it's not an excuse that the magnetic poles move. It's just what they do. If you knew anything about planetary magnetic fields, you'd never say something so stupid. 107, ring magnets. No, a ring magnet's south pole is not its circumference. The two faces are the north and south pole, just like the disc magnets we play with as kids. That's why one face is attractive and the other is repulsive. Again, just like disc magnets. This is just a dumb lie to pretend that a flat Earth can have the magnetic field we observe, which it definitely can't. Then he just whines about geology he doesn't understand. That the magnetic poles move doesn't mean they can't be verified, and the interior structure of the Earth is not speculative in the slightest. We don't need to drill all the way to Earth's core to know it's there. We determine Earth's structure primarily through seismology. I have geology tutorials you can watch if you'd like to learn about that, Eric. That's a joke. I know you're allergic to learning. 108. Compasses are dumb. Again, the compass needle aligns with magnetic field lines. That's why it points toward the two magnetic poles. Yes, the poles move. They drift a few miles per year. So what? Stop pretending that makes compasses useless. And good Lord, if the compass needle was pointing to the North Pole, the other end would magically bend at a right angle and point to outer space? Why? This is one of the dumbest things any human being has ever written. The needle aligns with magnetic field lines. If this sentence is too complicated for you to understand, it's nobody's problem but yours. 109. Cardinal directions. He's basically just claiming the South Pole doesn't exist because he says so, and then ignoring the fact that east and west are circles on his pizza land, which makes zero sense, because ships and planes don't constantly turn in one direction as they travel directly east or west. 110. Explorers. Yes, you can have make-believe fun times and trace Magellan's path on your imaginary pizza land. That's not proof of anything. Sorry. 111. Circumpolar navigation, meaning traveling around the world from pole to pole and then up the other side to the first pole. He says nobody has ever done it, except of course for all the times people definitely totally have done that. many times, by land and water as well as by plane. He pretends they haven't because he's an intellectually bankrupt, grifting fraud. So contrary to this sentence here, that it has been done is conclusive proof that the Earth isn't flat, unless you want to pretend there are Pac-Man warp zones on your imaginary ice wall, and I wouldn't put it past you. 112. Days are crazy. If a day is exactly one rotation of the Earth, then every 6 months, day would become night and night would become day. Nope. One 360-degree rotation of the Earth is called a sidereal day. What we commonly call a day is actually a solar day, which is a tiny bit more than one rotation, just enough more to bring the sun to the same position in the sky. These are very Googleable words and concepts that he's never heard of because he's a willfully ignorant asshat. 113. Upside down craziness. Stupid globers think people are upside down and sideways and stuff. Down is toward the center of the Earth. Up is away from the center of the Earth. Your common sense sucks, and you're not a free thinker. You're a gullible moron who thinks there should be some universal up and down in space for absolutely no reason. And as an extra bonus, he says Newtonian Einsteinian paradigm, not realizing that those are two completely different paradigms. 114. More upside down stuff. Quoting a moron is an argument, right? When these idiots pretend that some people are upside down, what exactly is it that's supposed to be pulling them down? And to where? These idiots are so used to thinking in terms of gravity on the surface of the Earth that when they imagine the Earth in space, they're still picturing the floor under it, thinking that things should fall down from their arbitrary perspective. That's how dumb they are. There is no up or down in space. 115. Silly Newton. When he came up with gravity, it's just because he was a Freemason Illuminati lizard person. Things don't fall because of gravity, it's density and buoyancy. Denser things go down and less dense things go up. Duh. But why? Oh, right. Gravity. The Earth is pulling things towards its center, and it pulls heavier things more strongly, according to Newton's equation. They pretend that objects magically know to fall down when the air above them is even less dense than the air below them, so by their logic, objects should all be flying upwards. Also, apart from planets and stars, which he pretends aren't real, the gravitational force was demonstrated by the Cavendish experiment, which flat earthers pretend isn't real, but won't say why. This is middle school level physics. 116. Orbits are dumb. Nobody has done an experiment to make things orbit each other. Stupid scientists can't even make stars and planets. What losers. Hey moron, did you know that other planets have their own moons that orbit them? You should check it out. Gravity isn't magic, spheres don't have bottoms, moons and artificial satellites stay in orbit because of their incredible lateral velocity. No, you can't orbit Earth by jumping, and Eric is the dumbest person alive. 117. More Newton. Earth bigger, so it make more gravity on moon than moon do on Earth. Well, idiot, the equation calculates the gravitational force between two objects. This is the force each exerts on the other. The two experience differing accelerations due to that gravitational force because they have differing masses and therefore differing inertia. The moon isn't superseding Earth's gravity. That would mean the moon was sucking the oceans up into space and onto the moon. It doesn't do that. And then he throws in the phrase great attractor just to sound as dumb as possible. 118. Tide stuff. The gravitational influence of the moon is always the same, so the tides should always be the same. Well, different bodies of water have different depths and volumes, and newsflash, large lakes have tides. It's astounding that you didn't know that. You want a tiny pond to show huge tides because you're an idiot with no concept of scale, which is the main reason you're a flat earther. 119. Planets. Other planets are spheres, but that doesn't mean Earth is one. Well, Earth is objectively a planet and a sphere, and we see other planets which help us understand ours. Yes, we've known about most of the planets in the solar system for a long time, because we can see them. We didn't know what they were until modern astronomy. No, they do not look like stars or disks of light through a telescope. He's clearly never looked at planets through a telescope. They look like planets. Of course, to him, pictures of planets are all fake NASA CGI Satan magic, especially the early ones from the 1960s when CGI didn't exist. Check out these Mariner 4 images of Mars. Total Hollywood rubbish, am I right? And all the amazing ones we have today are not CGI, that's just the buzzword he uses to dismiss anything that proves him wrong. There are plenty of film photographs of other planets, and digital images are not CGI. Also, flat earthers have no idea how to use cameras, so they get images that are overexposed or out of focus, and they make up fantasies based on that. 120. Wordplay. The word planet comes from the word plane, because planes are flat. They just added a T at the end. No, it comes from a Greek word meaning wanderer, because planets moved at a different rate along the ecliptic than the stars, and even exhibited retrograde motion. It comes from wanderer. He knows it comes from wanderer, and even says that it comes from wanderer. He then ignores everything he just said and claims it comes from plane. He pre-debunks himself and then lies anyway. Unbelievable. 121. Sun and moon stuff. They look exactly the same size, so they are exactly the same size. Common sense. Case closed. Well, they don't appear exactly the same size, just really close. And I guess when Eric holds his thumb up to the skyline, his thumb is suddenly as big as a skyscraper. That's how dumb this guy is. Has he never seen an optical illusion? Forced perspective when they film movies to make hobbits look really tiny? No, you can't tell how far away they are just by looking and making up whatever you want. He wraps this up with a little tantrum. The Earth looks flat to you because you're dumb and don't understand scale. You can't feel that something is stationary because you can't feel motion at constant velocity. And yes, you are a complete moron that should be ridiculed every minute of every day because you think your stupidity is worth more than the collective knowledge of the entire human race. 122. Sharing the stupid. Another quote. Who the shit is Alan Daves? Either nobody who matters or literally nobody. But either way, pointing at someone who says the same dumb thing as Dubé doesn't make him any less wrong and dumb. 123. Science changes, so it's wrong. Yep, because measurements have been refined over half a millennium, it's all smoke and mirrors. Of course, flat earthers have their own pretend measurements, and they can keep them the same over time because they're not actually based on anything. 124. Sunlight. Sunlight means the sun is close. Just look at this. The sun must be like right there where the cloud is. Except it isn't. And a second ago, he said it's thousands of miles above his pizza land, which is still pretty far. So obviously, a faraway sun does this stuff, and he has zero basis to pretend sunlight shouldn't do this. In reality, there are no localized hotspots. That doesn't mean anything. 125. More sunlight. Look at the angles. They say the sun isn't millions of miles away because reasons. It's actually really close to the clouds. Just above the clouds, in fact. Even though we've been up there and no, it isn't. And again, he already said it's thousands of miles away. Make up your mind, moron. These are crepuscular rays. It's perspective, a word you like to use all the time. Also, ever see sunlight illuminating the bottoms of clouds at dusk? Yeah. That's impossible on a flat Earth. 126. Seasons. Summer is when the Earth is farther away from the sun? That's crazy. Well, no, you're just a moron who thinks the seasons have to do with the distance from the sun. They don't. It's about the tilt in Earth's rotational axis and how directly different latitudes are being irradiated, which changes throughout the year. Also, when it's winter in the north, it's summer in the south, which does correlate with what he's saying about distance. So he's just pretending the southern hemisphere doesn't exist for this point so that he can say it and sound less stupid. Mission failed. 127. Light on the water. How does it happen? Light can't curve. This is insane gibberish. Whatever has a direct line to the light source can be illuminated by it. Shine a flashlight on a beach ball or something. Get your life together. 128. Sundials. How do they still work if Earth is doing crazy, spinny, wobbly, spirally stuff? More insane gibberish. Sundials work because Earth rotates. The precession of the axis takes many thousands of years, and there is no spiral. 129. Telescopes. When you're looking at something through a telescope, why doesn't it move? Checkmate, globies. Well, they do move. Telescope mounts slowly move the telescope so that we can observe things for extended durations of time. This used to be done manually, now it's done with computers. This idiot has literally never looked out of a telescope before. 130. More transparency about plagiarizing Sam. Do something stupid with tubes and all of science is wrong. No, I'm sure he never actually did this, but even if he did do this in the early 19th century, the tools weren't precise enough to do what he's saying. 131. The moon. It's not a solid and it's not a sphere, you guys. It's a little spotlight thingy. Well, people have walked on it, so no. But of course that's all fake because reasons. But I've looked at the moon through the telescope at Mount Wilson Observatory, and it's definitely a big spherical rock with topographical features and shadows all over it. Oh right, you've never looked through a telescope in your entire life. What else? Oh yeah, that we all see the same face of the moon proves the Earth isn't flat. If it's a little disk, it would change shape in the sky as it moves, no matter which way it was facing, and it definitely would never rise or set. It's a sphere that's tidally locked in its orbit around the Earth, and it inverts as you travel from one set of latitudes to the other, again, because Earth is a sphere. 132. Light. Sunlight is a bunch of stuff, and moonlight is a bunch of other stuff. No, it isn't. Moonlight is reflected sunlight, and most of this stuff is objectively not things that light can do. Electromagnetic radiation can't be damp. It can't be cooling. It doesn't affect combustion. It doesn't do any of these things. He's just a moron with no clue what light is. 133. More light stuff. It's hotter under the sun than in the shade, but then at night it's hotter in the shade than under the moon? That's crazy. Moonlight must be cold. Well, no, that's not how light or heat work. Light can't cool anything ever. Light induces excitations and vibrations in particles that increases their kinetic energy, and temperature is a measure of the average kinetic energy of particles in a system. In reality, whatever was providing shade during the day is also trapping heat as it emanates from the Earth while things cool down at night. That's why it's a tiny bit warmer under there, and that's why the readings are different. No, there has never been an experiment whereby moonlight has caused the reading on a thermometer to decrease. That's a dumb lie. 134. More moon stuff. A sphere can't reflect light, you guys. That's so silly. Well, go get a tennis ball. Can you see it? That's because it's reflecting light. Any object you can see with your eyeballs that isn't emanating its own light is reflecting light. That's how vision works. 135. More moon stuff. No, the moon clearly is not self-luminescent, or there would never be lunar phases. We can't see the half of the moon that isn't being illuminated by the sun apart from faint earthshine, because moonlight is reflected sunlight. No, you can't see sky through the moon because the moon isn't in our atmosphere, you idiot. Sky is between us and the moon. And no, you can't see stars and planets through the moon, nor is there any record of that anywhere. That's a dumb lie he made up, which is why he just baselessly asserts it and doesn't show any such evidence. 136. Eclipses. Yes, predicting eclipses with remarkable precision is proof of heliocentrism. Sorry. No, eclipses were not predicted thousands of years ago the way they are today. They noticed and recorded periodicities and could say roughly what day an eclipse would occur. Now we know when they will occur down to the second and can trace the path of a total eclipse viewing window down to the square mile. Can you do that, Eric? Use your pizza land and do some pretend math and predict the next one. Be sure to show your work. Also, when you say heliocentric ball Earth, you sound like a moron. We knew the Earth was a sphere for nearly 2,000 years before we developed heliocentrism. Ptolemy knew the Earth is a sphere. The Ptolemaic model, though geocentric, is based on a spherical Earth. It is astounding that you don't know that. 137. More eclipses. Yes, lunar eclipses are caused by Earth's shadow being cast on the moon, which is physically impossible on your pizza land. Lunar eclipses single-handedly demolish your fantasy. Also, even as far back as Aristotle, noticing the circular shadow the Earth casts on the moon was a big clue as to the spherical shape of the Earth, since spheres cast circular shadows. And no, typically you can't see the sun during a lunar eclipse. On occasion, you see them just barely above the horizon, an event called a selenalion, and that's due to refractive effects that bring the apparent position of the sun just barely into view. You can't see them both way high in the sky, ever. There is no other explanation for lunar eclipses, and you morons don't even try to offer one, except for the handful bold enough to pretend that there's some other object in the sky that magically appears only during lunar eclipses and then disappears right away, which is ridiculous. 138. Ships go bye-bye. Yes, watching ships disappear bottom up as they sail away was a very early demonstration of Earth's curvature, and in fact, all sailors knew the Earth is a sphere, since they used right ascension and declination of stars over a spherical Earth for navigation. No, just blindly shouting law of perspective will not save you here. There is no justification regarding perspective that makes the bottoms of things disappear while their tops remain visible, and girls with dresses absolutely don't disappear this way as they are frantically running away from Sam Robotham, whose drawing you stole. 139. More ships. No, you can't bring things back into view with a telescope that are obscured by Earth's curvature. Telescopes aren't magic, and if you could somehow bring the hull of the ship back into view, it would also debunk your dumb law of perspective claim, so this is a double fail. 140. Foucault's pendulum. Yes, this object does prove that Earth is rotating. His attempt to discredit this is gibberish. He pretends that the initial force matters, which obviously it doesn't, since no amount of force along a particular plane would cause rotational motion, and the joint is also irrelevant. The rest makes no sense. Earth turning wouldn't make hanging objects suddenly start oscillating. 141. Coriolis stuff. The Coriolis effect is the deflection of an object moving on or near the surface of the Earth due to Earth's rotation. It's one of the best and most irrefutable proofs that the Earth is a sphere, so of course they have to bring it up and pretend to debunk a dumb straw man. No, toilets and sinks don't do this. That's a myth. But storms sure do. Hurricanes rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern. This makes absolutely zero sense on his pizza land, and no flat earther has ever genuinely engaged with this irrefutable and observable fact. 142. Seeing not far enough. Yes, if the Earth were flat, you should be able to use a telescope to see very, very far. Not indefinitely far, but orders of magnitude farther than we do. We don't, so of course he just says, yes we do, and leaves it at that. Very convincing. 143. Sun stuff. Yes, if Earth were flat, everyone would see the sun at all times and night would not exist. The sun is not a spotlight. If it were, it would not appear circular but rather elliptical and change shape depending on its position with respect to an observer, and whatever was blocking it from radiating in all directions would be clearly visible. Also, this pathetic drawing does not correlate with the portion of the Earth that is illuminated by the sun anytime ever. The last bit is gibberish. The atmosphere scatters light, but also we do go from day to night very quickly. Once the last part of the sun fully sets, it's night. 144. Moon stuff. Yes, the orientation of the face of the moon depending on latitude is proof that the Earth is a sphere. He makes zero attempt to refute a diagram like this and just baselessly asserts that it makes sense on a flat Earth with zero explanation. 145. More moon stuff. Yes, it's a sphere. No, it doesn't appear like a flat disk any more than any other spherical object viewed from one vantage point. There is no dark side of the moon, there's just the side always facing away from us because it's tidally locked, just like dozens of other moons we can observe. This bit about motions canceling out is gibberish he spews because he doesn't understand what tidal locking means. We have plenty of images of all of the lunar surface, the earliest of which are film photographs from the 1960s before CGI existed. No, we should not expect anyone anywhere to see a different face of the moon because it's tidally locked. The distance from the equator to the poles is negligible compared to the distance from the Earth to the moon. It's like having two people face each other, each take 100 paces backwards, and pretending one should be able to see the side of the other's head by stepping an inch to the left or right. 146. More moon stuff. No, the moon does not orbit the Earth every single day. Earth rotates every day. He is pulling this completely out of his ass and doing nothing whatsoever to substantiate it. 147. More sun stuff. No, not precisely any of this. Roughly, the apparent size of the sun and moon are not flawlessly identical. That's why you often see an outer ring during a solar eclipse called a ring of fire, because the moon doesn't completely cover the sun. That their apparent sizes are very close is indeed a coincidence, and there is no reason his magic sky daddy would make them exactly the same size on his pizza land in the first place. 148. Sam's my hero. This is pretty cryptic, but I think he's acknowledging the difference between a sidereal day and a solar day, which proves heliocentrism, and then just pretending it doesn't do that. 149. Constellations. They always stay in exactly the same place. What's up with that? Well, no, they don't. The zodiac constellations change throughout the year since those are the ones in the ecliptic, so half of them are obscured by the sun at any given time. The rest change very slowly because stars do move with respect to one another, but they are also unimaginably far apart. Nevertheless, ancient star charts are noticeably different from modern ones, and sophisticated instruments can chart the changes in the night sky year after year. This is an irrefutable fact, so he just jumps straight to incredulity with all his, this spin, that spin, Big Bang is dumb script for morons. This is one of the most stunning examples of simultaneously ignoring trivial common knowledge and being too stupid to comprehend basic spatial reasoning. 150. Star trails. If Earth was spinning, how could we capture star trails? Star trails exist specifically because the Earth is rotating, you moron. This is just breathtaking. He points to something that only makes sense on a spherical Earth and just craps his pants. 151. More star trails. Hey, remember how the Earth is orbiting the Sun? That would make star trails impossible. Well, no, it wouldn't, since the amount of Earth's orbit that is traversed over a few hours one night is completely negligible, especially compared to the distances to the stars. Stars are extremely far away. They are all rotating around galactic center in the same direction, and the motion of the galaxy itself is totally irrelevant. He has to play the big scary number game every time because he's too stupid to learn anything. 152. Flat stuff. Kansas is super flat, you guys. Well, no, it isn't. Not the way he is pretending, anyway. Flat in this context means very little change in elevation. Elevation conforms to the curvature of the Earth. It's the distance from the surface to a point, and the surface is curved. Children can understand this. 153. Quoting more idiots. In this case, it's another idiot who doesn't know what level means and that it doesn't mean flat. Imagine a planet that is an absolutely perfect and featureless sphere. There would then be no change in elevation anywhere, not even a millimeter. It's still a sphere. Use your brain. 154. Picture from orbit. When Felix did the crazy jump, everyone saw the curvature of the Earth, so he has to pretend we didn't. One image had a crazy fisheye lens that distorted the horizon, because he says so, even though nothing immediately in the frame is distorted in any way. And we should instead look at the image from inside the capsule, where we can only see a tiny bit of the horizon through the window, and it looks kind of sort of flat, so that's what it is. 155. Look out of the plane. Oh, you see a tiny bit of curvature? Well, that's the window, because Eric says so. In reality, planes don't fly high enough to see unmistakable curvature. It has nothing to do with windows. Then he just revisits other greatest hits about the horizon at eye level, which it isn't. Yes, the Earth is below you, and no, you shouldn't see outer space. 156. GoPro footage. Yes, weather balloons that ascend to very high altitudes that are equipped with GoPros very clearly show the curvature of the Earth. This is devastating for flat earthers, so they just pretend it isn't real. It can be exaggerated with wide-angle lenses. That doesn't mean it isn't there. 157. Atmosphere. If the Earth was spinning like so super duper fast, there would be crazy fast winds all over the place. Again, the Earth spins once per day, and wind is motion of the air with respect to the ground. Atmosphere rotating along with the Earth is not wind. Planes have nothing to do with any of this. 158. More atmosphere. Again, he can't grasp the concept that atmosphere rotating with the Earth is not wind. If atmospheric particles were to maintain precisely the same position with respect to the ground, as he is pretending is the case for this straw man, that would not be wind. It would not be moving at all from the perspective of someone on the ground. This is toddler-level stuff. But hey, something about fireworks and balloons. 159. More atmosphere. Gravitized, super spinny air has to meet not gravitized, not spinny space. What's up with that? The atmosphere gets thinner and thinner with altitude along a very clear gradient, easily demonstrated by the very reliable and measurable reduction in atmospheric pressure as you ascend in elevation. And the line he's pretending is impossible is called the Kármán line, which is not so much a sharp line, but just a region around 50 miles above sea level where the atmosphere is so incredibly thin that it's essentially now the vacuum of space. So this dumb script about vacuum next to non-vacuum is just him having no clue how the atmosphere works or what a vacuum is. The atmosphere gets thinner and thinner very gradually until you get to a point where there's none left. That's outer space. Your philosophical refutation is actually just you being a moron. 160. Rockets. How the heck do rockets work in space with nothing to push off of? That's so silly. Actually, what's silly is him thinking that rockets need to push off of something, and that pushing off of air is what makes rockets climb upwards in our atmosphere. Rockets produce a backwards thrust which propels the rocket forward. Newton's third law of motion. Get on a skateboard and throw a bowling ball behind you. You'll roll forward. Same principle. Now change it to the violent combustion of 11,000 pounds of fuel per second. The rest is even more embarrassing. The rockets also spin. Yeah, so? Uncontrollably in all directions? That's meaningless. And how could we go to the moon with crazy gravity sucking everywhere? That's what the rocket is for, moron. We have to apply an enormous force to escape Earth's gravity. 161. The plane thing again. Literally the same exact thing again about how planes should magically fly into space by flying straight. He's as lazy as he is stupid. 162. More rockets. They don't go straight up. What's up with that? They obviously should go straight up to go to space. They're going into orbit, you nitwit. They follow a trajectory that will put them in orbit. You can't go straight up and then make a 90-degree turn to enter orbit. Use your brain. And what is this about the few that are successful? As though all rockets fail and fall to Earth or explode midair? That's directly out of his rectum. And yeah, rockets in low Earth orbit aren't free-floating. They are falling. They are falling to Earth just like anything else. They're just going so fast that they fall at the same rate that Earth's curvature is produced. That's literally what an orbit is. How do you not know this stuff? 163. Fake NASA lies. No, none of this stuff ever happened. He's just lying. Astronauts often train in large pools because the buoyancy is a cheap way to mimic the weightlessness of space. Flat earthers take footage from these activities and pretend that space agencies are presenting astronauts in space. Or they take genuine spacewalk footage and say it's fake because reasons. 164. More NASA lies. All the footage from the ISS is fake, you guys. Everything is harnesses. And oh man, the crazy permed hair and green screens everywhere. No, there are no harnesses or green screens. Apart from the maneuvers that would be literally impossible with harnesses as they move about the entire cabin of the space station, they also play with water and do other things where harnesses have no application, and for way longer than the duration of a vomit comet trip. The hair thing is especially funny to me. Some people have thin, straight hair. Some people have thick, frizzy hair. Different hair behaves differently in orbit. Flat earthers take the thick, frizzy hair, and because it doesn't float around like angel hair pasta, they pretend they are using some kind of product to make it stick up. So basically, they've just never touched frizzy hair before. 165. The ISS. Flat earthers pretend that satellites aren't real, but the ISS is visible from the ground with the naked eye. Uh-oh, time to lie. When you zoom in, it's totally a hologram or drone or something. No, it isn't. But it totally morphs and changes color and stuff. No, it doesn't. Here are some pictures of the ISS from Earth. Can't get much clearer than that. Of course, any picture that proves them wrong is fake NASA CGI voodoo because they say so. 166. Other satellites. Arthur C. Clarke came up with the idea for satellites, and he was a dirty Freemason Illuminati lizard person. Yes, radio existed prior to satellites. Then we invented satellites and could broadcast a signal all over the world. You're just reciting the history of radio. Yes, cables exist. Yes, towers exist because they're interacting with the satellites, which objectively exist. 167. More satellites. The thermosphere is so super hot, you guys. Anything made of metal would totally burn up there. Just more of this idiot demonstrating he doesn't know what heat or temperature mean. Temperature is the measure of the average kinetic energy of the particles in a system. Yes, atmospheric particles way up in the thermosphere are super hot and move super fast. But what's the density? Practically zero. In order for heat transfer to occur, particles have to collide with other particles. It doesn't matter how hot atmospheric particles are if there are so unbelievably few of them. Here's an example that even your tiny pea brain can understand, Eric. When you bake some cookies for your mommy as a thank you for letting you live in her basement well into your 40s, the oven is at 450 degrees. Wow, that's some super hot air. But when you open the oven to get the cookies, does your face melt? Shouldn't any part of your skin that gets exposed to that crazy hot air get severe burns? No, because it's air. Now stick your hand in a pot of boiling water, which is only half that temperature. That will go much worse for you, because liquid is 1,000 times more dense than gas. That's 1,000 times more particles colliding with your hand and transferring heat. Density matters, moron. The thermosphere doesn't have it. Satellites are just fine up there. 168. More satellites. Yeah, satellites don't beam cell service directly to every single cell phone. It goes to ground towers and then to phones from there. Fewer towers means worse cell service. Come on, man. 169. More satellites. Receiving dishes should point straight up, right? Why? It would depend on your latitude. If you're at the equator and the satellite is directly overhead, dishes point more or less straight up. If not, there's an angle. No, they are not almost always at a 45-degree angle. He picked one photo where they are and is pretending they all do that, because he's a lying fraud. And where is the tower you're pretending these dishes are pointing at? Didn't bother showing us what that looks like, huh? I wonder why. 170. More satellites. Yes, you can see the ISS with the naked eye. Also dozens more. They have to be pretty big and in low Earth orbit, but you can see them. Yes, they're far, but they're very shiny, so they sometimes reflect sunlight in just the right way to be visible. No, satellites are not planes or drones or shooting stars or UFOs. They're satellites. Cry about it. 171. More satellites. Yeah, there are thousands of them. Yeah, some of them take photos of the Earth for various purposes. Yes, individual photos must be composited to get larger images. Low Earth orbit is very close to Earth. That just means the photos are put together like a collage. No, that doesn't make them CGI, and they very obviously are not CGI. That's just a dumb thing you say. It is indeed a simple matter to take some photographs. That's precisely what they do. That the photos are placed next to each other doesn't make them not photographs. If you wanted to take a picture of a skyscraper, but you were standing 10 feet away from it, what would you do? Take several pictures and join them edge to edge. Does that suddenly make the building fake NASA CGI? Use your brain. 172. Clouds. Clouds change shape all the time so super fast. But when we see clouds from space, they don't change literally at all, even one little bit. They don't even move. Not even on time-lapse. Except, yes, they do. Whoops. And this little collage here is just him having no ability to understand how photos taken from different cameras would have slightly different coloration. Has he never seen photos from the 70s before? 173. More clouds. Look at this photo with clouds copied and pasted. Okay, so a flat earther took a photo and copied and pasted some clouds. Amazing. 174. More clouds. Look, this cloud spells sex. Yeah, not really. Pictures of Pluto have Pluto the dog in them. No, they don't, which is why he doesn't even attempt to include one. Also, the idea that the super-secret Illuminati society perpetrating the globe hoax would spend quadrillions of dollars per year maintaining the deception, and then also just put sex and cartoon dogs into photos for shits and giggles is completely moronic. 175. CGI trickery. Professional analysts have proven that all those photos are edited and manipulated. No, they haven't. No, pictures of Earth from the moon are not copied and pasted, as that technology did not exist when such film photographs were first taken in the 1960s. Here, Apollo 11. These images are from 1969. Photoshop was invented in 1987. Flat Earthers either misinterpret artifacts or deliberately manipulate the images. 176. More CGI trickery. The colors in the photos change, you guys. Different cameras produce images with different color tones. Also, different lenses, different weather patterns, different seasons, different angle of sunlight, different scientific purpose for the shot. It's not that weird. 177. NASA lies. Eric tells a fake story and says, "Trust me, bro." 178. Google Earth. All those photos are taken from airplanes. No, they're taken from satellites and airplanes. No, the photos can't be modeled onto a square Earth because the Earth isn't a square. 179. Back to the flights. The Earth should be spinning underneath planes. No, it shouldn't. Conservation of momentum. We went over this. 180. More flights. Literally the exact same toddler point, again, just referencing a specific flight. Next. 181. The exact same thing again, but for Tokyo. Next. 182, 183, 184. All the exact same thing over and over and over again. Next. 185. We don't feel anything. He already said this. Again, you don't feel motion at constant velocity. You feel acceleration. You feel forces. Yes, this is easily compared to motion in a car. No, you can't feel the motion when going 50 miles per hour. Maybe you feel tiny little jostles due to imperfections in the road. Otherwise, it feels like sitting in a chair. Just like being in a plane at cruising altitude feels like sitting in a chair. Because you don't feel motion at constant velocity. You don't feel Earth's rotation. Deal with it. 186. But seriously, you should feel it, you guys. People get motion sickness on trains. Why? Because they can be really bumpy, and it's also an optical effect of seeing things out the window go flying by while you sit stationary in a chair. None of that has anything to do with the rotation of the Earth, which is not measured in linear units. 187. Thermodynamics. I sure do love when idiots pretend to understand thermodynamics. Planets can't exist because entropy, you guys. This moron definitely has no clue what entropy is or what the second law of thermodynamics says. Entropy is a measure of the dispersal of matter or energy in a system, and the second law says that the entropy of the universe increases for any spontaneous process. How does that relate to the shape of the Earth? Oh right, it doesn't. Nothing he's describing has anything to do with entropy whatsoever. Coincidentally, the Earth does indeed experience drag due to tidal friction with the Moon, and Earth's rotation is indeed slowing down extremely gradually. The length of a day is increasing by 1.8 milliseconds per century. As you can imagine, that's not very noticeable, and it's also totally irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. 188. NASA can't get their story straight. First it's a perfect sphere, then it's an oblate spheroid, then it's pear-shaped? What gives? No, NASA never said it's a perfect sphere. NASA was established in the 1950s when we already knew that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which means it is very nearly spherical, just not quite a perfect sphere. There is a slight bulge at the equator due to the rotation. The picture he shows is just an arbitrary oblate spheroid, not Earth. The pear thing is just something Neil Tyson said once to make the bulge more relatable. He didn't mean it was shaped like a literal pear, so this cartoon is stupid. Pictures seem to show a spherical Earth because the shape of the Earth is only a small fraction of a percent away from being a sphere. 189. Old books. Yeah, old books say a lot of dumb things. Who cares? 190. Old cultures. Yeah, old cultures had slaves and sacrificed children and generally had no clue what anything was or why anything happened whatsoever. Nobody cares. Yes, we figured out it was a sphere roughly around the time of the ancient Greeks, which was about 2,500 years ago. No, it was not a minority view until Copernicus. Every educated person knew the Earth is a sphere for all of the Common Era. Again, the Ptolemaic geocentric model uses a spherical Earth. He's lying. And Copernicus didn't revive heliocentrism. He was the first to develop and demonstrate it in an empirical way. There is so much stupid in this tiny little paragraph, it's astounding. 191. Freemasons. All these people are Freemasons. No, they weren't. You're just circling random objects and making baseless claims. And even if it were true, it wouldn't change the shape of the Earth or all the hundreds of ways we can prove it's a sphere with naked eye observations and logic a toddler could understand. Also, I find it hilarious that he's pretending Pythagoras was a Freemason when he lived 2,000 years before there were Freemasons. Pathetic. 192. More quoting stupid people. We start with this moron having no clue what a theory is or how science works. Educated people can answer any objection. You're just dumb and don't listen. And no, none of these scientists said any of this. 193. Earth is flat because I say so. That's literally it. He straight up just blindly asserts that nobody who isn't indoctrinated would believe in a spherical Earth, and that is counted as one of the proofs that the Earth isn't a sphere. He actually typed these words and showed them to people. It's spectacular. 194. More quoting stupid people. This moron thinks water should fly off the earth for literally no reason. The fake teacher gives an explanation of water being manipulated by centripetal force, and the idiot says that's totally different because a pail is not a planet. Yeah, it's a different scenario and a different force. Earth doesn't hold things by centripetal force, it's gravity. The point is that objects are subject to forces. Water is subject to the influence of gravity, just like any other massive object. 195. More gravity. No, zero astronomers say the magical magnetism of gravity because gravity is not magnetism. They are totally different forces. What an unbelievably stupid thing to say. No, they don't call it magic either. You call it magic because you want to denigrate it and you're too lazy to learn basic physics. An immaculate example of you being too lazy and stupid to learn basic physics is presenting a spinning tennis ball and pretending it should somehow produce a gravitational field that would mimic the Earth's. When it's wet, the water flies off of it. First of all, it stays wet, and that amount of moisture pretty accurately mimics the depths of Earth's oceans. Second, you're spinning it thousands of times faster than the Earth, which spins 1 time in 24 hours. Third, the water falls off the ball and down to the Earth because of the gravitational field of the Earth, the thing you are pretending doesn't exist. Big thing like planet make big gravity. Small thing like ball make small gravity. Common sense is irrelevant and you have none anyway. 196. More quoting stupid people. It's just some moron doing the big scary numbers game in a passage that he clearly lifted word for one of his other proofs. He actually plagiarized this and then included the source he plagiarized and counted it as another proof. Did he think people wouldn't even make it to the end of this? 197. Conspiracy. Yes, there is literally no point to doing this. There is nothing whatsoever to gain by tricking people into thinking the Earth is a different shape. Most people on Earth believe in God. Beyond this, tons of people are creationists, even young Earth creationists, who believe God made everything super special just for them 6,000 years ago. Even those morons look at flat earthers and have a nice big belly laugh. Get over it. Humans aren't the pinnacle of creation, and flat earthers are the most pointless specimens of the bunch. 198. Jews. Dirty, dirty Freemason Illuminati Jews. That is all. 199. More quoting stupid people. This moron thinks it's common sense that the sun moves. Actually, it's common sense that sunrise and sunset prove the Earth is a rotating sphere. I guess some people just have crappy brains. 200. A final word from Sam. Newton was a bonehead. His laws are devoid of reasoning. I don't know, F equals MA makes a lot of sense to me and anyone who passed 6th grade science class. Fancies and falsehoods, according to the pointless grifting douchebag who spewed nothing but fancies and falsehoods, only to be regurgitated in this modern spacefaring era by another pointless grifting douchebag with better yoga poses. That's progress, I guess. And that's it for Eric Dubé's 200 Flat Earth Proofs, a monument to human stupidity if ever there was one. Honestly, making this video was the first time I'd actually sat down and read every single one of them, and it was even dumber than I expected, which is saying a lot. Thanks for making it through this one. I'll see you next time.
So I'm going to bring them in, and then we'll start with first Dave. You may know him as Professor Dave Explains. He's linked. All of his channels are linked. He's on YouTube. He should also be on Rumble because, you know, reasons. Dave, welcome. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. And then we've got Austin. You might know him as Witsit on Twitter. He's got a YouTube channel. I assume, I don't know, you should have a Rumble channel too, but their YouTube channels are both linked in the description below. I recommend you hear them both out. And I guess we're going to talk about flat Earth, and we're going to start the clock at the 7-minute mark for Dave, if you're ready.
Sure. Yeah. Just present here. How do
that on the bottom?
Oh, share screen, right?
Yep. If I can actually drop out too if we need more room on the screen, you know. Yep, there's that.
Can we see the slides?
Yep,
you got it all?
Yep. Okay, so
Ready?
I'm gonna shut up. I mean, I'll keep it to. So I got 4:37 now on my clock. So at
cool.
Well, just flip to 4:38. So go ahead.
Okay. So we're here to talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Austin is going to pretend to defend the flat Earth. He will do so with two tactics, which I will undermine right now. First, he will pretend that the default position is that it's just totally flat. Just observe and see how flat it is. So the burden of proof is on the globies to prove it is a globe. No, that's false. All of observations since antiquity have only make sense on a spherical Earth. Looking at the sun, moon, stars, only makes sense on a sphere. That's how we've known the Earth is a sphere for 2,500 years. Furthermore, if you deny a globe, most things don't make any sense. Day, night, seasons, weather, tides, Coriolis, geological phenomena like volcanoes, earthquakes, technology, communications, simple things like line of sight increasing with altitude, terrestrial motion, gravity. None of it makes sense if you deny that the Earth is a globe. Speaking of gravity in particular, I know that Austin will be very eager to talk about his electric gravity bullshit. Here are some reasons why that is stupid. He cannot derive 9.81 meters per second squared. He cannot explain why this value is based on Earth's mass. He cannot explain why G varies precisely with Earth's radius and your altitude. Despite electromagnetism being both attractive and repulsive, he cannot make anything significantly massive fall up. And no, his little middle school science project with a piece of styrofoam doesn't count. He cannot explain why there's no discrepancy in the motion of objects with differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Cannot explain why there's no difference in activity over differing substances of different conductivities, grass, sand, water, concrete. He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. His electrostatic field dissipates with elevation until it disappears, yet things still fall. So, Austin, this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so and make sure to bring quantitative predictions. The second tactic he will use is because he knows the flat Earth is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like relativity and certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical Earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until Copernicus uses a spherical Earth. So if he would like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat Earth versus round Earth to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the Earth is a sphere. And he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove the Earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever. Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense on a rotating sphere. You have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris. Speaking of the Southern Cross, in order to get the pizza land, he has to take the point that is the South Pole and unwrap it to get the perimeter of the pizza. And that results in total absurdities like these three people all looking at the Southern Cross at the same time, despite looking at completely different directions. That makes no sense at all. Again, on a sphere makes perfect sense where south actually means something, and they're all looking at the South Pole. Number two, day and night and regions of illumination. This is very bad for the Flurfies because in the winter months, they need to take the sun all the way out to the periphery of the disk, and that would result in most of the pizza being dark everywhere most of the time. Of course, in reality, the opposite is true. The edge of Antarctica in these winter months is illuminated almost all the time. So how does the light get all the way over there? And then you don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. You can go to Ushuaia, which is at the tip of South America, where people live, and that must be illuminated around 70% of the trajectory, while places like Point Barrow, Alaska, experience 24-hour night. In order to try to explain this, they have to make light do things that it doesn't do, and in fact, flat earthers do not ever try to explain this at all. It gets even worse if you go all the way to the South Pole. There is a 24-hour sun there, which completely obliterates the flat Earth, as flat earthers themselves admit. And that is why a rich person lately has been offering fully paid trips to the South Pole so that flat earthers can see the 24-hour sun, and they are all busy crapping their pants trying to make excuses to not go. Once again, on a globe Earth, this makes perfect sense. Day is when you're facing the sun. Night is when you're facing away. Pretty simple. Number 3, Southern Hemisphere causes trouble. For years, flat earthers have been pretending that there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. This is wrong. There are many. Sydney to Santiago is one of them. And this goes both ways, nonstop, in both directions over the Pacific Ocean. And then we have the Antarctica Cup Ocean Race, which is a boat race that circumnavigates Antarctica. They go all the way around every year, and neither of these things make an ounce of sense on a flat Earth. You would have to have, for the flight, the Sydney to Santiago takes this incredibly enormous arced path instead of going the straight line path, and neither of which could be done in 12 hours anyway. And then the boat race would have to go around the entire world, always steering away from Antarctica instead of towards it, which it doesn't do. So all of these observations are very extremely basic, intuitive ways to prove that the Earth isn't flat. Okay, these all obliterate the flat Earth. They prove without a doubt that the Earth is a sphere. Every single one of them does this. Austin is unable to discuss any of these topics. He has no ability to explain any of these observations on a flat Earth, and so he will desperately try to pivot and turn this into a debate about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Unfortunately, that's not the topic of the debate. If he wants to have that debate, that's totally fine. He must simply concede this debate that we're having now, admit that the Earth is a sphere, and then we can talk about that completely separate other topic about whether the spherical Earth moves or not. All yours, Austin.
Perfect. Hey, let me, perhaps I should have defined, Austin, I'll give you an extra 60 seconds, if that's okay with you, Dave, to define what flat Earth even is, or just because not everybody in my audience knows.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. But,
you think so? Should we just go right to the 7?
That the Earth is flat. That's
okay. Just so everyone knows, but also that the Earth is at the center of the universe too, right? Is that one? Are those two things combined?
I mean, yeah, there is no universe if there's right. Okay, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay. Well, no, that's fine. We'll just go right to the Dave's. Or I'm sorry.
Well, wait, what happened?
He just left.
He left?
Well, he might have just, maybe he'll come back. He might have clicked a button that
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe he accidentally closed the window.
He might have closed the window. Yeah, he might have been trying to add something.
He probably tried to switch tabs to go to a
all right, there he is.
Something.
All right, I'll there you go.
bad.
No, you're good. I was like, debate over? What? Okay, I'll shut up, and then so at 4:46, so you have your 7.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't really make a PowerPoint, but I'll just use the classic one here if you can pop it up on screen for me. So yeah, it's our position is that the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane. This feeble attempt to separate the conversations is disingenuous. If the Earth is stationary, it's in the center of the universe. None of the kinematics or dynamics, even of geocentrism, is exclusive to sphericity. That is just a get out of jail card because he will not be able to defend the claim that we're moving around the sun. To very quickly go through some of this, falsification is independent of replacement. And so what always happens is people don't defend the globe. They just want to ask millions of questions to the flat earthers. And somehow if a flat earther doesn't know the answer, then all of a sudden the globe model becomes true. And then of course the burden of proof is the one making the positive claim. And then shifting the burden is making the other person prove why your claim isn't true. So if I read a book and say all these fairy tales exist, I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist. Very simple concept that gets overlooked consistently in this debate. Oftentimes we get what's called a straw man fallacy. People say that this is what flat earth is, and they point and laugh, and no one
that I know thinks that it's a flat disk in a solar system. That's ridiculous. Hopefully we can prevent these, but these are the typical fallacies used. Of course, a straw man fallacy, which we just discussed, ad hom, attacking the person instead of the argument, credentials. Oh, you're not qualified to talk about this. Appeal to what everyone else thinks, appeal to authority, poisoning the well, begging the question, shifting the burden of proof. These are always used. Everyone was taught the Earth's a globe when they were young. That doesn't mean it's true. So let's just quickly go through the basic claims here. Claim 1 is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. The second claim is that the Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun, shooting through the galaxy. That's then shooting through space. That is a positive claim. And then the third one is that the Earth is in the vacuum of space. The heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these claims. So attempting to remove the burden and pretend that it's just automatically granted to you at the beginning is not how logic works whatsoever. And then one would say, wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim? It is, of course. And so then we would have the burden of proof, and we have fulfilled that, right? Actually, this right here is a specular reflection. Any convexity or concavity of the water, if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to get a specular reflection because it will cause what's called a diffused reflection. If we move on here, we have actually verified the Earth is flat in many ways. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles. Amateur records show that they're sent thousands of miles at all frequencies far beyond the geometric limitation of the globe. Here we have a distant mountains observed from 167 miles away at less than 1,000 feet. So the target hidden height should be almost or over 11,000 feet, but the mountain's only 12,000 feet. We should only be seeing roughly 1,000 feet of the mountain. Clearly, that's not the case. Here we have another one, 168 miles. Target hidden height is almost 12,000 feet, and the elevation is entirely 12,000 feet. So we should not see the entire mountain. This is a major problem because you're going to have a problem trying to invoke refraction here, and hopefully you do. This used to be the world record longest distance line of sight. Of course, that means you're a direct line of sight to what you're observing. The world record for the longest photo. Here we have a target hidden height of 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest mountain is 12,000 feet, which means that the mountain should have been thousands of feet below the curvature. Here's another one, 271 miles. Again, the entire mountain should have been obstructed by over 3,000 extra feet. Here's another one, 250 miles. You get the idea. Over and over, the mountain should be obstructed, except for just roughly 800 feet here. Here's another one, 241 miles. The entire mountain, almost the entire mountain should be hidden. And then it goes on and on and on. Here is a very important observation that everyone ducks away from. If you look in the top left here, you see you can't see the mountains. These are called Canigou Mountains. You cannot see the mountains. So when people say, can you see what you'd be able to see forever if the Earth was flat? That's a ridiculous straw man. Even within a globe paradigm, you'd have to admit you can't see forever because of something called attenuation. The light gets absorbed into the medium. We cannot see the mountains until the sun gets behind it due to the intensity of the light from the sun. You now get a silhouette, and we can see the Canigou Mountains. These should have been completely obstructed. You can buy a plane ticket right now for 2 specific days of the year, and you'll know that you'll see the mountains because of a silhouette based on where the sun sets. So I guess refraction is just colluding with the calendar and with the atmosphere to make the Earth look flat over and over. Of course, as a silhouette, refraction affects light, not the absence of light. Here to address his straw man about the geocentrism thing, these are projected onto a plane. These are literally azimuthal projections. So to say that it requires sphericity is ridiculous. Here we see that all the paths of the planets fit right within a Ferrocell magnet torus field. Okay, what a coincidence. And to address this misnomer that sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth and they just go behind the curve of the Earth, that is also not true. Here we see the sun disappearing above the horizon with a horizontal line blocking the bottom of it far above the horizon. This is proof that the sun can disappear up above the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Of course, we have tons of assumptions when it comes to the military that the Earth is flat. Specular reflection, again, I'm going to kind of speed through these, but specular reflection, you see that just a small concavity or convexity in the water actually causes what's called a diffused reflection. You'll see here in the left. So you actually need a flat surface to have a specular reflection. We see these over long distances consistently. So we'll just skip over here. So, and then of course, the globe claims that the horizon is a physical, tangible surface, and it is not. It's literally a horizon that is apparent. That's why it is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So here we can get into some of the specifics here, but of course, also on a globe, the horizon should drop down and away from you as you increase altitude. What we see in reality is it rises with us, which is a major problem. So long story short, the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong. So in closing, what I'm going to say is, again, falsification is independent of replacement. The literal default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. The globe says, well, yeah, but it's so big it looks flat, and it's so big that based on the angular rate of motion, you can't tell that it's moving. Could that be true in theory? Sure, but that is a concession that the default position, based on empirical evidence and observation, is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, hence why we utilize it as such for all military technology, etc. Therefore, to make a claim that everything is antithetical to that, you objectively and logically have the burden of proof. And then we'll get into a lot of the things that he mischaracterized my arguments regarding throughout the debate, hopefully. But yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you for the opener. I want to give you both. What do you think? Like, I assume there's one or two things that both of you have said or that strongly disagree with. Other. Do you want me to open it up to just give you both a 5-minute period for rebuttal?
No,
or do you just want to leave it open?
We can dig into it.
Okay. Why don't what was the first particular topic maybe that Dave you want to poke around?
Well, Austin is denying this idea. He's insisting that the default position is the flat plane, empirically, observably, everything observable. Okay, so explain the observations from antiquity that I told you. How are you getting the sky to rotate in opposite directions depending on where you're standing? Let's start with there. How observable is that? How does that fit with your default?
This is what always happens. Instead of providing evidence that the surface is curving, you're saying, well, but if it's not, then how does this happen?
No curved surface. You said the default position, flat plane. I'm asking you on your flat plane, explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
Just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
It is though, because the hands on a clock,
you don't get it,
right?
You don't get it. The stars drop due to perspective, so we're actually looking out towards them, not directly up.
Did you know that? Depends on your latitude, right? Depends on your latitude. If you're at the equator, they're going from horizon to horizon.
Wait, do you agree that if I was looking out and something was spinning one way and then I looked at it from the other direction, it'd look like it was spinning the opposite way?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Okay,
that's why I said, you just said, if I put a clock on the ceiling, right, which way, I'm asking you, which way you just said, if something is spinning one way and you look a different way, it'll spin another way. So I'm asking you, put a clock on the ceiling. Which way can you face that'll make the hands appear to go counterclockwise?
You obviously don't comprehend what I'm saying, Dave.
I think you don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you agree that things will appear to drop due to perspective?
Why are you talking about perspective? I'm talking
because you don't understand it. So
you're trying to obfuscate.
No, I'm not. If the stars are above me on a plane and I look out, they're going to look like they're dropping down, which means I'm looking out at. You don't even understand basic stuff, dude.
Look at this. Hang on. Where's the camera? Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which way is it going?
Yeah. Which way is it turning?
Who cares?
Why
are you obfuscating away from what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about exactly what I'm talking about. Is this going clockwise or counterclockwise? Come on, just give me the answer, buddy. You can see it.
To be fair, the webcam is mirrored, so it might be.
It is.
I think so. So
I don't know, and I don't see what's the relevance.
I see it going counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's how
That's going counterclockwise, right? Just say it, Austin. Just say it.
It looks like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we keep it turning.
Do you think I don't understand the concept?
No, I'm showing you, and I'm showing all the viewers. Look, which way is this going now?
We all get the concept.
It's going clockwise. So if you're standing up here and you look at the sky, you see it rotating counterclockwise. If you're down here, you see it rotating clockwise. So admit that this phenomenon makes perfect sense on a globe, and on a flat Earth it doesn't, which is why you're rambling about perspective and all these other things.
No, there was no rambling. You incessantly interrupted me explaining it because you know you can't actually allow me to say.
Change the subject.
Okay, let me ask.
I'm not.
Let me try this. If it's okay. Can we start with because you guys are both super familiar with this. Let me toss out so people can dip a toe. one of the biggest conversations that goes back and forth, both of you talked about this in your videos, is in a flat Earth. Dave's video points out that there are some issues where, for example, the sun is coming around, right? And we know, because we live here, that one area of the world is in perpetual light, the other is in perpetual dark. This would be non-congruent with a flat Earth. So what is the flat Earth position? Am I describing that fairly, Dave? I'm oversimplifying.
Sure. The flat Earth cannot explain the region. That was my second point, that it cannot explain the regions.
That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah. Okay. So what is
regions of what?
The regions of illumination, the parts of the Earth that are day or night at any given time.
Yeah, but I know you know the answer. So I've heard the answer given to you. No, but Dave knows the answer. So something called
the answer is that if you're facing the sun, it's day, and if you're not, it's night. That's the answer.
Dude, I'm gonna enlighten you, bro. If you don't allow the other person's point to be made, you didn't win anything. No matter how much coping's going on in the chat.
For you to make a point. Go ahead.
Okay, it's called a coffee cup caustic. It's a literal physical effect that can be replicated. The light will actually bend around the rim of any type of containment. It can literally be demonstrated and shown to perfectly replicate the seasons, the perfect light distribution on a plain Earth. You're objectively wrong. You've had this presented to you, and now you're back here in front of people pretending you don't know what it is.
Who has presented this to me?
Dave Weiss did. I watched it.
No, Weiss floundered like a buffoon. That's why you guys all call him controlled opposition now. If you could demonstrate this, you'd all have videos demonstrating
this.
There
There are literally hundreds of them.
No. I'm not talking about, shine it and, it kind of does a thing, sort of. I'm talking about show the precise regions of day and night over several month period, right? Have it exactly precisely align with where
it's literally been done multiple times, Dave.
So sounds like an empty claim to me, because I've never seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have.
So, okay, hold on. So, Austin, give him a second to explain his side. So you're saying, what most people see is that, the daylight is predictable. Daylight, nightlight is predictable based on what is believed that the orbit, the current belief about the Earth's orbit. In a flat Earth, the rotation, in the flat Earth, just let him finish. Dave, you get 2 minutes. Can you describe?
Me? What?
No, sorry. I'm going to shoot it back to you for 2 minutes, but give Austin 2 minutes to describe what he's talking, because I just want you guys to remember, like, the audience doesn't know what coffee cup, whatever it is, right? So remember, okay, but remember, you're talking to like normies.
Sure. Okay, so
that's what I'm asking. So Austin, you have 2 minutes. Describe. Okay. We talked about how the sunlight stuff goes on. So 2 minutes, and then Dave, you get 2 minutes.
Okay. So if you type in coffee cup caustic, which I will literally I'll share the screen. And Dave has been shown this in his debate.
Stay on point, though. Stay on point.
Oh, okay. I am.
Answer my question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just Google coffee cup caustic. If I have a coffee cup, if I took the lid off of my coffee cup and then light was shining in from the window, what will happen because of the rim is the light will hit inside the coffee cup and wrap around the entire rim. I can take this little flat Earth model right here and do it live. I'd have to cut all the lights off, and since the windows are open, I can't. So it's very simple to explain it. There you go. It wraps around. Now, if you apply this to a flat Earth, you will be able to perfectly replicate the distribution of light that gives us day and night, depending on the proximity of the source of light. It's easily done. Everyone knows that, and you can look it up. If you're new to that, that's fine, but just look it up, right? And the way that we determine sunset time is with the equation of time, which uses the apparent sun. It uses the mean of the apparent sun. So we don't even use the globe model and a physical location of the sun to determine sunset time or day and night distribution. In the real world, we use the equation of time. So you can replicate this on a flat Earth. It goes in the globe Earth and flat Earth basket. It isn't exclusive to either one.
Now, how does this, and I'm going to kick it over to Dave after this question, but I watched his debunk video, which is a little bit older, but it has a zillion views. So congrats on that. But there's like, let's say you have this coffee cup caustic, right? And his claim is that there's like perpetual night, daylight in this spot and perpetual night in this spot, right? Am I representing that accurately?
Yes, near the solstices, there are places with 24-hour night and 24-hour day.
So how does that figure into this?
Yeah. Look, okay, I'll share the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay.
Does that work? We'll just do that. So So I gotta find which one it is. Here we go. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. If you see here, this is a demonstration of the coffee cup caustic. Okay. That's what this is. So if you look, you put a dome over at the top of the flat Earth, you're going to take a light source. It's going to give you see the distribution of the equinoxes and the solstice right there below it. Now watch what the light does. Now look at it wrap all the way around the outside. Okay, this is called coffee cup caustic, meaning if there was a container on the Earth, it would literally have to do this. It would have to do this. And yes, all the mathematics has been shown, and I could pull that up if I need to.
Well,
so the math has been shown.
I want to give, while you pull that up, I'm going to give Dave 3 minutes to respond because we went over. So I want to give Dave, I'm like, I'm kind of keeping it rough, but just try to keep some semblance. So I want to let Dave respond to this.
I don't need 3 minutes. It doesn't perfectly match. It's just a very hackneyed demonstration that kind of sort of makes a shape. They're not showing any kind of actual model that directly correlates with all of the positions. So number one, it absolutely does not correlate with the times of day and night, doesn't do it. But second of all, it also creates gigantic problems because in order to get this, you're pretending that there's this dome, magical dome or whatever the hell you're talking about that's giving this effect, which number one isn't there, right? You cannot demonstrate that this dome is there. But number two, it creates other problems because if you're saying that the sun is outside of this dome, then you don't get to have the sun inside the dome for the magical explanation for tides and all these other things that don't make sense on a flat Earth that you're pretending that the sun and the moon do, right?
Yeah. Now, when Dave mentions this is another point of contention. I just, you guys are going at it, but I just want to keep everyone else in the loop. There is one of the points of contention is whether or not in the flat Earth model, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is whether or not the sun is inside or outside of this hypothetical dome. Because in one case, it's responsible for the tides and this, that, and the other, and then the other case, it's responsible. What is it? Tides and what did you?
Storms, everything.
Yeah.
Right? Coriolis.
So what is
storms rotate in opposite directions depending on the hemisphere?
Oh my gosh.
So okay, all right. So Austin, I'll give you. Go ahead and respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't know what's above us because you can't freely just shoot stuff up as high as you want to. Okay. And GPS cuts off over a certain height. It's all militarized. But there could be layers to it. I don't know if you've ever thought of that, Dave, but there could just be layers. There could be multiple layers. And yeah, we know the sun affects things here. Tides don't work. You just gish gobs. Tides don't even work in your model. You can look up a paper by a Harvard paper, a century of tidal theory failures.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, it's very simple. But this was if the whole debate is just, hey, let's just start spamming Austin with questions of how would this work on a flat Earth. That's not a debate. You're supposed to support the claim the Earth's a spinning ball. I showed direct falsification of it in my PowerPoint. So avoiding that is totally disingenuous.
Like the rotation of the night sky, depending on latitude, and you can't answer. You just say the word perspective and run away.
So Dave,
no, I got 3 words out and you interrupted it.
No, you were free to answer. That's all you could do.
Let me.
You remember we did the whole thing with the clock on the ceiling, and you have no idea what you're talking about. You said that,
fellas. Let me do. Okay, I'll play ball. I think that's fair. Why don't I give Dave and Austin both blocks of time? Dave, defend your position. I'll give you 5 minutes enough. You think?
No. We don't need to. I mean, longer chunks of time are just time for word salads, right? We need to actually.
All right, defend that the Earth is a globe, and then when you're done, I'll pass it to Austin and let him defend that.
Well, I mean,
right?
look,
that's what you're asking for, Austin, right? So I'm gonna do that.
I want him to rebut the specific falsification of the globe, where we see things from hundreds of miles away that should be obstructed by literal miles of vertical curvature, including silhouettes.
Pick one thing. Pick one thing like that. Okay, so that is the question.
Okay, the question is, why do we see too far? And the answer is, we don't. Sorry, they're all lies. Every time you do a picture like that, you're lying about the distance, you're lying about the elevation, right? The altitude from which the picture is taken. You're just lying, right? All of these things.
What is the picture you're talking about? Is this a picture where it's like, oh, here's a mountain that's
they just take pictures and like, look at this thing that's so far away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Or like, here's the Chicago skyline from across the lake, well, we shouldn't be able to see it. They're just always lying. They're just lying about the distance. They're lying about various.
Bro, those were everyone I showed was from a professional photography website that has nothing to do with flat Earth, with all of the information listed.
Austin,
your model doesn't claim that the distances are wrong. That isn't your model's answer.
No, you guys just lie. You guys just lie. That's all it is. You just lie about how far away things are and how high.
It's a professional photography website. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well,
can you share one so people can see what you guys are talking about, please?
Yeah, sure.
Anyone you want, as long as Dave agrees that it looks good. Share one that you think, Austin, that you think. I'm trying to, share one that you think supports your position, and then Dave can debunk the photo, or he can share his criticisms of the photo. And while he's looking that up, I want to give everyone a chance, let you know. I'm joined here by two creators, two commentators, both Witsit Gets It Done on YouTube, linked in the description. Is at YouTube at Witsit, and as well as Professor Dave. Also enjoyed your Terrence Howard video, because I think he actually is legitimately insane, but that I don't know. But
expected virality on that one,
yeah, that was all right. Yeah, but both guys create content. One of the people in this room are banned from Twitter. I don't want to name names, but the otherwise you can find them on Twitter, or Dave, is there somewhere else where you want people to look for your stuff other than okay,
YouTube?
One of these guys in the room is also propped up by all the algorithms.
All right, all right.
I make popular content, man. I make popular content because it's funny.
Wait. You're prioritized by the algorithm.
No, I'm things that people like to watch are prioritized by the algorithm.
If I Google Witsit Gets It, you come up.
So few people are stupid enough to fall for a flat Earth, so nobody watches you guys.
Dave, listen.
Interesting.
If I YouTube Witsit Gets It geocentrism, a literal stream I did, you pop up. Can you explain to me why you're popping up when I search for me? Okay, let's not play games.
Let's try it.
YouTube admitted in Congress they deprioritize flat Earth content because it's misinformation. So what?
I don't get it. I got, if the Earth is flat, what's under it? Shorts.
Yeah,
solar system from Earth's perspective.
Of course, because it's heavily censored. It doesn't mean it's true, but we don't have to play this game that you're not propped up.
Jeff recommends popular content, but I make very good, informative, educational content.
Look at that. What do you? Wait, go down. What do you have to do with Witsit Gets It geocentrism? What does your video have to do with it? You just proved my point live for the whole entire audience.
Maybe I put the keyword geocentrism in there. I don't even remember what my keywords are.
No, you didn't.
You don't know what my keywords are.
I know for a fact you did it. So anyway,
you have access to my YouTube.
Because I've tested this because you're the #1 propped up anti-flat Earth. Dude, they admitted in Congress that they consider it misinformation, so they deprioritize it and they prioritize the information correcting the misinformation. That would be you, according to them. So they prioritize you. If you look up anything flat Earth related, you get Professor Dave. Okay, we all know that content blows the rest of your content out. That's why you got so many tens of millions of views.
Look, I have 1,500 tutorials. Do we really want to talk about my education?
No, bro, I'm not even. I hope good luck, brother. I'm not hating on you or your success. I'm just pointing out.
No, you definitely.
I'm literally not, dude. If you make $400 million, I don't care. I wish you would. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out, bro. I'm just pointing out.
Awesome.
The objective fact that it's CPART.
Awesome. I love you, but hold on. Now, here's a picture that Austin shared. Nobody denies that this picture exists. Austin, what do you say this is showing? Now, remember, I keep bringing it back because people who are watching aren't as balls deep as you guys both are in the topic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So this is just a picture to me. What does this show?
Okay, so this was the world record at the time. It's been beaten now for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken. This is a mountain called Pic Gaspard. Okay, and it was so now on a globe. If I look out, the Earth should be curving and blocking things in the distance, similar to how I can't look around a corner, right? If I look, it's like looking at a hill. So if based on your height,
taken at 12,000 feet, though, right?
Correct. Right. So what you do is you pull up Earth Curve Calculator, you put the observer height in, and then it'll tell you where the horizon will be, and it'll tell you how much of the target hidden height there is. So this is from the Earth Curve Calculator, official calculator. And if you look at it, the observer was 9,000 feet up. The target hidden height, meaning how much Earth curvature should be there, is 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest part of the mountain is only 12,000 feet. That means the top of that mountain should be 4,000 feet below Earth curvature.
Okay, and then Dave, what do you say to that?
Two things. One, I cannot verify any of those numbers. Those could absolutely be fabricated by you. And number two, we're not doing any of the math. So those are two things that are not being verified. So instead, let's talk about something purely conceptual and intuitive. Why can we see farther with elevation?
You're on the screen. Be careful.
What happened?
I know.
Awesome. Okay. I was just saying,
this guy's just denying basic
somebody
math.
who's put their own, I put my own home address on when I didn't realize it. So I was just telling
no, yeah, I get you. Good look.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let me finish the thing I was saying.
Go ahead. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
So we can't verify any of these numbers. So instead, let's just talk about something very simple and intuitive. If we are looking at something at the horizon, if we go up in elevation, we can see farther. That is not intuitive on a flat Earth because that actually increases the distance to the horizon, right? If you're going up, now there's an additional distance, right? If you get a hypotenuse, that's always going to be longer than the leg there. So why can we see further with higher elevation? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's insanely incorrect. So you change your angle of view.
Correct. Okay, so just address the point, right?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Within 7 seconds. He made a claim
you're
that
here
it doesn't
and you're
make any
looking
sense.
here.
It's
if you go up,
basic
this is
math.
even farther now, right? If you're here and you're looking at something here and you go up in elevation, that thing is now further away from you. So why can you see further with additional elevation?
Because you're increasing your angle of view.
Increasing
You
your
didn't
angle
know
of view,
that?
you can see how can you see a further distance? We're not talking about an angle, a further distance. How can you see?
Because now you're changing your angle of view, so you're increasing your angular resolution and the things that you can pick up in the distance. Also, the ground ramps up due to perspective. Dude, just imagine, just think about it simply. If I was on a flat floor and I laid my head down on the floor, as I start to stand up, I'm going to be able to see further along the floor because my angle of view increases. This is again not exclusive to a globe Earth. And you deflected away from the observation that refutes the globe again.
Because I can't verify any of these numbers or the math. They're just lying about them.
Okay, so if the numbers are correct, then you concede it refutes the globe?
Probably not. No.
Okay, then answer it as if because these are not my numbers.
Okay, I don't know that.
Everyone at home's going to be able to go look it up. It's a official professional photography website.
I want to let you guys both know. At the start of the show, I did a poll. Just so it's with about 3,000 votes, it's 65% Globe Gang, 35% Flat Friend, which I thought I'm going to run it again at the end because I thought this would be fun and a fun experience.
Well, nobody's going to change their mind here.
Well, you're probably true. So you've watched online debates before, Dave. So the yeah.
Well, no, not really. He brings his flat Earth, people, and they're impervious to facts and logic, so they're not going to change.
Says the guy that's just ducking a picture.
Yeah, I'm ducking a picture because it's a picture, right? I'm talking about very simple physical concepts, right? I'm talking about observations that we can all agree on, like the observation of the celestial sphere rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise, that you cannot explain, that only makes sense on a spherical Earth, that we used in ancient times to prove that the Earth is a sphere. That's why sphere is the default position that you're trying to undermine by talking about.
But hey, real fast, can we show some intellectual honesty? I understand that you don't know these numbers, and fair enough. Okay, if you want to verify them, that's fair. That's fair. I'm asking you in good faith, if the numbers were correct, which they are, what would be your response?
You can say if the numbers were correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's an intellectually honest question, and it's actually disingenuous to avoid addressing the evidence just with the cop-out that I can't verify the numbers right now.
It's actually really not, because when you have an entire model that is all interconnected and all observable phenomena are explained by that model, one singular datum, like one photo, is not going to be powerful enough to undermine an entire model. If the numbers were true and if the math wasn't fudged, then I would say, okay, there's probably some kind of atmospheric effect or some kind of thing that I am not aware of that is making us see a little bit further. Maybe it's something that particular day. there's a particular humidity, or it's clearly over water, that's going to increase the atmospheric refractive effects. None of these observations are ever done over land. I think that's why. Same with the skyline of Chicago. They're always done over water for you guys. So there's something clearly, just one singular explanation that is missing. And that's why one datum is not going to undermine an entire model that explains every single thing about the world that we live in, from everything we see in the night sky to geological phenomena to just absolutely everything in our world, right?
So hand wave dismissal, red herring fallacies, appeal to possibilities. That's your rebuttal. Okay, we can move on.
Fallacy, name a fallacy.
Let's move on.
Do you know that fallacies are important, Dave?
No, I know that you guys name random fallacies to pretend that you've won something when you didn't. That's
you literally appealed to possibilities. You said there's probably something that could possibly be happening. You literally did a textbook appeal to possibility. It's all good.
You're pretending that one observation is worth more than thousands upon thousands of observations every single day.
I showed 10. It doesn't matter. You're just affirming the consequent and reifying your model by saying it explains everything. What about the micro?
We see too far.
What about the long distance radio waves? What about when we shoot radio waves line of sight?
That's
thousands
called
of
sporadic
miles.
E propagation. It bounces off a layer of the atmosphere.
Okay, that's called skywave propagation.
Okay, hold on.
Sporadic E propagation.
Everyone's had their say on that. Okay, let me ask you. What another thing that I found fascinating as a normie is the contention between the what do they call Dave? A glober?
I don't know.
What is the name?
Heads, globe. I don't care.
And then so the globe people and the flat people is the idea that's one of the things that I saw Austin talk about and you talk about was that essentially 5,000 years ago, there was a different North Star. And the question around whether or not the stars move, because that is actually paramount to the idea that the Earth is rotating around the sun versus the Earth being the center of the universe. So Austin, I'll go to Austin, then I'll go to Dave, and then next time I'll start with Dave. So in the flat Earth model, is it that the stars, can you explain the stars thing to the layman in the flat Earth model?
Okay. Wait, the star thing? Like the question you just asked about the star moving or something else?
Well, I thought, maybe I misunderstood. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the flat Earth mindset was that the stars did not move. Is that not true?
Sure.
Am I wrong about that?
Okay. Well,
or correct
the
me.
claim. There is a claim that the North Star used to be a different star, and it's a very vague, ambiguous claim based on like architecture. So there's no actual legitimate evidence verifying that. For all legitimately recorded history, we have Polaris. But there is something called a kinematic equivalence, which sure that sounds fancy, but it's not.
Hold on. I know you're explaining it, but you didn't. So is it? What is the flat Earth position on stars? Do they move or do they not move?
They move every day. That's called sidereal rotation. If you mean over time, there does seem to be a slight progression of the stars. But what I'm trying to explain is that isn't exclusive to the Earth moving or not moving, right? It's called kinematic equivalence, which is what relativity is about, relative motion. It's like, oh, is the plane moving or am I moving? You can never tell. That's what the globe model says. So anything that moves in the sky could by default not prove that we were the ones moving according to the official globe model. That's the point I'm making. It's called a kinematic equivalence. So whatever the stars are doing, because we can't go back thousands of years and verify if the North Star was different, whether it was or wasn't, it doesn't prove the Earth is moving.
So Dave, your response to that?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, the North Star became Polaris in like 600 CE or something.
6,000 years ago or something. Yeah.
No, way more recent than that. Polaris. It was Thuban in the times of the Egyptians, became Polaris. So that's well documented. But furthermore, we don't need to do that. We can very accurately observe Milankovitch cycles. We can see the precession of the rotational axis happens every year. It could be measured, and then there's parallax and all these other things. But that's not really what matters, because again, he's trying to do this thing where he doesn't have to where he's pretending that geocentrism doesn't assume a spherical Earth. When the argument was going on in the Renaissance, early Renaissance, about geocentrism and heliocentrism, we knew that the Earth was a sphere. So every time he does this kinematic equivalence thing, the kinematic equivalence he's trying to refer to is whether the Earth goes around the sun or if the sun goes around the Earth, not doing little donuts on a pizza land. That's not an equivalence. Those are not equal things. We're talking about one going around one or the other going around the other. Those are the two things. So geocentrism, you often try to defend a geocentric model. It assumes a spherical Earth. That is an actual model that can, to some reasonable precision, describe the motions of the celestial objects and put them where they're supposed to go and predict quantitatively where they're going to be. Flat Earth doesn't have that. You don't have any model. You don't have any way of saying this is where the planets are going to be. This is when an eclipse is going to happen. Any of these things. You absolutely cannot do any of those things. That's why I told you in the beginning, if you want to defend geocentrism, that's totally fine. We can talk about how we know that the Earth moves, which is a completely different topic from knowing whether the Earth is round or flat, because geocentrism uses a spherical Earth.
Okay, response to that, Austin.
Okay, so what's happening is I'm specifically addressing the singular point in your gish galloping. No. So, like, you want me to address everything you just said, right? Like, for one,
kinematic equivalence has nothing to do.
How about this? Just I'll throw it back to you real quick. Why is geocentrism exclusive to the Earth being a sphere?
Because it's a model that works. Flat Earth doesn't work. It doesn't explain anything we see, like the observations of the celestial sphere that you keep running away from. You cannot explain why the stars rotate one way in the north and the other way in the south. You cannot explain that.
All right, I'm going to take my time back and let me respond to everything you said, because you didn't answer. So the answer is that it's not, because with everything
you didn't answer. That's fine.
You didn't. You just started talking about star trails again. So with everything going on in the quote unquote universe, you said universe wouldn't exist. No, maybe not as you've defined it, but with everything going on, all the quote unquote planets, everything moving around, the Earth's shape doesn't matter. You just project that relative to your projection. You create a transform relative to your projection or your assumption of motion.
Observations of the night
Buddy,
sky.
I let you finish. Chill out. Okay. So
let him finish. Let him finish, Dave.
So the truth is that all observations have shown that the Earth is stationary. We have the cosmic microwave background, which showed anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy, which is the exact opposite of the heliocentric prediction, and intersected on the Earth. The 23.4 degree axis was on a non-local observation. Dude, define word salad.
You're just using words. You're trying to pretend that cosmology proves the Earth is flat. Then all cosmologists would be flat earthers. Do you have any idea how insane you sound? No, it's not. You're pretending to understand cosmology. You're pretending.
What did I say that was word salad, Dave?
No, I'm saying it's word salad because it is word salad.
I said that was word salad.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. You're defending a flat Earth, which we figured out it isn't true in 2,500 years ago. And you're trying to talk about modern cosmology to try to talk about this when you can't even explain naked eye observations of the stars in the sky.
Okay, look, they're directly related. The idea is that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning sphere that revolves around the sun. The alternative is that the Earth is a geocentric, stationary plane. Both of those are directly related.
That is a stationary sphere. Was the alternative. Prior to heliocentrism, we thought that it was a stationary.
Stop interrupting.
Sphere.
Hold on.
You keep going off the rails. I got to bring you back to what we're talking about.
Hold on, guys. Okay, I'm getting some flack for allowing too much interruptions. That's on me. I know that both of you feel passionately about this, but please try to keep that to a minimum. But I do want to say, most importantly, I think it's really important and really cool that both of you took time out on a Saturday night to get online and do this and stream. And I just want to thank, I just want to give a shout out. I don't care who people back who are watching or whatever, both channels are linked in the description. Witsit gets it if or Professor Dave. Ideally, you'd subscribe to both and consume both people's content and make up your own mind. I just want to before emotions heat up too much, just say, hey, I appreciate you both being here. I know that it's a weekend night. Can I, if you'll allow me, I'm getting called a coward for not bringing up The Edge, apparently, which is, I assume, one of the more controversial opinions. And Austin, I think it's fair for you to say, hey, I showed up and I'm the one that has to answer. I'm the one that has to defend all our positions. But I also think that's a result of the fact that the spherical Earth is the commonly accepted opinion. So
Sure.
I want to be fair, and I'm not doing awesome at it, but I'm trying. So I want to say, like, if there are specific positions against the sphere or against that you want Dave to answer for, I want to give you that opportunity. But one thing that is what I found fascinating today was the idea of the ice wall or Antarctica. There's a lot of craziness around that, because what I thought, just being unbiased, trying to be unbiased, but I guess being honest, that is very hard for me to believe. Because people can literally go to Antarctica. It's like I watched a lot of Flat Earth video. I told you guys before, I watched almost 8 hours, and I was like, these bastards better show up, because I spent my whole Saturday watching Flat Earth videos. But like, I was watching like the Antarctica thing, which is a common talking point, and people go there all the time. So what is the Flat Earth position about the rim? Basically, that's what people in chat are asking that. What's going on the edges in the Flat Earth? And then Dave, I'll give you a chance to, is that okay? And I'll give you a chance to respond to that. Okay.
All right. First of all, to address the first part, I'm cool with asking questions. That's the natural response, because Flat Earth is so out of left field for most people.
Yeah.
But that's more of like a normal conversation thing, not a like he's supposed to be debating me thing. But it's all good. Okay. I'm pretty chill.
I mean, I can let you guys just go at it too, if that's what you want.
No, it's cool. I want to answer your question. Okay. This is the typically held position. You cannot freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, okay, which is a ring around the outside. So to independently and freely identify and verify what all is out there is not possible. Do people go there? Yes, you can go on approved guided tours. Most of the time, it's like just a couple locations. They say it's super dangerous. I have a friend this is anecdotal, but a former NASA employee was stationed there for 6 months. He's a flat earther. It's admittedly the highest elevation on Earth. So when people say ice wall, I mean, there are videos and pictures of what you would call an ice wall. It's the highest elevation on the Earth.
Hold on. Highest elevation on Earth in Antarctica.
Highest average elevation. So not like Mount Everest, the highest average elevation of a continent.
Okay. That might be
so we're saying we don't know what's there. And oftentimes people get this straw man. It's like flat earthers say you can't go to Antarctica. People go there all the time. No, we're saying you can't freely and privately explore it, right? Like if I let you in my house, but you couldn't go upstairs, you couldn't tell me what was upstairs, right?
A sex dungeon. I would know.
So are you going to go with Will Duffy to the South Pole? He's paying for you.
I told him when he first emailed me, before I even knew who he was, that I was open to going. I had specific parameters, which is that they can't take my words out of context and make a hit piece like they always do, that they have to be forthcoming about all the funding and all the stuff like that. And I said I would go. I have no reason not to go.
Hold on, Dave. Can you explain the Will? Because I know about the Will Duffy thing, but most people watching.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was getting these emails and not even knowing who he was, so I didn't reply. But he was this guy, Will Duffy, has been emailing flat earthers and people who make flat Earth debunking content about paying to bring some people to the South Pole to observe the 24-hour sun.
He's like some eccentric billionaire guy, right?
I don't really know anything about him, and I don't know how much money he has. I don't think he's a billionaire. I think he has enough money to pay for a couple people to go.
Because I will go. I'll do the South Pole tour.
I wouldn't. I have things to do, but I would love for some flat earthers to go and see the 24-hour sun. And most flat earthers are already making excuses. Weiss is saying he doesn't want to go because he's evil, Satan or something. I don't know what he's talking about.
Austin said he would go.
Okay. That's great.
And Dave's position was that he doesn't respect people that are dishonest and hide behind anonymity and stuff like that. So whatever. I said I would go because, dude, I'm not scared of anything. I'm a flat earther.
Did he contact you?
Yeah. He sent like a mass email. And when I saw it, I responded. I said, dude, look, I'll go. It has to be transparent, honest. People have stolen money. They claim on their videos they're going to fly us. And then we contact them. They're like, I'm not going to actually fly you. That's just for my YouTube video. But he still has a GoFundMe up to make flat earthers look bad. So I said, if it's honest, I'll go. I'm not scared of the truth, dude. I'm a flat earther because you can go see mountains from hundreds of miles away consistently. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. So anyway, and
can I bring it back?
I don't know how that's going to manifest, but as of now, it looks like it could be me and Jaron going with, I guess, Dave McKeegan or something. But
I give you.
And when we don't see the 24-hour sun,
what are you going to have to see? So if you go, all right, right here and right now, you go, you see 24-hour sun, you come back, you make a video, because look, I saw this in Dave's video. I feel like I've saw you, and I have also. Everyone's been wrong. It's not like a big deal. I'm not saying you are. But I'm saying, what will it take? Like if you go down there and you see 24-hour sunlight, you'll come back and say, all right, cool. I'm cool. It's global. I'm a global guy now. What would it take if you went to the South Pole for you to change your mind?
If I saw a 24-hour sun that does a 360 around me, like the globe predicts, I would readily admit like that doesn't.
What's a 360 around me look like?
Like the sun should just do a full circle around you and never set, just like it does in the north in the midnight sun. It should do the same thing in the south.
What does it look like in Alaska when it's light for 24 hours there?
It literally does. If you're far enough north, you can just see the sun do a full circle around you, which is what the flat Earth predicts as well. What's up,
Dave? Do you have any issue with that? I don't know. I've never been there.
No, great. I can't wait. I really hope they go, and then when they come back, that's the end of flat Earth, because that will be it. And
well, let me finish what I was saying.
Okay.
Yes, it would match the globe. I would step back and be like, whoa, I don't expect it to. So I would admit, yeah, that's weird. That matches the globe. That's not expected on the flat Earth from my understanding, blah, blah, blah. I'd openly admit it.
Isn't that what you just did to me about the photograph, or I was thinking of another explanation?
What? No. I didn't even say that yet, but maybe. But a more definitive test actually is to charter a plane, fly far enough south, have multiple mechanical gyros spinning up that maintain rigidity in space. They should tip over as you go, and then it should flip over. So it should tip and flip based on the curvature of the Earth. If say that test and the 24-hour sun was actually manifested, which I don't have high hopes for, if I found out for sure the Earth's a globe, I would be the first one to come out and admit I was wrong. Because that doesn't prove one thing doesn't prove is that we're flying through space. It doesn't prove any of this other nonsense.
Okay, well, let me ask this. So, I feel like Austin's been on a bit of the hot seat. So let me pose a question to Dave. I watched a bunch of your videos today. I actually really appreciate. I can definitely tell you're a teacher because all of your PowerPoint slides gave me PTSD back to my college days.
I'm good with slides.
Yeah. I actually, when I was getting my master's degree, I still had a professor that used overhead projectors that he had written in the 70s.
Old school. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've heard the terminology around flat Earth several times in your videos about grifting, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the grift? What is the grift in saying that there's a flat Earth? Can you kind of describe that? Because I don't see a lot of these flat Earth guys being give me money. So what is it?
It's just a little cult, and there's super chats, and they do the conferences and all these things. That's all it is.
So it's
not like a huge grift. It's not like Scientology or something, but
okay. We all agree Scientology is a huge grift, right?
I hope we all agree that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, flat Earth doesn't make you money, bro. I get demonetized all the time. I'm deprioritized. And I had to lose a 6-figure job offer because I had flat Earth videos online.
Okay.
It is if you were going to grift, why would you pick the thing that doesn't make money?
Because you're it doesn't make a better grift. If you could do I've been debunking Billy Carson and some of these guys on the Rogan thing. That guy actually makes money lying about archaeology and ancient aliens and stuff like that. That would be a smarter grift.
Anyway, but this is the problem. People are going to get so triggered that Dave's not being forced to actually address his improper claims.
Okay, well, what is
I'm just going to be real.
No, he's right here. He's right. Okay, hold on, Dave. All right. What is it? Articulate the question that Dave has not answered, and then Dave, the floor is
all ears.
Okay, yeah. So like I explained earlier, when we looked at the cosmic microwave background, it actually showed that there was, he called this word salad, anisotropic.
Wait, what is it? I just want to, we're not all, so what did you say? The what microwave?
It's called the cosmic microwave background, CMB, which is just, you send something up high in the air and you read the electromagnetic radiation. There's the visible spectrum of light, then there's the non-visible spectrum. It's pulling in all the data from the light that you can't see with your eyes.
If you've ever researched flat Earth, you know this image, right? Dave's seen this.
Probably,
image.
yeah. Most people
certainly do with flat Earth. I mean, this is cosmology.
Hold on. But hold on, Dave. Okay. Hold on. Just let him. Yeah. Just let him.
It's about is the Earth moving or not? So in the current model that the Earth is flying around the sun and the universe, whatever, all the energy should be evenly distributed. That's called homogeneous, and it should be isotropic, meaning it has no preferred direction. Okay, but what they saw was that it was inhomogeneous and anisotropic, and actually the part that had a preferred direction intersected on the Earth. And they ended up calling it the axis of evil. And then what they saw was that this anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy was actually on a 23.4 degree tilt, which was supposedly the Earth's tilt, but it was observed way beyond our quote unquote galaxy, which means it could not have been the Earth tilted. So it's a major problem. The CMB matched the geocentric model.
Okay, Austin. So you're talking, so this image, right? The CMB model, right? You're saying how does this, one thing I'm a layman, so I feel like I'm speaking for just regular people who are watching. What about this should Dave talk about when it comes to the sphere heads? You know, so when you talk about the microwave, whatever, how does this relate to flat Earth? Is what my question is.
This is just about if the Earth is geocentric or not. If the universe is geocentric.
Okay,
so
that's a different conversation then, right? Because
it's not though.
The planet
it's not
could be yes, it is, because the planet could be a sphere but still be geocentric.
It could be, yes, that's right.
Okay, so it is different.
The point is that the mainstream model we were all inundated with was that the Earth is a spinning globe. So the alternative is that the Earth is a stationary plane. And what always happens is the people that believe in the spinning globe, they want to avoid the burden of proof for both of those things, curvature and motion. And if they think they can say what's an eclipse, then somehow they don't have to explain all the evidence that shows the Earth's not a spinning globe. And that is illogical.
Austin, how do you explain eclipses? You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. So
I don't know this one up first. I mean, let's not jump topics here.
Okay, I'll shut up. You're right, Dave. Thanks for keeping me in line.
Yeah. You can go whatever we want after this, but no, this is what Austin relies on. This is why he's so incapable of doing.
But what does it supposedly prove? I'm sorry. So what does
that the Earth's in the center of the universe?
Got it. Okay, Dave, respond.
Okay. So no, it absolutely doesn't. Otherwise, cosmologists would all agree that Earth was at the center of the universe. Right? This is all freely available information that you're finding on Wikipedia. If this demonstrated what you're saying it does, that would be the consensus among people who study this for a living. It is not, and that doesn't do what you're saying. You're just saying it does. This is what you do, right? You need to talk about esoteric aspects of modern physics because your viewers don't understand what you're talking about, and they just believe you, instead of talking about very simple things, like which I want to keep bringing you back to. Why is it that people looking in different directions can all see the Southern Cross at the same time? Very simple, intuitive things. These are what we should be discussing.
Sure. Okay. So hand wave dismissal, appeal to consensus, and appeal to authority.
You're just lying about what it says. You're just lying about what it says.
You said if it said what I said, all the experts would agree. The consensus is that there is no the consensus is that there's
homogeneous. The CMB is homogeneous. This is common knowledge.
The consensus is that there's no legitimate explanation that's agreed upon for it. And it was originally rejected and then redone and showed the same unexpected results and then done again and shown the same unexpected results. That's the actual truth. There isn't a legitimate consensus answer from your paradigm. Doesn't matter. When you want to keep talking about the stars, you said look different directions. Just like when Dave Weiss was talking to you, he tried to tell you magnetic declination's a thing, and you called that jargon and said that wasn't a real thing. You're just making up words.
I didn't say he made it up. I just said he's saying magnetism for no reason because it has nothing to do with what I was talking about. How is magnetic declination going to allow you to see the same thing by looking in different directions? Explain. You go ahead. Go ahead and ask the man what Weiss said.
We're going to see that you didn't follow him then either. And that is that you're talking about directions. You're invoking cardinal directions. Mm-hmm. How do you determine your directions? So if you're going to use a compass, according to your paradigm, when you get to the south, the magnetic declination gets way worse.
Why do I need a compass? Can I use geographical phenomena? Can I point in a particular geographical direction by known landmarks? Don't we know on a map?
How do you know the exact? First of all, when you're looking at the stars all the way to the Southern Cross, what known landmarks are you going to use?
Anything on the tips of those continents. What are you talking about? You're standing at the tip of a southern continent. Look, I'll give you, let's say you're off by a degree or two. Okay, fine. We're looking a little bit this way, or a little bit that way. On the graphic that I showed you, they're looking in completely different directions, all seeing the Southern Cross at the same time. It doesn't make sense. You can't.
First of all, it's not a degree or two, Dave. It is dozens and dozens of degrees. If you go far enough south, it is actually 179 degrees at one point. Meaning,
how far south? Very near the magnetic pole?
Yeah, in your paradigm, which your magnetic pole's in the ocean. But the point is dude, if you're going to say I'm looking south for sure, you're relying on magnetic declination corrections. Okay, but that's the point Dave was making. You hand wave dismissed it. It is just a fact.
I can go outside of my house and look north without looking at a compass because I know which way north is on a map. Do you use a compass every day to orient yourself, or do you just know which way the cardinal's directions are?
Yeah, but in the north we have a Polaris to go off of, right?
On a map, on a street, walking around the street, you've got a grid of streets, you know which way is north. Do you need a compass to do that?
Well, actually, if you use the compass, it will show you different directions over time. I'm asking you, how do you verify south?
Use geography.
dude, how did you verify the exact cardinal direction of different geographical input? Okay, but let's just anyway. You don't understand that point apparently, but it doesn't matter. Even
or
if
you're just desperately pivoting.
No, dude. You said that it wasn't a real thing, and now
I
you
didn't
think
say
it's
it wasn't a
1
real
degree or
thing.
2
I
degrees.
said you're just bringing up magnetism for no reason because you think that's going to save you. It's almost verbatim what I said.
How else? You're saying the only other way to verify it is to look at geography.
Dude,
okay,
you're pretending that if I'm looking at what I know is south on a map, that I could somehow be pointing basically north or near north. Is that really how much of it's just distortion you think is physically possible when you're just using a map to look south?
You don't just use. Okay, I'm trying to explain to you that in your paradigm, in the South, the magnetic declination gets crazy. In theory, could that be true? Sure.
Where does it get crazy? How close to the magnetic
Below
pole
the
do you have to
equator,
get
man.
in order for it to get crazy? How close?
Wherever
to the
you're
magnetic pole?
viewing the Southern Cross from is far enough south that the magnetic declination is a significant factor.
Is it though? Because it's not really that close to the magnetic pole.
No, but it can still be 40, 50 degrees magnetic declination
No, it
in
couldn't.
your paradigm.
No, it
yes,
couldn't.
you can go to magnetic-declination.com and look it up. The other thing is there's something called an azimuthal grid. So we actually see the world in a little azimuth grid. That's how we measure it, right? That's how we measure the stars. We take our zenith and then we take elevation measurements down to our azimuth. So it gives you a little dome. Now, when you actually run this through a software, you will see that if you had a bunch of stars circling over top of you and you had this little limit of vision that was a dome, you'll actually see the stars appear to converge at a point where they're actually not converging and circle around that point. We have replicated it, so we actually expect it. The problem is we need to verify the exact cardinal direction to even put that input into the software to know for sure, to give you a flat Earth model you all beg for, and it is impossible to 100% verify the cardinal directions that far south. So
hold on. All right. Okay.
You
so
have no such model. You have no such thing, or you would have shown it. You would have all been celebrating it in all your videos. You can't.
We've shown it. We have shown it.
Well, bring it up. I'm going to let you bring it up, Austin. I want to say this. Go ahead and take a minute. Bring it up. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So I wanted to keep this to, maybe 30. Are you guys okay with 30 more minutes? Is that okay? Or
yeah.
20, 30?
20, yeah.
Okay. So are you guys okay with, I want to just pull the pin on a grenade, chuck it in and back out and let you guys go at it because I'm getting yelled at for interrupting too much. But also, would you guys be okay with the last 10 minutes of the show? We looked at some viewer questions. Is that okay? So can we do 20? Are you guys okay with 25 more minutes or no?
Yes,
I am. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I just wait.
Hold on. You good with 25 more minutes?
Yeah.
Austin, Dave. Okay. So I want to let everyone know. Hey, again, I'm getting a lot of shit for being, maybe interrupting too much, but I just want to let people, I try to pick my spots, but what matters most is that these two gentlemen spent Saturday evening with me, 3 dudes on a date on Saturday night. We obviously could have been out there slaying puss like incredible chads like we are, but make sure you check out their channels in the description below. Wits It Gets It has obviously a wide variety of content available, as well as Professor Dave. Please support their channels and please, independently, if they have Patreons or whatever, support them directly. Obviously everyone's pissed that I haven't brought up the ice wall, the edge, or the dome. That's the last thing I want to end on. But I did want to ask you about this video. I'm a big SpaceX guy. I'm a big I'm a big space guy. We're on SpaceX right now. Bro. Starlink. I know. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's a lot of it's fake, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what people say. So when we watch this, I won't watch it, but right. So this was the space jump, right? We can obviously see the Earth is digitally or not curved, right? This guy, jumps out. This is when I think flat Earth, because I watched this video like in real time because I'm a space dork. Keep that in mind when we discuss, not that my opinion matters, it's really the viewers' opinions that matter. And then I'll ask them in 5 minutes. So I want to bring up the conversation. Actually, you know what? Is there something that either one of you, Dave or Austin, that you really want to, like, I fucked up and I didn't talk about it? because you've already given a bunch of your time. Should we not talk about the ice wall and the edge or the dome?
Well, I think I already addressed that. We can't freely privately explore there. It's highest elevation in the world. Some people think that's what it could
you're
be.
talking about. Yeah,
You can all go to the South
You can't
Pole.
fall off the edge of a lake or a pond. We don't know what's beyond it. Could there be more land? Sure. Could there be something containing it that touches down? Sure. We literally can't freely and privately explore it. So we don't know. It's kind of like saying, do you fall off the edge of a lake though? Like, no, Antarctica would serve as the shore.
Make sure you go to the South Pole with Will. Make sure you get over there.
I'm in. So
can we address the Felix thing though, since you brought it up?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
he's talking about the diver, right? The Felix.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it looks like the Earth is a ball, obviously, an extremely small ball.
He's in lower Earth orbit here. He's not.
No, he's not. He's 180,000 feet up, so that's actually very low. And this was sponsored. Real fast. This is sponsored by GoPro. So this is a GoPro fisheye lens. If you look at the video, the angle from inside the cockpit or whatever you want to call it, you can actually see the horizon's flat. So Neil deGrasse Tyson himself came out and addressed this idea that like people think that Felix was so high that he could see the curvature of the Earth.
That's from the cockpit. That doesn't look flat.
No, that's not. That's from outside, still using the GoPro.
No, that's exaggerated. You can admit that is exaggerated curvature.
Yeah.
The curvature's still there.
Yeah, it's on a squish.
Well, you say that, okay, but according to even Neil deGrasse Tyson, you would never see the curvature of the Earth from that height because you'd only be 2 millimeters above a typical blown up beach ball or whatever. But
what about that?
The point that's important here is I've heard Dave say, and I don't watch Dave, so I'll be honest with you, bro, but like I listened to a few minutes of it earlier. I heard you say something.
You should watch your debunkers, dude. That's time well spent.
No, I've watched some of his older stuff. Okay. It's all the same stuff, bro. But anyway, so this is the problem.
That's obliterating your position.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with all strawmans. But look, this is what I want to point out. Dave said that this guy was in his balloon and it maintained the momentum due to the conservation of momentum with the spin of the Earth. So when he fell out, he maintained that momentum.
Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner landed like dozens of miles in the opposite direction.
Well, he accelerated though. When you watch this, he did not maintain his position, right?
But if you're spinning underneath him, why would he fall in the opposite direction?
The opposite direction. What's going on while he's falling? Is there no interaction with the atmosphere? Is there absolutely no change in what's going on?
Well, there's not much atmos up that high. You could say once he got down, he started drifting. If that's what you want to claim, I mean, I actually looked at the weather data. It seemed like there wasn't much wind. I'm pointing out that your claim that he was just following the Earth is patently false. He fell like 40 miles in the wrong direction.
Okay, well, on a
that
flat
is
Earth,
the curvature of Earth.
Straight up and straight down, so it actually obliterates your position. I don't know what you're gloating about here.
What?
I didn't know this
on
was
a flat Earth,
flat
it's going
video.
straight up and straight down. Why would there be any discrepancy in where he lands if it was a flat Earth?
Okay, it wouldn't obliterate my position. We can both agree now it has something to do with wind, and your claim that he was just following with the Earth is ridiculous and stupid and
like satellites,
not true.
Ridiculous and stupid. That's obscene. But I think much more importantly,
That was your claim,
what you absolutely can't explain is why that guy fell down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the gravity conversation.
Electric gravity. Let's do electric gravity.
Yeah,
let's talk about it. Let's
because he has weights when he's more dense than the air and he went down.
What is weight?
It is mass times gravity. Mass is volume times density times downward acceleration. Gravity is little g, which is just downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared, which you falsely claim that we can't derive, but you can do that with a kinematic equation, strictly a kinematic equation.
Get me 9.81 meters per second squared without using the mass of the Earth.
Literally, you can do it with a kinematic equation. It's also been done with
see it. Where is it?
Yeah, initial height, velocity, and time will give you the same exact 9.8 meters per second value. That's just the effect. Did you know that 9.8 meters per second squared is just the effect? It isn't even like the claimed cause.
What do you mean the claimed cause? It's a value. It's an acceleration due to the mass of the Earth. That's why G changes with radius, with elevation on different celestial bodies. That's why G is different on the moon. It's different on Mars. You think that's all fake, of course, but So, very, very simply, you cannot explain why things fall down. You just can't do it.
I can.
You can't.
Everything. It's more dense than the air, and so the question would be, why is there up?
Why does it go down?
Why is it down? That's your question.
Is less dense too. The air above it is less dense. Should fall up.
Why is it? What?
The
Dude,
air above an
you're
object.
more dense than the air. It doesn't matter if the air above you is less dense than the air
Well,
below.
why does it go down? This air is less dense. In fact, this air is even less dense than this air. Why does it go up?
Okay, why would that mean it goes down?
What do you mean, why would that mean? Because the mass of the Earth. The mass of the Earth is the reason that things fall down.
Dude, helium. Why does helium rise?
Because it's less dense than air.
There you go. It's less dense than the other air.
Gravity pulls the air down more than the helium.
That's
the
what
same
you
reason
think.
a beach ball goes up in the air, in the water.
You're just reifying your belief, and this is what's even funnier.
Reify.
Well,
How is it
listen, dude.
reification? I'm not doing anything abstract and turning it.
Yeah, because you have a
concrete.
concept. You have a concept of gravity in your mind, and you are attributing concreteness to it, and just assuming it's true by treating the concept as if it's actual.
Anything, because I know that it's exclusively an effect based on mass and not electromagnetism, as you pretend. You absolutely cannot use electromagnetism to explain anything that gravity explains. You can't.
I've never said electromagnetism. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. This is actually another falsification of the globe. We have a
electricity
uniform.
and magnetism are not part of the same thing. What do you mean, not electromagnetism?
We have a vertical electric field on the Earth, and it has 100 volt per meter increase. It's equipotential increase. It's a vertical electric field. It's a vertical electric field, and it's uniform. And so we have 100 volts per meter. Now that's impossible. That's impossible. Yeah,
it's not.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter?
No, it dissipates with elevation, which is why Felix can't be falling down due to electromagnetism.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter
for like 100 meters? And
no,
then
no.
dissipation.
No, your model claims it's up to like 50 miles.
Okay, look, even if whatever
you're so wrong about everything.
Why doesn't anything fall up? Austin, why doesn't anything fall up? Electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive, right? So some things are attracted to the Earth. Why isn't anything repelled from the Earth? Why doesn't it fall up to the other Gaussian surface or whatever you want to talk about? Why doesn't it fall up?
So first of all, radial distribution of a sphere would not allow you to have equipotential parallel surfaces that are 100 volts per meter.
Away from my question? Why does it?
No, I'm finishing my point. Then I'm just letting the audience hear the conclusion of the point.
Let him answer.
So that's the conclusion of the point that Dave previously avoided, which is that radial distribution of a sphere could not replicate what we have on the Earth. But you said, why don't things go up? You mentioned my middle school experiment or whatever you called it, right? Where I actually made something lift, and I did it with iron filings. I did it with multiple different materials, even insulators. So you said that doesn't count, and I can't make big objects.
Yeah,
I can't make big. Okay. Hey, did you know that physics scales?
The bigger an object is, the more charged particles there are in it, right? So the effect should be greater. Why can't you do it with a rock or a person? Why don't we see anything fall up ever?
Because you would have to increase the amount of, say, electrostatics you introduce proportionate to its weight, which is, again, mass, which is volume times density relative to the pressure mediation of the atmos. Wait. My question is,
yum.
Dude, what did I say that was word salad?
All of it. You're just saying words.
All of it.
I'm asking you why things don't fall
words.
In a field, particles of opposite charges are accelerated in opposite directions, right? So why can't you make anything fall up? Why doesn't anything on the Earth fall up? It's a very simple question.
I'm trying to explain it.
A lot of people fail up. I'm just saying.
Fail.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it's really a simple concept. So when you have something that has weight, that's volume times density, okay? That's mass. And then volume times density times acceleration. Little g is just downward acceleration, just an effect. So whenever that's the case, that pressure mediates.
Acceleration due to gravity.
Accelerate.
That's what you guys believe. That's what he thinks, okay? Little g is just the effect. It isn't exclusive to any belief. Okay. Well, everyone keeps invoking little g as if it's proof of, I guess, the bending and warping of space and time or whatever.
We don't even have to go with electricity. Or I
know you can't go that route. Trust me. We know.
Well, no, you can. Relativity is one of the most corroborated theories in the history of science, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's not.
You can just use Newton. Well, it is.
It was falsified in 1933. Fritz Zwicky was off by 99%.
Definitely was never falsified.
Let me ask this question, dude. It's a simple question. You said that my experiment doesn't do anything. In reality, what I did was manipulate the electric field, and then it caused the objects to go up, even though that they were heavier than the air.
What you did was apply an enormous electric field to overwhelm the effects of gravity. You took a different force, electromagnetism, to overwhelm gravity for a teeny tiny little object, Right. Once again, what I just said, a very massive object, a lot of matter, has more charged particles. In my body, there are many, many more charged particles than a tiny piece of stuff. styrofoam. So
What
shouldn't
about-
the effect be greater? Can't we accelerate up? Can't we levitate? Can't we fly? Why not?
I just have a simple question. You won't let me get it out because you know you won't.
I just answered it.
Ask the question then. Ask the question.
Okay, I've tried like 3 times. It's simple. You're saying that doesn't count because I can't do it with bigger objects.
Yeah.
Do you know that physics scales?
Yeah, so a larger object, more charged particles, the effect should be greater. Why doesn't anything?
So you
fall
agree
up?
though that if I do the same principle on a bigger scale, if I increase the force proportionate to the object, I would be able to make things go up. And your claim that you can't do it with bigger objects is completely ridiculous,
So
non
you would be
sequitur.
countering gravity. You would be countering gravity. I'm
just
talking about
reifying
out
gravity
here.
again.
Stop saying reification. Do you have any idea how dumb you sound when you say
Hold on,
reification?
hey, come on now, come on.
Okay.
You're just begging the question over and over, dude. You're just saying, I promise.
Hold on, fellas. We're bringing it home.
You can only do this with a Van der Graaf generator because you are applying an external field to overwhelm gravity. You're saying that out there in the world, it's all electrostatic. So we shouldn't need a Van der Graaf generator. Out there in the world, where this is an electromagnetic effect, and we know that electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive. Out there in the world, why doesn't anything fall up ever?
Okay. First of all, depending on the environment, say like your hair will stick up during thunderstorms. Bumblebees literally do something called non-contact pollen detachment. They fly over top of the flowers and the pollen levitates. Literally, there is naturally occurring phenomena that's based on the electric field of the earth. You're saying we're adding an external force? No, we're manipulating the force that's already. Let me finish. We're manipulating the force that's already there. I didn't add anything. Everything that exists is electrostatic. Right, which is on the smallest scale is 10 to 36 power stronger than your belief in gravity. And all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic. That means all objects that exist are held together by that. So you're acting like I'm adding something that wasn't there.
I know that.
No, I'm just manipulating what was there. Now you do the same thing with your belief in gravity. Isolate gravity and prove it's true.
Yeah, things only fall down. That's it. Well, I'm asking you why things don't fall up. All you're doing is citing, a bumblebee does something. These are all teeny tiny objects where electrostatics can overwhelm the effect of gravity. Why doesn't a rock fall up, or a person, or a car, or anything ever?
Let me ask this.
Because the pressure mediated by the density relationship and the weight makes it go down. It's pretty simple.
Okay. I feel like you both
Those sure were words.
Okay, so
dude, that's a pretty bad look.
Well, hold on.
It is a bad look for you.
All right, hold on, gentlemen. What I want to say is that you both have been extremely well behaved and entertaining, and I want to let the viewers, of which there are many thousands, get in for a few minutes. But do I dare bring up Cavendish? Do I dare bring up, because that is a point of contention, right? Of that matter attracts matter, right? That disproves gravity, right? Like I'm a very large fat man, very attractive young, but not young. Why did I say young? That's creepy. Very attractive thin women are often attracted to me. But the let's actually not go down that. Let's not go down that road. It's probably too complicated. I want to let people.
Yeah, because everything's electrostatic. It's way stronger than gravity's claimed to be.
Yeah,
but they shield for electrostatics.
If you have a lot of questions like that, it's like, we can have a conversation in the future, man, whether it's streamed or not.
It's maybe down the rabbit hole too far.
I just want to this is the only thing that I really want to know, Dave, before we move on, bro. Like,
all right, go ahead.
You said you didn't think the numbers were correct, whatever, you dismissed it. Then you said maybe there's some type of atmospheric effect. Do you agree, though, that refraction is the bending of light, which means that a silhouette can't be refracted because it is the absence of light?
What?
Can a silhouette be refracted?
If you're seeing something, there's light traveling to your eyes. So
but the mountains,
there.
The mountain should be below the curve of the earth, right? But we're seeing the silhouette once it gets backlit, which means you need a line of sight to the physical object blocking the light.
I don't know, man.
So we falsified the
doing. I saw a thing. Therefore, everything we know about physics and science in general is wrong. It's just not going to fly.
Dave concedes defeat. You heard it here first.
Okay,
conceded the Earth is flat. Everybody knows now. Dave conceded.
It's so easy to go against flat earthers. Just dismiss all the uncomfortable evidence and ask about.
It's not uncomfortable evidence. You just make up bullshit.
Like just ask about random things that we were taught when we were 5. Like, well, then how does this work? And like, Whatever. I mean, if
I
you think
asked you
that's
very
how it
simple
works.
things like why does the night sky rotate in opposite directions in opposite hemispheres? You have yet to answer that. You have
Answered
yet
it
to
directly.
No, you
Okay,
didn't.
go ahead.
You
Repeat
said
that.
if you
Repeat
look
your
a different
I
way,
did.
it'll rotate a different way. That's
No,
just
I
toddler-
said first of all,
toddler
you have to verify cardinal direction, which when we go to the south, we actually use immense magnetic declination corrections, which could be skewing where you think you're
saying
viewing.
looking
That's
at
just
the
a
celestial pole
just
with your
a
eyeball.
fact.
Looking at the celestial pole with your eyeball.
Let him finish.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, but
and
he's
then,
just dish galloping. It's just word salad. He's just saying words to deflect.
dude,
from
dude,
the thing
stop
that
using
he's
the
saying.
term word salad. You don't know what it means.
It means you're just saying words that aren't saying anything, which is what you're doing. That's what it means, and that's what you do, right?
But you can never give specific examples of when I did it.
Just now, what you just did. I'm asking.
I said
looking at the
that
celestial
magnetic
sphere,
declination
what does that have to
in
do
the
with it?
south. What?
What does it have to do with what I'm asking you?
You have to determine your cardinal direction. And then the second part is
No,
because
you don't.
magnetic declination corrections are immense in the south.
You're confused
That
about
makes
what I'm
it very
asking you.
difficult
This
to
isn't the
verify
southern
cardinal
cross country
direction.
directions thing. I'm asking about rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise. You have yet to answer that.
He's going all the way
you need to
back,
determine.
just so the viewers know. Hold on, you guys are both being really great, by the way. Like you're being very respectful, and I appreciate that. Dave, I believe, is going back to his literal.
The first thing I said.
The very first thing you said. Yeah, the globe.
This is all recorded. I tried to answer it the first time he asked it. You interrupted 7 times. I've
You
answered
said
it 3
if I
times.
look in a different direction, it'll magically spin the other way. That's not how things work. If you put a clock on the ceiling, it's gonna go clockwise no matter which way you face. Sorry, buddy.
I said that we see this does require usually some visualizations to understand it. We see in a little dome. It's called an azimuthal grid. You can go to Stellarium. That's how we map the stars. We have a zenith position, an azimuth position, and we measure elevation angles. When you do that 360, it gives you a dome. That's how we view the sky. NASA themselves have articles talking about how we see the sky to be a dome. We have an equidistant limit of vision. It's like a little dome. If you were to replicate that with a bunch of spinning stars and you looked out towards the edge of this dome, it's going to make them look like they're converging and spinning around the central point, even though they're literally not doing that. We have replicated it. Therefore, we would expect to see it just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. When the sun's setting in the west, it'll look like it's in the east at the same time, and the rays will converge to a point, even though it's just based on perspective. That isn't objectively a viable answer for the star trouble.
It's not a viable answer. You're just saying words like crepuscular and perspective to appease flat earthers who have no idea what you're talking about, because you cannot answer how things rotate counterclockwise in one hemisphere and clockwise in the other.
You know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
Explained perfectly by this model. It turns.
You know what
this way,
anti-crepuscular rays
and
are?
that's- Well, what? Tell me what they are. Go ahead.
So you called it word salad, but it's just that you don't understand the terms.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter,
so-
but you're just taking it's a jumble of words. It's not that each word doesn't mean something. It's not just literal gibberish and syllables. You're taking words that are words and putting them together to make a salad, like your lettuce and your croutons and your things like that. That's why I tell you of yum yum word salad. You cannot explain what is can you concede that this makes perfect sense visually, intuitively, just spatially? Can you at least concede that this makes more sense than what you're saying?
No. I mean, I would say that if it is exactly south, yeah, of course, that's what the globe predicts. But we made the globe model.
You're admitting that the globe Earth explanation for the way we see stars moving in the sky makes more sense than everything you just said using random buzzwords that you.
No, I didn't say that. But this is the point I want to make here too. Look, Dave had to deny that the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane.
It's not the default.
That is a
position.
fact. That
No,
is
it's
literally
not
a fact. So
that's just a thing you say.
Wait. Whenever we fly a plane, do we treat the Earth like it's flat?
It doesn't matter. We're just flying.
Oh.
We're not talking about the shape of the Earth.
Hold on.
We're just
Hold on.
traveling.
If
it's a default
that's
position.
true, hold on, Austin. If that's true, as the debunkers point out, when you fly on the southern hemisphere, or why do planes take direct routes as opposed to following the flat Earth map? Because it takes the same time to fly from Australia. I think that what is the example you used, Dave?
Sydney to Santiago over the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Let's do this one because we didn't get to it.
It's always obfuscation away from the point that the actual physical flying of the plane requires a flat stationary.
So he asked the question. I was going with him.
I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny.
All right.
Okay,
All right,
but
well-
yeah, I know all the debunks. They're not debunks, or I wouldn't be sitting in this chair right now.
They are. You can't explain.
No,
that
okay, I'll
flight.
just
You
go
can't
ahead and explain it. So
Santiago
if you
to me.
if you say you fly from Sydney to Santiago, one direction actually takes significantly longer than the other return flight.
How much?
Then
It
if you,
doesn't though. It doesn't.
it
Half an
it
hour.
objectively does.
Have headwinds back way. It's like 30 minutes. That's all.
No, there are flights that are up to 3-hour difference. So okay, that's a
How would I
fact.
look it up?
Now, everyone can verify everything I'm saying, and you can go to 24-hour flight radar
Why
and
would it
look at the
matter?
data.
It's
You can go to
impossible.
24-hour flight radar, look at the data. What you'll see is it says the plane's going, say, 550 miles per hour, right? On the globe, obviously, you just have a similar distance both ways. But if the time is different, they're obviously not going the same speed. So what that proves, right, because speed equals distance over time. So what that proves is that the data we're being given about how fast that plane goes is wrong. You can Google plane goes 800 miles per hour, and there will be articles talking about planes catching
800
jet
ain't gonna
streams.
cut it. You're going to need
Wait,
like 2,000 miles an hour.
Okay, but planes can't. No, you don't.
Sure
That's
you do.
ridiculous. You guys.
That
let's see it.
distance is like triple or quadruple the distance that makes sense for the amount of time it takes. So are you
No.
going to pretend that there's some that crazy wind or personal tornado that makes it fly quadruple the speed to get it over
the
there?
hurricane
And also, why
wind,
doesn't
yeah.
it go the route that makes sense on the flat Earth? Why doesn't it go that
Okay,
way?
first, if you assume the Earth's a globe with a projection, that doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, and it doesn't. So you're asking me, are
How
the
does the flight
pilots
work?
in on it? No, the pilots aren't in on it. I know tons of flat Earth pilots. They weren't. They thought the Earth was a globe. Most of their
flat
career-
Earth pilots. That's a lie.
Well,
See, this
okay,
is what I'm
hold on,
saying. You
let
have to lie about stuff like that,
You're
dude.
the one
It's so
lying.
weird.
There's no flat Earth pilots. Ask any pilot if the Earth is flat. They'll laugh in your face.
I know.
They all take great
multiple.
circle routes. They take great circle routes that are.
Can a
based
circle
on-
exist on a flat Earth?
My wife is a pilot.
No, a great
My wife-
circle.
Does anybody want to talk to me? My wife's a pilot.
Yeah.
What does she think? Bring her in.
She does.
Dude, I have an Air Force pilot that reached out to me
I
of
saw-
30
I saw,
years.
yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
fact.
Cool.
the-
That's true. Totally.
I don't want to.
See what I'm saying? You have to deny basic reality.
Why is it so crazy to think that you could be making that up on the spot?
But
Why
what's
is
what I'm
it-
saying?
Hold on a second. Either I let these guys go at it for 10 more minutes, or we answer viewer questions.
I feel like we've gone good time.
I feel like
Let's
we're
do it.
there, right? Yeah, we're there.
I
So
guess
I want to
that's
pick a few of these. I'll stick around live for a few minutes after I let these guys go. I want to just like give a digital. I mean, I don't care what side you're on. Thank you both for being here and for being so passionate and being so engaged and being just great. Obviously people are going to think, whatever they want to think, but I hope people are entertained. There are many not many tens of thousands, but there's over, 15,000 people watching. So a lot of people are entertained on a Saturday night, and they could have been watching some garbage. So this is obviously much better. I will read them all after I let these gentlemen get on with their Saturday nights, but I wanted to pick some that I thought.
Can we do like a 60-second closing or something at some point?
Absolutely. I'll do a 2-minute, and then because you guys should we coin flip for who goes last? It's like a criminal trial, right? So generally the prosecution goes last. But I'll just say
I'm indifferent.
Okay. Well, then we'll let Dave go first. Someone says, make Dave define one thing in detail that Austin has said is word salad. Well, he did that. I think he did do that.
No, he didn't.
It's not that he's using words that aren't real. It's that he's stringing together words in a way that isn't saying anything. It's
Give an
just using
example.
Scientific terminology. I can't
Give an
remember
example.
if he didn't say anything, so it doesn't really stick.
Yeah.
Right?
The
When I'm
definition
trying
of
to-
word salad is incoherent rambling, typically associated with schizophrenia. So if I was saying,
don't have
yo,
to be
chicken,
schizophrenic
yesterday,
to do it.
sunset, okay, whatever, dude. The fact you didn't understand the terms like anti-crepuscular rays and anisotropic and magnetic declination doesn't make it word salad. It means you
I
need
know.
to go inform yourself what the words mean.
I'm saying that those words don't pertain to any kind of explanation for what I was talking about. Magnetic declination isn't going to explain away looking at an object in the sky, seeing that it rotates a particular direction, going to the other hemisphere and seeing that it rotates in the other direction.
Now, you're
not
trying
gonna get
to
anywhere with
rebut my
magnetic
argument.
declination.
You're trying to rebut my argument, but that doesn't
You string it
mean
together
do
with a bunch
that.
of other
Don't
words.
just dismiss the argument as word salad. It's basically vocalizing inept vocabulary skills and bragging about it. It's super
No,
weird.
It's pointing out that you use a bunch of terminology rapid fire to make it sound like you know what you're talking about, to trick people into thinking that you know what you're talking about.
Somebody
That's
said
what word
somebody
salad.
said this. I have a challenge for both Dave and Austin. Using your preferred method, model the Earth universe derived to the 9.8 meters per second. It's indisputable that falling objects accelerate towards the ground at that acceleration. Gravity is true. I'm a physics guy. So I think I don't want to like every question somebody asks, I don't want to like devolve into like a 20-minute, but I think Dave would say gravity and Whitsitt would say density, right? Like
yeah.
But the
Everything's
9.8
intrinsically
meters
not,
per second is consistent. It doesn't
But
matter if it's a bowling ball
point
or
is that
yeah,
it's derived from Newton's law of universal gravitation, and you need the mass of the Earth in there. If gravity was electromagnetism, the mass of the Earth wouldn't be a factor. And it is.
Okay, well, you can get it from electrostatics. If you look at Gauss's law, it's a very similar relationship. But what's funny is it actually doesn't always fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. That is an agreed upon average. It's close to that. It's close to that. No, in a vacuum it changes. There's something called gravimeter measurements, which is a vacuum sealed chamber with interferometry measuring a BB fall, and it'll fluctuate above 9.81. Right now it's decimal points, but the point is that it fluctuates at specific times when the electric field changes, even inside of a vacuum sealed chamber. So yeah, to claim it doesn't have anything to do with electric field is insane. Prove that it's space-time bending and warping, or we're winning because we can physically prove it's electric. So until you can prove another claim, you don't have the upper edge at all. It's actually the other way around.
Let Dave reply.
You cannot do anything with electromagnetism to demonstrate this. You cannot take objects of differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Why does it not matter at all what the composition of an object is? It all falls 9.81 meters per second squared, not as the average, right? I know it varies depending on altitude and radius of the Earth where you are locally, but you cannot demonstrate any discrepancy. Take any object, a bar magnet, a iron, ferromagnetic iron, anything. Show me that it does anything different than what anything else does that's neutral. Wouldn't it interact with the field in a different way?
Actually, it's a drop tower test that was done in Europe at, I believe, a university, and they showed different elements falling at different rates. And so this is the truth, though, that the electric field that creates a downward electric current of 10 microamps per meter. So it's very small and it's very nearly constant. So we don't expect the downward pressure to change much. That's a real verifiable part of physics. I can go out and measure it and manipulate it and make things float. Can you prove that space-time is bending and warping?
No,
of course not.
To what you
can just assume.
No, you absolutely can. Relativity is very well corroborated, but you have absolutely zero ability, right? Opposite charges accelerate in opposite directions in an electric field, right? So why, again, does nothing fall up?
Okay, because when the object is more dense, density is the compactness of matter. So what holds the matter together? It's electrostatic charges that gives it a compactness. Literally, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if you call that word salad, that's insane because that's just a direct quote.
No, it is word salad because you're not answering the question. You're
it's a direct quote from Purdue University, dude.
Purdue? What?
I just quoted Purdue verbatim. So this is the problem with listening to people like this guy. They're just going to dismiss it as word salad. You can't have an intellectually honest conversation.
You're just it's just random. It's just random words. You just said density. I'm asking you why nothing falls up, and you answered density. Air is less dense here. Air is less dense here. In fact, this air is less dense than this air because it becomes less dense with elevation. Why does it fall down? Why does
it's still less dense in the object in all scenarios, Dave? Do you not know that even in a vacuum, it's still more dense than the environment or the medium, right? It doesn't matter if it's a little bit less dense, the object's still more dense.
Down because the mass of the Earth is below it. So why doesn't anything accelerate upwards? Why doesn't anything fly to the other Gaussian surface? Why isn't anything repelled by the Earth?
Because there's a downward electric current.
Electromagnetism.
There's a downward electric.
Flip the current. Why? What about a lightning strike?
Because you can't manipulate the entire Earth.
When the lightning strikes, does something there suddenly fly up to the cloud? There's a reversal of polarity there. Why is it that you can't get anything to fall up?
Okay, you cannot flip the entire electric field of the Earth. Now, for it to be analogous to
right there, right under the lightning bolt, something can fly up. No?
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I know that it's late. I'm going to give you both. First of all, a huge round of applause. Please, everyone in chat who's currently, the chat is just as hinged as I thought it would be.
Wait, hinged or unhinged?
I mean, I unhinged.
Yeah. Unhinged, yeah, I would have said.
But I really, really appreciate both of you being on. This is incredible, super entertaining. Everyone in chat, I don't care who you agree with or disagree with. please give, check out these individuals' particular YouTube channels. I assume both of them will use this footage and make more content. Watch that. And I want to give you guys both, what do you think? 3 minutes to go out on?
I mean, I need like 30 seconds. I don't need it.
Okay. All right. 2 minutes to go out on. And since I think Dave, you went first, leading in, we'll let Austin go first, leading out. But I want you both guys to know I'll have you back on any time you want. This was a blast for me. Like, I know that chat, I know they enjoyed it. Obviously, both of you hope to educate people, but for me, I'm a loser entertainer, and I know everyone was entertained. So if everyone had a good time, please support whoever side you want. And I will read everybody's chats after I let these guys off the hook because they've got more important shit to do. So Austin, I will give you the floor. I will shut off my camera and give you 2 uninterrupted minutes. Plug whatever you want. Let people know where to find you. Watch your content, and then we'll go to Dave, and then I will stay on and respond to all the other stuff. If that's okay with you guys. Does that sound okay?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Actually time it. So, the default position is that the Earth's a stationary planet. It's what we all experience. Could, in theory, the Earth be a spinning globe? Sure. Whenever you point at the sky and say, look, it matches the globe, it's very ignorant because we made the globe model from the sky. We took observations and reverse engineered the way that we see the sky and assumed the Earth's a sphere. Of course it matches. That's how we made it. And it didn't match for hundreds of years. It had to constantly be updated, still being updated. Relativity is the most verified theory ever. Isn't true at all. 1933, Fritz Zwicky saw the galaxy cluster only had 1% of the mass it needed to actually keep the galaxies from escaping. That means it was missing 99% mass. That's called dark matter. It was originally called missing mass. It's still a major problem. Relativity can't even predict things on the quantum, local, or cosmological scale. It's been falsified with things such as anisotropic light propagation, meaning light's actually a variant, it changes, etc. So a lot of these things are a bit more complex. I encourage people to go actually look at my channel or Ether Cosmology and listen to us break down Einstein's papers, and you can hear him say it. Look at the tests that falsify this stuff. But this is the part that's very important. Falsification's independent of replacement. We were all told that the Earth's a spinning globe. It's very easy to mock and ridicule people that are much more informed and diligently research and actually go out and do tests in real life than actually look into it for yourself. I get it. But just calling them names, appealing to consensus or whatever, doesn't matter. This is a crazy conversation. And actually what we have proven for step one is that the Earth is stationary, and that's been done with interferometry. And so even Einstein admitted that if the interferometry measurements were correct, that his entire theory is wrong and the Earth is stationary, effectively being the implication. We have verified that the interferometry changes with altitude, periodicity, etc. Long story short, it has been proven that the Earth is stationary. It is therefore in the center of the universe. All observations ever showed that. The globe claims everything is actually an illusion. It just looks like the Earth's in the center. It looks like the Earth is flat, but it's really not. Everything is just an illusion. So I encourage you to inform yourself about it because, you can't really be confident in your position until you actually know what your position is. And the vast majority of people don't even understand the globe model. So they actually don't know what they believe in. So that's really the only reason I do this is to encourage people to at least inform themselves about what they believe before they're so confident in it.
Thanks, Austin. Thanks so much, dude. Dave, lead us out. I'll stay on live after Dave's final here. But yeah, thank you both for coming on.
Cool. No, he's absolutely wrong. The default position is that the Earth is a sphere, and as predicted, he chose to obfuscate by going to relativity and Einstein and all these things, which are not helpful. Since antiquity, we've known that the Earth is a sphere. All observations demand that the Earth is a sphere. He was absolutely incapable of answering this. He just did a thing about, if you look in a different direction, it's going to spin the other way. Doesn't make any sense. Was totally unable to explain this. Utilize magnetic declination. Again, these positions are nowhere near the magnetic pole. And so the idea that they could just suddenly all be looking in the same direction because magnetic declination, I'm sorry, David Weiss, I'm sorry, Austin, this is not sufficient explanation. Day and night regions of illumination, all we got was a little toddler, shine a light on a thing where there's supposed to be a dome, even though there's not actually any dome and the sun's going to be outside, or is it going to be inside? Doesn't make any sense either. South Pole, come back to that again, day and night. Southern Hemisphere, we did not get to any adequate explanation of how this route is possible. He just said, oh, they go really fast. I don't remember what he said, some wind or something. And we definitely have absolutely no explanation for this Antarctica Cup ocean race. These boats are not going all the way the entire world, turning the opposite direction of where they are actually turning. So I think that was pretty fun. I think we managed to stay away for the most part from the esoteric aspects of modern physics that Austin likes to spew his word salads about, and we stuck for the most part to things like gravity and things falling. So it was somewhat productive, but I do look forward to Austin going to the South Pole.
Hell yeah. I'll go with you, bud.
Seeing
I'm
the
built for it.
24-hour sun, and then I can't wait to see his video saying, I now believe it's a sphere, and then we can be rid of this idiotic flat earth disease forever, hopefully. Maybe in 1,000 years it'll come back somehow. I don't know.
Gentlemen, you both killed it. You're both incredibly entertaining and very respectful and well prepared. And I want to thank you for coming on. And I want to remind everyone in chat, please do, I don't care whose quote unquote side you picked. Check out both of their channels. Both are linked in the description. I think it's good to take in both sides of whatever conversation is going on. Fellas, thank you so much for coming on. I will wrap it up with chat here too, and follow and let them know what's going on. You obviously can reach out to me anytime. Use this content how you see fit, and have an incredible weekend, both of you, please.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for hosting it, man. Much love.
Oh yeah, it was a blast. Thank you.
They all say that you and I can't privately and freely explore the one region that would prove the Earth's a sphere. So how convenient.
It's ludicrous. Antarctica is the one place that would prove the flat Earth.
Well, that brings me on nicely to why I think Antarctica destroys flat Earth.
And nobody is allowed to independently explore Antarctica. That's something that would prove the Earth is a globe.
might wonder why the sun never sets in Antarctica on the globe. In reality. That's because the Earth is tilted in relation to the sun by about 23.5 degrees.
And then when it's winter in the north, you like to put the sun at the other tropic, which you think gives you the shorter days up north that you want, but in the south, it's total chaos. You have the sun tracing this enormous trajectory, which would leave everything out here in darkness for most of the day, when in reality, there are long periods of time in Antarctica where the sun never sets.
That you can get 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica at certain points in the year, which of course absolutely destroys the flat Earth.
The fact that the sun never goes down ends flat Earth.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year.
Now, let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent. That's quite different from the flat Earth model where the sun circles the entire Earth from above, and since Antarctica is around the outside, well, that doesn't include a circling sun, at least not around you at the bottom continent.
You mentioned the sun, right? Like the idea is, yeah, if you see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, that's what the globe predicts, and how would the flat Earth explain that? But that's not what happens.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
In the flat Earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
During winter solstice, when the sun is circling its widest path over and around the Tropic of Capricorn, observers far enough south will experience extended daylight hours due to proximity with the sun, but will still observe it to rise and set beyond the horizon completely every single day.
To clarify, we know that you can get daylight, sunlight, but you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. On a globe, it needs to be the sun's in the sky for 24 hours.
Heliocentrists also cannot explain why the midnight sun phenomena is not experienced anywhere in the southern hemisphere at any time of year.
Here's the problem. You should have the exact opposite 24 hours a day and 24 hours a night in the south, but it doesn't happen. And we've proven it by all of the stations reporting with their cams. And there is 24 hours of no light, because when the sun is on the Tropic of Cancer, it never gets close enough to Antarctica to light it. But when it's out here, Antarctica still gets dark. It should never get dark. It should be 24 hours of sun.
It's the middle of summer. You can check the time. It's just after 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock midnight though.
Anthony Powell is a photographer and filmmaker who has captured many exciting images from Antarctica. Using this special camera setup, he captured a 24-hour period during the summer in which the sun doesn't set for 4 months out of the year. This particular video was shot in December at Scott Base, an Antarctic research facility on New Zealand's Ross Island, 838 miles from the South Pole. As you can see, the camera will make a complete 360-degree sweep as it follows the sun. This is absolute proof that the flat Earth model is wrong.
For instance, when we had the 24-hour video of the sun from Antarctica, and you guys brought it to us as evidence. Here it is. Here's the evidence. Well, we had to point out to you that it was looped, that it was altered. None of you guys found that. We found it. So if it wasn't for flat earthers, you guys would just be accepting anything that floats your boat.
This is one of the fake videos, actually. So that's what we found them editing the video and in like layering the clouds and then repeating. Clouds don't repeat 24 hours after one another. That's one of the biggest sketchy things, actually, is that there should be hundreds of these videos. When you look at the government Antarctic cameras, they never show the sun 24 hours.
So there was a period of time where globe Earth proponents were throwing this in flat Earth proponents' faces, saying, there you go, there's the 24-hour sun proven, right? Because a 24-hour sun in Antarctica undoubtedly would prove that we live on a globe. Unfortunately, there's problems with this video.
Since this particular lie is so important to the heliocentric facade, if you search online, you will find a couple videos purporting to show 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica. But just like the rest of the globe's pathetic video evidence, they are all fake.
Anything that would prove the Earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. It works in the north, but not in the south. Well, guess what? There's thousands of videos of the 24-hour sun and from Alaska and Norway and, very northern places. You can book vacations and go and watch it in June, right? But in December, the same thing should happen in Antarctica, and it doesn't. And there's 4 videos where they've clearly faked it.
This is obviously a lie. This is obviously not what's going on. Why don't we get to see the sun do a 360-degree turn around the southern continent? Now remember, this would be pretty good evidence and proof of the globe, because it doesn't work on a flat Earth to see the sun go around the southern continent. However, on a globe, it is something that should be really evident and should be seen in every single summer video from the South Pole.
Conversely, however, there are only a couple clearly fake videos online of the supposed Antarctic midnight sun.
We can put this whole flat Earth debate to bed in one day. It wouldn't even cost that much.
All that needs to be done is to go to Antarctica and see what the sun does.
Honestly, if you want to know for sure if the Earth is spherical or not, go to Antarctica during the summer and see if you can watch the sun for 24 hours.
This would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
Would you guys ever even like consider going to Antarctica?
I would.
I'm trying to go next year.
If we were to get you on a trip to Antarctica and get you to go see Antarctica and figure out like a way to crowdsource that, would that change your mind?
I would go.
I'm claiming to go to the South Pole, but we're trying to set up an Antarctic trip right now with many truthers. I don't really care about people that are like opposed to the truth of this realm. It's irrelevant to me. But yeah, we want to go maybe next winter in the north, which would be the summer in the south, and try to see what's going on with the sun. And
planes, as I said, fly them down to Antarctica, and one group, I'm on it. Neil deGrasse Tyson's on it. The failed actor. You have college professors on there, and you follow the shoreline of Antarctica. Okay, that would prove it right there, but it'll never be done. I'm happy to do it. Right? It's simple. It would end the debate.
We are looking into going there. Okay, and documenting this alleged 24-hour sun.
I don't care. I'm going.
Right.
That's it. I'm going.
Awesome.
I don't know when and I don't know how, but I'm going.
We'll figure it out.
That's kind of our whole point, is we want to be able to verify it ourselves. And yeah, we don't buy the clearly edited videos. I am planning to go, and we'll see.
This would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
All right. I am back in the saddle and excited to be back, but I did need a break. So just to be brutally honest with everybody, you can only deal with the craziness for so long of being called a Satanist and a fake pastor and all the other crazy things being thrown at me. But I am rested up and excited to be back here in the chair. There is so much going on, everybody, just so you know. The next few weeks are going to be pretty wild in a good way. Need to silence my phone. I am also going to be trying to simulcast the debate tonight on our channel here, because it's also going to be on the Modern Day Debate channel. So I'm hoping there's not issues with technology, but we shall see. But anyway, a lot going on behind the scenes, things I'm working on. So I'm going to give everybody kind of a heads up here on what's to come. I did want to, reconnect here with the TFE fam. And if you have any thoughts on Nathan Thompson, who I will be debating here in just a little bit, let me know in the comments. I'll do my best to watch the comments here on the screen. But so yeah, this debate tonight is something I'm looking forward to. I look at TFE as kind of like a package deal. And so you've got everything leading up to it, which was a lot of craziness. And then you've got the time we actually spent in Antarctica and Chile, all of the experiments we did, all of the observations we made. Someone just asked me if I paid Nathan to debate. No, I did not. Modern Day Debate reached out to me and said, hey, would you debate Nathan Thompson? I said, sure. So anyway, I'm looking at TFE as a package, which is everything. And now afterward, I'm putting out the series that we already have 4 videos on, which is the final experiments, plural. That will end up having about 15 videos in that series. I personally think that series is going to be the most important thing that we do. I could be wrong on that, but that's the thing that I kind of hope stands the test of time. And kind of gets the most views. It's going to be something that anybody can hand to a family member, a friend, a loved one, a coworker who is flat Earth, who is considering flat Earth. And you can just say, hey, check out this series on YouTube. And no matter which one they click on, they will have incredible information that I think is just not possible on a flat Earth. All right, some important things coming up. We have the TFE Rewind. We're going to be doing a live stream with everybody that was in Antarctica that went on the trip with us. So 9 people, including myself. As you recall, we originally took 4 flat earthers and 4 globers. At least one of the flat earthers is no longer flat Earth and is now on the globe side. But anyway, we're going to get all of us together again for kind of one more live stream, which is mainly for you guys, mainly for the audience, so that people can see where they're at. I get people asking me questions all the time. Where is Lisbeth at? I have no idea. Where is Austin at with everything? I really don't know. He's been relatively quiet. A lot of people know where Jaren's at. He's been very vocal, but it's just going to be a good time to talk to the people that went, find out what's happened since they've been back, what they're experiencing in their own circles. It's just going to be great. So I'm excited for that. That's on Tuesday. Let me just grab my calendar here. There's so much going on. I'm forgetting. Yeah, that's going to be Tuesday at 5 p.m. EST. So 5 p.m. Eastern is the TFE reunion/rewind. So you don't want to miss that. What else? I'm forgetting. Why am I forgetting? All right, give me a second here. This is crazy. Oh, yes. How can I forget this? I will be debating Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso has kind of made a name for himself in the flat Earth world, including with TFE. And that is going to be on March 3rd at 6 p.m. EST. So you'll definitely want to check that out. That's in a little over a week. So look forward to that. We're going to be having on, I have not had a chance to get this put on the channel yet, but I'm actually bringing someone on who lives in Jerusalem. He is Jewish. He's been there for over 20 years. He is very knowledgeable in Hebrew and the history of Hebrew and biblical Hebrew. And so we're going to be having him on to have a live discussion on the word rakia in Genesis 1, which is often translated firmament. So that one is coming. I don't remember when it is, but I'll get that. Oh, I do know when it is. It's March 5th, Wednesday, March 5th. That one will be at 3 p.m. EST, 3 p.m. Eastern. So yes, so much going on. Videos. Oh, videos. So if anybody wants to know the next video in the Final Experiments series, I hope to have out by Friday, next Friday, the 28th. And that one is going to be on the South Pole. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce something right now that I have not announced publicly yet, which I believe is very significant. By the way, that video that is going to be coming out hopefully on February 28th is my favorite video in the history of this channel, maybe the most important. But I'm going to go ahead and announce something right now for the first time. We had someone at the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier. So that is a very important piece to everything. And just in terms of what we're presenting to everyone. And so I'll be sharing some data and observations from the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier, which again confirms the globe and I believe is impossible on a flat Earth. So anyway, that's just a taste of what's coming. I do want to exit this whole debate at some point, but I've got a lot of work to do. And so I am committed to getting all of this done before I move on to whatever the next next thing is in my life. By the way, just in case anybody thinks this is interesting, I actually, in this few weeks of a break that I took, just kind of stepping out of this whole crazy debate, one of the things I did, I actually checked off a major item on my bucket list, like major, like maybe it was at the top. I don't know, because I haven't written it out. But I actually swam in the ocean with whales. I swam with whales, and big whales. We're talking humpback whales. And that was just a very incredible experience. I didn't even know that was possible until I looked into it. And it was very, I would call it transcendent. And so if anybody ever wants to swim with whales, let me know. And you can go with me. I will probably do it frequently. The most you could really do it is about once a year, but it was really cool. So essentially what we did is we would try to find these whales, and if they were sleeping, we'd get into the water and we'd be above them while they're sleeping, and we'd wait for them to wake up to take a breath, and we'd be right over them while they're sleeping, and then they would come up right next to you. So you had to be a little careful, but because there's such a massive creature. Someone asked where I did it. Yeah, that's a really good question. There's actually a lot of places in the world where you can swim with whales, but I chose to go to the Silver Bank in the Dominican Republic, which was really cool. So that's more of a warmer climate than some of the other places that you can get into the water with whales. But a really cool story from my trip. There was a whale that was lobtailing. I had never heard of lobtailing, but the whale actually can just kind of either go on its belly or kind of hang like this, and it just puts its tail above the water and hits the water really hard, probably some sort of a mating ritual or something. But it was just massive, the tail hitting the water. You could just like hear it. You could almost feel it. We were very close to it. And I filmed it, and there's a website called happywhale.com, and you can upload a picture of any tail of any whale that you capture on film anywhere in the world to their website, and they will catalog it for you, and they'll also see if anyone else has ever taken a picture of that whale. So I think they've had well over 1 million photos submitted, and I decided to just submit that whale because I had a very clear photo of the tail, and they came back and they said that they had not seen, this website had not seen that whale since 1992, which is just incredible. So it was over 33 years ago was the last time someone submitted a photo of that whale. And that picture was taken up in Greenland, I believe. And I'm all the way down in the Dominican Republic. So anyway, that excited me because it shows that the efforts going into fighting the whaling industry, which was threatening, whale extinction, are working, that these whales now are surviving for a very long time. But anyway, that's kind of just a cool story. I now need to do something very difficult, which is I need to switch over to modern day debate. Everybody needs to stay here, but I need to switch over to modern day debate to their Zoom. And I need to make sure everything works because I'm using a different program for our live stream on our channel. They're going to use Zoom for the debate tonight. And so everybody please hang out. I'm going to give this a shot. And then it would also help if you guys could make comments and let me know if the sound is okay, if the sound disappears, if there's an echo or whatever. Okay, someone just asked me if I could do an interview. I am more open to doing interviews, but if you reached out to me when I was just really tired and needed a break, that's probably why I said no. So go ahead and send me an email and I'll see what we can do. Okay, so let's see here. I have to remember what to do. So I'm going to do this real fast and let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and I think mute myself. So give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm in the waiting room. So let's see when I get let in. And then we will try to make this happen. My first ever simulcast. Okay. Looking at... By the way, I'm totally fine if you guys want to watch the debate on Modern Day Debate or here. The reason I'm doing the simulcast is because Modern Day Debate does so many debates on so many topics. I want this debate to be part of like this package that I'm kind of giving the world through TFE, so that anybody that down the road, it could be years from now, that wants to look into all of this stuff can just go take everything from our channel and watch it, because a month from now, a year from now, this debate with Nathan Thompson is just going to get buried in the Modern Day Debate channel because they just do so much. Modern Day Debate is pretty awesome, by the way. They just did their DebateCon 5, I believe it was, in New Jersey. Tons of great debates and participants, big names. So anyway, yeah, James, who runs MDD, does a really good job. So anyway, Tony, how's it going, man? Tony and I just talked in a private VIP group recently, so good to see you. Glad you're here. Okay, someone just said I can't debate, so that's interesting. We'll have to see what happens. It's funny because Modern Day Debate asked me to do this debate based on how well my debate against Flatzoid was received. Calder, I tried. So Craig had 2 debates, I believe, at DebateCon 5, and I saw part of one, and that was really it. It was hard with the time difference and being on vacation. So, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, so a lot of people have warned me, is probably the best word to use, about Nathan Thompson. I will say that I didn't know much about him at all. I think he kind of was big before I was aware of Flat Earth. And then I think he kind of quieted down when I got into the picture. So he wasn't one of the 24 that I invited to participate in TFE. I just didn't really know much about him. And so I think he's kind of like getting back into it. But I have been warned, so thank you for that. Someone emailed me recently, like within the last few days, and they said, hey, Will, you should check out Nathan Thompson's debate against Aaron Ra, which was on the Modern Day Debate channel. So I did watch that one, and that one was rough, to say the least. I kind of felt bad for Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra said at the very beginning that he was warned about Nathan Thompson, and that Nathan tries to, kind of get under people's skin and all that kind of stuff. And Aaron Ra literally said at the beginning of the debate, I've been warned about you. I'm not going to let that happen. And then it happened, and Aaron quit kind of at the beginning. All right, I am now led in to the Zoom room. So guys, give me 1 second here, and I'm going to try to make this happen here. So Just give me 1 second here.
Base, we're waiting for you. We're excited for it. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. So he's on his way.
Yeah. What was the best part of your day?
The best part of my day. Whoops. That's a good question. I just got back from vacation, and so I had to go shopping for food. So I will say that that must be it.
Awesome. All right, that's cool. Well, good. Now, oh, good. Excellent. Nathan just pulled in, you could say. I just went shopping yesterday. I got all sorts of new foods because I was like, man, I eat the same thing every day. So I'm very excited about these new foods.
Great.
Nathan, pumped to have you. How are you?
I'm super blessed, bro. Thank you.
Cool. This should be a great debate.
And then, now I know, Nathan, I already did mention that the arguments that Will had said, it's got to be on these, though, for everybody to do this together, were the arguments on the final experiment. And so the official resolution, I would hope it would be implied, but just in case, is did the final experiment end flat Earth? Cool with that, Nathan?
Yeah, that's the topic of the debate.
Cool. And then Will is going first. You guys have got at least 10 minutes. If you need 12, no problem. And you guys have any questions?
No, I'm good. Are we starting in 6 minutes?
Yeah, so if you have to use the restroom or something, I can start fitting the little feeds here in Zoom.
Cool.
All right. But let's see. So, Will, you have an interesting story from right here. If I understand, you used to be an invested, and then you got to a point where you're like, hey, we could probably do fire. I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase that you're doing something like that, where you're like, it's optional in terms of your.
Hold on. When you say fire, do you mean financially independent, retire early? Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. I was not a big fan of that.
Tell me more. I'm curious, just as a quick side, like, is it, do you think that it's out of balance, or what is it?
So it's a little bit anecdotal, but when I was in finance, I heard all the stories. And so I heard about people trying to do fire. And one guy, now again, I'm not an expert at this, but one guy, he moved his family to a very, very low cost housing neighborhood as part of fire. And it turned out there was, someone in the neighborhood that was not a good person and started threatening his family. And so he bought a firearm, and I think he ended up shooting the guy, and they got into some sort of an altercation. He ended up going to jail, left his wife and kids at the house without money. So that like affected me in terms of like, okay, I didn't join fire. I didn't read their stuff, but I was like, if fire is going to say, go move into the cheapest, smallest house you can, that might not be the best thing for your family.
Agreed. I get what you mean. And it sounds like you kind of like stumbled on, I think they call it fat fire. I just learned about this like the last month. I've been like learning about this, is where I guess fat fire is where you're like uncomfortable and you don't have to make the adjustments. But the reason I'm asking it, because this probably sounds super nosy already, is that you're like, hey, I'm gonna do YouTube. Like, or maybe it's just that you're like, well, I wasn't super into YouTube per se. It was more that the final experiment was something that I really wanted to like spend my time on. And I'm curious, like, what drew you to both?
So, okay. So I'll kind of catch you up here on a couple of things. I ended up getting out of the financial world to become a pastor. And that was nothing that I had planned. Our pastor died unexpectedly. And his family essentially asked me to take up being pastor of the church. So I decided to do that. The final experiment came because I have a friend who's a flat earther. And I found out she was a flat earther in 2021. And I was going back and forth with her. My family was like frustrated that I was spending so much time debating her. And I decided I either need to drop this, or instead of wasting time with just one person, why don't I try to do something big for everyone? And so that's how I came up with the final experiment. So my channel is not even monetized on YouTube.
That's wild. That's an interesting story. Okay. So it wasn't YouTube. It was more the friend with a flat earth interest or leaning. And then you were like, hey, if I'm going to try to persuade one person, why don't I persuade as many people as I can at once?
Yeah, that's right.
That's interesting. That's a cool story.
Yeah.
And let's see, what I'll do is a quick sound test. Let's see, we'll start with you, Will, if you can do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good. And then Nathan, if you can do the same for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool. Right where we need you guys. So what I'm going to do is start the stream on my side. They won't see or hear us yet. This is just basically 3. So I can make sure that the connection is good. Oh yeah, I have a feeling. So actually I'm going to check something right now. But it's good that we're pretty on time still. So just in case this little hiccup is going to happen, we can easily pivot. Oh, wow. Perfect. All right. It didn't happen. So, yeah, what I'll do is I'm just fixing the last little adjustments here. Is in about a minute, I'll go on screen for the cold open where I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating. That's right. Let me get the official resolution back up because I've got this. It might indeed be the last flat earth debate, at least for a long time. So, I've got to put that in the actual title, but give me one moment here as I pull this up.
And yeah, we already, like I said, already mentioned it. You guys are both looking for like a meaningful dialogue. Nathan is high energy and strange, and I mean that in a nice way, Nathan. So, but it also, as long as it's not, like mean, it definitely adds some entertainment. So I think this will be entertaining, but at the same time friendly. And official resolution for the final experiment end flat. So let me just hold that. I'm excited for this. Thanks for being here, guys. This is fun for me. Thanks for sharing your story, Will. And yes, Nathan, you have an interesting story as well. Former Netflix star. But, all right. Let me just double check this is good. Cool. Do this. Intro. Main. One last little tweak. All right. So let me just throw the blazer on and we'll be going. Double check this here. Okay, good. All right. Thanks for being here, guys. So yeah, like I said, I'll kick it over to you after I do that cold opening, and it'll be really obvious. So here I go in. Forgot I'm going to show this little bumper really quick for DebateCon 6 this fall. Excited about that, and it's our first debate since the conference, which is cool. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ready, set. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating, did the final experiment end flat Earth? And we are starting right now with Will Duffy's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Will, the floor is all yours. Let me just do a little tweak here. There we go.
Okay, ready to go? Awesome. Our debate proposition is, did the final experiment end flat Earth? I will be defending the affirmative that yes, the final experiment of 2024 ended flat Earth. My opponent, Nathan Thompson, will be taking up the negative and attempting to argue that a flat Earth is possible despite the numerous observations and experiments we conducted while in Antarctica and Chile. I need to point out here that Nathan Thompson was told that since I am the creator of the final experiment, I'm only interested in debating TFE. And most importantly, our debate is over whether or not the final experiment has ended flat Earth, which means our debate has nothing to do with the globe or the globe model. Our debate proposition is not, did the final experiment prove the globe? No, it's did the final experiment end flat Earth? So I will be arguing that the final experiment trip and accompanying experiments and observations are not possible on a flat Earth, and therefore TFE has ended flat Earth. And it will be Nathan's role to argue that TFE's experiments and observations are possible on a flat stationary plane, and that flat Earth has survived. Now, if Nathan goes off topic and talks about the globe, I will hold up this globe to remind the audience that he is no longer debating the topic that we agreed to ahead of time. and I will bring the debate back to our agreed upon topic and refuse to allow him to deflect in this manner. If Nathan decides to keep evading our mutually agreed upon topic, that should send a very clear message to everyone watching that he is unable to reconcile TFE's observations and data with a flat Earth. When I created the final experiment, I set out to end the debate over the shape of the Earth. And I believe TFE has been incredibly successful in this regard. As evidence of this, there is currently a major exodus out of flat Earth, starting with Amarel from Canada, who was one of the first Patreon supporters of Eric Dubé. He saw the writing on the wall when Eric Dubé did not share his excitement about TFE going to Antarctica. Eric Dubé said for years that there is never a 24-hour sun at any time in Antarctica. Dubé also correctly asserted that the heliocentric globe model must have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yet Eric Dubé did not think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica to see which side was correct. And he even turned down an offer to have his trip to Antarctica paid for by a glober named Mark Harmon. Next is Jaron Campanella from the YouTube channel Jeranism. Jaron was one of the fortunate flat earthers who received a trip to Antarctica on my dime. And Jaron not only saw the 24-hour sun with his own eyes, but was also honest enough to admit that he had been wrong about the 24-hour sun and therefore wrong about flat Earth. Next is Alex Stein. Primetime 99 Alex Stein has been in the flat Earth community for a very long time, including participating in many debates on the topic on the Modern Day Debate channel. Alex Stein was also offered a free trip to Antarctica from political commentator Tim Pool, but elected not to join us. And although he did not join us, he has done the right thing in accepting the evidence and firsthand testimony we brought back of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and now acknowledges that flat Earth is false. Next is Robbie Davidson, who runs the very popular YouTube channel Celebrate Truth, which has over 150,000 subscribers. He is one of the OG flat earthers who has really been around since the beginning of the modern day flat earth movement. Then there is Nick Havoc. He had been a flat earther for 9 years, but is now so thankful for the final experiment, which has brought him the truth, so he no longer has to believe and defend a lie. Then there's Mellow Dome, Austin Thompson, Stefan Driver, Shifty Eyes Shady, Rose 777, David Conklin. There was even an entire small flat earth group who all gave up flat earth after TFE. The list goes on and on. There are far too many to name, and there are many who have asked me to not mention their name. This exodus will continue until a flat earther can show how TFE's experiments and observations can work on a flat earth. But instead of doing this, the flat earth community as a whole is taking the position that we did not actually go to Antarctica, or that we did not see the real sun, or that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, despite the fact that we all witnessed it with our own eyes. They are arguing that we were in a giant studio filled with LED screens, or that the sun was created with a giant laser pointer to fool us. And Dean Odell actually argues that Satan was behind the 24-hour sun, possibly becoming the sun itself in order to fool us. What the flat earth community is lacking, and what is continuing to fuel this major exodus, is a complete lack of any intellectual, logical, and rational responses to our trip to Antarctica and Chile. Will Nathan Thompson be able to reverse this trend? Will Nathan Thompson be able to make sense of our experiments and observations on a flat earth? Because that is Nathan Thompson's specific role in this debate. to show how all of these things we observed and captured and experienced can work on a flat Earth. Here are just some of the observations and experiments we conducted for TFE in both Antarctica and Chile. First is the 24-hour sun. The sun never set the entire time we were at Union Glacier Camp, right at 80 degrees south in Antarctica. For years, the flat Earth community was adamant that there was not a 24-hour sun in the south, in Antarctica. This rejection was fueled by the fact that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not possible on a flat Earth. And this is because flat earthers say Antarctica is not an island continent at the bottom of a globe, but rather a massive ice wall that encircles the world's continents and holds in all the oceans. If Antarctica is this giant ice ring on the outside of our known world, the sun would have to rise and set each day, as both sides agree that the sun moves through the sky once every 24 hours for everyone on Earth. In December of 2023, this is a year before TFE, there was a debate outside Nashville, Tennessee between Dean Odle and Greg Locke. The next day, there was a post-debate Q&A at a nearby hotel. And the room was filled with flat earthers, including Dean Odle, Flat Earth Dave, Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and my opponent, Nathan Thompson. The first question at this event was about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. After Dean Odle confidently stated during the debate that a 24-hour sun would mean we live on a globe, Joe Hanvey spoke up at the Q&A and said he had a friend in Antarctica at that time, and she told him there was not a 24-hour sun, and the sun rose and set each day. Shortly after this, my opponent, Nathan Thompson, was given the mic, and he said he used to run the largest flat Earth group in the world for 6 years, and it was after he asked Globers to show him the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that his group was deleted and he was censored. This resolute position by the flat Earth community that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica was because they knew it was not possible on a flat Earth. In addition to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, there is also a 24-hour moon in Antarctica. This is not possible on a flat Earth for the same reason that a 24-hour sun is not possible. Up next is the South Pole. We have not released our video on the South Pole yet as part of our channel's The Final Experiments series, but we actually had someone at the South Pole at the same time as we were at Union Glacier. And there cannot be a South Pole on a flat Earth. And I'm talking about a geographic South Pole. On a flat Earth, the cardinal direction south is all directions away from the North Pole. And therefore, the south on a flat Earth gets bigger and bigger indefinitely, and lines of longitude would get further and further apart. This means they would never converge into a single point in the south like we see in the north with the North Pole. Up next is the South Celestial Pole. We both observed and filmed the South Celestial Pole while in Punta Arenas, Chile. A celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. For the same reason you can't have a South Pole on a flat Earth, you cannot have a South Celestial Pole in the sky over a flat Earth. And it's worth noting that the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour moon, and the South Celestial Pole all move in the opposite direction that we observe them in the north. Also impossible on a flat Earth. And finally, we have southern flights. Flights far south on a flat Earth, for example, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, would require completely different flight paths than are actually experienced by passengers on these flights. They would also be of much longer flight lengths than flights in the north. As we already mentioned, a flat Earth pushes south to the outside, and distances on a flat Earth get further and further apart the further south you go. YouTuber Critical Think, a glober who was with us for the final experiment, flew home from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, nonstop after our trip to Antarctica. And he filmed the entire flight, and it was just over 13 and a half hours. Not only that, But his entire flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia was over ocean. After leaving South America, the flight flew over no major land masses, including flying completely south of New Zealand before landing in Australia. This flight is just not possible on a flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And I want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate channel. That means only debates, no interviews, with fair moderation as well. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button right now, as we have plenty more debates coming up in the future that you don't want to miss out on. For that, we're going to kick it over to Nathan for his opening as well. Thank you very much for being with us as well, Nathan. The floor is all yours.
Thanks so much for moderating, James. Congratulations on the channel, just exploding. I remember when you had 20,000 subscribers back in the day, so it's nice to see you doing well. On top of that, Will, I really sincerely appreciate your stunt that you pulled there in Antarctica, because since then, I have multiple social media platforms doing over 1 million views a month, because I've been talking about flat Earth for 10 years, dude. It's my bread and butter. I eat, sleep, and breathe flat Earth, guys. I've done over 200 meetups. I used to run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion before it was censored. We had 155,000 members in there. We didn't allow cursing. We didn't allow insults. We just got down to business, answering questions. So if you guys have questions, ask them in the super chat. We'll get to them at the end. Please share the show. Really appreciate that. But yeah, thanks, Will, for your stunt. Flat Earth is absolutely exploding on my social media platforms now. Thanks to you. Really appreciate it. So Will's opening was lots of talking, not a lot of proof-sees. I would have liked to see more proof of the globe, or that the final experiment ended flat Earth, but all we got was talkie-talkie. You'll see a difference in my presentation. I'm going to actually pull up images and show evidence to support my claims that his son didn't debunk the flat Earth. Now, Romans 8:28 says, all things work towards good for those that love the Creator and are called according to his purpose. I've been featured in hit pieces where Globers try and prove the globe, and it always backfires on them, because all they do is make flat Earth more popular, and it's true. So when it comes to flat Earth, any publicity is good publicity. I learned about biblical cosmology from a guy named Michael Lavery. He was my brain coach for 10 years. We were studying applied neuroscience, steroidogenesis, neuroplasticity. And one day he says, Nate, you ever look in flat Earth? And I just about dropped the phone after he told me he spent 7 months looking into it. I thought he was going to say, oh, I heard about it Tuesday. So the smartest guy I know, I've been looking into it 7 months. I didn't sleep for 3 days. Then I went and got a camera. The camera I got was a Nikon P900. That's this camera right here. But this camera has been converted to infrared. It's what the military uses to see super far. Then we upgraded to the P1000, which is 125 times zoom. Technology has far surpassed the globe lies and the globe religion. So I spent about a week on the beach debunking the globe. Then I started the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion. I've been doing meetups ever since. A couple months ago, someone called me and says, Nate, I got an RV. Do you want to go around doing interviews, gathering products for a website, doing meetups like you've been doing? And so now I'm in an RV with Geo, and we've got all sorts of stuff from the community, like Flat Earth Gleason map blankets, some coffee here from Veritas. If you don't have the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, download that. The referral code is NEO, and you can get tinfoil hats at bonafidetruth.com. And if you need to find any of my social media links, bonafidetruth.com/Nathan. Now, let's get right into it, guys. If I could get this share screen. Ready for you. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. So if we lived on a globe, and I know he's going to hold up his little sign, go ahead. This is the curvature rate for the globe. It would curve in all directions like a ball, 8 inches per mile squared, or 0.666 feet per mile squared. That would give you 66.6 feet of drop over just 10 miles. But from mile 40 to 50, you're talking 600 feet of drop, because it's exponential. Now, we were told that boats go over the horizon, and that's the curve of the Earth. Well, the horizon, formerly known as the curvature of the Earth, is not physical or geometric. If you read Phil Metzger's book on the art of perspective, it says, what is 1 point linear perspective? And it details the horizon, first eye level. And it says, in the railroad picture, you can see where the flat land meets the sky. That imaginary line where the sky meets the land is the horizon. So on a globe, we would have a physical geometric horizon at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, it's 1.2 miles away. For a 6 foot observer, it's 3 miles away. Now this picture on the right is 1 foot observer, horizon should be 1.2 miles away, and the horizon is past 9.5 miles. So we don't have a physical geometric horizon. This is a famous picture from Joshua Nowicki from 57.25 miles, should be about 2,000 feet of drop. Now the tallest building in this picture is 1,350 feet. I actually took this picture from Kenosha in a helicopter with the infrared P900 from 51 miles away, just when we got above the tree line, and the entire skyline was visible. None of it should have been visible. Should have all been obstructed by the imaginary elusive curvature that can never be found. Here's 6 lighthouses that should all be obstructed by curvature, but they're clearly visible because the Earth is flat. Here's Mount San Jacinto, visible light, Mount San Jacinto with infrared. You can clearly see it 123 miles away. We've also got videos of the Candido Mountains, the sun setting behind them. No curvature on the surface of the Earth. So I don't know why we're pretending that going to Antarctica and looking at the sky is going to somehow end the argument about the floor. Here we have world record photograph, 275 miles. Bardet Kranz should be 50,416 feet of missing curvature that we can't find. It's very elusive. Can't find it anywhere. Then you've got microwave repeater in 90 kilometers, over 100 miles. Search and rescue. We've done laser tests. You can zoom in on distant objects. They're clearly not obstructed by curvature. Now, I'd highly recommend, guys, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. Once you go flat, you never glow back. Be the change you want to see on flat Earth. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice is going to attack it. Ignorance is going to try and deride it. But in the end, there it is. And you can lead globe earthers to flat water, but you cannot get them to put their sign down and think critically about the shape of the Earth. That's all I got, James. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. What we're going to do is kick it into the open dialogue. Before we do that, just a couple of other housekeeping things. First, if you haven't yet, please do hit that like button. We appreciate your support. And if you are watching live, this is your opportunity. Modern Day Debate has just put a poll in the live chat. This is a great opportunity to vote on whether or not you think the Earth is flat, globe, or you are unsure. With that, we'll get an open dialogue. Thanks very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Sure. Hey, Nathan, you just said something false in your opening statement. I'd like you to correct it. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. Would you please correct that right now?
No, yeah, when you go flat, as far as like testing the Earth yourself, I know you might have some flipper floppers that haven't tested the Earth themselves for 10 years like I have. But once you do that, there's no way you're going to go back to believing you're on a cartoon ball because strangers went to Antarctica and looked at the sky.
Hey, Nathan, I know you're personal friends with Jaron and Robbie, and I really don't think you should do this to them right now. Were they true flat earthers? Because they're not anymore.
I don't care what some dude thinks about the shape of
Hey,
the
Nathan, you made a false statement. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. That's false. Your own friends, Jaron and Robbie, are no longer flat. Will you please correct your false statement right now?
All right. So are we going to move on to the evidence that the Earth's a globe or not?
You're off topic, Nathan. That's not what this debate is.
Off topic. We're not here to talk about what people think the Earth is.
Okay, so you won't even correct your mistake. That's really sad. Okay, so Nathan, let's start with an easy one. Were you aware that while we were in Antarctica, we live streamed?
Yes, I was aware there were live streams being done.
How did we live stream from Antarctica on a flat Earth? Please explain that on a flat Earth.
So you can only live stream on a globe?
How did we live stream on a flat Earth, Nathan? This is your job in this debate is to argue how what we did and what we observed is possible on a flat Earth. How did we live stream on a flat Earth? Please tell me.
You had 6 arguments. None of the
Hey, Nathan.
live streaming was one one of the 6 arguments. So if you could stick with your arguments.
Hey, Nathan.
Flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan. Nathan,
Can you chill out?
this is part of the final experiment. How did we live stream in Antarctica? Please answer.
Okay, live streaming from Antarctica wasn't one of your 6 arguments. You talked about a 24-hour sun, a 24-hour moon, a celestial south pole, airplane flights in the south. If you want to stick with your arguments, I can talk about how those are affirming the consequent fallacies and red herring fallacies. But how you live stream from Antarctica, the same way I'm live streaming right now. We have internet. It's 2025. Like,
How did we get internet in Antarctica, Nathan?
the same way I'm getting internet right now on a flat Earth.
How?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
How did we have internet in Antarctica?
So James, he's asked the question like 5 times. I wasn't there. I don't know how we got internet in Antarctica. That wasn't one of his 6 claims.
Okay, so Nathan, you know that the flat Earth position is that internet comes through undersea cables. Is that your position?
No, definitely not. It comes through a multitude of ways. It's a collective ensemble of things going on. You've got undersea fiber optic submarine communication cables. You've got towers. They normally put them on mountains, and the microwave towers have a Fresnel zone. And that Fresnel zone has to account for obstruction, like trees and buildings. But one of the most famous videos I had on my old YouTube channel before it was erased by your government overlords was a microwave engineer talking about how he doesn't account for curvature, sending microwave signals over long distances. So,
okay, so we were at 80 degrees south, so there's no undersea cables, and there were no towers. There's no cell service in Antarctica. So, do you have any idea how we could have got internet?
yeah, they might have bounced it off the dome, bro. I don't know. I wasn't there. Is that all you got?
Okay, so that's the easy one. Now we'll get to the hard stuff. There is a South Pole. I'm sure you've seen people take a picture at the South Pole, right?
I haven't been there. Have you been there?
Have you seen people take a picture at the South Pole, Nathan?
I haven't been there.
Have you seen people take a picture of themselves standing at the South Pole, yes or no?
Going to an icy wasteland and calling a place the South Pole and then taking a picture there doesn't prove you're on a cartoon spinning tilted ball wheel.
Okay, so Nathan, I need you to do me a favor.
This is too easy. Let's go. Chop, chop.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to tell me where on a flat Earth the South Pole is, where they're taking their picture with that pole. Where is it on here?
Okay, see, what you do is you just go to a spot on the flat Earth that's a deserted, icy wasteland, and then you call it the South Pole, and then you get gullible Globers to go there and take a picture in front of the sign that says, "This is your globular South Pole," and then you pretend that that's how it works on a globe.
Okay, so Nathan, that pole that they're taking a picture with, where is that on this map?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You have no idea where it is.
No, I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so I'm afraid you're not very well researched then, because the South Pole in Antarctica is one of the main differences between flat Earth and globe, and you have no idea. So if you wanted to get to the South Pole, you have no idea how you'd get there?
No, I've never been there. So did you go there?
I've not been there either.
You haven't been there. I haven't been there.
But guess what, Nathan? Guess what, Nathan? We're not going to say that a place doesn't exist if we haven't been there, right? Have you been to the dome?
No, I haven't been to the dome.
Okay, perfect. So don't use an argument with me that you wouldn't use for yourself, okay? There is a pole, Nathan, that people can go to. Guess what? They fly there and they take their picture with it. I want to know where that is on a flat Earth. Can you reconcile a South Pole with a flat Earth, yes or no?
Yes, I just detailed how you go to a specific icy wasteland, you put up a sign for gullible Globers that says, "This is your globular South Pole that you're upside down on," and then you take a picture because you're a gullible Glober and you think that proves the shape of the floor. That doesn't prove the shape of the floor. Well, you're going to need better proofs than this, bro. No one's buying this, bro.
Hey, Nathan, you're off topic again. I'm not here to prove the globe. We're here to see if the final experiment observations and experiments work on a flat Earth, and you're not showing how they work. So,
You didn't even go to the South Pole.
hey, Nathan, hey, Nathan, we had someone at the South Pole. and you have no idea where that is. And
icy wasteland. They put up a sign and said, "This is your globular South Pole," and then gullible Glovers took a picture there. Will,
is there anything else there, or is it just a pole?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so you haven't done research. Okay, so Nathan, guess what? There is a station there. It's called the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station. It's massive.
You say so. Without being there, that's cool.
So Nathan, you're going to have a very hard time defending flat Earth if you can't even show where this location is that people visit, that my friend visited and took information for us from the South Pole. So we're going to go ahead and move on because you have failed at reconciling a South Pole with a flat Earth. All right, next we're going to talk about the South Celestial Pole. Are you familiar with what a celestial pole is?
Yeah, you're familiar with what a red herring is?
Okay, so if you're familiar with what a celestial pole is, can you please explain how there's a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth where the stars go in the opposite direction than they do in the north?
Yeah, no problem. James, can I get the big screen, please? Crystal clear. Right? You go to Google and you type in red herring fallacy. A red herring fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of the argument by introducing an irrelevant topic.
What's the topic of the debate? What's the topic of the debate?
I'm still talking, bro. Can you chill with your Tourette's?
You need to tell me what the topic of the debate is before you can establish that I'm going off topic. What is the topic?
You're talking of the topic is, did the final experiment end flat Earth, which has to do with the ground, and you're talking about a celestial South Pole.
Part of the final experiment was documenting the South Celestial Pole. The South Celestial Pole is not possible on a flat Earth. Your job is to show how it is. Can you do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, what'd you document? Let's see it.
You haven't seen the videos that we have of the South Celestial Pole?
No, I haven't seen them. You haven't shown anything either, bro. Are you going to show anything?
Sure. Will it change your mind?
Yeah, well, it depends on what I see.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Take your time. We're going to get shown something. Finally get some showtime, bro. Oh my God, it's story time. Ears are going to start bleeding.
I am a little surprised that you're taking this position that there is no South Celestial Pole, or that I need to show it to you first, but that's okay.
You said you documented it. I'd like to see what you documented. That way I can detail how this is a red herring, has nothing to do with the shape of the floor.
That's not the topic of the debate, Nathan.
Yeah, you thought your final non-experiment ended flat Earth, which is the shape of the floor, Will.
There you go, South Celestial Pole. Those stars are rotating in the opposite direction of the north.
You took that in Antarctica?
Robert Schwartz did.
Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks for showing me. Now I forget. Can I get the big screen again? Am I still in it?
Can you reconcile the South Celestial Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
A logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of an argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. Now, the stars have nothing to do with the shape of the floor. Even Einstein has something called a kinematic equivalence. The Ptolemaic model explained the movement of everything in the sky for 1,400 years and was unchanged for 1,400 years. Now, I'd like to stop sharing my screen and show you my watch. It's the Prague clock. They had this Prague clock built 610 years ago, which predates the gravity religion by 200 years, 1666. There's that 666 again. But they had all this mapped out for 1,400 years on the Ptolemaic model, what was going on in the sky, assuming a flat Earth. You could also celestial navigate, getting angles to these stars and the sun, and then navigate the oceans, assuming a flat Earth. So this sky argument really isn't helping your globe religion, and it's a red herring.
So Nathan, you should have done a little bit better homework. You could have watched our videos, but you are not explaining how the South Celestial Pole can exist on a flat Earth. We observed it. It's a natural phenomenon. So we know it exists. So the real question is, can you reconcile what we observed with our own eyes, what we filmed, with a flat Earth, yes or no?
Yeah, I got this flat Earth dome I picked up from Joe Hanby. We can actually show star trails in the north and star trails in the south, 24-hour moons in the south and 24-hour suns in the south, and rainbows and halos and sundogs and eclipses. And just about everything you see in the sky can be modeled right here, or at least shown a physical representation of. So
yeah, I'm very familiar.
Better proof. You're going to try and end flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan, I'm very familiar with Joe Hanby's model. I actually offered him to demonstrate it on our channel, which he declined. And I've refuted his model. So when it comes to his model and the celestial poles, his south celestial pole is a reflection of the north celestial pole. But in reality, there are different stars and different constellations in the south versus the north. So it cannot be a reflection of the north. So that doesn't work. Do you have any other way of reconciling it or no?
I didn't say it's a reflection. I don't think it's a reflection. And when we project it from the top of the dome, it's not a reflection.
So what's showing up in the south if you're only projecting stars to the top of the dome? A reflection. It's not a red herring. It's on topic. So we can move on. You're failing miserably here. So what about the 24-hour moon in Antarctica? Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Yes, of course. No problem. Can I get the big screen, James? Sweet. So if you Google affirming the consequent, it's a logical fallacy where someone assumes that because the outcome of a conditional statement is true, the condition itself must also be true, essentially reversing the logic and leading to an invalid conclusion. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must be true.
Okay, so thanks for showing that. I'm actually not doing that. So all I'm doing is presenting an observation that was made and filmed in Antarctica, and I'm asking you to show if it's possible to happen on a flat Earth. I'm not doing anything like that. This was, you had one. Okay, let's talk about that. So again, Joe Hanby's model is that it's a reflection. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the 24-hour moon in Antarctica is a reflection of a moon somewhere else? Because remember, Joe Hanby's model uses a flashlight. The moon is not like the sun. So that his model doesn't work for the moon. So can you reconcile a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth?
What the sky does and what's happening in the sky does not determine the shape of the floor. It's another red herring talking about the sky and pretending you ended flat Earth. Thanks for playing, Will.
Well, the reason I ended flat Earth, Nathan, is because you nor the entire flat Earth community can explain these things that I'm telling you. Like, for example, they can't explain how we got internet in Antarctica. It's very simple. We got it from satellites. So this isn't good. This isn't good.
Explanations are not proof, Will. I don't know if you know that, but you can walk down to a local tavern, find the local village idiot, and ask him anything under the sun, and he'll give you an explanation for a pint. That doesn't mean he's true. That doesn't mean he's right. Okay? Explanations are not proof. So you sitting over there asking 21 questions about the sky and saying you don't have an explanation for the sky doesn't end what the floor is, bro. You gotta be joking me.
But Nathan, it's probably reasonable, right, for him to ask for an explanation where he's saying, hey, let's say evidence A seems less probable on a flat Earth than a globe Earth. It's reasonable for him to ask how you would explain it, right? So yeah, I do want to, if you're willing to engage in terms of trying to give an explanation.
I haven't seen it. So he went and saw it. Good for him. Looking at the sky doesn't determine what the floor is, James. That's all he's got. Great, excellent. We can just move the Q&A.
No, I've got more. It's great. I'm enjoying this thoroughly.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, cool. All right, so all right, I will. I'm just going to recap for the audience. So we don't know how you can get internet in Antarctica on a flat Earth. We don't know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth. Let's talk about the 24-hour sun. So Nathan, will you at least admit that you were adamant that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I didn't know. I've never been there.
Nathan, that was not your position. That's false. You never said, hey guys, I don't know if there's one or not. I haven't been there. You joined the rest of the flat Earth community in saying there isn't one. And the reason you guys were so adamant is because it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I would have thought that there wasn't one because every time I posted in the group for 6 years, are you all right, bro?
I'm great.
Every time I posted in the group for like 6 years, if any glober could show me evidence of a 24-hour sun in the south, because there's thousands of videos of it happening in the north, that would be really great. I'd really appreciate that. And no one ever did after 6 years of me asking. So I was led to believe that it didn't happen. But if it does happen, that's cool. We can already show a physical representation above a flat Earth of how it happens. So
okay, so
thanks for going to talk about the floor at all this debate.
Okay, so let's talk about the 24-hour sun. Again, Joe Hanvey's model fails big time. So were you aware that the 24-hour sun that we filmed and saw in Antarctica made a wave pattern through the sky, that it changed elevation consistently? It would go up, then down, then up, then down.
What the sun does in the sky has no relevance to what the Earth is or the floor is underneath your feet. I've looked at the floor with high-power zoom cameras, infrared, telescope, land surveying equipment, mirror reflection test, laser test. You don't live on a curved pear or a curved ball. So asking me 21 questions about a place I've never been and what happens in the sky there is making you look silly with it.
Okay.
Just one question. I think some people in the chat are confused because they're trying to understand. Nathan, would you say that a 24-hour sun is a problem for the flat Earth? Like, would you say no? Actually, it's not a problem. We have this explanation. Here it is. Or would you say we don't have an explanation?
We can show a physical representation of a dome and how you can get a 24-hour sun over a flat Earth with a dome. So no, it's not a problem if he saw a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so Nathan, here's the issue. People have noticed, and I brought this up to Joe Hanvey, and a lot of people have brought it up to him, that he's not putting the camera inside the dome. He's putting the camera on the outside of the dome to get what might look like a 24-hour sun. But if you put the camera inside, you would never see it. So that's actually a false model because we were not outside of any dome. We never saw any dome. And there was no camera outside the dome. Our cameras were all in Antarctica. So his model doesn't even work. If he were to put a camera on the inside of his dome, there would be no 24-hour sun. Now, again, Nathan, did you notice in our videos that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky? Because Joe Hanvey's model doesn't do that.
What the sun does in the sky over a place I've never been has no relevance on the floor that I've tested for the last 10 years and just showed you about a dozen evidences. It's not curving in all directions. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. We see way too far. Thanks for playing, Will.
Okay, Nathan, I'm happy to move on. Let's talk about southern flights. So Critical Think flew nonstop from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Can you please explain how that flight is possible on a flat Earth and where the path of that flight travels on a flat Earth?
I don't know how I'm taking that flight. I just test the floor. Well, that's what I do. But I do have pitch data from a 2-hour airplane flight, United Airlines flight. Here's the pitch data. If anybody needs it, send me an email, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. But the pitch data shows that the airplane flew straight and level for 2 hours. Now, if you do the math for the globe religion, after 2 hours of flying straight and level, you would be 120 miles above the surface of the Earth. You could almost stop at the ISS and pick up those stranded astronauts, if this was the case, guys. But yeah, we got the pitch data, the attitude indicator on Earth, and the FAA trains pilots on the Target Generation Facility, which is a flat Earth simulator that negates rotation and negates a gravity vector. So airplane flights aren't doing your curve any justice.
Okay, Nathan. So you went off topic again. We're talking about a very specific flight that's part of the final experiment. You have not explained how that flight works on a flat Earth. And you actually just said something completely false. Number one, the FAA does not train pilots, so you should stop saying that. Number two, pilots do not train on a target generation facility. That's false. Where did you get this? It's completely wrong. Was this from TikTok?
Federal Aviation Administration assumes a flat Earth when training pilots and air traffic controllers using their target generation facility. The TGF consists of several software programs that control simulation scenarios using simulated aircraft. The TGF computer simulator drive almost all of the air traffic control laboratories of the FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center. The FAA states, our lab has worked closely with the TGF group to have aircraft perform the way air traffic controllers would expect them to behave in a real, natural airspace systems.
What are you reading from?
This is from The Greatest Lie on Earth by Edward Hendry, and it has citations from the FAA website.
Okay, so number one, the FAA does not train pilots. You are incorrect there. They certify pilots. They don't train them. Number two, pilots are not trained on a target generation facility. That's for air traffic controllers. That's not for pilots. If you go find a pilot and ask him if he was trained on a target generation facility, he's going to say no, because they're not trained on a TGF. So you should just correct that going forward, because it's wrong. This is one of the issues that I found in the flat Earth community, is they don't do research with people that might disagree with them. All the flat Earth community had to do was reach out to Anthony Powell or Robert Schwartz about the 24-hour sun, but they refused to do that and took a position that there wasn't a 24-hour sun. If you just reach out to a pilot and talk to him, he will tell you what I'm telling you.
Okay, so just whatever a pilot says, we'll just believe that. Excellent.
Okay, so back to the topic of the debate. Can you please explain how a nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia is possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. If you look at the pitch data, which I'll put back on screen, I don't know, maybe you weren't paying attention. The pitch data shows that they fly straight and level the entire duration of the flight. They also have an attitude indicator, has a gyroscope inside. The reason they use the gyroscope, because it keeps its rigidity in space. Once you spin that thing up, it stays on that plane of rotation. And so if we were flying around a globe, which is a cartoon, by the way, guys, the orientation of the gimbal base would change with respect to the gyroscope. So, and we got the pitch data too, bro. So thanks for playing.
So I'm talking about a very specific flight here. And the reason...
I don't have any data for the flight. So you just asked me a question. I gave you the answer. If you don't like the answer, run home to mom, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Would you like the data for the flight?
Does it show that we live on a cartoon globe?
Would you like the data for the flight?
If it shows we live on a cartoon globe, then I would love to see it.
Okay, so Nathan, the reason this flight doesn't work on a flat Earth is because it's so far south. It begins and ends south of the Tropic of Capricorn. As I mentioned, a flat Earth pushes the south out indefinitely, so distances get far. This flight is impossible on a flat Earth because of distance, and the time that this flight happens, which is about 13 and a half hours, is also impossible on a flat Earth. So can you reconcile that flight with a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. There's no curve. You're talking about the sky again, bud. It's a red herring. Are we going to talk about the floor at all this debate, Will, or not?
Okay, so I gave you a list of the things that I was going to be presenting that I don't think you can reconcile with a flat Earth. You have not attempted to reconcile them with a flat Earth. I am completely content to go to Q&A at this point.
Excellent. If I could do closing arguments, James?
We hadn't talked about closings, but if you guys mutually agree, I'm open to having closings.
Totally fine.
Maybe something like 3 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, whatever is great with me.
No, I just need 2 minutes.
You got it.
All right,
Go ahead, Nathan.
I'll go first in the closing.
Great.
So again, all of his arguments had to do with the sky. And he thinks looking at the sky is going to prove what the floor is. Now, I've looked at the floor for 10 years. I've used every piece of optical technology you can find, get your hands on, to look at the floor. The floor isn't curving. The Bible says test all things and hold fast to that which is true. I've done that with the floor. So asking me about a 24-hour sun in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. I've tested the floor. Asking me about a 24-hour moon in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. That's, again, the sky. Asking me about a South Pole that you've never been to doesn't convince me that the Earth is curving in all directions. It doesn't end flat Earth. Thanks for playing. Asking me about a southern celestial pole is a red herring argument. You're not even on topic anymore. You're not even talking about the floor. You're off in La La Land trying to Jedi mind trick gullible flat earthers that will listen to what you're saying. I'm not a global flat earther, okay? I was looking forward to some evidence. You didn't have any evidence. You had a lot of talking points, a lot of story time. I put up 12 images or so that debunk the cartoon globe religion. Anyone can go test it themselves. And thanks for playing well. I really appreciate your time, and thanks for all the work you did making my YouTube views and my Instagram views and my Facebook views explode through the roof. Keep up the good work, bud. Cheers.
We'll kick it to Will for his closing as well.
Okay, great. So I actually, just so everyone knows, I sent Nathan the list of what I would be talking about so that he knew exactly what I'd be presenting. He would have an opportunity to watch the videos on the TFE channel and know exactly the arguments I would be presenting. As I predicted, which is why I made this, he would not be able to reconcile the observations and experiments we did in Antarctica and Chile with a flat Earth. Now, this is why there is a major exodus right now, gone public yet, that have contacted me and will go public soon, is because there are no answers to this. And so real truthers are going to look at the evidence and they're going to see the truth and the reality of what we saw. And they're going to see that it simply doesn't work on a flat Earth. And those of and the truthers that are willing to look at it and see the truth of the matter are going to leave flat Earth, like Jaron, like Alex Stein, like Robbie Davidson, and so many others. And so this discussion tonight is a perfect example of how certain people will react when they don't like new evidence that's presented to them that contradicts a belief that they have. And so that's kind of where things stand. And I'm really glad that we did this. And I just hope that people will be able to see that the flat Earth community does not have answers for what we brought back. And so I think that the final experiment has definitely ended flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of those closings. We're going to jump into the Q&A, in fact, folks. So we're going to try to move fast. If you guys, gentlemen, because we do actually have a lot already, if you're able to keep your rebuttals to a very slim minimum, otherwise, if we have rebuttals on each question, we have trouble getting to the other ones down in the list later on. So this one coming in from Tango44 says, here's my contribution. Thanks for your question. They said, for Nathan, explain how the sun was up for 24 hours in Antarctica, but for the rest of us, me in New Zealand and you in trailer, it observably continued set and rise. Is there more than one sun? Is the sun a conspiracy?
You know, I think the sun's speed, its position, its size, and its path is all apparent. It's not actual. You're not looking at a goodness gracious great ball of fire in the sky. The sun on the globe religion actually violates the second law of thermodynamics because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Space is fake. The sun is actually in the firmament, like Will's Bible tells him. But I don't know. I guess Will doesn't want to read his Bible about what the Earth is.
This one coming in from LJ says, Will never provided the 24-hour live as promised. Your chance to respond.
Sure. This is a falsehood that's being spread around the flat Earth community. Don't believe me, though. Ask Austin Whitsitt, ask Jaron Campanella, ask Lisbeth Acosta. We never said we would be able to do a 24-hour live stream. We weren't even sure we'd be able to live stream. I purchased a very expensive Starlink unit, a maritime unit. It was $5,000. It barely fit in my suitcase to hope that we could live stream at all. So we never promised that, and that unfortunately is a falsehood being spread in the flat Earth community.
So Artorius says, Nathan, how many elementary school? Let's see. This one from Yelda Boath. We're looking for serious questions. They say flat or round is still a Masonic prison. Either of you know what that means? This one from Yelda Boath says it's the public. They say Nathan looks like a January 6th hardened criminal. You weren't there, were you? This one from Burnham says, put this toward, let's see, God, thanks for your kind support. Mr. E-Man says, does Nathan know that flat Earth is what is making average people like me feel smart and give intelligent people a good laugh? Oh, I thought the screen was frozen. All right. This one, King 44 says, prediction. 2 minutes into Will's opening statement, Nathan will just go to his script. This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Mr. E. Man says, got that one. They also said, never buy or use the sun, moon, flat earth clock accessed easily. This one from Heaven Stocking says, stop dodging the 24-hour sun, Nathan. Explain it or game over.
What the sun does, has no relevance on the shape of the Earth. You can test the Earth yourself, guys. Large bodies of water do not curve.
I think they're saying, earlier it came up, where I think you were saying, hey, flat Earth can give an explanation for a 24-hour sun. Like, we can explain that. I think they're saying, give us the how. Like, how does it explain it?
I don't know. I didn't make the sky and haven't seen it yet. So hopefully looking to get down there this year. Once I see it, then I'll worry about explaining it.
Okay. King044 says, Nathan, you showed lighthouse in your presentation. Why do we have lighthouses?
Yeah, we have lighthouses so boats don't collide with the shore. And the lighthouses, even though they're only 150, 200 feet tall, their light can be seen 40 to 50 miles away. There should be substantial amounts of curvature over 40 to 50 miles, making a 150, 200 foot tall lighthouse obstructed. They wouldn't even work on a globe. They only work on a flat Earth. Thanks for playing.
This one from Booba Sweat says, did Nathan get a chance to shill his merch yet? That was earlier in the debate, actually. Can
I say something about that?
Yeah.
Nathan, I am just disappointed that you're still peddling Gleason's map. Gleason's map contains a lie on it, a falsehood. Here in the lower right, it says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So if I were you, I would stop promoting something that's completely false.
Okay, well, the Bible says, do not take counsel from the ungodly, Will. And sorry, Rob, I'm just not taking any advice from you, but I appreciate the consideration.
This one from Artoria says, public service announcement, down in the rabbit hole. Do you remember, is that what Dearth's? Do you remember the name of it? Thank you. They say their app is unsecured and is still leaking personal data. Do not download or log in. If you have logged in, be sure to email him and ask to have your data deleted. Booba Sweat strikes again, says, oh, we got that one. King044 says, Nathan was your proof that the Earth is flat. You selling merchandise.
I don't even say that. We have blankets that Stephen Alonso offers. We have paraplegic. He's a veteran paraplegic, and I help him sell this copy. I've spent, if you look at my Cash App, like $800 of my own money on his coffee because I just think it's good coffee. These are not my products. This is not my merchandise. I'm just trying to help people in the community make more money because then we can do more stuff and debunk the globe further.
Megan Marie says Earth is a globe, but tinfoil hat is sick. Hango44 says, Nathan, was it hard at this time you couldn't just do your script like usual?
I did my keynote speech, the same one I pull up every single time, so I guess he's wrong. You've been debunked. Thanks for pointing.
You're saying, no, I did do my script this time. Okay. Jacob says, they say, Nathan, this was hard to watch. Pair better next time. Booba Sweat strikes again, says, Nathan, if you're willing to pair it, wits it. You need more word salad. Ooh. This one from Rocinate says, if I actually examine what would be visible on my flat Earth versus what actually is visible, that might cause me to doubt. So I refuse. Nathan, I think they're saying this is you.
Yeah, I know, a lot of coping globers in the super chats.
Kingo44 says, Nathan, we don't need to go find the village. Okay, we got that. Only joined to troll. Thanks for your question. Says, holy smokes, Nathan. Never debate anyone, never again. You lack any, I have to read some of them. You lack any conversational skills whatsoever and don't deserve to be on this platform. Terrible attempt. This one from Matt says, oh gosh, Nathan, you got ruined by Mark Reed and now by Will. When will you stop debating? Because you obviously aren't good. Oh, geez, you have to make it personal. Okay, Mr. E-Man says, has Nathan ever observed New Zealand from where he is, though? I think they're saying, Nathan, you talked about New Zealand at some point in the debate. And they're saying, well, hey, you know, you kept saying like, oh, I've never been to Antarctica, so I can't really answer questions about it until I've been there. And they're saying, but wait a minute, you talked about New Zealand, and have you ever been there before?
No, I haven't been to New Zealand there.
Why do you keep turning your camera off? What are you doing over there? This one from, I don't want to know. Zoomer Ray says, Nathan, do you believe in celestial navigation? Because that debunks your statement of what is measured in the sky.
Believe in celestial navigation? No, celestial navigation happens on a flatter Earth because they use triangles to triangulate using the sky, assuming a flat Earth. It only works on a flat Earth. Thanks for calling.
This one coming in from the Turk says, what does the floor look like in Antarctica? How about the shadows on the floor?
The shadows did a 360, which is not possible on a flat Earth.
This one coming in from.
Wait, hold on. You don't think a shadow could go around someone on a flat surface? Are you serious?
But Nathan,
not all 360 degrees, like from a 24-hour sun.
We do want to limit the rebuttals. This one from the Wicker Man says Nathan Thompson equals Pee Wee Herman. Will Duffy equals Mike Tyson. God bless you, Will. Nathan is only here to sell hats, not debate. Wait a minute. Nathan was.
Get the temple hats.
This one, okay, gotcha. Thanks. This one from How Yar the Boath says no. So Nathan shouldn't believe in the resurrection because he wasn't there.
That's why it says the just will live by faith. You gotta go look up what the word faith means, bud. Next.
I don't. But wait, did we? Forgive me, because I don't know if we ever. Did you answer the question about New Zealand though? Like, if you talk about New Zealand,
I haven't been there.
Did you talk about it earlier in the debate? I think they're saying that you did, and they're saying, but how could you talk about it then if you don't know, like if you haven't been there?
No, I didn't talk about New Zealand earlier.
So coming in from Belda Boat says, so Nathan, Muck Gump says, Nathan, can you show any of these physical demonstrations you keep claiming you have? Show in detail how it works, not just assertions that it works. So I think they're looking for that like connecting piece, like the how behind these claims that certain things fit on the flat Earth.
Yeah, I just picked up the dome like 3 days ago from Joe Hanby. I'm here in South Carolina where he lives. So I'm going to get better at working on it and modeling stuff on it or showing representations of what we see in the sky. But if you need, go tune in to Joseph Hanby's channel. He's doing it all.
Interesting. This one coming in from Munch Gum. Appreciate your question. The church says airplanes fly over the floor. Explain the path. I don't know who that's for though. Didn't say.
It's a really good question because we know the paths of flights. We know them through flight tracking, and we know them through looking out the window and seeing where you are. Are you over an ocean, or are you over a continent? And so this is why I don't think Nathan or any flat earther can make sense of that nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia.
Bang044 says, Nathan, instead of looking at the floor for 10 years, they say, did you drop your ball? Maybe you should have looked in some books instead. Mic drop. Alex Strand says, do you think Nathan mentioning red herring is a red herring or deflection?
Yes, it was, because what I was talking about was the exact topic of the debate, and it was the information that I told him I would be talking about before the debate.
Yeah, just because you tell me your argument in advance doesn't make it not a red herring. So,
well, it was on topic. So it was about the final experiment and our observations. So it was on topic. It was not a red herring.
Looking at the sky is not on topic for the floor and what the shape of the floor is. Well, thanks for playing.
Just to be sure I understand, but was there an agreement that the only thing that would be covered tonight would be things that had to do with the shape of the floor?
No, Will
No.
sent me his 6 arguments in advance. They all had to do with the sky, so I patiently waited for this debate so I could laugh at him. He didn't have any arguments pertaining to the floor.
Except for the South Pole, which you had no answer for.
You haven't been there. You haven't even been there. You're talking about Narnia, a place you believe in because someone put a sign up in an icy wasteland.
New Zealand exists even though you haven't been there. The South Pole exists even though I haven't been there.
Or is New Zealand a myth too? Nathan, are you going to bite the bullet on that one? Or okay, this one, right?
I got flat earth friends down there.
Let's not go nuts. They say, Nathan, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed? They routinely nose up when they are landing on a runway. Based on your assertion, it would still be climbing.
If they routinely nose up, then they're not routinely nosing down to go around a cartoon globe. You just debunked your globe with that question. Thanks for playing.
But just be assured the question, because I don't know if that was their question though. I think they're saying, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed?
Yeah, the airplane cannot travel in the opposite direction than the nose is pointed. That's not how they work.
But I think they're saying it's an empirical fact that people could look up on YouTube. That's what they're saying at least. They say that planes routinely land where their nose is actually pointing upward as they do land.
They fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose slightly pitched upward. But what Globers need is the nose coming down around a globe, but they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pitched up 2 to 4 degrees.
Okay, just to be sure though, if you said sometimes they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pointed up, does that include the descent where they're moving downward, the opposite direction of the nose then?
Yes, they just tilt the nose up a little bit more and then they slow the plane down and that causes them to drop in altitude. But they are pointed nose up the entire time, so not going down around a globe, nose up.
This one from Mystery Man says, when Nathan states that all optical observations do not confirm a globe Earth, he is ignoring all reciprocal zenith angle observations.
The reciprocal zenith angles are measured from the horizon. The horizon is not physical and geometric. We've debunked that notion. So measuring angles to a non-physical, non-geometric horizon that changes hour to hour and day to day is ridiculous. Thanks for playing.
Drew says, Nathan, I think they're, let me just double check, they're saying aircraft maintain altitude via pressure set by altimeters. Stop using Angel's BS. Neither of you know what you're talking about. High altitude equals lower pressure. You wouldn't, quote, fly into space, unquote.
Yeah, if you fly straight and level on a globe for 2 hours, which is what the pitch data shows, you would be 123 miles above the surface of the Earth. That's pretty much halfway to the ISS in just 2 hours. So.
You got it. Folks, any more questions for Will? Look, he's excited to jump in here. And I know you can always do curveball questions for Will, where you can say, hey, Will, what was your thought on, Nathan said something earlier in the debate. What's your thought on that? If you want to do that, that could get him involved. They say, Ha-Hua Man says, Nathan staring at the floor is definitely the brand. Were you staring at the floor? I didn't realize that during this debate.
Maybe.
Okay. Icy Spin says, Nathan, ever seen a duck dressed as a human? What's this question, Nathan? What's this about? You got a duck suit at home or something?
Oh, no. Disingenuous YouTubers, pranksters, invited me out under false pretenses that they were working with the Travel Channel, but they're just liars. I don't know why Globers are so obsessed with lies and believing liars, but they lied to me and dragged me all the way out to LA, and then had me put on a chicken costume for like 5 minutes while they did an experiment, and I was laughing at them. So that's what he's talking about.
Interesting. This one from Ross and 8 says, Nathan's contribution to this debate is like MH370's contribution to Southern Hemisphere aviation history. Nathan, that means you failed totally. Silva says, for Nathan, why do you accept a plane's pitch data as evidence for the flat Earth, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as evidence for a globe or against the flat Earth?
Yeah, because that flight works just fine on a flat Earth, and if they were flying around a globe, the plane would have to pitch its nose down to get around the curvature of the globe that doesn't exist. So they fly nose up the entire duration of the flight. We have the pitch data.
Well, just to be sure I understand, would you concede that they say, why do you accept a plane's pitch data? So you're like, yeah, it sounds like you're very clearly saying you do. And they're saying, but why is it, they say, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as an evidence. Right. So are you saying, oh, okay, actually, flight could be accepted as evidence?
There was no evidence in the flight. And the flight doesn't prove we live on a globe because the flight didn't go around a globe. They just have problems with the distances and don't understand that jet streams move faster in the south. Yeah, it's a total red herring. Nobody wants to talk about the floor. I remember back when I started flat earthing, people would actually talk about the floor. They would act like the floor is curving and then say, oh, look, the bottom of something's missing. Now they just don't even talk about the floor anymore. They just got the sky. They point at the sky. They talk about South Poles that they've never been to. Pretty soon, they're just going to wave a white flag because they're cooking themselves.
The Silva says, for Nathan, why do you accept it? Got that. Eric Whedon says, Will, what is the odds the sun and moon appears the same size, yet the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further from the earth than the moon, so they appear at a ratio of 1 to 1? They say, from the only planet we know to contain life?
Yeah, great question. I do not think that is very likely to have happened by random chance. So whoever's asking that, I would agree with you that I do think that that's evidence of design for sure.
Nathan, maybe you're in agreement on this one, no?
Yeah, we can agree on some things. What about the moon landing, Will? You think they danced on the moon?
I don't remember seeing them dance on the moon, but they walked on the moon.
The Bible says the moon's in the firmament, Will.
Matt, hey, if you have a question, let me know.
Were they in the firmament, Will, when they walked on it?
We agreed earlier.
The expanse, yes. Not the fake glass crystal dome that no one's ever seen.
Trust Pro says, Nathan, how can you fail to understand that showing an observation is not physically possible on your model disproves your model? To deny the evidence that sits in front of you is intellectual dishonesty. Okay, Nathan, can you give them a little bit more? Can you humor them a little bit more than the move along finger?
All the arguments he thought that exclusively proved the globe can be modeled on a flat Earth with a dome just fine.
I think they're looking for that how part, though. I think they're trying to, because I think they're saying, you know, but like some might say, yeah, these all fit on a banana-shaped Earth, and
yeah,
like you get about how.
Everything's got to be completely black. I got to have it on pillars. I don't have room for that in the RV, so not going to be modeling anything for you guys, except for my flat Earth sweater.
There it is, more merch. Links below. This one from Kango44 says, Nathan, you keep saying, quote, test the Earth yourself. I have. It's a globe. Go Takes says, Nathan is either a charlatan or painfully misinformed. There is no other option. The motion of the stars is not a red herring, Nathan. Quit lying. Nathan, come on, Nathan. You got to give him something. Can you one word? At least plug your merch. Come on. Burnham says, Nathan, can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you wouldn't accept it on merit?
I don't know what I mean.
Let me read it again. Sometimes it takes twice to read it or to hear it twice to understand it. They say, Can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you would not accept it on merit?
No, I can't admit that.
Matt K says, Nathan, could you provide calculations based on second law of thermodynamics proving that Earth is an isolated system?
You can't have gas pressure without a container. NASA will tell you that. Go to their 3 Phases of Matter website. Also, if you go to their gas pressure website, NASA will tell you that the formula for gas pressure is force over area. So if you don't have an area to press against with the force, you don't have any gas pressure. And we certainly have gas pressure here on Earth, so there's an area containing the gas. That would be the firmament that Will Duffy denies. But it's in his Bible.
I'm not your buddy, guy says, quote, Nathan, there are only 3 groups of flat earthers. Which are you? There are those who are ignorant, those who want to rile others up, or trolls, and subversives who seek to burn the system down.
I'm one of the evangelical flat earthers that go out and share the good news. We don't live on a cartoon tilted ball, and they're stealing your money, $70 million a day. Let's get some of that back.
Fair, so you're doing it for the taxpayer, okay? Farron Salas says, Nathan, I know I'm being a little bit sarcastic toward Nathan. It just makes the Q&A a little bit more fun and playful. Because I saw someone in chat saying you're too hard on Nathan. He's tough. Look at him. He can take it. Farron Salas says, Nathan, you are quick to define fallacies. Will you be as quick to put forth a testable flat Earth model?
Yeah. I mean, we can model pretty much everything. Flat Earth is like a Victoria's Secret catalog when it comes to models. We can model ocean currents with magnetohydrodynamics. We can model gas pressure gradients inside a closed system. We can model hurricanes. We can model sundogs, star trails, 24-hour sun in the north and the south. We can model everything because we have a container. And we can hold water. Spinning balls that are tilted, flying breakneck speeds through an infinite vacuum of nothingness do not hold water. So we're actually the only ones who can model anything. Thanks for playing, Will.
Were any of those, given that the topic is the final experiment, were any of those mentioned by Nathan just now, from either of you? Something that is relevant to the final experiment? And the reason I ask is not to be like, gotcha, Nathan, but more so just to, this would be an opportunity to like pick one of those examples and show how it's modeled. Like, hey, how are hurricanes modeled? I don't think hurricanes are relevant to the final experiment, but any of those relevant to the final experiment that you'd want to give us like the explanation or the model, give us the how behind it?
I didn't come here to explain the sky to someone asking questions about the sky over and over and over again. I talk about the floor. He thought looking at the sky debunked what the floor is. I came to laugh at him because that's a joke. I thought I was getting pranked. I thought at any moment Ashton Kutcher was going to come knock on my RV and be like, "This is MTV prank. We were just kidding, Nathan."
But was there an agreement beforehand that arguments had to be about the floor?
I didn't say that because I wanted to show up real time and laugh at it.
But then why is it that you make it seem as if there was some sort of agreement, like that arguments had to be about the floor?
Okay, he's trying to end flat Earth, James, and he's doing it using the sky. He needs to end flat Earth using the Earth. That's how you end flat Earth. Well, just so you know, next time you spend $450,000 to look at the sky.
Don't forget about the South Pole, Nathan. I'm sorry. I'll keep reminding you of that because you have no answer for that.
I don't understand. Like, why is it you have to use the floor? Like, it's not axiomatic to me. It's not self-evident that, like, you have to use the floor. You can't use other arguments that are not based on it.
If the debate is about the floor, James, you should bring evidence regarding the floor. Super simple. I mean,
look at me. Look what I'm reduced to. This is my life. Okay, I'm not your buddy guy. Says Nathan. There are only 3 groups of flat Earth. Oh, we got that. Karen, we got that. Carol Simmons says Nathan entered as a bad faith debater. Josh says, look at him over there. Are you texting, Nathan? Put your little phone down. They say, Will, can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is? Nathan, do you have a rebuttal to this? If not, you kind of lost the debate with your fallacy strategy. Will, we'll give you a chance. Can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is?
Sure. So, number one, this is the most important thing, which is that all of these observations and experiments that we did with the final experiment, they don't have answers for how those are possible on a flat Earth. And so if they're not possible, then the flat Earth model is refuted. Number two, celestial navigation, to my knowledge, no flat earthers have been able to demonstrate celestial navigation on a flat Earth. I know that MCToon has an open offer to have a discussion or a debate with any flat earther on celestial navigation. Austin Whitsitt is on record saying that MCToon actually has a very good argument against flat Earth and for the globe on celestial navigation, but no one will debate or have this discussion with MCToon. So celestial navigation, if it works, is telling us about where we live and where to travel. And so celestial navigation actually does confirm the globe.
Great and worthy adversary, MCToon. We hope he's doing well. And that's Nathan's buddy, right, Nathan? Nathan, what are you doing over there? What are you doing with the lights out? Why is your camera off? Okay, this one, I don't even, Josh says, Will, oh, we got that one. Dave here says, Nathan, have you been back to Greenville, South Carolina? Is that where you were born? What's the story there, Nathan?
That's where I got arrested because I was standing on a public sidewalk and I said large bodies of water don't occur. And Globers was so triggered they called the police department, and the police department violated my civil rights because they don't know in America you have freedom of speech. You're allowed to say things on public sidewalks like large bodies of water don't occur. But yeah, I'm currently banned in like 80 schools in Greenville, South Carolina, which where I'm at right now. So I can't go to any of the schools at the moment.
Don't tell people that you're banned from schools. It sounds so bad. You don't have to put it that way. Just frame it a different way.
I was on a public sidewalk and I said large bodies of water don't occur, James. I'm not ashamed of it. No big deal.
This is the elementary school incident. Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh, we've all been there. Okay, this one from James Ketter says, lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor? How do you see the floor, Nathan? If windows in ceiling look straight up,
show the looking straight up, show the house across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor?
Copy and paste, that's good. Seriously.
Let me read it again, because maybe it didn't, maybe the point just didn't set in. They say lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor, question mark. They say, how do you see the floor? They say, if windows in the ceiling looking straight up show the house is across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor as a result?
I've never looked up at a house across the street, bro. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Dear gosh, Nathan, are you trying to be difficult? How can you be so obtuse, to quote my favorite movie? Does everybody know what movie that is? Okay. Big Bad Mama, says Nathan. With a flat earth model, explain the existence, and by flat earth model, they don't mean wits it gets it, okay? They mean a flat earth scientific model. Ow! Explain the existence of both the aurora borealis in the north and the aurora australis in the south. Is that what they call it there? But go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I would say they're not even very analogous. If you look at the north, you see these bands of light, like these rivers of light, and in the south, it's all splayed out. It's like a fabric of light that encompasses the entire night sky from horizon to horizon. And I think that's because there's something called electromagnetic ducts. I think that's what they're called, where they're studying the energy flow from the north out to the south, and as that energy flows outward, it is attenuated, which means the energy is absorbed or reflected. And that's why it's rivers in the north and fabric in the south.
Got it. And that is what they call it in Australia. Did you guys know that? Is that my understanding right?
Yeah, Aurora Australis or something like that.
Interesting. The Drunk Debunk Show. Thanks for your super chat. Said, Nathan, do you still yell at children at schools? Already covered that. He still does. Okay, Nick says, if your best argument is, quote, what's in the sky doesn't tell us about the ground, ask yourself why everything up there moves exactly as we'd expect on a globe and not whatever shape you were doodling in crayon.
Now, there's actually numerous observations in the sky that debunk the globe, like corpuscular rays, local light illumination from the moon around the clouds, and the stars don't intersect the marine horizon. If you take a time lapse of the star trails, when they approach the marine horizon, they fade away off in the distance, not what would happen if we lived on a globe spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Interesting. Steve Marsh says, Nathan shills his stuff so he could snort more drugs. Nathan, is this true?
Yikes, bro. Glover's in their fields tonight, bro. A lot of feeling poisoning here. Jeez Louise.
Dave Fear says, Nathan, how many feet of curvature do you need to be away from a grade school? Okay, come on. Okay. Eddie Lifts FX says, you sound like a DEI pilot. All right. Only joined to troll says, who has anything to gain from lying about the earth being a globe, Nathan? My question to all flat earth, why lie about it?
Well, not only are they stealing $70 million a day, but if they can get you to deny your senses and deny reality, well, that makes you essentially putty in their hand, because they can shape and shift and mold the world into whatever they want. So there's a huge motive to lie to you about where you live and steal $70 million a day.
You've been so restrained, self-regulated, Will, that I want to invite you to, if you have any rebuttals, you want to just chip in there, because I just hate having you sit idle. If you want, you can always, for example, this one, if you want to say anything, you're welcome to. I appreciate that you haven't, because you're wanting to make sure we get to all the questions. But I also don't want you to be left out. If you have anything.
All right, I'll chip in if I feel like it.
Deal. Mr. E-Man says, no. Reciprocal zenith angles are measured with respect to the downward bias. Why does Nathan have to lie? Nathan. All right, we're going to the next one. Debunk Show says, every time Nathan says, thanks for playing, the crucifix on my wall starts moving.
Is this like they're saying you're infested with a demon? I don't understand. I don't get the joke. Rossinate says, Nathan, the course over ground path of a south hemisphere flight, for example, Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage, Vancouver, or Los Angeles, as they must on your Gleason map. Forget altitude or pitch over. Explain the path over ground. For anybody who's new, I do want to read it just one more time.
Jeez.
Pay attention, Nathan. This it is a long one, to be fair. They say, Nathan, the quote, course over ground path of a southern hemisphere flight, such as Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage or Vancouver or Los Angeles, as they would have to on your Gleason map. Forget the altitude or pitch over. Just explain the path over ground.
I mean, unless you had a bird's eye view from like Polaris or the firmament, how would you really know the path that the airplane took unless you're just believing secondhand data that the airplane tells you? So, and that could be all programmed to tell you you live on a cartoon globe, so that Globers who are gullible will look at it and say, oh my gosh, look, we live on a cartoon globe.
You can also look out. You can also buy a window seat and look out the window.
This one from Ajax.
We do that with infrared too, and you can see over 1,000 miles, which debunks your globe religion. So we're constantly looking out the window, Will. Thanks for playing.
This one from Ajax says, Will, how could your experiment end mental derangement of the flat earth?
I didn't understand the question.
I keep saying, Will, how could, I'll read it verbatim. They say, how could your experiment end mental illness?
Oh, okay.
You're saying flat earth is a mental illness. I'm saying, how could it end it?
Yeah. So I'll deal with that. When I say end flat earth, I don't mean magically overnight every flat earther is going to say they were wrong. There are still people who deny the Holocaust. There are still people who deny that the Titanic sank and it is at the bottom of the ocean. What I'm saying is that we're going to see a mass exodus out of flat earth. Flat earth will slowly die and become very minor and irrelevant. And the people that don't want to look at evidence and just want to turn flat earth into a type of a religion that's based on faith only, while they do this and this, there's not much we can do for them.
You got it. And this one coming in, I'm getting so much heat in chat. This is like, I don't understand. It's we're just having a good time, folks. I don't understand. Chat, let me know why is it that someone just keeps posting this super inappropriate thing. I'm like, what? The Megan Marie says, Will, please take Nathan to space and show him the Earth. Nathan, would that persuade you? If you did go to space, you went on a SpaceX voyage with Will in several years, and you saw the Earth as a globe, would it change your mind, or would you think that maybe there's some sort of hijinks going on, some sort of trick?
Space is fake. It violates its natural law. That's why it's a cartoon, and the rocket launches are parabolic. What goes up must come down.
Speaking of space launches, I want to give a quick plug to Jeranism. Jaron Campanella, who lives in California, and he's been going out and filming the SpaceX launches, and they don't show up at his horizon for over a minute after they have launched. And so he is arguing that rocket is hidden by the curve of the Earth. He's asking flat earthers, what else could it be? And he has received no answers. And I can tell you that there are flat earthers who are convinced about this and are leaving flat Earth because of what he's doing. So these rocket launches are a powerful way to show the curve.
Nathan, do you want to add anything? as you take your final line.
The rocket launches are parabolic. If you look at the lines that come out of the airplanes, those are all straight lines. So you can't tell me that the rocket's going over the curve of the Earth when the lines behind the airplanes are perfectly straight lines.
Where is the rocket for the first minute and 5 seconds, Nathan? Before it hits Jaren's horizon. He's not that far away.
I'm doing 21 questions about the sky. That ended about 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
This one coming in from, I do want to bring this up, Nathan, because it came up earlier, and I am curious about your opinion, because Will did ask you, and it is interesting. So I'm looking on Social Blade. If anybody's unfamiliar, Social Blade is where you can like track social media accounts and see, for example, how many subs a YouTube channel gets per day, like new ones. And Jaren, this is actually to praise Jaren, not to put him down. His daily average is negative 33 subs. The reason being, of course, that if I understand right, he recently changed his mind on the flat Earth. And so a lot of flat earthers are probably unsubscribing because they're like, hey, bro, like, what's your deal? But, it's not like this changing of his mind has no cost. He is losing subscribers. So, like, it's probably sincere. Like, Nathan is sincere, right? Like, what's your explanation for Jaren doing this? Is there some sort of government subsidy he's receiving? I don't understand. What is it? How do you explain Jaren changing his mind?
Yeah, I mean, people change their mind all the time. I don't really care about what men think or what men do or what men believe. The Creator says, follow me. So I'm following the Creator. And it also says, do not take counsel from the ungodly. So I don't really listen to much of what Jaren has to say at all, period. He's not even a believer, dude. So...
Okay.
Riveting.
This one coming in from Burnham says, Will, did you measure longitude line distances?
Yes, we did. This hasn't been released yet, but this is, we actually did measure the ground. I didn't have the data, so I didn't bring it up. But Nathan, longitude lines converge south of the equator, which is only possible on a globe and is the exact opposite of what is required on a flat Earth. We measured the ground, and we will be releasing that at some point. We measured it both in Chile and Antarctica.
You saw imaginary lines curving and converging back into a southern point? Imaginary lines. You saw those?
Did I say I saw a line?
Oh, so you didn't see any lines, but you measured it.
We did
You
measure.
measured a line that you couldn't see.
We did measure, yeah.
You measured a line that you couldn't see.
We measured a line that people use to navigate every single day that works.
A line you couldn't see.
Yeah, the lines that Uber drivers that Uber drivers use every day.
You couldn't see, James.
The-
Did you hear that one, bro? That was the best part of the entire debate.
We gotta give him a chance to finish his sentence.
Hey Nathan, I'm going to tell you something right now that I wasn't going to release to the public, but it's too good. Okay. When I was in Antarctica, I was flying my drone and it crashed. And they can't have a crashed drone just left in Antarctica. And so the rules and the laws and the regulations state that it must be rescued. We didn't even know where it was. It was very, very far away. And so my controller had GPS coordinates of where it crashed. And so the guy that worked for ALE, Scott, plugged the GPS coordinates into his GPS unit, and it took him straight to my drone, which is about this big, and it weighs 249 grams. So you can sit there and laugh about not being able to see lines and GPS coordinates, but the reality is they are very real. You can't see the Wi-Fi signal that you're using for this debate, but that doesn't mean it's real. So I would suggest that you not laugh and look into these things a little bit more, because they work and they exist.
Nathan, put your clothes back on and turn your camera back on and answer, please. Nathan.
Yeah, a drone is not drone is not an imaginary line. So you claiming you measured an imaginary line and then transitioning to some story about how you lost your drone. I already knew you lost your drone. Jonathan came on TikTok channel and told us about you losing your drone. So I don't know why you're like, oh, I'm going to share something I wasn't going to share. I already heard that story, bro.
And it's okay. It was found by these imaginary lines that are really close together in the south. So that confirms the globe and is not possible on a flat Earth.
Imaginary lines. Prove the globe religion. Excellent.
This one from Kango44 says, Will, are you a young Earth creationist? If so, doesn't that put you in the same gang as flat Earthers?
Good question. And the answer is no. So what people need to realize is there's a massive difference. Okay, sorry. I'm going to confuse people when I say no. I consider myself a young Earth creationist. I do not subscribe to the 6,000 years, though. But I say this. There's a huge difference between young Earth creationism and flat Earth. Flat Earth is denying a physical present reality, which is the shape of the object that we live on. That's very different than trying to understand how long the Earth has been here and what happened when nobody that's living today was there. I also say this, that I am more than willing to admit or acknowledge or cater to somebody who thinks that the Earth is older, because I just don't think that that's a very profitable debate. It isn't for me. If God created a tree in front of me in an instant, a fully mature tree, I could never convince anyone that wants to disagree with me that that tree is young and that God just created it, because they would say, we've never seen this. We know every tree takes this long to grow. And so I just don't see that as a very worthwhile debate. So I take the position, if you disagree with me and you think I'm wrong, I will go ahead and give that to you. We'll start off with whatever age you think the Earth is. Then we can debate things that have more substance and meaning to me, such as the existence of God and those types of issues.
You do believe in God, though, Will, right?
Of course.
We'll jump to the second question. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Know Your Realm says, Will, are you a traveling man?
I'm a traveling man.
Was that your first time to Antarctica, by the way?
Yes, it was. And it probably will not be my last.
It's pretty epic to go to Antarctica. It's kind of like, figuratively speaking, like the world's end. Like you're going, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's like certainly the least traveled to continent by a huge margin. So
yeah, it's the bottom of it's the bottom of the world. So it's amazing, and I am thankful that I was able to help flat earthers get there. And we'll see if any flat earthers go in the future, but I am skeptical that will happen.
Can a person walk on Antarctica if they take one of those
in the future? But I am skeptical
across the
that will happen.
Do you know?
Say that one more time.
You know if someone can set foot on Antarctica if they take one of those cruises that goes out there, or is it that you probably wouldn't be able to? You know?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you can. Different cruises go to different places. There's a cruise line that goes pretty far south called Heritage Expeditions, and there's some that only go to the Antarctic Peninsula.
Let me write this down. Heritage Expeditions. Because if I were to go to Antarctica, I can't go to the Holiday Inn. So unless I know someone there, I have to just do a cruise and set foot for an hour or something and go back to the cruise ship.
No, or you can go with ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, which is who we went with, which flies to the interior of Antarctica and has camps like Union Glacier. They have a camp at the South Pole, which doesn't exist on a flat Earth. And you can go camp at Union Glacier. You can camp at the South Pole by taking flights.
You might want to tell them at that encampment at the South Pole that they don't exist, because says Nathan. But let's see, Nathan, you gotta go out there yourself, Nathan, and you gotta visit these people at the South Pole and tell them this. What is there anything that
it doesn't exist, James? I said you could put up a sign anywhere in Antarctica that says this is your geographic South Pole, and gullible Globers will take a picture with it, a selfie, and pretend they're upside down on a ball. It doesn't verify that they actually live on a ball, dude.
Hey, James.
Fair enough.
Hey, James. It's actually not fair enough. Flat earthers forget that there's a lot more than just that pole there, which is the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station, which is absolutely massive. It's 80,000 square feet. And so there's only one South Pole. You can get there at approximately the same amount of time, whether you're flying from South Africa, South America, or New Zealand. That only works on a globe. It is absolutely not possible on a flat earth.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is the next video that I'm releasing on our channel. It is devastating.
Nathan, any thoughts? Are you looking up an answer on Google, Nathan? What are you doing over there? All right. This one from Steve M. says the Japanese Himawari 8 satellite takes a photo of the Earth every 10 minutes. Nearly the entire catalog of photos is available online. 144 per day, approximately 52,000 per year.
You know what else takes a picture of the Earth every 10 minutes? Your boy Nathan Thompson right here. And you can see too far. There's no curvature at all whatsoever. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. Specular reflections only work on a flat surface. Plane surveying assumes the Earth is flat. For 100 square miles, and celestial navigation on the ocean uses triangles, which assume a flat Earth as well.
So the Himawari, which you deflected on, Nathan, the Himawari 8 has been decommissioned. It's been replaced with the Himawari 9. What this person said is absolutely true. They do take an image of the Earth every 10 minutes. What I find is the most fascinating thing, though, is that they capture natural phenomenon that occur on the Earth that people don't even see or experience. So, for example, there was an underwater volcano called the Hunga Tonga, which erupted in the middle of the ocean, and people didn't even know that it happened until much later when there was like a tsunami. And so the Himawari 9 had a picture of the Hunga Tonga explosion before the sound of the volcano was heard in New Zealand. So there is no answer from flat earthers for the Himawari 9. There is none.
You could easily take real data and superimpose it onto a globe and just say, look, guys, you live on a globe. They had that technology back in the 70s, bro. So.
Wow. Ajax says, Will, you feel good owning the intellectually disabled? Oh, come on. He's sitting right here. Look, Nathan. All right. You've been a good sport, Nathan. We've been teasing you a lot, so we do appreciate it.
All right, James, you know, it says, blessed are you when men curse you and revile you and speak all kind of evil against you falsely for my name's sake. So I'm just sitting up here telling people they can test the Earth. I've done it for 10 years, and all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. So that's fine. I'm cool with it. It's no big deal. It's been the case for about 10 years.
To be fair, in this context, I don't think that they're making fun of you for your being a Christian, or I think they're saying it's because of your flat Earth position. Variety Tube Chan says, Will, how does it feel to sacrifice so much time and money to graciously invite flat earthers to Antarctica just to have them stubbornly persist in their invincible ignorance, aka their flat Earth stance?
Here's the deal. If the final experiment rescues one person out of flat Earth, it's worth it, and that's already happened. I can tell you right now that Jaron being out of flat Earth has completely changed his life. And just the one thing that I need to hear to know all of this was a massive success is that he's no longer going to teach his son that we live on a flat Earth. So that right there is enough. Everything else is icing on the cake, and it's been just a wild success, way more than I could have ever imagined.
Saving the world one flat earther at a time. Keep up the good work.
It's crazy that Jaron did change his position, because I remember Jaron's been around since before modern day debate, and that was his shtick. Is he used to be like Aaron Ra on Flat versus Globe on the Non Sequitur show. Anybody in chat remember that? So it is interesting.
James, I remember when Aaron Ra ran away 10 minutes into the debate with me, and then I just did question and answer for an hour and a half with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, he admitted he didn't have any proof of the R value before he left. That was great.
I don't know if he said that, but basically Tar says, how does Nathan know the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth? Has he been there?
Well, I didn't make the claim that the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth, but if you look at the motion of the celestial bodies, everything is moving from east to west around polar center. Even the planets make perfect geometric shapes on a flat Earth orbiting around Polaris. And the Globers say the sun is the center of the solar system, even though they make perfect geometric orbits. If you look into the Mercury problem, they actually had a problem explaining Mercury's retrograde movement on the globe religion because it just appears to stop and start going backwards. So that's where you get bendy warpy space-time and dark matter and dark energy and all the things in the globe religion that you can't see, test, or verify experimentally.
Interesting. This one from, don't forget to hit that like button. Max V says, for Will, would you prefer to debate an actual adult and not a child who doesn't even understand how airplanes fly?
I will say this. Nathan Thompson, if anybody wants to rewind when they're watching this later, he just made a claim about the ground based on the lights in the sky. He made a claim that there's a physical North Pole because of how the lights in the sky rotate. So it shows he understands the lights in the sky tell us a lot about the Earth we live on.
Oh, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Nathan, did you violate your own rule that you made up earlier? Or
no, I was just saying that the solar system is not sun-centered, it's Polaris-centered because everything we see in the sky moves around Polaris. And you can line up giant megalithic structures like the Georgia Guidestones with that stationary pole star Polaris, which is what Polaris means, pole star. And you can observe all the constellations, 88. We have 36 in the north, 52 in the south. Make sense on a globe religion. We have more time zones in the south than we do in the north. So everything matches up with a flat Earth celestially. That's why the Ptolemaic model was unchanged for 1,400 years, and the globe religion reinvents itself every 2 months.
Nick says, Will, what do you think is the main reason flat earthers refuse to accept evidence, no matter how clear it is? Why the mental block?
Yeah, this is a tough one that if I had the answer for, I would do something that would work. But I do think that there is a bit of Gnosticism inside the flat earth community where they think that they have this special knowledge. And I will give them credit that they do believe that they have uncovered this conspiracy of truth being hidden from the world. And so they're, wearing the cape of bringing the truth to everybody. So I will give them credit there. But I think that Gnosticism is making it hard for them to understand and accept and acknowledge things that disagree with their model. And so confirmation bias is rampant in flat earth.
This one from Ajax says, Nathan, how did you study or learn physics?
Who said I know physics? I mean, are you assuming I know physics?
Burnham says, all of Joe's work is on things in the sky on flat earth, Nathan. Is this true?
That's not true. He's done observations of the floor too. So, but yeah, he does a great job with astrophotography. He taught me a lot. Taught me about a Bahtinov mask and how to properly focus on the stars with my P1000 and my P900. Showed me the solar filter that I need for my P900 infrared.
All right, Joe is great. We got it.
Yeah, Joe, I sat next to him for an hour, and this guy's flipping through his phone, showing me everything he's modeled, from rainbows to clouds to local light illumination from the sun, 24-hour sun, 24-hour star trails in the north and the south. Like, the guy has been doing a lot of work. I got to tip my hat to him, and just having a lot of fun out with all the flat earthers that I've seen in the RV. You guys are the best.
Wow. KS USA 1933 says, why is Joseph Handley modeling the sun and stars if they don't prove the shape of the floor, Nathan?
Yeah, because the scriptures say, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. And he's just trying to show how on a flat earth, we can model pretty much everything we see in the sky, because flat earth is a Victoria's Secret catalog for modeling things. Globers can't model anything. They can't stick water to a spinning tilted ball and send it through an infinite vacuum of space. So they don't have any models. They have cartoons, video games, and fairy tales from dead people they've never met.
I just want to be sure that the original point isn't lost on just they say, you know, why is Joseph Handy modeling the sun and the stars if they don't prove the shape of the earth floor? I think you're saying, but you know, Nathan, don't you remember earlier in the debate, you were saying that like looking at the sky, it's not a useful way to like learn about the floor, but it sounds like you just 20 seconds ago said that, yeah, like there are all these ways in which the sky corroborates the floor being flat.
He's not trying to prove what the floor is by modeling things in the sky. He's just showing that now that we've proven what the floor is, flat and non-rotating, we can also model everything in the sky. Globers don't have a model. They have
that would be a waste of time, right? Because you said earlier. I don't mean
So,
in the debate itself.
no, this is actually really important. Only the globe model makes sense of what we observe. For example, I mentioned this earlier, that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky when we were in Union Glacier. That was actually predicted by the globe model, not Joe Hanvey's model. And MCToon actually took a prediction to Antarctica of the shadow lengths of the shadows in Antarctica, all 360 degrees, and it was exactly what the globe model predicted. Flat Earth does not have predictions because it's not real.
Can we see this global model that you just said made predictions? Can you show us it real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
So that model made predictions. Where are the predictions on that model?
They're all online on MCToon's website.
Okay, so MCToon made the predictions, not your globe model. Your globe model is just a toy, and on the bottom of the toy it says not for educational purposes.
He made his predictions public on his channel prior to us going to Antarctica, and they were based on the globe model.
Can you show that model again? Because it looks like the water's painted on. Do you have a model with actual water contained, or does it all have to be painted on?
It sounds like you don't understand what the word model means, and I'm not talking about a physical plastic model. The globe model is based on all the measurements and observations that we see.
So like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, Flat Earth has all the models. We are Victoria's Secret catalog. They can't even get water to stick to their spinning globe. They have to paint the water on. So they have cartoons, painting, video games, and fairy tales from dead people. That's all the globe has. They don't have any models.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan, we're still waiting on the first model with an observer inside the dome. You guys have zero. You have nothing.
You want a model inside the dome?
Yeah, a camera in the dome.
All right, here's a model. I'll model it for you. I'm the Flat Earth model inside the dome. And look, I have a camera in the dome, Will. Congratulations, you got what you wanted, bro.
Okay, show a 24 sun going around you while you're under the dome. That's where you have to start, and you won't be able to do that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
This one from Uncranked Chevron says, Will, are you surprised by the Flat Earth community's unwillingness to substantively engage with the evidence collected by the final experiment?
Yes, I am. I am, because, you know, they call themselves truthers. They say they're just trying to go where the evidence leads and that all they care about is truth. We have delivered evidence. We have delivered the truth. And the Flat Earth community as a whole is taking this position that we didn't go to Antarctica, or we faked it, or the sun wasn't real, or Satan became the sun and faked us. Austin Whitsitt, he is struggling to get his community to even accept that he actually went to Antarctica. So this was a shock that I didn't see coming, and it is the reason there's a mass exodus out of Flat Earth.
Interesting. And this next question coming in from Ron. By the way, if I'm standing, I just want to prevent my back from cramping, but I'm still here. So they said, Nathan, all evidence is used not just by the cherry-picked ground immediately at your feet. Having said that, it's an Earth has been measured, curved. Nathan, what are your thoughts?
James, got to tell your audience, stop eating paid chips. Next question, please.
I gotta be honest, I don't understand that one. So, Potato Man says, Nathan, what makes you think that you understand physics? Aren't you incompetent?
Well, if you look at the physics of water, like fluid statics, which is the study of large bodies of water at rest. Large bodies of water at rest are level and horizontal to their container. Now, the word level means free of bends, curves, or irregularities. Synonyms are flat, plumb, flush, smooth. Flat as a pancake. If you look at the properties or the physics of gas, and gas pressure requires a container. That's why every formula for gas pressure, doesn't matter if you use PSI or Pascals, is going to have area. That would be pounds per square inch, or newtons per meter squared. That would be the area. No area, no gas pressure. No firmament, no air to breathe.
The Wicker Man. Sorry, go ahead. The Wicker Man says, proud of being banned from schools says it all. Don't you think, Nathan?
I literally didn't even go to any schools. I was on a public sidewalk and I got banned from school. So yeah, it's fine. I don't really care. You guys can talk about it all you want.
Good, because Jonathan Gendler said, yelling and harassing kids isn't free speech. Next one from Potato Man says, Will, are you feeling... Okay, we got that one. Josh O says, I'm very Christian and I assure you the Bible never suggests a flat earth. Since Nathan refuses, how do you flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun normally? Or I'm sorry, they say will. They say, Will, how do flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun usually? Like, what's the usual method?
Oh yeah, their usual method is to deny it. That's what they did for almost 10 years, is they were adamant that it does not exist. And now that we have gone, they're now saying that it was Satan, that it was a giant laser pointer, that we were in a giant Amazon studio with LED screens. So they're just in denial mode still.
Yeah, but you said that the Bible doesn't say anything about the shape of the earth being flat. It says in Job 38:14 that the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Now, Will, if I press out clay with this flat earth seal, is it a ball or is it flat with upturned edges?
You forgot the word like.
So is it like a ball or is it like a flat earth with upturned edges, Will?
It's the word like means it's just a word picture. It's poetry.
Okay, but is it like a ball or is it like a flat earth with upturned edges when it has that word poetry going on?
It depends on what the earth looked like when it took shape originally.
So if I press clay out with this wax seal, it depends on if it comes out globular or flat.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how can I press something out and make it globular with this, Will?
You're assuming that that's the seal that it's referring to.
Could you show me a seal that presses out clay into a ball?
I can't show you a seal from the time of Job.
All right, well, here's a seal that presses out flat with upturned edges, Will. Thanks for playing.
Ron says, crepuscular rays are parallel. I have pictures.
The only way to duplicate crepuscular rays are with a local light, obstruction, and some sort of particulates in the air so you can see the rays. There's no other way to duplicate crepuscular rays with a light source that sends out parallel rays. If the rays were parallel, they wouldn't be crepuscular and converging to a single point. Also, since Globers are obsessed with the sun, I would look into the UV light index. It shows that the light is focused between the tropics. Now, for a globe religion, the sun would have to be a laser beam pointing directly at the equator for that to happen. But on a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense because the sun is small and local and rotates around Polaris like every other celestial body we see.
This one from Angle of Elevation says, can Will demonstrate the 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a physical globe Earth model? If he can't do it, he concedes he lost this debate. Flat Earth takes the win.
Yeah, it's very easy. You can do it with a flashlight and a globe. I've done it. It's super easy. You just shine a flashlight on a globe tilted at about 23.5 degrees and you spin it west to east, and you'll notice that the majority of Antarctica stays lit, assuming the South Pole is facing in the direction of the light. So yeah, that's super easy to do. Actually, let me just do it. Let me just do it real quick. So there's Antarctica. You can see as it spins, you'll notice that's Australia right there in pink. So if the sun was here, if you're the sun, you're looking at it. Australia has daytime right now. Now Australia has nighttime. Now there's Africa. There's South America, and you'll notice you can see down here Antarctica the entire time, is lit the entire time. That is what causes the 24-hour sun.
Got it. Well, your Bible says the earth doesn't move, so you showing the earth moving goes directly against the scriptures that you claim to preach.
Hey, Nathan, the Bible says certain men don't move either, so it sounds like you don't understand figures of speech.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Messianic Jewish Beaumont. Says, Nathan, is Antarctica the sky or the ground? Thank you, Will, for the final experiment.
Antarctica is the ground. We didn't get the evidence that Antarctica was curving in all directions. We went to Antarctica to look at the sky, and that doesn't prove what the floor is. Thanks for playing.
Only joined to troll. James, am I crazy? Did you use some chain smoke? No, I think that's Andrew Wilson. This one from Nick says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished your mission? Is the response from the flat earth side what you'd had expected?
Yeah, I definitely have accomplished my mission. I gave them evidence. I gave it to them in a form that they have demanded in the past, which is very, very high threshold. They like to show very blurry photos of things and act like it proves something. We brought high definition video. We brought eyewitness account. I even made sure we had flat earthers there. So we gave them everything they asked for. Again, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so at this point, it's on them. But we're seeing a lot of flat earthers accepting the evidence and walking away. So it's good.
We asked for curvature, Will. You didn't pay attention for 10 years. We want some curvature to the Earth's surface. There's no curvature to the Earth's surface. So looking at the sky to prove what the Earth's surface is goofy.
Hey, Nathan, I got a question for you. If somebody wanted to show you a picture of curvature from a weather balloon, what camera and lens would you accept for that experiment?
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy, Will, because getting high to figure out what the shape of the Earth is something Snoop Dogg would do. It's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. So we don't need to get high to figure out where we live. You could take an infrared camera or a regular P1000, save $449,000 on your trip to Antarctica, and debunk the globe religion. There's no curvature when we look at the floor, Will. Let me know if you need help testing it. Happy to come hold your hand, Will.
Okay, so the purpose of the weather balloon is to look at the floor. So you just kind of exposed yourself there that you're not willing to do tests or consider evidence that goes against your claim.
The purpose of an infrared, and by the way, we've sent up high altitude balloons. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who has a PhD in astrophysics, goes on Joe Rogan. Isn't Will Duffy sitting here on modern day debate talking to a flat earther right now? He's on Joe Rogan, bud, and he says the Earth isn't curved from a high altitude weather balloon. So asking me if I'd accept curvature from a high altitude weather balloon that doesn't exist is goofy. You need to listen to the Delphic oracles of your globe religion, Will.
Nathan, are you saying Neil deGrasse Tyson can't be wrong?
Are you saying there's curvature from a high altitude weather balloon? Because we've sent them up.
You don't like to answer questions. It's very telling.
This one from KSUSA says, is airplane pitch data and path secondhand data?
Yeah, that's why I don't rely on it as proof that the Earth is flat. You could take your own camera to a large body of water and verify what the pitch data is telling us that airplanes don't fly around a globe.
This one from Nick says,
I want batteries here, guys. So how many more questions we got, Jay?
Well, we got a lot of them, Nathan. I need you to plug in. Says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica, and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished? We got that. Sorry. Megan Marie says, we all know you're enjoying nose candy, Nathan. Keep your camera on. All right. Booba Sweat says, notice all the super chats are chewing Nathan up. And the chat is full of flat earthers. Shows you who has the jobs around here. Oh my gosh. Sorry, flat earthers. We love you. Magellan says, Nathan, what nonsense conspiracy theory do you plan to make a pathetic living off of next?
Next question, please.
Max V says, Nathan's position is simply Bible, snort. I don't even know if Neil would agree. I don't even know if Will would agree with that. But Duskstorm Gaming says, if the sun is in the firmament, quote unquote, how do Mercury and Venus pass between the Earth and the sun? Do they just shrink down and pass into the quote unquote firmament? Nathan, where'd you go? Nathan's using the restroom or something. Folks, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. I'm sure Nathan's going to come back any moment. Maybe he's like underneath the table or something. But do hit that like button because we have more questions we're going to hit, some of which include Magellan saying, Nathan, whose house are you squatting at? And also, let's see. Sriran says, Nathan preaches about an imaginary dome no one has ever seen. Ha, 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 in all caps. Nathan, thoughts?
Gas pressure requires a container. The sky is a map and a clock. You can use it to celestial navigate. You can do astroarchaeology and line up giant megalithic buildings with the sky. Let me show you actually what that looks like. I went to the Georgia Guidestones and I recorded all the stars rotating around this oculus in the Georgia Guidestones. They built this 19-foot tall graphite megalithic structure 40 years before I showed up, and they knew that Polaris wasn't going to move because the sky is a map and a clock. We have a firmament dome above us. That's what's containing the gas pressure, so you can breathe. Next question.
Jessica says, God endorses slavery, giving instructions to beat them, take their wives, and how to buy them. Jessica's watching the wrong debate. You say, do you agree with this? Or do you admit the Bible is wrong? It's kind of an apologetics question. They say, if the Bible is wrong, how can you trust it, Nathan?
That's begging the question, fallacy. They're assuming the Bible is wrong and then asking me how I can trust it. I don't think the Bible is strong. Will does, because Will thinks the earth moves, and the Bible says the earth doesn't move. Will thinks the earth takes shape like clay under a ball, but clay under a seal is flat with upturned edges. Will thinks the moon is in outer space when the Bible says the moon is in the firmament. So it's actually Will. You need to ask that question to Will.
Magellan says, Nathan, you man toddler. Stop playing with your phone and engage with the grown-ups. Bubaswat says, you're the bad guy because you're not allowed within 200 yards of a school, Nathan. Shirag ND says, hey, Will, what according to you would be the final experiment equivalent to prove/disprove the existence of God?
Yeah, that's a very difficult one. Talking about something that is spiritual and non-physical is way different than talking about something that is physical. So I don't know if something like that exists. I will say that I love having a conversation about the existence of God because I struggle to see the possibility of there not being a God. I think that particular debate is going to go on for millennia indefinitely, and it's a good one to have, but I don't think it's going to be a slam dunk like we did with TFE.
Silva says, Nathan, can you provide your 10 years data?
Yeah, I tested the Salton Sea, 17 miles across. National Geographic was there. They filmed the horizon above and behind the boat, but said the curvature was happening in front of the boat. We've got infrared photography from a helicopter. I showed that earlier, I think. But also we tested Lake Pontchartrain. It's 22 miles across. I could see buildings that were under 200 feet tall. With Whitsett, I did an observation in Florida. From 14 miles away, you could see the water brushing up against the rocks on the opposite side of the ocean. And we were in some port that 12-foot observation height. So I've tested it. You guys can go test it. The numbers don't add up. Math doesn't lie. People and governments lie. Politicians lie. Actors and entertainers, musicians and journalists on the news station, They're paid to lie.
This one coming in from Tom Willis says, Will, Nathan said he has, quote, friends down there, unquote, about New Zealand. What do you think he meant by that? Nathan, if Earth is flat, quote, down there doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is a Freudian slip that flat earthers make a lot. They talk about it down because I think they know that we live on a globe. At least some of them do.
Yeah, this one from Ross and 8 says, Ghost Mantis. It was more of, quote, hey kids, come get this pamphlet. Give it to your teachers. Your teachers are lying to you. This one from Isa Martel says, Christian scientists tested and found it's round. What about that, Nathan?
Yeah, something can be round and flat. So I'm going to have to teach that guy about shapes real quick, right? A pizza is round. A plate is round. A coin is round. And those are also flat. So something can be round and flat. Please go learn shapes. Then we can have a conversation about the shape of the earth.
This one coming in from Aaron, or is that how it's pronounced? They say, Aaron Raw left because you didn't hold up your end of the debate, Nathan. You agreed to bring something, namely a flat earth model, and didn't because you were not honest.
I don't have to give on a silver platter a map or a model that measures the entire known observable world to debunk the fact there's no curvature anywhere I've ever tested. So I told him that. And he ran away anyways, after admitting he didn't have evidence for the R value.
This one coming in from, oh, that reminds me. Folks, we have a poll in the chat right now. So if you come on over to the Modern Day Debate and live chat, you can put a quick vote in. Even if you're just stopping by, you might as well participate in the poll. If you're watching over at the Final Experiment, you can swing on by to Modern Day Debate, as the poll is, did the Final Experiment end the flat earth movement? It's already got 1,100 votes, so it's a popular poll. So far, leading is 66% say yes, it beat it like it owed it money. Namely, the flat earth beat the, the Final Experiment beat the flat earth movement, they're saying. 25% though say no, flat earth forever. And 9% say, I'm unsure, I'm drinking my Soylent. This one from Heaven Stocking says, Will, how do you explain lights from stars that are millions or billions of light years away?
Mm-hmm.
Weird, how can you believe in space but not how light works?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Again, people aren't hearing me. If you believe that light took however long it would take to reach us on Earth, I'm totally fine with that. Maybe you're right. That's great. I don't see the fruit in debating the age of the Earth, but I will say that the Bible does reference God stretching out the heavens. And so obviously if God was going to create a universe for us, he would want to create lights in the sky that we can see, and he'd want to create a mature world for us to live in and enjoy. And so I do think either of those are possible.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mr. E-Man says, Will just nailed Nathan's hypocrisy. Even, not even the finger thing, Nathan, come on. Even Stocking says, Will, how do you, we got that. Texas Red says, no, Nate, everything revolves around empty space in the sky near the Southern Cross. The world is flat and Antarctica is its center.
That's right. The flat Earth has no answer.
Nathan. Magellan says, Nathan, is the dog more intelligent than you? Oh, come on. All right. It's all on good fun. Seriously, we do appreciate Nathan being here. He is a good sport. I got to give him this. Give him credit for, at least give him at the minimum, the absolute minimum. You know, he takes a lot of heat from the chat. He takes some sarcasm, meant to be playful. From me, Stephen Ameling says, prior to the Final Experiment, it seems flat earthers were happy to use lights in the sky to predict the shape of the Earth. That is, regarding lights observed at the North Pole. Now, with the Final Experiment, that argument is now discarded.
Yeah, this is a great point. This is a great point. Eric Dubé said that a 24-hour sun in the north proves flat Earth. A group of flat earthers sent D. Marble to Alaska to film the 24-hour sun. So yes, their position was that the lights in the sky tell us that the Earth is flat until we showed them the one thing they said didn't exist, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and all of a sudden, magically now, the lights in the sky mean nothing. But you'll notice if you go back and rewind the Q&A, when Nathan talks a lot, he immediately brings up things in the sky like Polaris.
Nathan. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Junes says, Nathan, submarines use a gyroscope and are shaped like a spacecraft. Therefore, space exists by following a gyroscope on a globe model. Thanks for coming.
Next question.
Mic drop. Go ahead, Nathan.
He said next question.
Nathan, all right, folks, I gotta tell you, please don't send any more questions because Nathan is inebriated. I don't know what he's doing over there. He's laying on the floor. Nathan, don't give up like this. Come on. All right, I killed Earl.
Okay. I'm watching Gio. He had to go for a walk, but I'm listening, dude. I'm right here.
Thank you. I killed Earl says there are more time zones in the southern hemisphere because China only has a one time zone enforced by the law, you doofus.
Bro, this is not worth my time, James. And you like expecting me to respond to all these ridiculous questions that aren't really questions, they're just insults? It's
dude, well, maybe doofus. Like, I don't know, it's an insult, but I mean, like, really, it's not that bad.
It just got better.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll take the insults out of the questions, but they are saying there are more time zones in the southern hemisphere because China only has one time zone enforced by the law.
Cool story, bro.
Okay. This one from Burnham says, Nathan, did Joe show you how he aligns his telescope mount to the sky? As a fellow astrophotographer, I know it proves Polaris is not in the center.
We observe everything rotating around Polaris. You can line up giant megalithic buildings with Polaris, and it's the center point of rotation. Even Google admits this. This is how it works on your globes. All right.
Actually, this is false. Polaris moves. It is not the center of the North Celestial Pole.
Any evidence that it moves?
Yeah. Star trails.
Okay, well, it doesn't move in star trails. It has a slight oscillation, but all the stars move fixed to Polaris.
No.
Uva Sweat says, yeah, we'll just simulate a planet in a lab already. Max V says, quote, fairy tales from dead people, unquote. Are you talking about the Bible, Nathan?
No, I'm talking about like Newton and Galileo, Copernicus, a bunch of people that were all superseded by Einstein, who had a kinematic equivalence and said you could explain the sky on a geocentric Earth, which pretty much destroys 5 out of 6 of Will Duffy's arguments. Stop arguing with Einstein, Will.
This one coming in from, and I want to remind you folks, we cannot read any more questions. If you submit them after this time, we won't be able to read it. Aaron Armstrong says, my goodness, you have sunken. Okay. Aaron says, absolutely zero flat Earth models have an atmospheric pressure gradient. Nathan, your arguments are unsound.
Everything in nature, all physical matter has a gradient. The ocean has a pressure gradient. As you dive down deeper in the ocean, there's more pressure because there's more overlying layers of water above your head. When he's with his Legos, and he stacks Legos on top of the bottom Legos have more Legos on top of them than the top Legos. So the Legos that he plays with actually have a pressure gradient as well. All phases of matter have pressure gradients. Thanks for playing.
Magellan says, Nathan, let's see, got that one. Potato Man says, Nathan, how did you learn these gas pressure laws?
You can look them up there on NASA's website. I can show you that, actually, if you guys want to see that. Here you go. Phases of matter on NASA's website saying that water needs a container and gas pressure requires a container. That's why the globe is a cartoon. It violates natural law. Doesn't comport with reality.
Tyler says, as a career pilot, everything Nathan said about aviation was ignorant or dishonest. Nathan is leaving the building. Potato Man says, Nathan, isn't your idea of, quote, Snoop Dogg fallacy idiotic?
No, you don't need to get high to test the floor. Actually, it's easier to test the floor from the floor. I don't know why, if you're trying to test the floor, you would move away from the floor. That, to me, seems kind of idiotic. If it was curving in all directions, we would see that tangent to our feet, especially at large bodies of water, because large bodies of water painted on Will's little model take up 70% of the Earth's surface. They would have to curve, and they don't.
This one from Shardog says, Who Fingers, are you done lying about specular? Sorry, I didn't realize it said Foo Fingers. I just read it. They say Nathan Fingers. Are you done lying about specular reflections being exclusive to your cult doctrine? They happen on most smooth surfaces, even curved.
No, you need a smooth surface. If you go to the House of Mirrors at the circus, which is probably where Chardock works, I know he's Santa during Christmas time, but the House of Mirrors has curved surfaces and there's distortion in the image. So you don't get a perfect mirror image, a specular reflection off of a curved surface. You need a flat surface for that. The incident angle has to meet the reflected angle. That only happens on a flat surface, guys. Thanks for playing.
General E. Shady says, F modern day debate. Your chat is uncontrolled. Channel sucks. Thanks for that feedback. And IC Spin says, I used to play Nate Goose as a child. I miss it. Potato Man says, Nathan, you say the math doesn't lie. Can you do the math? Nathan, Mr. X, the agnostic, says, Will, are you considering taking people on the space perspective balloon to see curvature, the final experiment part 2? I didn't know about this. What is this, Will?
I'm not, no, but I am going to be releasing a video soon. Creaky, who runs the channel Creaky Blinder, is going to be sending up a weather balloon because flat earthers claim that if you send up a weather balloon, it will not show curvature. And so that's why I'm going to be supporting Creaky and asking flat earthers what camera and lens they will accept for that weather balloon. And I'm anticipating that most flat earthers are going to pull a Nathan Thompson and refuse to state what lens and camera they will accept. By the way, Nathan, what you don't realize is that if you truly believe that we will see no curvature with the weather balloon, you should jump all over this.
Mr. X, the agnostic, says, Will, oh, we got that one. Evo Banana Wind says, Nathan, what is your highest education level completed? Nathan?
Debunking globally.
You got it. With that, we are going to wrap up. We do appreciate our guests. I want to give a huge thank you. Folks, the guests are the lifeblood of the channel. Check out their links. Seriously, we really do appreciate them. I know that, like, I tease and I play. Eventually, I will tease, Will, once I just know him a little bit more. I'll, give him some teasing more. You just have to build rapport. But Nathan's been on for a long time, so despite my teasing, we do appreciate him. We do appreciate Will. It's an interesting, the final experiment. What an interesting thing. Like, this is something that, is this ever mentioned on Joe Rogan by chance or anything? Like, has that gotten picked up?
Yeah. Joe Rogan has mentioned it. It was in the Jerusalem Post. It's been all over the world.
Wow, that's cool.
It's
That's crazy.
yeah.
That's big stuff.
It's on Wikipedia. So yeah, it's a big deal. So the flat earth debate has been forever changed. It's going to be very difficult for flat earthers in the future to have a conversation about flat earth without having to deal with the final experiment.
That's wild. Just because, and it's interesting just that, this is fascinating. So I do want to say thank you to our guests. Folks, they're linked in the description box right now. In fact, The final experiment is actually hyperlinked in the title. If you click on their links, you can go and hear more of their content right now. Even if you disagree, if you're like, I don't like that position at all. There's a lot of value from hearing it firsthand, rather than hearing like, I listen to my buddy who shares my view. He summarizes what the other side says and then he debunks it. It's like, well, frankly, you'd probably be getting a stronger representation of it if you went straight to the source. So I do want to encourage you, do check out these guys' links, even if you disagree with them. And it's been a true pleasure to have you guys. Thank you guys. It's been a fun and lively debate. We appreciate you spending your time with us tonight.
Thanks, James, for hosting. Nathan, I do appreciate you doing this, man. So thanks for playing.
Appreciate it. Later, guys. Have a great night.
Have a great night. I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with updates on coming events. So stick around, and I'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, guys. Yeah, this has been a blast. So let me know if there's anything I can do besides add your link in the description, which is already there. And I hope you have a great rest of your night.
You too. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Awesome, James.
My pleasure. See you guys.